Chapter 1. Through the Wilderness. Help! Is there anyone who can save me? Deep within the forest, a woman, battered and bruised, was desperately fleeing, pursued by a pack of ferocious wolves. Their blood-red eyes glinted ominously in the pitch-black night. As she stumbled and fell to the ground, she looked up to see gaping jaws, sharp fangs bared, lunging toward her. Ah! With a piercing scream, the woman felt the sharp bite of a wolf on her leg. Yi Meow Meow awoke with a start, her body drenched in sweat as she gasped for breath. The haunting dream had felt so vivid, the pain and despair of being torn apart seeming all too real. In a state of panic, she reached for her phone, only to suddenly freeze in terror. Roar! The howls of beasts echoed around her, and she could see pairs of glowing green eyes slowly moving through the distant underbrush. Yi Meow Meow instinctively swallowed hard and, as she glanced around, realized that the scene before her mirrored that of her dream. Calm down, calm down. She struggled to stifle her sobs, gradually rising to her feet and inching backward. However, when the greeny beast revealed its true form, she could no longer contain her scream. Help! Under the moonlight, monstrous wolves, larger than tigers, were baring their teeth and lunging towards her. Yi Meow Meow dared not hesitate for a moment. She sprinted forward in a frantic bid for survival, unwilling to meet the same grisly fate as in her dream. The sharp twigs and stones on the ground pierced her feet, yet she paid no heed to the pain. Upon seeing a cliff ahead, she skidded to a halt, glancing back at the wolves that were closing in on her, her fists clenched in desperation. If this were a dream, she would surely awaken during the fall. If it were not a dream, then she would rather die from the fall than be devoured by wolves. With that thought, she leaped without hesitation. With a splash, she was relieved to find that the cliff led to a river below, plunging into the icy waters that enveloped her, bringing her a refreshing clarity of her grim reality. This was not a dream, everything was happening for real. Drawing upon her years of swimming experience, Yi Meow Meow quickly steadied herself and surfaced, swimming towards the riverbank under the faint moonlight. The night was long, and she dared not linger by the river. Dragging her weary body downstream, the cold wind sent shivers down her spine, and she realized she was pitifully underdressed, clad only in a short skirt made of animal hide. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared before her, and instinctively, she reached out, inadvertently opening a portal to another realm. In the blinding white space, a fluffy blanket lay before her. When she picked it up, she found a tablet beneath it. An electronic book titled The Chaos of the Beast World began playing automatically on the illuminated screen. As she wiped the water from her body with the blanket, she quickly skimmed through the content. It described a trivial little tribe in the beast world, yet concealed the future champions of that realm, the male and female leads. The male lead was a strong and muscular tiger beastman, while his partner was a slender rabbit beast woman. The female lead was the gentlest and most beautiful female in the tribe, a perfect match for the male lead, admired by all. Yet, the supporting character, Yi Meow Meow, attempted to seduce the male lead, repeatedly trying to become his partner, only to be schemed against by other females who deemed her unworthy, ultimately being paired with the male supporting character. The original character also bore the name Yi Meow Meow, and her partner was named Een Kan, a snake beast man. In the novel, Yi Meow Meow harbored intense hatred for Een Kan, cruelly berating him when he was injured and unable to hunt, even mistreating their own offspring, wishing for their demise so she could find a new partner to bear children with. A quintessentially vicious supporting character. Yi Meow Meow, what are you doing here? How many times have I told you that I will never become your partner? I only have eyes for Bai Ling. She is the only one deserving of being my mate. The sudden voice startled Yi Meow Meow. Turning around, she saw a robust man with bare arms. The darkness obscured his features, prompting her to take a few steps closer, only to be halted by a sharp tone. You best stay put. Don't think that by presenting yourself in such a wretched state, you will earn my sympathy. Hu Zhu is my sister. I will naturally search for her, and I don't need you pretending to be kind. Who are you? Hu Tian. Hu Zhu has been found. Come quickly. Just as Yi Meow Meow was about to ascertain the man's identity, shouts from nearby beastmen reached her ears. Hu Tian paused for a moment before turning to run, and recalling the wolves from earlier, Yi Meow Meow hurriedly followed, fearing to remain alone. In the distance, a group of beastmen surrounded a little girl of about 5 or 6, soothing her. From their conversation, Yi Meow Meow learned that the girl was the lost Hu Zhu. Yi Meow Meow, you shameless woman. How dare you follow Hu Tian? Another furious voice rang out. Yi Meow Meow knew the original character was not well liked in the tribe and dared not retort, silently bowing her head and standing still, hoping merely to return to the tribe with the others. It must be you clinging to Hu Tian again. No matter what, you can't follow him now. He has already become Bai Ling's partner. You should give up that hope. The woman speaking approached Yi Meow Meow, forcefully pushing her to the ground. If I find out you deliberately led Hu Zhu here to get lost, I will flay you alive. Bao Mei, a friend of Bai Ling in the story, was one of the fiercest opponents of Yi Meow Meow. After berating her, she turned back to the crowd, pulling Bai Ling, who was still comforting Hu Mei, closer. I knew it was that wretched Yi Meow Meow stirring trouble. Otherwise, why would Hu Zhu go missing just when you and Hu Tian were mate? Thankfully, you acted quickly otherwise. If we had to wait to find Hu Zhu before resuming, wouldn't your mating season have passed? Bai Ling blushed, gently tugging at Bao Mei's sleeve to signal her to lower her voice. As long as Hu Zhu is found, that's what matters. Tiangu only has this one sister. She has been injured since childhood and cannot even speak. I was truly worried she might be eaten by wild wolves. The mating season for female beastum, the small child was desperately trying to snatch a few bamboo baskets from the chubby boy, only to be forcefully overturned onto the ground. A piece of rotten meat was hurled onto one of the child's faces. The little ones were exceedingly thin, and the chubby boy possessed considerable strength. A chunk of meat, no larger than a palm, could easily bring them crashing to the ground. Don't be ungrateful. Your father is useless, and the only thing of value he has produced is these bamboo baskets. Who would even want them? As the chubby boy prepared to turn away, one of the fallen children stubbornly clung to his leg, exclaiming, "You can't leave. Leave the baskets, little wildling." A glint of malice flashed in the chubby boy's eyes as he raised the basket in his hand and swung it down towards the child. The bamboo basket was distorted from the force, yet the little one refused to let go. "Oh, big brother, let go quickly. We don't want the basket anymore. You'll get hurt." The smallest and thinnest among them, Yin Baoer, cried out in sheer terror, while the eldest, Yin Tsang, remained obstinately defiant. Better to be beaten to death than to die of hunger. Hu Zhuang, if you have the ability, then kill me. Otherwise, don't think you can take the basket. Don't hit my big brother. The second child, Yin Bai, joined in, clutching onto the chubby boy's other leg. Hu Zhuang, true to his name, was as formidable as he appeared. He dropped the bamboo basket and seized the older two by their collars, lifting them off the ground. "Ungrateful little wretches. Let me see if I can't smash you to bits." Yin Baoer gasped in fright, covering her eyes, while the older two struggled desperately. However, having gone days without sufficient food, their feeble attempts to resist were no more than the flailing of helpless chicks in Hu Zhuang's eyes. Just as they braced for a harsh fall, a clear, bright voice rang out from behind. "Stop! Who gave you the right to bully others like this?" Yi Meow Meow, wielding a sturdy wooden stick, limped forward and without hesitation swung it towards Hu Zhuang's arm. "Put them down at once. Look at you, no older than 12 or 13, such a young age, and already bullying others. What kind of pest will you grow into in the tribe? Tell me where your home is. I must have a word with your parents and see who taught you to exchange rotten meat for good things from others." Though Yi Meow Meow was a female and lacked strength, the stick in her hand was enough to inflict a sharp sting. Moreover, the tribe had strict rules against harming females, and even a spoiled brat like Hu Zhuang dared not lay a hand on her. Fox mother, Blackheart, gives birth but does not nurture fox mother, truly wicked, scolds her mate and beats her young. Seeing that Yi Meow Meow was fiercer than he had anticipated, Hu Zhuang relinquished the baskets, letting the two children drop to the ground before fleeing. Not far away, he turned back, made a face, and began to chant a taunt. Yi Meow Meow listened, her face dark with frustration, the anger simmering within her almost overwhelming. "Ooh, the basket is broken, and we can't trade for meat anymore. Big brother, second brother, we will go hungry again today." Upon turning, Yi Meow Meow saw Een Bower clutching the deformed bamboo basket, crying inconsolably. She sighed deeply and crouched down. What a pity! How could the original owner bear to treat such adorable little ones so cruelly? Een Bao, don't cry. The basket can be repaired. What matters is that you are safe. As Yi Meow Meow reached out to comfort Een Bower, she recoiled in fear. Don't hit Bower. It's our fault for not protecting the basket. If you must hit someone, then hit us. Een Song and Een Bai stood in front of Een Bower, their innocent faces filled with terror, mirroring the fear she had seen in them when facing a pack of wolves the night before. Upon speaking, the three children closed their eyes, their faces reflecting a resolute acceptance of death. Meanwhile, Yi Meow Meow's feet were in a dreadful state, as she had rushed out despite the pain, concerned for the well-being of the three little ones. Now that the danger had passed, the pain surged, and she could no longer bear it, collapsing onto the ground to inspect her injured feet. Hurry! Seeing her fall, the eldest, Een Song, shouted loudly and then took hold of Een Bai and Een Bower. Darting towards the haystack outside, the white Yi Meow Meow lifted her gaze to their retreating figures, feeling a wave of sorrow as she overheard the three little ones discussing her injuries. Elder brother, her foot is bleeding. Do you think she will die? It's hard to say. Females are particularly delicate that a little injury can be fatal, especially with her foot in such a state. If she dies, it would be for the best. Een Song immediately covered Een Bai's mouth. Keep your voice down. Don't let her hear. She is not an ordinary female. With her viciousness, there's no way she'd allow herself to perish. White Yi Meow Meow thought to herself that she had hoped to ask for their help in fetching a basin of water. But now it seemed that was a futile expectation. The discussion outside continued, speculating about when she might die and whether she would have the strength to retaliate before then. Unable to endure the conversation any longer, Yi Meow Meow gritted her teeth against the pain and made her way back inside to find water. Chapter 3. The disabled partner Yi Meow Meow had assumed that Een Jian was now a cripple, and that his home would be in disarray, old and dilapidated. To her surprise, the place was clean and tidy. Although the house consisted of only 2 small rooms, everything was arranged meticulously. Behind the house stood a large stone basin filled with crystal clear water. Spotting a stone ladle and a stone basin nearby, Yi Meow Meow scooped some water into the basin and tentatively dipped her foot into it. The refreshing water gradually enveloped her foot, significantly easing the excruciating pain. Suddenly, she wondered if there would be any updates in her space, so she cautiously opened it. And to her delight, she discovered that the blanket she had hastily stuffed in yesterday was missing. Replaced instead by 2 medicine bottles. One bottle was labeled for wound treatment, while the other was blank. Puzzled, she decided to apply the medicine to her foot first, expecting the powder to sting, but to her surprise, it not only did not hurt, but also provided a slight feeling of comfort. After searching through the wooden rack that held the animal hides, she realized there were no shoes to be found. It dawned on her that the beastmen likely did not wear shoes. Helpless, she found a smaller piece of animal hide and wrapped it around her foot, much like wrapping a rice dumpling. Her stomach grumbled, signaling hunger, and she thought of the 3 little ones outside. They had been so concerned about the broken baskets because those were their only means of obtaining food each day. Now that the baskets were ruined, they would surely go hungry. If the original owner were still alive, the 3 little ones would not only face hunger, but also a beating, as a lack of food meant Yi Meow Meow would also go without. However, she was determined not to let herself starve. She could go to the chieftain's home to beg for food, and if he refused, she would cry and create a scene, proclaiming that if a female were to starve, the tribe would face dire consequences. The chieftain would have no choice but to comply. It was well known that in the beast world, females held a higher status than all material possessions. The males would endure any hardship to ensure the daily sustenance of the females, even at the cost of their own lives. This space was quite stingy. Even as the little ones faced starvation, it refused to provide a morsel of meat. Was it possible that this small bottle contained not medicine, but rather milk powder? Yi Meow Meow opened the space once more, but aside from the unidentified powder, it remained empty. She opened the medicine bottle to sniff it, confirming it was not milk powder, and then, feeling disappointed, set it back down, not forgetting to grumble about it. Not wanting the little ones to go hungry, Yi Meow Meow contemplated her next course of action and decided to employ the original owner's tactic of throwing a tantrum. "You three come here." She picked up the few broken baskets from the yard and called out to the three little ones huddled by the haystack, leading them forward with firm strides. Yin Bao. The most timid was the first to scamper after her, fearful that if she lagged behind, she would be struck. Yin Song and Yin Bai, concerned for Yin Bao, hurried to keep up, but being merely 3 years old. Their short legs and lack of strength made it difficult for them to run, especially after suffering from hunger. With a thud, when Yi Meow Meow turned upon hearing the noise, she saw that Yin Bao had fallen to the ground. While Yin Song and Yin Bai were struggling to help her up, Bao, "Be good and get up quickly, or I will have to punish you," Yin Song said as he pulled at Yin Bao. Keeping a wary eye on Yi Meow Meow, "I'm sorry, I was careless. I didn't realize you couldn't keep up." Yi Meow Meow had been eager to find food and had inadvertently rushed ahead. Upon seeing them struggling to rise only to fall again due to exhaustion, her heart ached. "What do you think you're doing? Bao is a female cub. You cannot strike her." Seeing her approach, Yin Song and Yin Bai spread their arms defensively. Yi Meow Meow understood that the original owner had left a heavy shadow in their hearts, and her explanations would likely fall on deaf ears. So she chose to remain silent. With a gentle push, she moved the two little ones aside and picked up the startled Yin Bao, cradling her in her arms. "Bao, if you can't walk, let mother carry you, all right?" Yin Bao's tiny body trembled as she blinked her tearful eyes open, her watery gaze reflecting Yi Meow Meow's gentle smile. It seemed she could hardly believe her ears. Instinctively, she raised a hand to cover her eyes. Peeking at Yi Meow Meow through her fingers, Yi Meow Meow had thought that calling herself mother would be difficult, but facing such an adorable and pitiful little one, she felt an overwhelming desire to hold her close and shower her with affection. Yes, she held Yin Bao. She looked down at the other two little ones. "You two, hold on a little longer and help mother carry the baskets. Mother will take you to eat meat." The three little ones exchanged incredulous glances. She had just referred to herself as their mother. It was important to note that the reason the cubs in the tribe called them wildlings was because they had heard it from her own lips. After saying this, Yi Meow Meow took the lead and walked forward, prompting Yin Song and Yin Bai to follow suit, concerned for Yin Bao. "Yin Bao, mother has a question for you. Do you know where that little chubby one lives?" Yi Meow Meow was unfamiliar with the paths, so to prevent the little ones from noticing anything amiss, she sought to coax them into directing her. Yin Bao nestled against Yi Meow Meow's shoulder and instinctively looked at her elder brothers. After receiving their nod of approval, she extended her small hand to point the way. "Big brother." Just as Yin Bai was about to speak, Yin Song shook his head at him and whispered, "Let us see what she intends to do first. If she dares to harm Bao, we will fight her. Yi Meow Meow, overhearing Yin Song's self-assured whisper, sighed inwardly. The first step was indeed the hardest. It seemed she still had a long way to go to earn the three little ones' trust. "We've arrived. Ahead is Hu Zhuang's home." Following the direction of Yin Bao's finger, Yi Meow Meow spotted a dirt cave on a hillside, its entrance cluttered with debris and smoke billowing from a hole in the roof. Hu Zhuang had 5 fathers, all of whom were formidable. This cave wasn't originally theirs, but had been forcibly taken from others. Yi Meow Meow realized that most beastmen lived in wooden houses, and those who resided in caves were quite impressive. For caves maintained warmth in winter and coolness in summer, proving sturdier than wooden houses. Moreover, the geographical locations of tribes varied, and finding a cave suitable for habitation was a rarity. "Wait here. Mother will go inside to fetch some meat for you." Yi Meow Meow was undeterred by the number of formidable fathers Hu Zhuang had in the beast world. The first rule of survival was that no beastman could harm a female. The consequences ranged from being expelled from the tribe to being cast off a cliff to face the wild beasts alone. "Hu Zhuang's mother, come out and speak." Yi Meow Meow set Yin Bao down, took the broken baskets from Yin Song and Yin Bai's hands, and strode confidently into the cave. Chapter 4. There's meat to eat with an air of determination. Yi Meow Meow entered the cave, tossing the broken baskets directly at the stout female before her. Hu Zhuang's mother. "Take a good look. These are the baskets your Hu Zhuang has destroyed. 1 basket. 1 piece of meat. Compensate." Yi Meow Meow had already discerned Hu Zhuang's mother's temperament from her observations prior to entering. The profile in her space, though brief, succinctly captured the essence of her fierce, unruly, and domineering nature. It was clear to Yi Meow Meow that if she approached her with reason, she might not acquiesce, so she decided to revert to her old assertive ways. Throwing a tantrum was her forte. Hu Zhuang's mother, momentarily taken aback, was known throughout the tribe for her formidable stature, and the other females avoided her presence. Did Yi Meow Meow truly dare to approach her in search of food? You two must be the parents of Hu Zhuang, right? You should come and reason with me. Your child Hu Zhuang has caused trouble. Should you, as his parents, not intervene? If you choose to remain indifferent, I shall seek out the clan leader and report how you have conspired to bully an outsider like me. A mere female, I es it your intention to sever the means of survival for our clan? Most of the orcs in our tribe are native to this land, while Yi Meow Meow and Yin Jian were merely found nearby by the clan leader, resembling abandoned waifs left outside the tribe. When the clan leader found them, they were still mere juveniles. He earnestly desires the prosperity of our tribe and thus treasures the newly joined orcs, especially the females, for they embody the hope of survival. A tribe rich in females has a promising future. Hence, the greatest taboo among orcs is to harm a female. Why Meow Meow, with tears streaming down her face, lamented, "How pitiful that my Yin Jian is injured and cannot hunt, that I rely solely on this meager skill to exchange for meat. If the clan leader does not take my side, I shall take my children and leave." Revealing to the other tribes what kind of place Tooty Mountain truly is. Let us see who would dare to settle here. Hu Zhuang's mother replied, "Very well. Let us go together and seek the clan leader's judgment. It cannot be that you alone dictate the terms." Accustomed to being assertive, she was not easily swayed by Yi Meow Meow. However, the other two males were more perceptive. They understood how the clan leader would rule in this matter and were well aware of Hu Zhuang's character. His bullying of Yin Song's children was not a recent development, yet Yi Meow Meow had never sought redress until now, and Yin Jian could hardly leave the confines of their home. "What are you staring at? I have yet to settle accounts with you for past grievances. If you do not make your stance clear today, this matter cannot be resolved with mere meat." Yi Meow Meow could see the astonished and probing gazes of the two males, and she seized the initiative, saying, "It seems you do not intend to compensate me. Let's not waste any more time. We shall seek the clan leader now." She consistently placed the stern and just clan leader at the forefront of her arguments. After exchanging glances, the two males decided it would be best to de-escalate the situation. "Why should you two give her meat? A shameless female like her deserves to marry a cripple and starve to death. Even if this reaches the clan leader, I fear not at why Meow Meow successfully acquired the meat." Disregarding the insults hurled at her by Hu Zhuang's mother, with one hand clutching the meat and the other cradling Yin Bei'er, she made her way home. She truly needed this meat, not merely for herself. Such tender morsels were too precious to share with others. Yin Song and Yin Bai continued to murmur behind her, while Yin Bei'er gazed longingly at the meat, swallowing nervously and covering her eyes whenever Yi Meow Meow turned to look at her. "Bei'er is not hungry. Bei'er will not eat anything." This little girl seemed terrified of making eye contact, her small frame stiff in Yi Meow Meow's embrace. Whose stomach just growled. Yi Meow Meow, holding the adorable child, could not resist teasing her. Inber's face flushed crimson like an apple. Her tiny lips pursed tightly as she shook her head, fearing that speaking would cause her drool to spill. Seeing her like this only spurred Yi Meow Meow to quicken her pace. The three children had been hungry for far too long, and she needed to hurry back to prepare a meal for them. As for Hu Zhuang's mother, that foul woman, she would have her reckoning one day. Upon entering her home, she set Yin Bei'er down, and immediately Yin Song and Yin Bai positioned themselves protectively behind her, their eyes wide with vigilance. "Hello, go outside. Don't be angry, in just one glance." The two children shrank back, speaking as they pulled Yin Bei'er away toward the door that will eat soon. "Don T wander 2FAR. Yin Meow Meow called after them, not expecting them to flee even faster, as if being chased by a ghost. What good is meat without seasoning? Yi Meow Meow attempted to open her spatial storage in hopes of luck, and to her surprise, several new items appeared on the shelf. The spice jars were too conspicuous, so she poured some of the powder into a stone bowl for later use. She glanced at another jar of medicinal powder. Pondering its purpose, it was said that the space would not contain useless items, so this powder must serve a purpose. Yet, for whom was it intended? Never mind, she decided to focus on preparing the meat first. As she herself was on the verge of fainting from hunger, like tea this time, orcs did not possess pots. Most roasted meat over an open flame, while some had learned to encase meat in clay and bury it in the fire to slow cook. However, that was far too labor-intensive. Why Meow Meow contemplated for a moment before washing the meat clean, flipping the stone basin over to place the meat atop it, and using a stone blade to cut it into small, even cubes. The stone blade was not as sharp as a knife, making it somewhat time-consuming to use. She stepped outside to call the children back. Although they were reluctant to approach her, fear kept them from disobeying. The expressions of furrowed brows and indecision on their faces were utterly adorable. Take Inba to fetch some slender twigs. Inbayur, you sit quietly and wait for your mother to prepare the grilled meat for you. Seeing the three children gazing at her with the same bewildered expression, she placed her hands on her hips and declared, "Do as I say." Immediately, Inbayur was the first to turn and scurry back into the wooden house. Sitting against the wall with her knees hugged tightly to her chest, her large eyes fixed ahead, appearing as earnest as a diligent student in class. Song, too, led Inbai outside, and the children were quick to carry out this modest task. Just as Meow Meow had kindled the fire, they returned, twigs in hand. Go wash your hands in that stone basin. Then sit down and wait. Why Meow Meow accepted the twigs and began to skewer the meat. She focused intently on her task, momentarily oblivious to Song's gaze upon her. The metal grate lay across the fire, a secret acquisition from her spatial storage. She arranged the skewers of meat upon it and sprinkled some seasoning powder over them. The fire crackled just right, the sizzle mingling with the fragrant aroma wafting through the air. Keep an eye on the meat. If it begins to burn, let your mother know. Meow Meow intended to prepare some dipping sauce, secretly slicing a few garlic cloves to add in. She had hoped to pair it with some fresh greens, but her spatial storage had proven miserly. Despite her earlier calls, she had only managed to procure a small amount of garlic, and there was not a single green leaf in sight. Once everything was prepared, she realized that the room lacked tables and chairs, and the three children were seated upon the ground. Chapter 5. Jian fell ill. Meow Meow contemplated for a moment, deciding to fold her sleeping mat made of animal skins and place the stone basin and bowl upon it, sitting on the ground alongside the children. Oh dear. Though the ground appeared even, it was still rather uncomfortable. Meat. Song, noticing the smoke rising from the meat, grew anxious that it might burn. He wanted to alert Meow Meow, but was unsure how to express himself, becoming flustered and stammering. Meow Meow was already aware that it was time to flip the skewers, and she deliberately sought to observe Song's reaction. This little one was the backbone for his younger siblings, and he was her first target for winning over. Just flip it like this, and in a little while, we'll be able to eat. Song's eyes were wide with urgency, yet he remained silent. Refusing to call her mother, why Meow Meow could not allow the meat to burn. She patiently flipped each skewer, the sounds of slurping saliva drawing her attention. Inbai immediately buried his head, while Inbayur continued to stare hungrily at the skewers. And Song, unable to contain himself, licked his lips. The children were still so young, and the allure of food was too overwhelming for them to resist, that Meow Meow felt both amused and pained. It should be done now. She took one of the skewers and placed it in the stone basin, using a twig to pry open the meat to check its doneness, satisfied that it was thoroughly cooked. She sprinkled some cumin and sesame seeds over it before presenting it to Inbayur. Each skewer contained 3 pieces of meat, with long twigs left on either end to make it easier for the children to hold. To prevent them from burning themselves, Meow Meow had wrapped the ends of the twigs in leaves. Bayur, eat quickly. Inbayur gazed at the skewer presented before her, saliva nearly pooling at her feet. Yet her rational mind warned her that the female before her was unlikely to be so kind-hearted. After all, she had just sprinkled a multitude of strange powders atop the meat, which smelled rather overpowering. Are you trying to poison us to give birth to new cubs? If the clan leader finds out, he will surely cast you off the edge of the beast cliff. Suddenly, Song snatched the skewer from Meow Meow's hands and hurled it to the ground. Shouting angrily, "How can there be such a malicious female in our tribe? Which mother does not love her children? You hit us, scold us, and refuse to give us meat, then aren't you afraid of the beast god as punishment? Yin Song stood defiantly in front of his younger siblings, fully aware he could not contend with Yi Miao Miao. Yet he could not bear to watching Bear be harmed. From his furious words, Yi Miao Miao finally gleaned some understanding. It seemed they believed that the cumin and sesame seasoning was poison. They were indeed quite alert. You've misunderstood your mother. Why Yi Miao Miao understood that at this moment, any explanations would be futile. The original owner's malicious deeds were deeply ingrained in the minds of the little ones, and their hatred and wariness towards her were entirely justified. That if you remain unconvinced, then mother will have a piece first. With that, Yi Miao Miao picked up a skewer of meat from the ground, gently blowing off the dust before rinsing it in clean water, then re-seasoning it with cumin and sesame. In the beast world, where resources were scarce and space was limited, this meat was barely enough for a single meal, and Yi Miao Miao was loath to waste even a morsel. As she consumed the meat, the three little ones simultaneously made sounds of swallowing, their eyes wide with anticipation. With each bite she took, they mimicked her, smacking their little mouths in unison. Now that mother has eaten, it proves the meat is safe. If you're still concerned, I can have another piece. Don't. Yinbai instinctively protested, only to quickly retract his head, lowering it. We're not hungry. You can eat it all. Even at this juncture, they remained stubborn to why Yi Miao Miao shook her head and decided to tend to Yinbei first. She pulled him into her embrace, tearing off a piece of the fragrant tender meat and offering it to the little one's mouth, softly coaxing, "Open wide. Mother's cooking is quite delightful." Unable to resist the aroma, Yinbei quickly began to chew the moment the meat reached his lips. Yin Song and Yinbai looked on with anxious expressions, wishing to intervene, but it was too late. Rest assured, I've eaten it without issue. Yi Miao Miao's words effectively rooted them in place. Yin Ding having gone 2 days without food, swallowed a piece of meat before even bothering to chew, and Yi Miao Miao deftly seized the moment, feeding him another chunk. After consuming 2 skewers, Yinbei finally paused, a hint of shyness creeping in. Brother should eat too. Still unable to meet Yi Miao Miao's gaze, she whispered, "Bear is too full. I can't eat anymore." Yi Miao Miao gently rubbed her little belly, noting that it was not full at all. Clearly, the child was merely concerned about her 2 brothers and anxious that there might not be enough meat for them. Bear, have another skewer, but this time, chew slowly. Mother will roast the remaining meat. Have no fear, there will be plenty for everyone. Yi Miao Miao handed another skewer to Yinbei, who hesitated momentarily before accepting it, bringing her a sense of relief. You too should eat as well. These are seasonings, just like salt powder. In the future, our meals will always feature different seasonings, and mother will share the same food as you. How could I possibly poison you? Yi Miao Miao smiled as she explained, nudging the stone basin filled with skewers towards the other 2 children. Seeing her rise to prepare more skewers, Yin Song and Yinbai finally grabbed the meat and began to devour it ravenously, savoring each bite, even licking the sticks clean. Having witnessed Yi Miao Miao's experiment, they no longer fretted over the potential for poison in the meat, yet they still harbored some doubt about her benevolence, fearing that once they were satiated, she might harbor ulterior motives. However, those worries could wait. Their immediate priority was to fill their stomachs. Yinbei clutched her skewer tightly, reluctant to eat any more. When Yi Miao Miao turned to look at her, she shyly lowered her head. Yi Miao Miao patiently reassured her, "Bear, there's no need to worry. Look, there are plenty of skewers on the fire, enough for you and your brothers to enjoy a hearty meal. Can father eat too?" The question from Yinbei finally jogged Yi Miao Miao's memory. She had felt something was amiss. Of course. Although Yin Jian is currently incapacitated, relying on weaving baskets to survive, the books mentioned he would become the greatest villain in the beast world. Once he turns dark, the world will be engulfed in turmoil, and that would spell my demise. Thus, to prolong her life, she needed to ensure the well-being of the children's father first. "Bear, where is your father?" Yi Miao Miao realized she had yet to see Yin Jian since her arrival and had no idea of his whereabouts at the tea that moment. The other 2 children also stood frozen, but they quickly sprang into action, racing towards the door. Shortly thereafter, Yi Miao Miao heard cries from another room. "Father, please wake up. Father, you can't die. That female has long wanted to bear cubs with Hu Tian. We will surely be killed by her." Upon hearing Hu Tian's name, Yi Miao Miao felt a wave of frustration. She hurriedly took Yin Bei'er to investigate, only to find Yin Jian pale and collapsed on the ground. Chapter 6. Unworthy of him, Yin Jian's complexion was ashen and his body cold. Yi Miao Miao wrapped him in animal skins as he began to convulse, his temperature rising steadily. With a wail, Yin Bei'er burst into tears. Father is dying. After Leopard Chun's father fell ill, he fluctuated between cold and hot. And after just 2 days, he passed away. What will we do, brother and second brother, if father dies too? Yin Bei'er cried, unable to catch her breath, while Yin Song and Yin Bai were equally distressed. Suddenly, Yin Song grabbed the animal skin wrapped around Yin Jian and dashed outside. Brother, I'm going to find the clan doctor to save father. Seeking the clan doctor required trading animal skins for medicine, and Yin Song realized that his actions would undoubtedly incur Yi Miao Miao's wrath, especially since the animal skin was one she had just retrieved from her dwelling. Typically, males were not even allowed to touch such items. However, nothing mattered more than their father's life. If it meant saving him, he would accept any punishment from Yi Miao Miao. Yin Song ran swiftly, and when Yin Bai attempted to follow, Yi Miao Miao stopped him. Go fetch some water for your father to cool his body. With Yin Jian burning with fever, Yi Miao Miao thought to physically lower his temperature. Yin Bai was tasked with fetching water while she soaked the animal skin and wiped Yin Jian's body. Feeling quite flustered, Yin Bei'er, wiping her tears, also wanted to help, but lacking her brother's strength, she couldn't even lift the stone basin and was no match for Yi Miao Miao's nimbleness, leaving her feeling anxious. It was uncertain whether the clan doctor had any medicine left. Leopard Chun's father had taken medicine when he fell ill, but it had proven ineffective. Medicine? Yi Miao Miao suddenly discarded the animal skin she held, scooped up Yin Bei'er, and planted a firm kiss on her cheek. Good Bei'er, wait here. Mother will go fetch the medicine. In her haste, she had forgotten about the vial of medicine in her storage space. And now it dawned on her what that bottle on the shelf was for. Upon returning with the medicine, she noticed a line of small characters on the vial. Following the instructions, she poured a capful of powder into a stone bowl, mixed it with clean water, and attempted to feed it to Yin Jian. However, the unconscious Yin Jian could not swallow on his own, and the white liquid flowed from the corner of his mouth. Not a drop reaching his throat, that Yi Miao Miao, undeterred, tried several more times, but to no avail. That I's father dead. Father cannot die. If he dies, we cannot survive either. Yin Bei'er and Yin Bai cried out in desperation upon seeing Yin Jian's condition. Yi Miao Miao felt a surge of frustration and, with no other option, drank a mouthful of the medicine herself before gritting her teeth and feeding it to Yin Jian. What a calamity! In her previous life, she had never even touched a man's hand, and now, without even having seen the face of her children's father, she was forced in a mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Hurry, hurry! If you don't, my father will die. A flurry of footsteps approached from outside. When Yi Miao Miao looked up, she saw several males rushing in, followed closely by a small child squeezing between their legs, urgently shouting, "Uncle Clan Doctor, please save my father." The atmosphere grew tense as the bewildered males gaped at the scene inside. Although beastmen typically wore only leather skirts for modesty, Yi Miao Miao's position atop Yin Jian was somewhat indiscreet. Additionally, Yin Jian's pale complexion made his nearly bare body appear all the more frail, and her earlier act of mouth-to-mouth feeding was unmistakably evident to the beastmen. Thus, without grasping the full reality, the beastmen assumed that Yi Miao Miao was coercing Yin Jian into some unspeakable act that had led to his current state of illness. Yi Miao Miao, if your heat period has arrived, you may come to me. I have already spoken with 2 men, and he is willing to become your second mate. Why must you force the crippled Yin Jian? Indeed, the chief has spoken. Look at what you've done to him. It seems he may not survive. An older male stepped forward, pushing Yi Miao Miao aside as he reached for Yin Jian's chest. Shaking his head with a sigh, his heartbeat is weak, and his breathing is shallow. Chief, I fear he may not make it. Upon hearing the clan doctor's words, the 3 children burst into tears, while the chief looked at Yi Miao Miao with disappointment. We know you are capable of bearing children, and the tribe hopes you will have more litters to strengthen our clan, but you should never have laid hands on Yin Jian. You know better than anyone whether he can endure. Why force him? Listen, what a cacophony of harsh words. It seems that Yi Miao Miao can hardly contain her impatience to exhibit such behavior. After being chastised by the clan leader and subjected to the scrutinizing gazes of several others, Yi Miao Miao felt a surge of anger and indignation. She raised the stone bowl in her hand before them. "Esteemed clan leader, please observe closely that I am administering medicine to Yin Jian. He is unconscious and cannot swallow the potion on his own. So I am compelled to use this method. That I estimate that your minds are consumed solely by the trivial matter of breeding." The clan physician hastily took the stone bowl from Yi Miao Miao's hands and inspected it, exhaling in relief upon discovering the remnants of medicinal powder within. "Clan leader, there may still be hope for Yin Jian." "Hope? No, it is imperative that he survives." When Yi Miao Miao retrieved the medicine from her space, her tablet had displayed a new notification. If Yin Jian were to perish, the 3 cubs would succumb to darkness 5 years hence, transforming into little demons of the beast world, slaughtering countless beasts and devouring their essence, only to rapidly expand into beastly monsters. However, due to their unstable foundations and overwhelming inner demons, they would soon meet their tragic end at the hands of justice. Though her time with the cubs had been brief, she had genuinely grown fond of the 3 little souls and could not bear to witness a grim fate befall them. Moreover, the first being they would kill upon succumbing to darkness would be her. With a grim expression, Yi Miao Miao cradled the hiccuping Yin Bear. The clan leader, observing her demeanor, spoke soothingly. "Since Yin Jian has taken the medicine, you must care for him well. He cannot labor for the next few days. And there is no food at home to exchange. Come by the clan later. I shall allocate some meat for you to take back." In light of the food, Yi Miao Miao forced a smile and expressed her gratitude. Yet in the next moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to hurl the clan leader away. "As for the matter of 2 men, if you are prepared, I shall allow him to stay over to assist you in caring for the cubs. However, you must promise me one thing. Regardless of how many cubs you have, Yin Song and the others must not go hungry again." Just as Yi Miao Miao was about to retort, the clan leader continued, "If you demonstrate good behavior, I shall arrange for a new male for you next year. You are young and beautiful, and many males in the clan would be willing to accept you." With that, the clan leader departed, leaving no room for Yi Miao Miao to voice her opinions, and she was blocked by a male behind the clan leader. Misunderstanding her intentions, he said, "Yi Miao Miao, do not overestimate your worth. 2 men's willingness to associate with you is merely due to the clan leader's influence. Hu Tian is the strongest male in our clan, and you will never be worthy of him." Chapter 7. Exile from the tribe Yin Jian remained in a deep slumber, while Yin Song and Yin Bai took turns caring for him. Yin Bei'er was held closely by Yi Miao Miao. Unfortunately, the little girl had not yet developed sufficient trust in her, and without adopting some firm measures, none of the cubs were inclined to approach her, with the clan leader's words in mind. Yi Miao Miao did not hold back. The very next morning, she took Yin Bei'er to the clan leader's residence to request supplies, successfully acquiring a basket of potatoes and 2 sizable pieces of raw meat. In light of the food, Yi Miao Miao chose not to dwell on the clan leader's earlier reprimands. Yet she seized the opportunity to assert her stance. She did not require a second male. The clan leader appeared skeptical, his expression mirroring that of Yin Bei'er's surprise. "What? Are you still harboring thoughts of Hu Tian?" Just as the clan leader opened his mouth, his mate approached with an expression of displeasure directed at Yi Miao Miao. "Hu Tian and Bai Ling have already become mates. If you truly look down on 2 men, so be it, for no other male in the tribe would be willing to associate with you." From the first day she arrived in this beast world, she had been warned repeatedly against harboring fantasies about Hu Tian. Reflecting on the original owner's past misconceptions, Yi Miao Miao chose not to argue further, resolving to keep her distance from Hu Tian in the future. Yet now, she felt compelled to speak up. "Clan leader, sister-in-law, I acknowledge that I have made many mistakes in the past and have offended numerous individuals. However, I have come to realize my errors, and from now on, I shall not provoke Hu Tian any longer, not merely because he has a mate, but more importantly, I no longer desire him." The clan leader and his mate exchanged glances, both shaking their heads in disbelief. "Do you think that by rejecting 2 men with such excuses, you will still have an opportunity to approach me? You are sorely mistaken," but a hearty voice rang out from behind. And as Yi Miao Miao turned, she saw a tall, robust man and a gentle woman approaching her. Hu Tian and Bai Ling last year, when the clan leader arranged for you to mate with Hu Shan. You rejected him in the same manner. Yet, during your heat, you rushed to my home like a mad woman. Had I not dodged quickly, would you not have succeeded? The mere thought of that incident, where he nearly succumbed to Yi Miao Miao's advances, made Hu Tian's veins bulge, his teeth grinding audibly. Tian Gu, that won't happen again. I will remain by your side to ensure she has no opportunity. Bai Ling glared at Yi Miao Miao with indignation, but softened her gaze upon seeing the cub in Yi Miao Miao's arms. Bei'er, Annie is meat for you. Come here quickly. Yin Bei'er instinctively stirred, but then obediently nestled against Yi Miao Miao's shoulder, cautiously glancing at her profile. Noticing that she was not truly angry, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Bei'er, when Annie Bai Ling speaks to you, you should respond that it was only after Yi Miao Miao prompted that Yin Bei'er dare to speak. Thank you, Annie. Bei'er is not hungry. I do not want to eat meat. The little girl's timid and cautious demeanor only deepened the misunderstandings among the onlookers. Why Yin Miao Miao? While I do not concern myself with your circumstances, though Yin Bei'er is your cub, she is also a little female of the tribe. We all have an obligation to care for her. Look at how thin she has become, and she is still afraid to voice her hunger due to your threats. Indeed, Yin Bei'er was quite slender. When Yi Miao Miao held her, it felt like cradling a mere pillow, causing her both acknowledgement and heartache. So, would you like to eat? All the meat she had retrieved from Hu Zhuang's home had been roasted, and the cubs had eaten their fill. In the morning, she had also managed to acquire a bag of millet from her space. Cooking porridge to fill their bellies, she had been contemplating how to prepare lunch with the food obtained from the clan leader. Yin Bei'er did have a slight desire to eat. Typically, Bai Ling would sneak them bits of meat. Not only Bai Ling, but many of the tribe's female aunts had also fed them. However, should Yi Miao Miao find out, she would storm over to their homes and even threaten to abandon the cubs for others to adopt. Hunting was not always fruitful, and raising a cub was a significant undertaking. Who would dare generously accept 3 cubs at once? Especially with Yi Miao Miao, who could throw a tantrum at any moment, hovering over them? Thus, over time, apart from Bai Ling, who would occasionally feed them, other females had learned to keep their distance from such matters. Disturbed by Bai Ling's glare, Yi Miao Miao, unwilling to let Yin Bei'er go hungry, sought her opinion. If you wish to eat, go ask Annie for some. Later, your mother will roast some meat and return a piece to Annie. All right, that is unnecessary. Just do not scold the cubs for such matters anymore. Without waiting for Yin Bei'er to respond, Bai Ling stepped forward and pressed the meat into her hands, concluding with a gentle smile. Bei'er, if your mother scolds you again, come tell the clan leader. He will stand up for you. Yin Bei'er stared blankly at the meat in her hands, her little mouth watering as she nearly failed to contain her saliva. Yi Miao Miao, as you can see, Hu Tian and Bai Ling are a perfect match. Let us settle the matter of 2 men here. You need not offer further explanations that if you truly have no feelings for Hu Tian, you should accept 2 men. Otherwise, how can you expect anyone to believe you? The clan leader interjected, redirecting the conversation, why Yi Miao Miao returned to her senses and, after placing Yin Bei'er aside, to eat the meat. Step back toward the group. If you do not believe me, then I shall make an oath, and that should suffice. I, Yi Miao Miao, hereby swear before the beast god that if I still harbor thoughts of becoming mates with Hu Tian, let me be expelled from the tribe and perish from starvation. The beast people were most loyal to the beast god, firmly believing that he was the light that punished evil and rewarded good. Anyone bold enough to make an oath before him would be taken seriously, as no one could withstand the beast god's wrath and punishment. Why Yin Miao Miao's declaration left those present momentarily speechless. While Yin Bei'er, not far away, stared at her with wide eyes, salivating. This mischievous female truly swore an oath. Previously, her most frequent activity had been delivering gifts to Hu Tian, meat, furs, and the meticulously woven baskets crafted by her father. Anything found in her home, she was eager to bestow upon Hu Tian. Although he had never accepted her offerings, she continued to bring them daily, oblivious to what had become of those rejected gifts. Moreover, the wicked female often proclaims her desire to bear a new litter with Hu Tian, for she harbors a deep disdain for the current group, wishing fervently that they had never appeared. She now vows to cease her pursuit of Hu Tian and has rejected the chief's arrangements. Does this imply that she no longer wishes to conceive new offspring? Yin Bao has been cradled by Yi Miao Miao several times. And within her heart, she feels a certain longing for that warm embrace, particularly enchanted by the gentle tone with which she calls her name, as well as the sweetness of the kiss she received yesterday, akin to tasting honey. Although it remains uncertain whether Yi Miao Miao will truly refrain from scolding them as she did in the past, at the very least, she is aware of her own feelings. She has developed an affection for the current Yi Miao Miao. As Yin Bao contemplates this, Yi Miao Miao approaches her, lifting the dazed child and heading towards home, never once casting a glance at Hu Tian. One cannot trust the words of this female. She is capable of any deed, relying on the chief's assurance that she will not be driven away to speak so brazenly, gazing at Yi Miao Miao's retreating figure. Hu Tian's expression remains clouded with gloom, while Bai Ling clings to his arm, furrowing her brow and saying, "Why do I feel that she is unlike her usual self?" Chapter 8. The Beast Spirit Possession. If one were to determine who in the tribe knows Yi Miao Miao best, it would undoubtedly be Bai Ling, though Hu Tian holds Yi Miao Miao in disdain. The competition among females is both fierce and ruthless. The beastmen face numerous dangers daily: earthquakes, floods, lightning strikes, and venomous creatures. Encountering any one of these could spell death for them. Thus, the role of females is of paramount importance, especially those capable of birthing 3 or 4 offspring in a single litter, regarded as blessings for the tribe. Despite Yi Miao Miao's reputation for being troublesome and disliked, she is undeniably adept at bearing children. After pairing with Yin Jian, she gave birth to 4 cubs in just 1 year, all in a single litter. Females like Yi Miao Miao should be the target of competition among males, yet her poor beastly qualities deter many suitors. However, during times of decline for the tribe, males like Hu Tian might very well compromise for the sake of strengthening their community. After all, the stronger the male, the greater the hope for their offspring. Since a few years ago, Hu Taoqian has been persistently attacked by rogue beasts. Whenever females and cubs are abducted, the chief leads the beastmen to drive away these intruders. Occasionally, they manage to rescue the females, but more often than not, luck is not on their side, resulting in the deaths of numerous males within the tribe. Each year, the chief arranges strong mates for the estrus females. Naturally, voluntary unions are preferred, but if that fails, he acts as a matchmaker, tirelessly working through season after season. Bai Ling has longed to become Hu Tian's mate, and he has eagerly awaited this, yet her estrus period has arrived later than expected. Fortunately, they are now partners. Otherwise, given the current state of the tribe, the chief might have persuaded Hu Tian to settle for Yi Miao Miao. Thus, in Bai Ling's eyes, if Yi Miao Miao possesses sufficient patience and determination, she may not be entirely without hope of winning over Hu Tian. However, having just sworn allegiance to the beast god, her gaze towards Hu Tian lacks the fervor it once held. Bai Ling cannot help but recall that night in the forest, when the leopard mercilessly scolded Yi Miao Miao. She neither retorted as usual nor deliberately positioned herself closer to Hu Tian, but quietly followed behind the group. This is not characteristic of Yi Miao Miao. Her tone and expression seem too different that a bold thought crosses Bai Ling's mind. Could it be that Yi Miao Miao has been possessed by a beast spirit? What is it? Bai Ling gazes intently in the direction Yi Miao Miao has gone, prompting a concerned Hu Tian to inquire. Males can only be loyal to one mate. Otherwise, they will incur the wrath of the beast god. Hu Tian, vow before the beast god that in this life and the next, I shall heed only you, my female, or else. Fearful that Bai Ling might still be troubled by thoughts of Yi Miao Miao, he hastily speaks, only to be silenced by her hand over his mouth. Brother Tian, I trust you. She forbids him from speaking words that might undermine her confidence. Then you mustn't entertain such thoughts any longer. Agreed. The affectionate exchange between the two pleases the chief immensely. Hu Tian is the strongest male in the tribe, and Bai Ling is the kindest female, ensuring that their offspring will undoubtedly excel. Should Bai Ling bear multiple litters, each with several cubs, their tribe might become the most formidable in the beast world. Yet, Yi Miao Miao cannot squander her advantageous constitution, prompting the chief to decide that rabbit men should move in with Yi Miao Miao without delay, with Yin Jian's leg injury preventing him from hunting. If no male assists Yi Miao Miao in raising the cubs, their family will once again face the hardships of winter like beggars. Achoo! upon returning to her wooden hut, just as Yi Meow Meow prepares to boil a pot of soup. She sneezes thrice in quick succession. Hastily, she sets down the stone spoon to peer into her space. There are no important reminders on the tablet, nor any new items on the shelf. She resumes stirring the soup in the stone pot. The potatoes are a gift from the chief, and the few small noodles are from her space. With some seasoning, she concocts a simple noodle soup, then slices the meat to roast. Her culinary skills are not exceptional. Yet with quality ingredients, the taste remains satisfactory. Most importantly, the cubs have endured hardship and have seldom had a taste of fine food, thus finding her meals particularly delightful. Bauer, come taste the saltiness of this soup. Bauer, obediently seated at the base of the wall, leans forward as Yi Meow Meow scoops a spoonful of soup, blowing on it before offering it to her. The little one first licks with her tiny tongue. Then, under Yi Meow Meow's expectant gaze, slurps up the broth until the spoon is empty. How is it? Yi Meow Meow, who prefers lightly flavored food, worries that the cubs might not be accustomed to it. Delicious, Bauer responds softly, casting a glance at the stone pot. You like it? Then mother will serve you a bowl. Speaking of bowls, Yi Meow Meow finds herself at a loss. Apart from a stone basin for water and a stone pot and spoon for cooking, she has no other kitchenware. Unbeknownst to her, Jian had previously crafted stone bowls for each cub, only to have them discarded by the original owner. To Bauer, go call your brothers to eat together. Mother will go roast some meat first. Reluctantly, Yi Meow Meow allows the cubs to share from a single pot, reassured by their strong sibling bond that they won't fight over food, having undergone prior adjustments. The three cubs no longer resist her cooking. Song and Bai, just as curious about the noodle soup as Bauer, employ the same method of tasting, first licking the soup with their tongues, followed by their eyes lighting up as if they have opened the door to a new world. There's also roasted meat here. Remember to leave some noodle soup for father. Jian, still asleep, remains oblivious to what is happening around him. However, at least he is no longer feverish. Why Meow Meow considers his lean, pale frame, guessing that his poor treatment and meager meals are the cause. And thus she chops a piece of meat into a paste with a stone knife, planning to add it to the pot later so that Jian can also receive more nourishment. As the three cubs take turns scooping soup, they suddenly pause at her words, murmuring amongst themselves. Eldest brother, the female hasn't eaten either. Bauer speaks first, followed by Bai. She only had 2 skewers of roasted meat yesterday. I wonder if she has eaten anything else behind our backs. Bai turns to Bauer. You slept beside her last night. What do you think? Bauer shakes her head, while Song furrows his brow. The female never allows herself to go hungry. How could she suddenly be eating so little? Bai suggests. Could it be because we ate too much? His observation rings true. The roasted meat from last night was exceptionally fragrant. Despite the interruption caused by Jian's illness, they still gathered around him and consumed all the skewers. They had intended to share with Jian, but alas, his mouth was firmly shut and the skewers would spoil overnight, leaving them no choice but to finish everything to avoid waste. The 2 skewers Yi Meow Meow managed to eat were willingly offered to her by Bauer. It is no wonder that daughters are considered their mother's little cotton-padded jackets. Then let us eat a little less today, so there is more for the female. Bai and Bauer nod in agreement with Song's suggestion. The female used to throw fits whenever she was hungry. Although she has been quite pleasant from yesterday to today, they do not wish to relive that nightmare. That why Meow Meow overhears their whispers while roasting the meat, feeling a genuine amusement in her heart. Children are indeed children. Do they think she is deaf? Chapter 9. Never meet her again in this lifetime. The little ones were not motivated by genuine sympathy for her, yet they still took her feelings into consideration. And a warm current seemed to flow through Yi Meow Meow's heart, a stone pot of soup rice, complemented by 7 or 8 slices of grilled meat, marked the completion of the lunch for her and the 3 little ones. Jian was still deep in slumber, and Yi Meow Meow brought the simmered meat broth closer, gently placing her hand on his forehead. I could see that moment. She found herself in a quandary. How could someone who did not automatically eat be assisted? She recalled a method from a television drama she had once watched, where gently stimulating the throat of an unconscious person could aid in swallowing food. Thus, Yi Meow Meow tentatively extended her hand towards Jian's neck, her palm exploring the area. Just as she was about to apply more force to test her theory, Yin Jian abruptly opened his eyes. Wai Miao Miao felt as if she had been paralyzed by an unseen force. His gaze was terrifying, as if the depths of his eyes, dark as a cold pool, harbored countless lethal arrows poised to strike her down in an instant. I am here to feed you, she stammered, recalling the narrative of Yin Jian's ruthless and bloodthirsty transformation, her heart quaking in fear, nearly biting her own tongue in the process. Leave. Yin Jian coldly uttered the words, and just as he raised his hand to push her away, he closed his eyes again and lost consciousness. Wai Miao Miao was momentarily a loss, staring blankly for a while before reaching out to check his breath. Good, he was still alive, having learned from past experiences. Yi Miao Miao dared not touch Yin Jian again. Even if he could not move his lower body, he was still a serpentine beast, capable of killing with just a few bites infused with venom. Yi Miao Miao valued her life. Otherwise, she would not have gone to such lengths to please the little ones and personally administer medicine to Yin Jian. Singer, come here, she called. Life was precious, and she could not neglect Yin Jian. After much contemplation, she decided it would be safer to have Yin Song by her side. Although Yin Jian loathed her to the core, he held a deep affection for the little ones. If he were to open his eyes and see Yin Song, at least he would not resort to murder to silence her. Yin Song cautiously followed Yi Miao Miao's side, and when he heard her mention needing his help to pry open Yin Jian's mouth, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. The changes in Yi Miao Miao over the past few days have been so drastic that they felt as though they were in a dream. Constantly fearing that one day she might revert to her former cruel self. Your father is in this state and can only rely on us to feed him. Your mother cannot manage this alone. So I need your assistance. Yi Miao Miao spoke. She scooped the meat broth and fed it to Yin Jian, gently stroking his neck. Upon seeing his Adam's apple move up and down, a smile unconsciously graced her lips. How wonderful! He swallowed tea this moment. Yi Miao Miao was in the bloom of youth, her features exquisite and her skin fair and delicate. When she smiled, she radiated a brightness akin to the sun. Yin Song was momentarily stunned, and it was only when Yi Miao Miao pinched his cheek that he regained his senses, immediately lowering his head, feeling shy about staring at her. His mother was so beautiful, more so than any female in the tribe. If she could always treat them and their father like this, he would be content even without daily meat. What is wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Yi Miao Miao noticed the redness spreading from Yin Song's face down to his neck, and her concern grew. Yin Jian had just begun to recover from his fever. Surely the little ones had not caught it from him. She set down the stone bowl and lifted Yin Song into her arms, cradling his small face and pressing her forehead against his to check his temperature. Thankfully, it was not too hot. Just slightly warmed. Song, please tell your mother where you feel unwell. Why Yi Miao Miao's actions were so swift that Yin Song had no time to evade. Yet her embrace was so comfortable, and she smelled so fragrant. No wonder Yin Bei'er had not struggled when she held him. Yin Song, in a daze, shook his head at why Yi Miao Miao had never seen him react so sluggishly before and immediately concluded he must also be unwell. Likely just beginning to realize it was not serious yet, she hurriedly set Yin Song down and dashed outside, determined to find medicine in a secluded place. Mother! Watching Yi Miao Miao's swift departure, Yin Song called out softly, then shook his head vigorously. How could he so quickly forget Yi Miao Miao's past cruelty? After just 2 meals, had he been so easily swayed? Yin Song felt a twinge of self-reproach. Ever since Yi Miao Miao had abandoned them in the deep mountains to feed the wolves, he had sworn never to forgive this female. When he grew up, he would take his siblings and leave, never to meet Yi Miao Miao again in this lifetime. Chapter 10. The power of words. Yi Miao Miao found no new medicine in the space. So she had no choice but to boil warm water in a stone basin for Yin Song to drink. However, Yin Song was unwilling to accept her kindness any longer. Angrily, he pushed Yi Miao Miao aside and ran out of the courtyard, prompting Yi Miao Miao to chase after him. Why Yi Miao Miao? What are you doing? Yi Miao Miao was taken aback to encounter Bai Ling outside her own yard. In her haste to catch Yin Song, she did not have time to speak to Bai Ling, who forcefully pushed her to the ground. Mother! Seeing Yi Miao Miao fall and scrape her elbow, Yin Song was momentarily alarmed. almost calling out for her, but he quickly regained his composure. Don't be afraid. Auntie is here. She won't let this female harm you. Bai Ling had long been concerned that Yi Miao Miao's transformation was due to beast spirits possessing her, which led her to observe Yi Miao Miao's home from outside. She did not expect to encounter Yin Song, who was being chased by Yi Miao Miao. In the past, she had often seen the children scattered in fright. It seemed that old habits were hard to break. Yi Miao Miao, do not think that having the chief's protection allows you to continue your wicked ways. If you harm the young ones again, you will certainly be punished by the beast god. Auntie, she didn't. Yin Song attempted to explain, but Bai Ling misconstrued it as him being threatened by Yi Miao Miao. After all, the other two little ones were still inside the house, and this female was utterly devoid of beastly nature when she turned malicious. She had to rush inside to save Yin Bai and Yin Ber. That why Yi Miao Miao had not anticipated that the beast women possessed such strength. She had been caught off guard when pushed down, scraping her elbow and hitting her head hard, leaving her momentarily dazed. By the time she got up to pursue, Bai Ling was already inside the wooden house, without Yi Miao Miao needing to say anything further. The sight of the two little ones with greasy mouths, licking the branches incessantly, made it clear that she had not mistreated them. Auntie, Mother said this piece of meat was prepared to return to you. Bayer is very well behaved and did not overeat. As soon as Yin Bayer saw Bai Ling, he presented the piece of roasted meat that Yi Miao Miao had wrapped in leaves, explaining in a babyish voice. This piece is a bit small, but Mother said we would find a way to catch prey, and then we would definitely return a larger one to Auntie. This is the meat you brought back from the chief. What about the rest? Bai Ling had a vague idea, but still inquired. Yin Bayer pointed towards the grill nearby. There is one piece left for Mother. Mother is feeding Father and hasn't eaten yet. And the others are all in Bayer and Brother's tummies. Auntie, she didn't mean to harm me. I ran out on my own, that it's not her fault. Yin Song chimed in, and at that moment Bai Ling realized she had misunderstood Yi Miao Miao. She felt a wave of regret wash over her. She had always prided herself on being composed. How could she have jumped to conclusions just because she saw Yin Song burst out? Although Yi Miao Miao had committed many wrongs in the past, leading to her being despised, she was now on a path of improvement. As a fellow female of the tribe, Bai Ling should have extended her support and opportunities. The chief often reminded them that the unity of a tribe stems from the kindness shared among its females. Thus, Bai Ling took the initiative to speak to Yi Miao Miao. I misunderstood you earlier. I apologized. As the words left Yi Miao Miao's lips, the little ones and Bai Ling were taken aback, their gazes fixed on her face. Why Yi Miao Miao felt a touch of embarrassment. Yet she understood that to gain the recognition of the little ones and the beastmen, she must assert her voice that I apologize. It was my mistake earlier, and I caused you much harm and distress. Chapter 11. Enmity easily resolved while Yi Miao Miao conversed with Bai Ling. Yin Jian had already awakened. In the year and more that he had been unable to move his legs, his arm strength had significantly increased, allowing him to move his body at a speed comparable to that of a normal person. However, having just recovered from a severe illness, he found himself lacking the strength after moving from inside the house to outside, reluctantly halting his progress. Bai Ling, I was foolish to cling to Hu Tian in the past. Now, all I wish is to raise the three little ones well and fulfill my duties as a mother. You need not worry. I will neither strike nor scold the little ones, nor will I trouble you and Hu Tian again. Bai Ling, destined to be the heroine of the beast realm, is certainly not a timid soul. She possesses a remarkable ability to discern the hearts of others. In that moment, she grasped Yi Miao Miao's hand and spoke. I recognize that you have changed significantly. It is truly wonderful to see you think this way. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Why Yi Miao Miao, however, did not harbor intentions of extracting considerable benefits from Bai Ling. Rather, she believed that having another friend was far preferable to having one less enemy. Oh dear, your arm is bleeding profusely. Allow me to fetch some herbs to tend to your wound, Bai Ling exclaimed as she quickly noticed the grazed elbow of Yi Miao Miao. Yet, Yi Miao Miao, feeling embarrassed, promptly replied, Sunger and Bayer are both knowledgeable about medicinal herbs. We can manage on our own. This statement was not unfounded, as the beastmen had learned from infancy to differentiate between toxic and non-toxic plants. In the early days of their evolution, they often fell victim to poisonous foods, leading to a tradition of imparting survival knowledge to their young from the very beginning. As they conversed, the two made their way to the entrance. With Yi Miao Miao walking sideways to avoid stepping on Yin Jian outside the door. "Oh, my apologies." She could distinctly feel a cold, piercing gaze upon her, and after a moment of startled realization, she cautiously reached out to assist Yin Jian. After all, it would be rather inconsiderate to leave him on the ground. "I am disabled. Have you forgotten?" Yin Jian's voice was low and hoarse, tinged with a hint of restraint. Yi Miao Miao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. In her moment of panic, she had completely forgotten that he could not stand due to his injury. "I shall fetch some herbs. You stay here and look after the two little ones." Yi Miao Miao was eager to escape, so she swiftly returned to the house, scooped up Yin Bei and hurriedly dashed outside, calling out to Bai Ling, "Please come by when you have time." My dear, I fell and hit my head in the forest last time, and I have been feeling rather dizzy lately. There are certain things I cannot remember clearly. Could you assist me?" Just moments before, Yin Bei had been calling her mother with great affection in front of Bai Ling. Yet now, in the privacy of their conversation, he seemed somewhat shy, eventually mumbling, "I am willing to help you." "Then could you tell me more about your father?" Despite being a child, Yin Bei was growing increasingly susceptible to Yi Miao Miao's gentle coaxing. And soon they were engaged in a lively conversation. "Mother, there's an injured wild boar ahead." Suddenly, Yin Bei leaned close to her ear and whispered, "It won't survive. Let us wait for it to die, and then take it home." Yi Miao Miao felt an inexplicable dread at his words, recalling that the book mentioned Yin Bei would one day awaken his beast spirit abilities, granting him the power to communicate effortlessly with all animals. This extraordinary gift had not brought him fortune. Instead, it had thrust him into an abyss of despair. "Bei, speak honestly. How do you know this?" Yi Miao Miao's expression turned serious, and Yin Bei seemed startled, timidly pointing towards the thicket ahead, saying, "It was the little birds in the sky that told me." Chapter 12. An unexpected encounter with a male, Yi Miao Miao cautiously followed the direction of Yin Bei's pointing finger. And indeed, she soon spotted a black wild boar lying on the ground, its abdomen marred by a long gash, as if inflicted by the claws of another creature. Could it be prey captured by other beastmen? "What if they come to claim it?" Yi Miao Miao said, to which Yin Bei immediately shook his head. "No, it was injured by a wild bull." Under Yi Miao Miao's inquisitive gaze, Yin Bei elaborated, "Just now, 2 rabbits ran by. They saw the wild boar wander into the herd of wild bulls and got gored by their horns. It barely managed to escape." There was no denying that Yin Bei could understand the language of animals, which only heightened Yi Miao Miao's unease. "Bei, have you always been able to understand the words of the little birds and rabbits?" Yi Miao Miao spoke gently. "Speak truthfully. I will not blame you. You are my child, and I only wish for your well-being. From now on, I shall double my affection for you and will never scold or strike you and your brother again. That I hope you can give me a chance to change and trust me enough not to hide anything from me." From the moment Yin Bei had called her mother in front of Bai Ling, he had already accepted her as his mother. Now, having heard her words, he made a silent resolution. As long as she no longer scolded him and his brothers, they would treat her with the same kindness as other cubs did towards their mothers in the tribe. When they grew up, they would hunt for her and ensure she was buried deep when she grew old. In the tribe, the corpses of deceased beastmen were often unearthed by scavenging wild animals, prompting many beastmen to dig their graves deeper to ensure their loved ones could rest in peace after death. Ensuring that Yi Miao Miao would not suffer from hunger and that she would not be devoured by wild beasts after her death was the best repayment Yin Bei could conceive. "Bei, tell me, when did you begin to understand their speech?" Yin Bei furrowed his brow, his small face filled with seriousness as he recalled. "Just now." "Just now?" "Yes." Yin Bei nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grains. Bei did not lie. "I just heard the little birds talking." Why Yi Miao Miao had no doubt that he was truthful. Her only concern was whether he had misremembered. More than an hour had passed, yet Yi Miao Miao and Yin Bei had not returned, causing Yin Song and Yin Bai to grow anxious, while Yin Jian's expression darkened. That day, he had heard about Hu Zhuang bullying the 3 cubs and had originally intended to help, but inexplicably, he had suddenly fainted, muddled in a dream. In that dream, a vicious female had fed him medicine mouth to mouth, stripped him of his leather skirt, and even choked him. Yin Jian initially thought the dream absurd, yet he had no idea that it had all transpired in reality. Yin Bai, being rather outspoken, recounted all that had occurred while Yin Jian had been unconscious for the past 2 to 3 days, including Yi Miao Miao's oath before the tribe leader. Father, Bayer heard it with her own ears. She told the tribe leader she would not think of having cubs with other males anymore, right? The young cubs were oblivious to the complex emotions between adult beast men. They only knew that if a female had new cubs, she would no longer care for them, leaving them truly abandoned. Violating an oath would incur the wrath of the beast god. She would not dare. Yin Song added, Father, if she realizes her mistake, should we not take her back? Yin Jian recalled the discussions he had had with the 3 cubs earlier and sought an opportunity to lure Yi Miao Miao outside the tribe, where she could be devoured by wild wolves or abducted by stray beasts, ensuring she would perish outside forever. The 3 cubs had agreed to this plan, having endured torment at Yi Miao Miao's hands. Father, I believe she hasn't been pretending these past few days. Perhaps she has truly changed for the better. Yin Bai was the first to waver, fearing his father's refusal to reconsider. He genuinely yearned for a female's affection, and having experienced it, he was reluctant to see Yi Miao Miao perish. Yin Song had long since formulated a plan, yet he needed his father's approval. After all, they were all victims of Yi Miao Miao's torment, and his father, unable to walk because of her, had no right to make decisions for him. Seeing both cubs gazing at him with hopeful expressions, Yin Jian felt an overwhelming mix of emotions. Let us wait a little longer. After he spoke, the expressions on the cubs' faces visibly relaxed. Why Yi Miao Miao would not have to die just yet, granting them more opportunities to experience the warmth of maternal affection. Big brother, second brother, hurry! Suddenly, the panicked voice of Yin Bear echoed from outside the courtyard, prompting Yin Song and Yin Bai to rush over. Upon seeing Yin Bear return, her face smeared with dirt, their hearts sank with concern. Bayer, what happened to you? Did that female strike you again? Mother, she is on the mountain. Yin Bayer spoke hurriedly, catching her breath before finally explaining that it turned out that while Yi Miao Miao was dragging the wild boar up the mountain, she accidentally rolled down a small slope, and in the process, the boar had fallen on her leg, leaving her unable to move. Father, we must go help her, Yin Song and Yin Bai exclaimed in unison. And upon receiving a nod from Yin Jian, they immediately took Yin Bayer and dashed out. Although they were all siblings, Yin Song and Yin Bai had emerged from their shells first, making them taller and stronger than Yin Bayer. From birth, the cubs had endured Yi Miao Miao's beatings, and Yin Jian had initiated physical training for them early on. If not for the scarcity of food, they would undoubtedly be much stronger than they were now. Who is there? Just as Yi Miao Miao was quietly opening her space to see if there was anything useful at hand, she heard footsteps approaching behind her, startling her instinctively. At you. A tall, lean male orc looked down upon Yi Miao Miao, who was in a rather disheveled state. His expression shifted from shock to confusion, and finally to a state of inner turmoil. It's me. Could you kindly assist me in moving the wild boar? Yi Miao Miao did not recognize him, but his ability to speak indicated he was from tribe. The male orc, taken aback by her request for help, hesitated momentarily before pushing the boar away from her legs. His swift motion caused the hefty boar to roll over her leg, inadvertently pressing down on her wound that you're injured. Noticing the blood seeping from her calf, the orc belatedly inquired, Do you need me to fetch a healer? No. Thank you. Yi Miao Miao spotted a nearby stream, and, after tentatively testing her legs, slowly stood up, intending to wash her wound with clean water before retrieving some medicine from her spatial pouch. The male orc, observing her delicate silhouette, soon followed suit. Chapter 13. Misunderstanding with 2 men. The orcs, seasoned hunters, tread lightly, and Yi Miao Miao remained oblivious to the presence trailing her. After cleaning her wound, she instinctively glanced around, nearly gasping in surprise. Is there something you need? The orc stood merely 5 or 6 steps away. Were it not for the innocent expression on his face, she might have mistaken him for a malicious thief. I'm fine. Seeing her wary demeanor, the orc swiftly turned to leave. Only after he had distanced himself did Yi Miao Miao quietly open her spatial pouch, discovering a new vial of medicinal powder. She hastily applied the powder to stop the bleeding and covered it with a few leaves of herbs. Soon after, she made her way back. "Are you truly all right?" To her surprise, the very male orc who had assisted her remained nearby. Why Meow Meow furrowed her brow and called out, "If you proceed further, you'll reach the orc patrol area. Should you harbor any ill intentions, I shall raise the alarm." The tribe maintained a constant watch around their territory, both to deter wild beasts and to guard against rogue orcs and other tribes. Otherwise, she would not dare venture into the mountains with her children to gather herbs. Wai Meow Meow glared fiercely at the orc, prompting him to clarify, "I merely wish to help you carry the wild boar back. I harbor no ill intentions." He had long been aware of Yi Meow Meow's fierce reputation, but upon encountering her today and hearing her speak, he realized that her voice was surprisingly soft and pleasant. Even in her current demeanor, it only made him perceive her as endearingly Na'vi, rather than harsh. The chief was correct. This female was no longer the same as before, if he treated her well. He might even be able to hold a litter of cubs next year, Tu Min thought to himself, stealing another glance at Yi Meow Meow's still angry visage. Indeed, she was quite beautiful. Her cubs would undoubtedly be stunning as well. "You cannot carry the boar back like this. Allow me to assist you." As Tu Min spoke, he stepped forward to lift the wild boar from the ground. Although it was somewhat strenuous, he dared not show any signs of weakness. No female would appreciate a timid male, but he needed to maintain a strong front, striving for Yi Meow Meow's approval. That why Yi Meow Meow did not recognize Tu Min, but since he was willing to help her carry the boar, she had no intention of refusing. "Then I shall trouble you. Once we return home, I will reward you with a leg of the pig." With Silver Jian unable to move, she was left to care for herself and her 3 cubs. If she wished to transport the half-man-high boar back, she would likely need to butcher it first, so having someone assist her was indeed a welcome relief. "Mother!" Silverbower's anxious voice grew closer. Upon seeing her 3 little ones running toward her, Yi Meow Meow waved her hands, "Slow down." Mother is fine. One after another, they dashed towards her like little cannonballs, with Silverbower colliding directly into her embrace, while the other 2 came to a screeching halt. "Mother, your leg is hurt." Silverbower gazed at the blood on her calf with concern, while Silversong and Silverby crouched before her, extending their small hands as if to pry open the herbs and inspect the depth of her injury. "Mother is fine. What about you? Did you get hurt when you fell earlier, when she tumbled down the small hillside?" Silverbower had rushed to pull her, tumbling down alongside her. She was relieved that the little one had not been crushed by the wild boar. Otherwise, she would have been frantic. "All right, let us return home." After a thorough inspection, Yi Meow Meow felt reassured. When she attempted to lift Silverbower, the little one refused, opting instead to hold her hand tightly as they walked together. However, upon turning around, she noticed the other 2 cubs glaring furiously at Tu Min, who remained silent, carrying the wild boar step by step. "He is helping us carry the boar home. He is not here to steal our prey." Why Meow Meow recognized their misunderstanding and quickly explained. Singer Bayer lead the way ahead. After exchanging glances, Silversong and Silverby's expressions only grew more indignant. Even Silverbower pursed her lips, glaring at Tu Min's back. Why Meow Meow sensed the atmosphere growing tense and cleared her throat. "Bower, that uncle just passed by and helped Mother. He is assisting us in carrying the boar home. I think it would be unfair to let him exert himself without compensation. Shall we offer him a leg of the pig as thanks?" The wild boar had been discovered by Silverbower first, and though she was the mother, she needed the cub's approval as well. Silverbower remained silent, her grip on Yi Meow Meow's hand tightening. Yi Meow Meow surmised that she might be lamenting the loss of pork and continued to persuade her. "That wild boar weighs at least 200 pounds. Even with all 4 of us, we would struggle to bring it back. Now that someone is willing to help, we certainly cannot allow them to do so for free. A leg of the pig is quite a fair trade." As they spoke, they had already returned home. Silver Jian was anxiously peering out from the courtyard, and upon seeing 2 men enter first, his face darkened, especially with 2 men bearing the large wild boar on his back. It felt like a tremendous humiliation to him. Silver Jian, 2 men had never interacted with Silver Jian before, but that did not mean he was unaware of the awkward position of males within the same family. Even though Silver Jian was currently incapacitated, he was still a latecomer, and moreover, he had 3 cubs. If Tu Min wished to establish himself in this household, he needed not only Yi Miao Miao's approval, but also the support of the others. Thus, Tu Min took the initiative to foster a good relationship with Silver Jian. "Brother Silver, where shall I place the prey?" "Just over there, please." Yi Miao Miao pointed toward a stone in the courtyard, which was flat and suitable for cutting and processing the prey. As she spoke, she went inside to fetch a stone blade. Handing it to Tu Min, "Here, you can cut a piece of pig leg for yourself." After securely placing the wild boar, Tu Min accepted the stone blade. Having no intention of taking a piece of pig leg as payment, he merely wished to present himself favorably before Yi Miao Miao. "This wild boar is quite large. If we slaughter it here, the blood will spill everywhere. Perhaps I should drag it outside to process it?" he said, lifting the wild boar once more and heading outside. That why Yi Miao Miao was momentarily stunned, wondering how one piece of pig leg could warrant so many services. Her heart was solely focused on the pork, completely oblivious to the coldness in Silver Jian's gaze. "Father," Silver Tsong called out anxiously. They had just decided to give Yi Miao Miao another chance, only for her to turn around and invite a male, particularly Tu Min, who had been prearranged by the chief. "Wah!" Silver Bower observed the icy demeanor of Silver Jian, then looked at Yi Miao Miao, who was bustling around Tu Min, and her heart sank. She burst into tears. Not wanting her mother to have more cubs with other males. Her mother had just improved. She still wanted to be held by her mother and did not wish to share her affection with other cubs. Chapter 14. Matters between males should be resolved among themselves. Just place it here. This wild boar is already dead, and I can handle it. To why Yi Miao Miao felt somewhat embarrassed to ask the male for assistance in processing the wild boar, mainly out of fear that he might take more pork for himself. Females are weaker. "Let me handle this." Tu Min listened to Yi Miao Miao's soft, gentle voice, and his heart felt as though it had been brushed by feathers. Making him blush, he dared not look at Yi Miao Miao again. "Mother," Silver Bower suddenly stepped between the two. Although Yi Miao Miao and Tu Min were not standing particularly close, she had not intentionally softened her voice. It was simply her natural tone, which even sounded gentle when she was angry. "Bower, the scent of blood is strong here. You should return inside." That Yi Miao Miao was reluctant for the young cubs to witness such a gruesome scene. Although they would eventually need to learn the art of hunting and preparing their prey, it was only natural for her little ones to enjoy a carefree childhood while she was present. "I want to stay with you, Mother." Yin Beier wished to suggest sending the male away, yet feared that being too forthright would provoke Yi Miao Miao's anger as she clung to her. Miao Miao attributed it to the typical attachment of a young girl to her mother. However, it was not long before Yin Song and Yin Bai approached, both wearing expressions of disdain as they glared at Tu Min, as if he had committed some heinous act deserving of their contempt. "Yesterday, Mother found a piece of animal hide and thought to make each of you a pair of little shoes. Shall we return to the house to draw a design for them?" The three cubs huddled together, and Yi Miao Miao could scarcely imagine the sight of a wild boar being disemboweled and blood spilling everywhere. So she devised a way to coax them back indoors. Yet upon entering the courtyard, she was met with Injin's sullen countenance, which instantly ignited an urge to retreat. "Mother, what did you just say you would make?" Yin Beier, increasingly comfortable with calling her mother, inquired with wide, curious eyes. "Will Father also receive a pair?" "Yes, everyone will have them." Although as everyone clearly referred to Injin and her cubs, it took on a different connotation in their ears, prompting Injin to link Tu Min, who was outside tending to the prey, into the equation. "You are quite enthusiastic before even officially entering this household. Injin would rather see Yi Miao torn apart by wolves in the forest than have her bring another male back to bear offspring. He could not tolerate the thought of his cubs being mistreated, nor could he abide another male flaunting his superiority in his presence. I don't quite understand what you're saying. Injin, you should rest more indoors now that you're recovering from your illness. I will take good care of the cubs." Yi Miao meant well, yet her intentions only served to stoke the flames, causing Injin to feel increasingly useless, as if he deserved nothing more than to lie in bed. His expression darkened further, and soon he silently moved towards the courtyard exit. Miao Miao wished to ask where he was headed, but Yin Song stepped forward to block her path. Matters between males should be resolved among themselves. What a bewildering situation, Yi Miao Miao thought, utterly perplexed. However, Her intuition suggested that Jian might be seeking trouble with a male outside. Sang'er, did you not clarify with father? That individual helped us carry the prey back. We must reward him. Miao Miao was fearful that Jian might misconstrue the situation, believing she had invited a male into their midst. And she pushed past Song to seek out Jian for an explanation. Mother, why did you choose to seek Tumen for help? Did you not already tell the clan leader to dismiss him? Chapter 15. A desire for seeds until Tumen departed. Miao Miao remained in a state of confusion. She had no inkling that the male she fortuitously encountered was indeed Tumen, gazing at Jian's predatory glare. Her heart raced with trepidation. I just made it clear to him that I do not intend to accept a new male, that I will explain again to the clan leader, so you all need not worry. Miao Miao was not solely motivated by the desire to soothe Jian and the cubs. Having recently arrived in this beastly realm, she genuinely wished to avoid entanglements with other males. The current situation. This brood was already enough to give her a headache. If she were to inadvertently provoke someone she ought not to, would she not be courting disaster? Observing Miao Miao's expression, which did not suggest deceit, Jian returned to his room with a scowl, while the other 3 cubs continued to hover around her with lingering concern. Mother, you truly do not recognize Tumen? He helped you carry sweet potatoes during the resource allocation by the clan leader. He also brought us meat before the rainy season, and that was not long ago. Miao Miao understood that these little ones were not easily deceived, so she resorted to her previous tactic, reiterating what she had told Yinbei. To convince them, she endeavored to moisten her eyes and adopt a sorrowful expression. Upon learning that she had suffered a head injury, resulting in memory loss, Song and Bai's faces contorted with anger. They would sooner believe in the existence of spirits than accept Miao Miao's tall tales. Previously, she had claimed to have lost her memory from a fall when she delivered the prey captured by Jian to Hu Tian, even asserting that the male she originally favored was Hu Tian, which explained her union with Jian as a sign of her mental decline. Even more egregious, Jian had sustained a leg injury because of her. Knowing he was in danger, she not only failed to rescue him, but also lied to the public about her ignorance, resulting in him being left alone at the cliff's edge for several days and nights until he was found, barely clinging to life, having missed the critical window for treating his leg. The clan leader was furious afterward, and Miao Miao resorted to her old excuse, feigning memory loss once more. Bauer, how can you still believe her nonsense? Song and Bai pulled Yinbei aside to scold her, but Yinbei felt a pang of injustice, pouting her lips as tears welled in her eyes. But I truly think Mother has hurt her head this time. The former Miao Miao had forgotten everything, her disdain for them always evident on her face, yet the current Miao Miao exhibited great patience towards them, her eyes pure as a crystal-clear spring, with tears shimmering in her doe-like eyes. Yinbei looked at Miao Miao with heartache that Miao Miao immediately rushed forward to scoop her up. It is all my fault for being so cruel in the past. I should not have treated you that way. Do not cry, Bauer. You must believe that Mother will surely improve. Guilt crept into Song and Bai's expressions as well. They should not have allowed their sister to feel sorrow. Even if Miao Miao resorted to the same old excuses. What did it matter? As long as she treated them and Bauer well now, they would cherish these happy days, and if one day her true nature were to be revealed, they could take action then. It must be said that the offspring of villains are often quite astute, harboring deep thoughts. With the matter of Tumen temporarily settled, the wild boar would provide enough sustenance for the 4 of them for half a month. However, the beastmen lacked effective methods for preservation. Over time, meat would spoil, prompting them to consume it on the same day it was hunted. Any leftovers that could not be eaten were too precious to discard, leading to periodic instances of beastmen falling ill from consuming spoiled meat. Eventually, someone discovered that smoked meat could be preserved for a longer duration, and thus the beastmen learned to smoke meat for storage. Nonetheless, most of the preserved meat was reserved for trade at the seaside for salt before the winter, as salt was an essential for their survival. One day, while Jian was busy preparing smoked meat, Miao Miao wished to assist him, but was deterred by the icy glare he cast her way. Instead, she took the cubs up the mountain to forage for wild vegetables. Most beastmen were carnivorous, relying on roasted meat or sweet potatoes as their staple foods, while the fruits of the forest and wild vegetables on the ground were largely unfamiliar and often avoided for fear of poisoning. Miao Miao apprehensive about mistakenly collecting toxic plants, secretly studied late into the night, learning to distinguish dozens of edible wild grasses by dawn. She even sketched some easily identifiable vegetable leaves on the ground for the three cubs to recognize. If only we had some vegetable seeds, she mused, gazing at the lush greenery before her. Such fertile land must yield a bountiful harvest. It would be splendid to have some wheat and rice seeds. She craved rice and noodles immensely. "Mother, what kind of seeds are you talking about?" Yinbei asked curiously. Yi Miao Miao patiently explained, "They're a type of fruit that can be ground in a flour called wheat. We can use wheat flour to make delicious steamed buns. Wrap meat-filled buns, shape dumplings with pork and green onion filling, and roll out noodles to eat with sauce." The more she elaborated, the hungrier she felt, though Yinbei had never seen any of these dishes. Merely listening to her mother and witnessing her gleaming eyes made her feel they must be delectable. "Mother, could you make that for Bauer to eat?" "Of course, but we first need to obtain the seeds." Bauer beamed with anticipation. Looking up at her mother, Yi Miao Miao leaned down to kiss her forehead, smiling in return. "We will likely need the blessing of the beast god to obtain such miraculous seeds." "Mother, over here. There's a type of large-leaf grass. Can you see if it's edible?" Suddenly, Yinbei's voice called out from nearby. Yi Miao Miao quickly took Yinbei over, and upon glancing at it, she was filled with joy. "This is called lettuce. It is edible," she exclaimed, plucking a lettuce leaf and placing it in her mouth. The two cubs widened their eyes, trying to stop her, but they watched in astonishment as she quickly devoured the leaf. "Come, have a piece. Lettuce is crisp and refreshing, and it tastes best when wrapped around roasted meat." She spoke as she plucked a tender green lettuce leaf and handed it to Yin Bauer. The little one hesitated for a moment before opening her tiny mouth and nibbling on it like an adorable little hamster. It was somewhat sweet. Yin Bauer chewed with delight, never having imagined that the grass beneath could be so delicious. Yet this wasn't their first expedition up the mountain. Why had they never discovered such delectable greens before? "Bauer, you should try some too." Yinbei was elated to find edible grass for himself, taking a few leaves to munch on without needing Yi Miao Miao's assistance. Stuffing them into his mouth with both hands, resembling a gluttonous gopher. "What about Sanga?" Yi Miao Miao stood up and glanced around, spotting a small figure crouched motionless in the grass. As she approached, Yin Song finally looked up and said, "This grass is peculiar. Its flowers resemble fruit." Yi Miao Miao focused her gaze. Was that not Sanchi? Chapter 16. The Headless Cliff. Sanchi is indeed a medicinal herb known for invigorating blood circulation. Yi Miao Miao gazed joyfully at the little fruit-like red flowers, lavishing praise upon her little ones. "You are truly my little lucky stars, finding wild vegetables and medicinal herbs so quickly." She carefully unearthed the herbs and placed them into the basket she had brought, then dug up several plump lettuce plants, envisioning how delightful they would be paired with roasted meat. Amidst the verdant mountains, Yi Miao Miao joyfully led her three little ones in their foraging, their laughter echoing in the surroundings. Just then, a few beastmen returning from a hunt paused to observe. "Isn't that the female from the Yin Jian family? What brings her and the little ones here?" They wondered. Ahead lay the Headless Cliff. Surely she wouldn't intend any harm towards the children, would she? Rumors had it that this female was quite malicious, often scolding her little ones and neglecting to feed them properly. Now, luring the cubs here, she must harbor ill intentions. The beastmen whispered among themselves, but ultimately, they were not inclined to intervene in matters concerning another's female. They merely commented as they passed by the chieftain's home, suggesting he keep a closer watch. Meanwhile, Yi Miao Miao was reaping a bountiful harvest and had no intention of advancing further. However, just as she prepared to lead her little ones back, the path ahead was suddenly obstructed by Chu Zhuang, flanked by 3 or 4 similarly sized cubs. Brandished thorny branches, swinging them to prevent Yi Miao Miao's passage. "Female, be wise and lay down what you're holding. Otherwise, we shall not be gracious." "Indeed, we shall not be gracious." Hu Zhuang was the first to raise his voice, shouting menacingly, with the other cubs chiming in. Given Yi Miao Miao's notorious reputation in the tribe, most females detested her, while males kept their distance. Thus, Hu Zhuang and his cohorts thought they could rob her without fear of repercussions. Moreover, she had caused a ruckus at his home recently, which led to him being punished by his father, the bruise on his backside still aching. Fueled by resentment, Hu Zhuang sought revenge. Upon hearing that Yi Miao Miao was foraging in the woods with her cubs, he immediately rallied his little followers. The thorny branches were typically used by beastmen to fortify their yards against wild animals. This little brat, do you dare to stir up trouble again? Yi Miao Miao seethed at the sight of them. And despite their smug demeanor with their branches, she casually produced a whip from her spatial pouch, its crack echoing ominously. Thank you, garbage, for being so reliable this time. Yi Miao Miao had named her spatial pouch garbage out of dissatisfaction with its stinginess. Every time she called for it, she felt a chill breeze sweep past, yet she was unafraid. After all, if heaven granted her such a space, it surely intended for her survival, and she had no fear of any ill intentions from garbage. She nudged her cubs aside, declaring, "Step back. Watch how Mother teaches these little rascals a lesson." With that, she stepped forward, brandishing the whip. If you wish to block the road and rob, you should consider whether you possess the capability. Who dares to step forward? I shall turn your faces into mashed potatoes. With a resounding crack, the whip snapped like a firecracker, severing the taller grass beside her in a single stroke, emanating an intimidating aura. Wow, she's amazing. What is that thing in her hand that makes such noise and can cut grass? What are you afraid of? She's just bluffing. You're not grass. Can she really slice you in half? Hu Zhuang shot a glare at the cub who spoke, slapping him on the forehead and growling. You go first. If she dares to strike you, the chieftain won't spare her. All right, you go first. Watch how I whip your face into a mess. Even if the chieftain punishes you afterward, your face will be ruined. Even if you grow into a strong male, a deep scar will remain, and no female would desire an ugly male. That Yi Miao Miao remained calm, swinging her whip with precision, aiming for a nearby branch, snapping it in two and sending broken twigs and leaves tumbling down. The cub that Hu Zhuang had pushed forward instinctively shielded his face. I don't want a scar on my face. My mother said that when I grow up, I must have many litters of cubs. I cannot afford to be unappealing to females. You, Hu Zhuang, witnessing the cub shrink back, seethed with frustration and shoved another cub forward. You go. You are a pig beast. Your skin is thick. Her whip can't hurt you. Zhu Gao hesitated, unmoving, prompting Hu Zhuang to bark. Did you see what's in her basket? Those must be delicious. If you bring some back, your mother will be pleased, and she will dote on you more, saving you from constant scolding. It seemed that not only the original female was fond of reprimanding cubs in the tribe. Upon hearing this, Zhu Gao was instantly motivated. Since his mother had given birth to new cubs, she had scarcely smiled at him, often giving him the leftovers from his younger siblings and making him do chores. Zhu Gao, true to his name, though a bit thin, towered over Hu Zhuang. He tightened his grip on the thorny branch, ready to advance, but then heard Yinsong's voice from the side. Zhu Gao, you truly are a pig. Do you believe everything Hu Zhuang says? Did you not see how her whip can snap branches? His neck is so thin. If she strikes, he might be split in two that you're not even hoping for your mother to scold you more. You might not get the chance. With a resounding crack, Yi Miao Miao folded the whip, gripping both ends tightly and pulling hard, her gaze icy as she fixed it on Zhu Gao. The chieftain will not favor cubs who steal from others, nor will he condone such behavior. If you realize your mistake now, there is still a chance to amend it. I know the mastermind among you is Hu Zhuang, the one who leads the bullying of my cubs. Today, he is the one I intend to teach a lesson. You few should not crowd forward. If you get hurt, I shall not take responsibility. Yi Miao Miao, unwilling to waste time with these little rascals, stepped forward, swiftly disarming Hu Zhuang of his thorny branch. He cowered, clutching his head in panic. Yet Yi Miao Miao had no intention of showing mercy. This brat was too cunning, at such a young age. He dared to conspire with others to bully her family. If she did not teach him a severe lesson, he would surely return to cause trouble again. Hu Zhu, look ahead. There is sweet honey to eat. Just as Yi Miao Miao anticipated Hu Zhuang to beg for mercy due to the pain, he suddenly shouted, and she realized there was a plump little female hiding behind the cubs. Hearing Hu Zhuang's words, the little female dashed towards the direction he pointed, running swiftly towards the precipice. Chapter 17. Surviving a Calamity. The slightly chubby little female seemed enchanted as she sprinted towards the cliff's edge. Yinsong and Yin Bai rushed forward to stop her, but she was surprisingly strong, resisting their attempts to hold her back. Datsunger, Bayer, Yi Miao Miao, anxious for her cubs, disregarded Hu Zhuang and hurried to assist. She stood in front of Hu Zhu, attempting to block her, but was met with a fierce collision to her abdomen, sending her sprawling to the ground. "Mother!" Yin Bauer cried out, while Yin Song and Yin Bai released Hu Zhu to help Yi Miao Miao. "Mother, are you all right?" The three cubs gathered around Yi Miao Miao, who winced in pain and closed her eyes for a moment. In a flash, images flooded her mind. "Quick, stop Hu Zhu!" Yi Miao Miao, startled by her vision, scrambled forward, wrapping her arms around Hu Zhu's waist. Yin Song and Yin Bai seized both of Hu Zhu's arms, while Yin Bauer, unable to push through, stood in front of Hu Zhu, arms outstretched, shouting, "Hu Zhu, are you trying to throw your life away?" Hu Zhuang gazed upon the scene with satisfaction, then waved his hand, leading the other cubs forward to seize the lettuce and Chi San Yi that Yi Miao Miao and her companions had gathered, taking even the basket with them. "May you all perish," he muttered under his breath. Before departing, Hu Zhuang picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it viciously towards Yi Miao Miao and the others. Yi Miao Miao watched in anguish as Yin Song and Yin Bai were struck, yet she could not shield them. She could only cling desperately to Hu Zhu's waist. "Bauer, move aside quickly. She might knock you down," she shouted, her heart racing. Yin Bauer stood defiantly in front of Hu Zhu, and Yi Miao Miao could scarcely believe the strength emanating from Hu Zhu, although she was merely a bit sturdier than the average cub. The force she exerted was comparable to that of an adult male beastman. She dragged the three of them forward, inching closer to the precipice, while Yi Miao Miao glanced at the two cubs, who were drenched in sweat, and saw that Yin Bauer had already been knocked to the side by Hu Zhu, unable to rise due to the pain. Panic and frustration surged within her, rendering her powerless. "Mother!" Just as they were less than a meter from the edge of the cliff, Yin Song suddenly called out to her, his eyes clearly pleading for her consent. They wished to abandon Hu Zhu, not out of indifference, but because if they continued to resist her, the three of them would inevitably be dragged over the edge, were it any other beastman or cub behaving in such a reckless manner. Yi Miao Miao would have been unwilling to risk everything to save them. After all, saving a life requires a certain capability, and she could not jeopardize her own life and those of her cubs for another. Yet, the powerful figure before her was Hu Zhu, the most beloved sister of Hu Tian. Moments ago, she had received a foreboding hint. Hu Zhu would fall from the cliff and meet a gruesome end, only to be dismembered by the wolves lurking below. The sight would be unbearable. Hu Tian's temperament would shift drastically upon witnessing such a tragedy, and the first to bear his wrath would be Yi Miao Miao and her family. He would not listen to their explanations, and, in a fit of rage, would cast them all into the abyss. Even the obedient Yin Bauer would be the first to be thrown. The thought of watching Yin Bauer being hurled over the cliff by Hu Tian shattered Yi Miao Miao's composure. In a desperate attempt to save her sister, Yin Song and Yin Bai would leap after her. The base of the cliff was strewn with sharp stones, often inhabited by venomous snakes and ferocious beasts. The anguished cries of the three cubs echoed hauntingly in her ears, pushing her to the brink of despair. Suddenly, as they neared the precipice, Yin Song exclaimed, "Mother!" His eyes were filled with a determination that sought her approval. They wished to relinquish Hu Zhu, not out of a desire to abandon her, but because if they continued to struggle against her, they would inevitably be dragged into the abyss as well. If it were any other beastman or cub acting so recklessly, Yi Miao Miao would not have exerted herself to save them. After all, saving a life requires a certain skill set, and she could not endanger her own life and those of her cubs for another. But Hu Zhu was different. She was Hu Tian's most cherished sister. Just then, a flicker of inspiration struck her to Hu Zhu. "Would you like some honey?" "I have some," Yi Miao Miao shouted, recalling Hu Zhuang's earlier words. Indeed, Hu Zhu's frantic struggles paused momentarily as she slowly turned to gaze at Yi Miao Miao. "Honey, give it to me," Hu Zhu demanded, her voice tinged with urgency. That white Yi Miao Miao, still clutching Hu Zhu's waist, remained seated on the grass. Too close to the edge that she met Hu Zhu's glowing red eyes. A jolt of alarm surged through her. The books had mentioned that only beastmen who had consumed spirit fruits would have eyes that glowed red. And spirit fruits were extraordinarily rare in the beast realm. How had Hu Zhu obtained one? "Give it to me, now." Hu Zhu insisted, suddenly casting aside Yin Bai, who had been holding on to her. She extended her hand toward Yi Miao Miao, her tone now frantic. "All right, just a moment," Yi Miao Miao replied, her heart silently praying that the space would not abandon them in their time of need. Thankfully, as she reached in her space, she felt something akin to a honeycomb. Fortunately, there were no bees present. "Hurry, Hu Zhu. Let us go over there to eat," Yi Miao Miao suggested, lifting the honeycomb with one hand while using the other to slowly rise. She aimed to guide Hu Zhu to a safer location. The honeycomb was fresh, and Hu Zhu sniffed the sweet aroma, her eyes widening in delight. Suddenly, with a playful growl, she transformed into a round, chubby little black and white striped tiger. She lunged towards Yi Miao Miao, who had never witnessed such a transformation before. Momentarily stunned. Fortunately, she reacted swiftly, clutching the honeycomb and fleeing just as Hu Zhu's excited roars echoed behind her, seemingly ready to pounce on her. "I'll give it to you. Just don't chase me," she called out, tossing the honeycomb into the air and ducking down. Hu Zhu leaped gracefully, as a part of circus act, catching the honeycomb with her paws and rolling onto the ground. Then, she sat there, eagerly licking the honey from the comb, her gluttonous demeanor radiating pure satisfaction. Yi Miao Miao glanced at the honey on her own fingers and, unable to resist, licked her tongue against it. "Mother." The three cubs approached, their faces etched with concern. Yet, Yi Miao Miao grinned. "It's quite sweet. Would you like to try some?" She extended the honeycomb towards them, only to see Yin Song and Yin Bai's eyes widen in horror. It's delicious," Yin Bauer exclaimed, mirroring Yi Miao Miao's sweet smile as she clung to her wrist, licking each of her fingers. "Mother, it's so sweet," she repeated, eliciting a smile of relief from Yi Miao Miao, especially as she noticed several figures approaching, including the clan leader and Hu Tian. Chapter 18. "I'll shield you from behind." The clan leader appeared anxious, while Hu Tian marched over in a fury. He shot an angry glare at Yi Miao Miao before confronting Hu Zhu. "Roar!" Hu Tian intended to lift Hu Zhu, but as soon as he touched her wrist, she bit down on his arm. Hu Zhu emitted a series of low growls, a clear display of her possessiveness over the food. Yi Miao Miao. "What on earth did you give Hu Zhu to make her act this way?" Hu Tian demanded. Yi Miao Miao was taken aback. Shouldn't he first inquire why Hu Zhu was here in the first place? Holding one cub in each hand, she turned to comfort Yin Song, who stood beside Yin Bai, before addressing the clan leader. "Leader, I wish to file a complaint." The clan leader raised an eyebrow at the unfamiliar term, slightly uncertain of Yi Miao Miao's intent. Yet, her expression conveyed a blend of anger and grievance, along with a touch of indignation. "Speak," he commanded, asserting his authority. Yi Miao Miao did not back down, recounting the events that had transpired with fervor, concluding with, "It was we, the four of us, who desperately pulled Hu Zhu back from the edge of the cliff. You have not witnessed my alleged harm to her, so why not inquire about the circumstances first before accusing me of giving her something that caused this? It is utterly unreasonable. Had it not been for that rascal, Hu Zhuang, provoking us, we would have been at home enjoying roasted meat instead of in this disheveled state, waiting to be questioned." Throughout her speech, she did not cast a single glance at Hu Tian nor mention his name. But the clan leader could clearly discern that her ire was directed at him. "Mother is right. Hu Zhuang said there was honey over there, and Hu Zhu ran over in a frenzy. If it weren't for Mother and us pulling her back, she would have fallen into the abyss by now. Mother's skin skirt is torn. Her legs and arms are scratched. We were even struck by stones thrown by Hu Zhuang. Clan leader, look at the blood on my elder brother and second brother's faces." Though the smallest and least daring, Yin Bauer suddenly found the courage to speak up as she clung to Yi Miao Miao's hand. At that moment, the clan leader and Hu Tian finally took notice of the disheveled appearance of Yi Miao Miao, and the three cubs. Yi Miao Miao suddenly realized her own skirt was torn. Fortunately, she faced the newcomers directly and quickly crouched down, shielding Yin Bauer in front of her. Yin Song and Yin Bai bore scratches and bruises from the stones, while Yin Bauer's delicate features were marred with scrapes, leaving the three cubs looking like little beggars. "Clan leader, please uphold justice. What we have stated is true. You should first inquire with Hu Zhuang that Hu Zhu's condition was clearly abnormal. Her eyes were red. If there is a possibility of her having consumed something harmful, It undoubtedly relates to Hu Zhuang, that Wai Yin Miao Miao spoke with neither servility nor arrogance. In truth, she and the cubs were both victims and valiant defenders. The trouble with Hu Zhu stemmed from Hu Zhuang, and if any issues arose, it was only natural to seek him out first. Your words are untrustworthy. In the past, you often lured Hu Zhu with honey, leading her into perilous situations more than once that I have yet to clarify the last incident, and now, when she is in danger again, she is once more in your company. Please, do not speak further. Hu Tian's words were interrupted by a gentle female voice. S.E. Miao Miao looked up. Bai Ling was already rushing toward her, breathless. Tian Gu, both Yi Miao Miao and the cubs have been injured. We should take them to the clan healer first. As for what transpired earlier, I believe the clan leader will surely investigate it thoroughly. Bai Ling had hurried over just in time to hear Yi Miao Miao's words, followed by Hu Tian's suspicious inquiries. She felt that Hu Tian's concern for Hu Zhu was excessive and that his bias against Yi Miao Miao had not yet dissipated, leading to his misjudgment. Why did he not consider how mischievous his cousin Hu Zhuang was? Many of the clan's young had been bullied by him, both overtly and covertly, and it was only because everyone turned a blind eye to his antics that he was allowed to continue. Bai Ling did not blindly trust Yi Miao Miao's words either. However, her intuition told her that this incident was likely caused by Hu Zhuang. Ling Er, do you think I've wronged her? Hu Tian gazed at the still frantic Hu Zhu, whose eyes were filled with barely concealed anger. Bai Ling smiled gently at him. Tian Gu, have you not always said that what our tribe needs most is fairness and clear rewards and punishments? Today, we have only witnessed an outcome. As for the process, none of us were present. Shouldn't we ascertain the facts before passing judgment on who is at fault? Bai Ling's words persuaded Hu Tian, and he nodded, turning to the clan leader. Clan leader, I will take Hu Zhu back for now, and later I will bring Hu Zhuang to you for questioning. The clan leader also found Bai Ling's reasoning sound, and then looked at Yi Miao Miao. If it is convenient for you, please come to my home later. It would be best for everyone to confront each other directly. Certainly, clan leader, Yi Miao Miao replied, before adding, may I first take the cubs home to clean their wounds? The clan leader had no objections. However, since they could not leave without Yi Miao Miao, she was pondering how to voice her request when Bai Ling, seemingly aware of her discomfort, stepped aside into a thicket and gathered several large leaves. Walk slowly. I'll help shield you from behind. Bai Ling steadied Yi Miao Miao with one hand while holding the leaves against her back with the other. Yi Miao Miao cast a grateful glance at her. How did you know my leather skirt was torn? Seeing the wounds on your arms and legs, and noticing you've been sitting on the ground, it was easy to deduce the reason, Bai Ling replied, her eyes filled with concern, before I arrived. Yangda gave me a head dash up. Yi Miao Miao. Thank you for what you did for Hu Zhu. Yangda was one of the cubs who had come along with Hu Zhuang to commit the robbery. After returning home, he had been filled with dread, fearing that Hu Zhu and Yi Miao Miao's family had indeed fallen off the cliff. Coincidentally, as Bai Ling was chatting with her mother, he quietly informed her of the potential danger Hu Zhu faced. It was only then that Bai Ling hurried over, but Yangda's vague words required clarification from Hu Zhuang to understand the situation fully. Let us go. I'll escort you home. Yi Miao Miao accepted Bai Ling's kindness, for she genuinely needed someone to shield her tattered skirt. Moreover, she wished to take the opportunity to discuss the earlier incident with Bai Ling. After all, in the tribe, the only person capable of keeping Hu Tian rational and level-headed was Bai Ling. She did not wish to rely on others for justice, but rather hoped to alleviate Hu Tian's bias against her, as continuing this way would bring no benefit to her family. Chapter 19. If she truly possessed magic, would she still be our mother? After Bai Ling escorted Yi Miao Miao home, Yin Jian was seated in the courtyard weaving bamboo baskets, his deft hands moving in a rhythmic manner as the bamboo strips obeyed him like obedient children. Upon seeing the injuries on the cubs' faces and bodies, his dark eyes instantly turned as cold as frost. Tsang'er, what happened? He called out for Yin Tsang, but his gaze was fixed on Yi Miao Miao. Upon discovering her disheveled state, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, quickly replaced by icy composure. What have you done to them? Yi Miao Miao felt a bitter smile tug at her lips. Yin Jian's tone bore a striking resemblance to Hu Tian's. We were robbed. With the cubs present, she did not wish to elaborate further, knowing that whatever she said, he might not believe. Thus, she coldly dropped the statement and led the cubs back inside. Yin Jian, There was an incident on the back slope just now. Yi Meow Meow and the cubs will be reporting to the clan leader shortly. Bai Ling, sensing the awkward atmosphere, took the initiative to explain the recent events to Yin Jian and then glanced at the several baskets he had woven. Are you planning to trade these for food? I have some extra meat. May I exchange it with you? I'm looking to trade for animal skins. Do you have any? Yin Jian did not hesitate to respond to Bai Ling. Their family currently had plenty of meat, but with the cold season approaching, he could neither hunt nor gather, so he aimed to weave more baskets to exchange for hides for the cubs' winter supplies. We do have animal skins, but they must be turned into the tribe for salt. Hearing this, Yin Jian's expression soured, and he fell silent, returning to his basket weaving. Inside, Yi Meow Meow filled a stone basin with clean water, first washing the scratches on Yin Bao's face and arms, then attending to Yin Song and Yin Bai. Such minor tasks were once performed by themselves, yet now they stood foolishly still, allowing Yi Meow Meow to apply the animal hide to their faces. Wait here. I will see if there are any herbs in that room. Why Yi Meow Meow intended to slip in her space to check. And as soon as she left, the three cubs huddled together. What do you think Mother will bring back? You saw it too, right? She conjured a whip and a beehive out of thin air. Could she possibly have magic? Our mother has no magic. If she did, would she still be our mother? Yin Song remained silent, watching his younger siblings, and when Yin Bao uttered the last question, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over him. Do you think Mother feels less like a mother now? The question was somewhat convoluted, yet Yin Bai and Yin Bao understood its meaning. They first nodded slowly, then shook their heads in unison. Regardless of whether Mother possesses magic, she is still our mother. I really like the mother she is now. Big brother, let us not expose her, all right? Yin Bao looked pleadingly at Yin Song, who nodded firmly in agreement. When Yi Meow Meow returned from her space with the medicinal powder, she sensed an odd atmosphere in the room. The three cubs stood in a line against the wall, and upon seeing her, they smiled brightly, though their smile struck Yi Meow Meow as somewhat forced. Come, let us tend to the wounds to prevent infection. She longed to give the three cubs fresh leather skirts to wear. But regrettably, they had only the ones they were wearing. Why Yi Meow Meow had several spare ones, yet they were too large. It would be better to make new ones for the cubs. Bai Ling was still waiting for them in the courtyard, and Yi Meow Meow did not wish to delay too long. However, to her surprise, just as she was preparing to leave with the cubs, Yin Jian suddenly spoke up that I will go with you. Why Yi Meow Meow was taken aback, her expression revealing her disbelief. Rest assured, the cubs and I will return soon. Over the past few days, she had become quite familiar with the household's circumstances, realizing there were no carts or similar items. Therefore, if Yin Jian chose to accompany them, he would have to use his own hands to support himself, which would be quite arduous. Unaware of Yi Meow Meow's thoughts, Yin Jian only cast a glance at her expression before making his way toward the door. His arms were strong, with bulging biceps reminiscent of a fitness instructor's physique, yet his skin was slightly pale, often giving off an impression of frailty when he sat still, seeing him move at a decent pace. Yi Meow Meow chose not to say anything further and quickly followed with the cubs. Bai Ling walked beside her and quietly asked, Did you two have a quarrel? Yin Jian's gaze toward Yi Meow Meow held less warmth than it did for a stranger, suffused with palpable resentment and anger, which explained Bai Ling's question. Hearing this, Yi Meow Meow covered her mouth and replied, We did not argue. I have made many mistakes in the past, and he has yet to forgive me. Her words were truthful, and Bai Ling nodded in understanding, giving her an encouraging gesture before saying, Males tend to have tempers, but they can also be easily appeased. Just make him some roasted meat tonight. He'll feel better once he fed. The once fervent pursuer of Huxianshan. Bai Ling naturally hoped that Yi Meow Meow could live harmoniously with her own male companion, thereby alleviating her lingering thoughts about other beastmen. The two engaged in a casual conversation, during which Yi Meow Meow seized the opportunity to glean information about the tribe. Bai Ling informed her that in a little over 10 days, Huxianshan would lead the beastmen to exchange salt, resulting in a significant decrease in males within the tribe. The chief would likely arrange for them to enter the cave early to prevent any stray beasts from taking advantage of the situation and causing harm. So everyone would be quite busy in the meantime, that if you need to gather more food and animal skins, you should plan ahead. The beastmen's living conditions are harsh, aside from those with exceptional abilities. Most families struggle to provide for themselves, And even if Yin Jian is adept at weaving baskets, he still requires someone willing to trade with him. At this point, Bai Ling tugged at Yi Miao Miao's sleeve and, lowering her voice, remarked, "You might really want to consider two men, although he is not the strongest male in the tribe. He can hunt in the mountains and would undoubtedly provide some animal skins for you and the cubs to endure the winter." Upon hearing this, Yi Miao Miao could not help but recall the day when Yin Jian had worn a murderous expression, and she quickly waved her hand dismissively. "Never mind. I will discuss the matter of animal skins with Yin Jian. I will ensure the cubs are kept warm before winter arrives." Yin Jian, walking ahead, maintained his usual calm demeanor, yet a shadow flickered in his eyes. A snake beast man. His hearing was superior to that of ordinary beast men, and Yi Miao Miao's words had reached his ears distinctly. This made him furrow his brow, contemplating how to acquire animal skins. Chapter 20. Truly unfortunate when the group arrived at the chief's residence. Hu Xianqian had already brought Hu Zhuang and several young cubs who had participated alongside him. Hu Zhu was born with an intellectual deficiency akin to human autism, aside from his favorite foods. He rarely acknowledged anyone else. His current state remained unsettling, prompting Hu Xianqian to keep him close rather than leave him at home. Upon entering, Bai Ling voluntarily took on the responsibility of caring for Hu Zhu. Remembering Yi Miao Miao's earlier words, she deliberately observed Hu Zhu's eyes and was startled to see a glimmer of red within them. Once the chief confirmed everyone was present, he addressed Yi Miao Miao. "As an adult beast man, you shall speak first." Yi Miao Miao recounted the events that transpired on the hillside truthfully. Throughout her account, Hu Zhuang attempted to interject several times, but was met with Hu Xianqian's swift reprimand. When Yi Miao Miao finally finished, it was Hu Zhuang's turn, and he vehemently denied her claims. "She is lying. We were merely playing in the mountains. When we arrived, Hu Zhu was already there, and I have no idea how Yi Miao Miao managed to coax him away." Hu Zhuang's assertions continued. "We saw Yi Miao Miao leading Hu Zhu toward the cliff's edge, and we heard her say something about how Tiange wronged her, and that she wanted Hu Zhu to pay with his life, making Tiange regret not becoming her mate. Yes, that is precisely what she said. Yi Miao Miao was painted as a malevolent female, harboring resentment against Hu Xianqian and setting her sights on Hu Zhu, who could not speak up for himself and would not report her if something befell him." The young cubs chattered among themselves, while Yi Miao Miao regarded them with calm eyes. Yin Song and Yin Bai were infuriated, with Yin Bao crying out, "You are all spouting nonsense. My mother is not malicious. Hu Zhuang, you are lying. You brought people to steal the wild vegetables we worked hard to gather." "Shut up. You little brat. Who would want to steal your stuff? It is clear you tricked Hu Zhu to harm him. Stop casting blame on others." As Hu Zhuang continued to shout, Yin Song suddenly charged forward and collided with his stomach, using his considerable strength to send him sprawling onto the ground. Without hesitation, he mounted Hu Zhuang and began to wrestle with him. Yin Bai attempted to intervene, but was restrained by Yi Miao Miao. When she rushed forward to pull Yin Song away, she was preempted by Hu Xianqian, who grasped Yin Song by the scruff of his neck and lifted him, casting a cold glare at Yi Miao Miao. "Keep an eye on your cubs." Yi Miao Miao, feeling pained, rushed to embrace Yin Song and calmly replied, "I will certainly keep an eye on them. Until the situation's clarified, I would appreciate it if you could also keep an eye on those few. Though my cubs are still young, they love me dearly. They cannot tolerate being insulted by these unruly children." Having fallen, Hu Zhuang rose in a fit of rage, advancing toward Yin Song with the intent to strike. Yi Miao Miao swiftly moved aside with Yin Song in her arms as Hu Zhuang pursued. He felt a sudden tightness around his ankle before he tumbled forward, landing face first and knocking out a prominent tooth. With blood spilling from his mouth, Hu Zhuang clambered up, wailing and shouting for retribution. After surveying the area, he discovered that the closest individual was Yin Jian. "You clumsy fool tricked me. My mother said you're the most useless in the tribe, and only a waste like you deserves a venomous female like Yi Miao Miao." Just as Yin Jian was about to reach out and grab Hu Zhuang by the ankle, Yi Miao Miao swiftly slapped him across the face with considerable force. Hu Zhuang was sent sprawling to the side, crying out in anguish that "I will kill you. I will kill you all." Hu Zhuang lay on the ground, rolling about in despair while shouting. The commotion drew the attention of everyone present, prompting the chief to usher everyone into the courtyard. "Where is Hu Zhuang's mother? Why hasn't she come yet?" Hu Xianxian had not anticipated the situation escalating to this degree. He was particularly disturbed by the chaos occurring in his presence. He shot a disgruntled glance at Yi Miao Miao and Yin Jian, who indeed made a formidable team. One could easily topple Hu Zhuang, while the other showed no mercy. No, it was more accurate to say that this entire family was unyielding. Hu Xianxian had witnessed the incident and recognized that Yin Song's charge was clearly aimed at Hu Zhuang's heart. Hu Zhuang's fathers were busy hunting, being the tribe's mainstay. His mother, upon hearing the chief's call, approached leisurely, aware that her son was prone to trouble, but always reluctant to scold him, especially after he had brought her many green leaves, claiming they were edible. After tasting one, she found it crisp and refreshing. "Chief, what has Zhuang done now? There are so many chores at home. How can I concern myself with his petty matters?" Hu Zhuang's audacity in bullying other cubs and establishing himself as the leader among them was largely due to the backing of his mother and the prestige of his cousin, Hu Xianxian, making it rare for others in the tribe to confront him. Over time, this had only fueled his arrogance. Your Hu Zhuang has truly caused a significant problem this time. Please go inside and ensure he does not continue his wailing. The chief's irritation was evident in his tone, and after addressing Hu Zhuang's mother, he turned his attention back to Hu Xianxian. "What do you think of Hu Zhuang's words? How credible do you find them?" Hu Xianxian furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why the chief only mentioned Hu Zhuang without addressing Yi Miao Miao. Did he believe her words to be entirely truthful, or did he harbor doubts? Oh dear. What a disaster! How could I have forgotten such a grave matter? This could lead to a loss of life. Before Hu Xianxian could voice his opinion, Yi Miao Miao suddenly clapped her hands and exclaimed loudly. Her face filled with urgency, as if a major incident were about to unfold. "Chief, this is truly unfortunate. The herbs I gathered with the cubs on the mountain were taken by these rascals. I do not know whether they consumed them themselves or shared them with others. But those were medicinal herbs. They are poisonous." At her words, the chief's expression shifted to one of alarm. Consuming poisonous plants often led to dire consequences, and he could not fathom why Yi Miao Miao would collect such herbs. The young cubs had truly erred in stealing someone else's medicinal plants. Thus, the chief immediately pressed the young cubs for answers. "Quickly tell me, where are the herbs you took from her? Those are not medicinal herbs. They're edible plants, crisp and not bitter at all." "Indeed, they're not bitter. They're quite fragrant," the cubs instinctively responded, only to realize too late that they had fallen into a trap. No. We did not take her things. We took nothing. How embarrassing. The chief pondered the necessity of calling the parents of these young cubs for a thorough reprimand, wondering what kind of upbringing they had received. Chapter 21. If one were to be poisoned, it would be deserved you all took both the basket and the herbs. I will not pursue the matter of the basket. But those herbs must not be consumed recklessly. If you do not believe me, place your hands here and feel for yourselves if your hearts are racing. Moreover, touch your faces. Do you feel any warmth?" Yi Miao Miao demonstrated by placing her hand over her heart, continuing, "Initially, consuming those herbs may not yield noticeable symptoms, but you will experience increased breathing and a sense of anxiety. However, the longer you wait, the more severe it becomes. By the time you exhibit symptoms of bleeding from your orifices, it may be too late to save you." As Hu Zhuang's mother grasped his hand and led him to the courtyard. The words of Yi Miao Miao reached her ears, causing her to feel a sudden rush of breathlessness. She hastily placed her hand upon Hu Zhuang's chest to check his heartbeat, which indeed thudded violently, as the venomous female had claimed. "Oh, divine beast, swiftly rid us of this malevolent woman. How could she dare to harvest such toxic herbs for our young? Chief, you must stand up for us. If my child and I are to perish from poison today, it will be entirely Yi Miao Miao's doing. You must cast her into the abyss." The thought of potentially being poisoned overwhelmed Hu Zhuang's mother, and she collapsed to the ground, wailing and weeping. The other cubs, although declaring they had not stolen anything, felt a tightening dread in their hearts, rendered helpless in their panic. After casting a glance at them, Yi Miao Miao stepped forward to comfort Hu Zhuang's mother. "Do not fret, dear mother. Since Hu Zhuang has assured us that he did not pilfer the herbs we gathered, it follows that you have not consumed them, and thus, how could you be poisoned? You vile woman, you are nothing but a calamity to our tribe. Get away from me." Hu Zhuang's mother seethed, wishing to leap at Yi Miao Miao, yet held back by Hu Tian and Bai Ling. Despite her clawing and thrashing, she could not reach her target, Dawai Meow Meow. Unfazed by the vitriol, recognized that the one in disgrace was her, not herself. Chief, I possess an antidote. Allow me to share it with you. Regardless of whether they consumed the herbs or not, it is wise to inform the rest of the tribe, for should they mistakenly ingest a poisonous fruit in the future, it could prove invaluable. As Meow Meow mentioned the antidote, Hu Zhuang's mother immediately ceased her cries and leaned in closer. What is this remedy? Speak quickly. Noticing her urgency, Yi Meow Meow feigned silence, prompting the chief to encourage her. Silver Mirror's daughter, if you know, please share it that it will spare them further torment. That Yi Meow Meow, blinking innocently, replied, Chief, Hu Zhuang and the others have claimed they did not steal my herb. It is possible I have made a mistake. I should check the back mountain first, as no one is currently poisoned, and there is no rush to impart the remedy. With that, she pretended to turn away. In a fit of desperation, Hu Zhuang's mother seized her wrist, exclaiming, You will not leave until you reveal the antidote. You wretched being! Do you wish to witness my son and I perish here? Her fierce gaze bore into Yi Meow Meow, squeezing her wrist painfully. Silver Mirror observed Yi Meow Meow's distressed expression and his eyes grew cold. He stepped forward, his presence overshadowing. Release her. Your Hu Zhuang refuses to acknowledge his wrongdoing. Why should Yi Meow Meow divulge the antidote? And you all, do you wish to live or not? Have you truly stolen the herbs from Yi Meow Meow and the cubs? If you do not clarify now, it will be too late when the poison strikes. Bai Ling, her frail form positioned between Yi Meow Meow and Hu Zhuang's mother, though seemingly weak and soft-spoken, commanded respect as Hu Tian's partner, Hu Zhuang's mother, despite her bravado, dared not confront her, begrudgingly loosening her grip on Yi Meow Meow. Hu Zhuang may be a bit reckless, but he has not committed any heinous act. It was merely a few baskets of wild grass collected from the mountains. We could gather them ourselves. Is it truly necessary to escalate this matter? Meow Meow, since they refuse to admit guilt, you may leave. Bai Ling, equally frustrated with Hu Zhuang's mother's unreasonable defense of her child, wondered why Hu Zhu had been incited to rush toward the cliff. Holding back her anger, she exchanged a glance with Yi Meow Meow, who nodded in agreement before taking her leave. Behind her, the chief, incensed, admonished Hu Zhuang's mother, Will you not speak the truth? Are you seeking your own demise? Blocked from pursuing Yi Meow Meow by Bai Ling, Hu Zhuang's mother, in her agitation, called out to her son, You little rascal, come forth and confess. Hu Zhuang, fearing for his life, noticed the pallor of the other cubs. Trembling in terror, unable to contain himself, he began to cry, We stole her baskets and herbs. She even whipped us. Out of anger, I called Hu Zhu out, for that female always fawns over Tiange. She would never allow harm to come to Hu Zhu because of him. I just wanted her to fall to her death at the cliff for striking me. What did you feed Hu Zhu before taking her? Speak clearly, or I will not share the antidote. After all, I discovered that herb first. Not even the tribe's healer or shaman may be able to cure it. Yi Meow Meow returned swiftly, standing before Hu Zhuang. Her eyes shone brightly with a cold clarity, causing Hu Zhu to instinctively retreat a step at Hu Zhuang. If you do not clarify your words today, your mother shall share your fate. Though I harvested the herbs, it was you who consumed them. Thus, even if you all perish, the chief shall not hold me accountable, for I did not compel you to eat. Hu Zhuang glanced at the chief, who nodded in agreement. Yi Meow Meow speaks true. Your theft was inherently wrong. And if you are indeed poisoned, it is a consequence of your own actions that, oh, divine beast, how blind you are. My poor cub shall perish at the hands of this female. Hu Zhuang's mother wailed, only to be interrupted as a clod of earth struck her mouth, causing her to choke and collapse, coughing violently. Who? Cough, cough, cough. Who dares to strike me? Yi Meow Meow glanced at Silver Song, who had stealthily concealed his hand behind his back, offering him an approving look before turning back to Hu Zhuang, slowly raising her gaze to the sky under his furious glare. Let me calculate. You likely consumed the herbs immediately after stealing them. Returning home to eat some more WY now. As the sun wanes, the poison should be taking effect. You probably have never witnessed the symptoms of other beastmen afflicted by poison. Have you? Blood will first stream from the eyes, followed by the nose and ears, and ultimately, it will surge from the mouth like a mountain spring, signaling the end. "Mother, I do not wish to die." One of the cubs cried out, causing the others to tremble uncontrollably. Hu Zhuang, too proud to relent, instinctively glanced at Hu Tian and muttered, "Yes, yes, it was the spirit fruit." Chapter 22. You must not turn against your own kin. The spirit fruit sounded pleasant, yet it was, in truth, the most feared fruit among the beastmen. "What? Hu Zhuang, where did you obtain the spirit fruit? How dare you give such a dangerous substance to Hu Zhu?" Hu Tian stepped forward, seizing Hu Zhuang by the neck and lifting him off the ground. Hu Zhu was his most beloved sister. Her mother had been wounded during a raid while pregnant with her, resulting in Hu Zhu being born differently from other cubs. She neither cried nor laughed, nor could she speak. Beyond her basic needs, she spent her time in silence or slumber. With her parents gone early, Hu Tian devoted all his time to caring for her, finally managing to raise her. "Should you dare harm Hu Zhu, I will not hesitate to end you." Enraged, Hu Tian prepared to take Hu Zhuang to the cliff to dispose of him, but a wretch like you does not deserve to remain in the tribe. For the first time, Hu Zhuang felt true fear. He cried out to Hu Tian, "It was not me. It was my mother who said Hu Zhu was useless, a burden that if she were gone, you would hunt more easily, and we would benefit from your catch." Hu Tian's eyes glared with fury. "Was that spirit fruit your mother's idea?" The intensity of Hu Tian's expression was terrifying, and Hu Zhuang nearly wet himself in fright. Abandoning all pretense that it was my mother who gave it to me, and she urged me to feed it to Hu Zhu. By the time Hu Zhuang's mother attempted to silence him, it was too late. She stammered about misunderstandings, unable to meet Hu Tian's gaze. "This child is speaking nonsense. How could I teach him such things? Tian Ge, I am your cousin. You cannot turn against your own kin." Hu Zhuang's mother sought to protest further, but Hu Tian, consumed with rage, interrupted her. "Did you ever consider we are family when you incited Hu Zhuang to harm Hu Zhu?" Hu Tian was a decade older than Hu Zhu when he first learned to hunt in the mountains. Hu Zhu was just learning to walk. He had never considered leaving Hu Zhu in the care of his cousin, only to have her reject the idea outright. Reluctantly, he carried Hu Zhu in a backpack on his hunts. Grateful for her quiet demeanor, he would simply hang her from a sturdy tree branch and hunt nearby. And as he matured into the strongest beastman of the tribe, it was then that Hu Zhuang's mother began to ingratiate herself with him. In his mind, they were bound by blood, so he occasionally shared his catches with them, often looking out for Hu Zhuang's fathers during their shared hunts. Little did he know that Hu Zhuang's mother harbored such malice. Tian Ge, the divine beast, will not forgive them for harming their kin, and the chief will ensure justice is served. Please, let him go. Bai Ling harbored concerns that Hu Tian might inadvertently cause Hu Zhuang's demise. She understood his wrath, yet she wished for him to remain untainted by the loss of life. "Chief, our cubs are still famished. Now that matters have been clarified, we shall take our leave to AS for the antidote. It is quite simple. Let them each consume a large vat of water, then use a sparrow's tail feather to induce vomiting, repeating the process thrice, and the poison should be alleviated. Meow meow." Disinterested in the aftermath concerning Hu Zhuang's family, felt no obligation to linger any longer. To the Jian clan, I apologize for your grievances today. Rest assured, I will ensure that your basket and herbs are returned. The chief, being a man of integrity and justice, promptly expressed his stance that Meow Meow chose not to press further. After all, it was Hu Tian who seemed more eager to deal with Hu Zhuang's family, and she awaited good news in silence. That on their way home, Jian walked ahead in silence, while Meow Meow cradled Bei and followed closely behind, with the other two cubs flanking her. The ordeal on the back mountain had already left the cubs weary, and after spending nearly an hour at the chief's residence, the revelation of the truth only deepened their fatigue. Bei nestled against Meow Meow's shoulder, rubbing her eyes with tiny hands. Noticing the little one was on the verge of dozing off, Meow Meow smiled and said, "Rest easy. Dear, I shall call for you when we reach home." "All right." Bei, unable to resist any longer, quickly succumbed to sleep, even snoring softly, with tiny bubbles escaping her nose. "Mother," Bei quietly called out, "since Mother has just sustained an injury, let me carry my sister." Jian had wished to say this as well, but he felt a bit too proud to let go of his dignity. However, when Bei spoke first, he immediately retorted, "I can carry her too." Mother knows you are both obedient. We will be home shortly. And I am perfectly capable. Why? Meow Meow smiled at them, but suddenly felt a tug at her leg and turned to see Jian had halted. Hand Bayer to me. He turned slightly, lifting his gaze. His expression still impassive. No need. It is not FAR. Meow Meow glanced at his crossed legs, feeling a twinge of concern. Yet, Jian remained resolute. Although he did not urge her again, the intensity of his gaze was unyielding. Instinctively, Meow Meow wanted to relent, but upon reflection, she realized she could not always indulge Jian. Thus she averted her eyes and walked past him. Meow Meow's demeanor spoke volumes. Her clear distrust of him left Jian feeling humiliated. And his expression darkened. He turned to Song and Bai. Which of you will ride with me? Song reacted swiftly, pushing Bai gently. Father, let my brother sit. I am the elder, and I can walk. With that, he sprinted after Meow Meow, leaving Bai hesitantly glancing at Jian. Under Jian's cold stare, he obediently perched himself on his father's lap, breathing lightly as if afraid to disturb him. Thus, Jian cradled Bai and surged ahead of Meow Meow, hastening their return home. Does your father behave this way often? I cannot fathom the stubbornness, Meow Meow remarked to Song, who met her gaze with an equally perplexed expression. The chief's efficiency was remarkable. Just as Meow Meow laid Bayer on the animal skin mat to sleep, a beast man arrived carrying several baskets. Among them were fresh, verdant lettuce. Clearly, he had followed the chief's orders. And as he handed the items to Meow Meow, he cautioned it would be wise to dispose of this herb, lest someone else suffers from poisoning. I understand. Thank you, she replied, after seeing off the beast man. Meow Meow carried the basket to a nearby stream outside the yard. She had a particular fondness for this brook, with its crystal-clear waters and refreshing taste, perfect for cooking or washing. Chapter 23. The fourth egg. While the cubs who snatched the lettuce were indeed detestable, the lettuce itself bore no fault. Meow Meow soaked both the basket and the lettuce in the stream, rinsing them thoroughly before returning indoors. The three cubs, having tasted the lettuce, knew it was harmless. Yet Jian remained oblivious. He watched as Meow Meow made her way back, plucking the vibrant leaves to munch on, his thoughts a whirlwind of complexity. Just days prior, he had wished for a lightning bolt to strike her down or for the beast god to whisk her away. Yet now, he instinctively did not want any harm to befall her. Are you not weary? Meow Meow noticed Jian and paused to meet her in front of him, speaking softly after all the commotion. We are all quite fatigued. You should rest at home. I will call you when the meat is ready. Meow Meow was not merely tired. She felt both hungry and drowsy. Thus, as she spoke, she plucked another lettuce leaf to munch on, knowing there was plenty more in the back mountain for her cubs to enjoy. Jian's gaze fixated on her lips as they parted and closed. Had he not been seated, he would have been tempted to snatch the leaf from her mouth. I forgot to mention, this is edible. Would you care to try? Meow Meow noticed his intense stare and generously offered him a leaf. This lettuce literally means vegetable that can be eaten raw. Jian accepted it with skepticism, while Meow Meow stepped towards the room, her graceful silhouette eliciting a sudden sense of absurdity in him. This female had not altered her penchant for deceit, just moments ago, in the chief's residence. Her performance had been so convincing that he had believed the herbs to be poisonous, only to discover it was a ruse. However, despite her fib, he felt an unusual sense of amusement rather than anger. He recalled how Bai had mentioned Meow Meow's injury, and how the cubs had collapsed from exhaustion, yet she still intended to roast meat. This female had truly transformed. She was not only willing to protect her cubs, but also unafraid of hardship. With this thought, Jian turned back towards Meow Meow. As he reached the door, he paused again. Meow Meow, preparing to slice the meat she had stored in a stone bowl, realized she should start the fire first. Turning to gather some wood from the yard, she spotted Jian entering, a stack of dry wood resting on his lap. I will start the fire, he said, carefully retrieving the fire starter from the corner and stacking the wood to ignite the flames. Meow Meow observed his adeptness. Though his legs were immobile, his muscular arms were remarkably capable, supporting his entire body while efficiently performing tasks. Could you assist me in crafting a few items? As they tended to the fire and sliced the meat, Meow Meow's gentle voice added warmth to the atmosphere. What do you need? Yin Jian glanced at her. The dim light accentuated the soft contours of her profile and the warmth in her eyes. I need a table and a few small stools, preferably 2 cutting boards, one for vegetables and one for meat, and if you could make a few bowls, that would be splendid. After hastily listing her requests, Yi Miao Miao worried whether her demands might upset Yin Jian. Thus she quickly added, "You may make whatever you are comfortable with. None of this is urgent. You can prioritize as you wish." Though Yin Jian's arms were indeed strong, they were not as nimble as those of a normal person. His movements were inherently restricted, that why Yi Miao Miao had not intended to burden him further. Yet to Yin Jian, her words reflected blatant skepticism and mistrust. "I will prepare what you require tomorrow." Yin Jian's demeanor shifted abruptly, prompting a silent sigh from Yi Miao Miao. She opened her arms and gestured with her hands, indicating the dimensions. "The table should be this large and high enough for our family of 5 to dine comfortably, with 1 stool for each person and a few bowls, both large and small. The cutting boards should be sturdy to a family of 5. Yin Jian's sudden inquiry caught Yi Miao Miao off guard. She felt as though his gaze concealed too many secrets, sending a chill down her spine that my stomach aches a bit. "I need to visit the restroom." That why Yi Miao Miao practically fled in a panic, hastening outside to the earthen pit in the yard, in the beast realm. There are no proper lavatories. The beastmen merely find a spot with trees outside their homes to dig a pit of suitable size, burying a little each day, and once filled, they dig another on the opposite side. Concealing herself behind a large tree, Yi Miao Miao quietly opened her spatial pocket, a voice within her incessantly reminding her that she must have overlooked some crucial information that she needed to find immediately. Lest her life be in jeopardy, she busily reread the contents on her tablet within the spatial pocket. Inside the dwelling, Yin Jian was once again contemplating the dilemma of whether to let her live or to end her life. It was evident that Yin Jian's sharp instincts further confirmed his prior suspicions. This Yi Miao Miao was not the same as the previous one. Her expressions, her tone of speech, and the clarity in her eyes were traits that the former Yi Miao Miao could not emulate. "Damn it!" Yi Miao Miao cursed under her breath, realizing that this wretched spatial pocket had concealed such vital information in minuscule text, as if mocking her. She nearly strained her eyes before finally spotting that tiny line in Chapter 24. Enraged, she paced in circles within the spatial pocket, cursing until her voice grew hoarse. The tantalizing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, and Yi Miao Miao composed herself before approaching Yin Jian once more. Observing him skillfully flipping the skewers of meat, she stepped forward to take the makeshift chopsticks he had fashioned from branches. "Let me handle this. You just tend to the fire," she insisted. The roasting rack was still somewhat high, and despite his caution, Yin Jian was bound to be singed by the flames. "How large should the table be?" he asked, his gaze fixed on the dry wood at hand, his voice calm. Why Yin Miao Miao, without looking at him, leisurely placed a piece of roasted meat atop the table, then replied, "Yin Jian, I know you harbor resentment towards me and refuse to forgive me because my 4th egg, Xiaoxi, has yet to hatch. That I also understand that my past mistakes do not warrant your forgiveness. But you must realize that Xiaoxi is my offspring, and no one wishes for his survival more than I do." Having said this, she set down the wooden chopsticks and turned to head towards the door. "I will go fetch the little ones for dinner. You can decide the size of the table yourself." Xiaoxi was the 4th egg born to Yin Jian and Yi Miao Miao, and due to the original owner's reckless actions, the unhatched egg was thrown into the icy creek. By the time Yin Jian discovered it, the egg had soaked overnight. When he took the egg to the clan's healer, it was already too late. Chapter 24. I did not protect you today. Yin Jian could not bear the thought of his child perishing within the shell. He pleaded earnestly with the clan's healer, who reluctantly revealed a method. If he could obtain a fire spirit grass from the cliff, it might save Xiao It was during this time that Yin Jian risked climbing the cliff to gather the fire spirit grass, only to be attacked by wild eagles nesting nearby. The fledglings fed on the fire spirit grass and had a fierce territorial instinct. Ignoring the threat, Yin Jian approached and inadvertently provoked the wild eagles, who, enraged, attacked him in turn, ultimately defeating him and sending him tumbling to the cliff's base. Normally, beastmen who fell from such heights would not survive, but Yin Jian was fortunate to escape with his life, albeit at a great cost. Why Meow Meow sighed inwardly at the treachery of the spatial pocket, increasingly aware that she needed to tread carefully moving forward. Nevertheless, the spatial pocket was not entirely devoid of merit. It at least provided her with some hints regarding how Xiao Si might hatch. The little ones sat in a circle on the ground, eagerly awaiting their meal. That Why Meow Meow contemplated finding an opportunity to explore the bottom of the headless cliff. Momentarily distracted and failing to hear Bayer's call. When she refocused, she found that Jian had already placed slices of meat atop the leaves in front of each of them. Bayer's large, glistening eyes gazed at her, her lips pursed in a semblance of grievance. "What is it, dear Bayer?" Meow Meow knelt beside her, gently stroking her small face and inquiring, "Are you feeling unwell?" "Father said we cannot eat this." "Mother, please tell Father that this is safe to eat, that it is not poisonous." "Yes, Mother. Father has been ill these past 2 days and does not know how delicious your food is. This sauce is truly delightful, yet Father forbids us from eating it." Bai echoed her sentiments, while Song, weighing the pros and cons, refrained from complaining in front of Jian, though his gaze remained fixated on the stone bowl on the ground, which contained the saucy Meow Meow had prepared in advance. "Rest assured, your father is merely concerned for your well-being. How about this? Mother will eat a piece to show him that it is safe." All right. The 3 little ones chimed in unison. Under their bright, eager gazes, Meow Meow first picked up a piece of meat, rolled it in the sauce, then wrapped it in a leaf before swallowing it in one bite. Noting that she could even see drool trickling from the corner of Bayer's mouth, Jian, "This sauce is concocted from several types of wild herbs. You should try it. It is quite good." After finishing her bite, she picked up another lettuce leaf, wrapped it around a piece of meat drenched in sauce, and offered it to Jian, but he gazed at the dark, yellowish sauce that resembled some form of excrement, and found it difficult to bring himself to eat it. "Rest assured, I will eat whatever the little ones eat each day, that if this food were poisonous, I would not survive either." To Why Meow Meow interpreted his hesitance as distrust, and seeing that he was still unwilling to take the piece of meat, she resigned herself to putting it back into her own mouth. "You 3, dig in." With a sweeping gesture, Meow Meow encouraged the little ones, who, upon seeing that Jian did not object, immediately began to feast. Bayer struggled to wrap the meat in the lettuce with her small hands, and Meow Meow helped her, noting that the little one, despite her small stature, had quite the appetite, consuming 7 or 8 lettuce wraps in one go before pausing. "Mother, I have never tasted such delicious meat," Bayer exclaimed, her face smeared with sauce. Why Meow Meow wiped a piece of meat against her mouth and fed it to her, laughing. "If you enjoy it, Mother will make it for you often, but there is one condition. You must keep quiet about the lettuce. Do not let anyone else know." She had just told the clan leader that this was poisonous grass. Should word get out that her children were enjoying it, the leader would surely no longer trust her. "Mother, we understand. You had no choice but to lie today. This is not your fault, Mother." Hu Zhuang and his mother are too cunning. If they were not worried about being poisoned, they would never admit to their mistakes. Bai and Song chimed in, and Meow Meow acknowledged that her children were quite clever, as they would later grow into formidable little antagonists. However, she felt it necessary to impart some wisdom early on, though today, as circumstances warranted it, lying is not a good habit. "Mother hopes that our family's children will always be honest and never conceal anything from me or your father. Trust is essential within our family. Of course, Mother allows you to have your own little secrets, as long as they do not harm the family." The 3 little ones nodded in unison, and Meow Meow turned to look at Jian with a smile. "You are the head of this family. Do you have any opinions to express regarding today's events, or perhaps some words of advice for the children?" Jian had been quietly eating the meat, neither dipping it in sauce nor wrapping it in lettuce, simply listening to Meow Meow and the children as conversation. He was taken aback when called upon, feeling somewhat bewildered. "Father, if you have something to say, please do. We are all listening." Song was the first to encourage him, with Bai nodding in agreement, while Bayer chewed earnestly and added, "We should listen to Father." Jian suddenly felt a wave of nervousness wash over him. After all, he had raised the 3 little ones both openly and subtly. When he had injured his leg, he had been unable to protect them, yet they still respected him and heeded his words. Now, merely delivering a few words of advice seemed to cause him anxiety, The phrase head of the family echoed in his mind. In the beast realm, every female could choose multiple males as partners. And unless one was the leader of a tribe or the strongest beast man, it was typically the females who held authority in the household. That why Meow Meow's statement had undeniably shifted the position of authority, leaving Jin both surprised and contemplative. Father seems a bit shy. Shall we cheer him on? Meow Meow could not bear to see Jin's somber expression day in and day out, and she decided to tease him a little. I think you all did wonderfully, Jin replied earnestly, genuinely believing it was right for his children to bravely stand up to protect their mother. Naturally, Meow Meow was also putting in great effort for their sake, and he felt his own performance paled in comparison. That I did not protect you well today. That is regrettable, Jin added as his expression gradually turned more somber. Meow Meow understood that Jin might be feeling guilty about his injured legs, and she quickly reassured the little ones. Father praised you. Are you happy? The little ones, of course, were filled with joy. Yet despite their tender age, they were perceptive enough to read the emotions of those around them. Their father, in that moment, was clearly troubled. How could they genuinely smile in such circumstances? If they were to celebrate, then perhaps they should also shower their father with praise. After all, their mother had witnessed firsthand as their father threw that unruly brat, Hu Zhuang, to the ground. Their father's display of strength was commendable. Surely, Hu Zhuang would think twice before daring to bully them again. Indeed, they were fortunate to have a father who protected them and a mother who cared for them. But wasn't it true that Hu Zhuang had merely relied on his father's influence to act so brazenly? Mother was right. Their father was not at fault. He had even carried me home, and it was undeniably comforting to be held by him. The last to speak was Bai, and his words succeeded in softening the expression on Jin's face considerably. Next time, I too want to be held by father. Bauer, resembling a caring little bundle, slowly approached Jin, extending her delicate hand to gently caress his chin, saying, Father, you are wonderful. This heartwarming scene stirred a tinge of envy in Meow Meow. Although she had lived in a seemingly perfect modern world before her journey here, her life had not been without its hardships. In her past life, Meow Meow had grown up in a family that valued sons over daughters. At the tender age of 5, her family deemed her a burden, unable to contribute, and had given her away to her cousin's family in the neighboring village, disguising the transaction as an adoption while pocketing a hefty sum of 50,000. Initially, her cousin and his wife doted on her, showering her with lovely clothes and sweet cakes, even urging her to call them father and mother. However, their good fortune was short-lived. Her aunt, despite being 40, unexpectedly bore a healthy baby boy. From that moment on, Meow Meow's life plummeted from the heights of joy back into the depths of despair. In her heart, she longed for a warm home. That night, Meow Meow slept soundly, only to be awoken at dawn by the persistent sound of an alarm. Startled, she opened her eyes and, upon seeing the familiar wooden cabin illuminated by the morning light, let out a silent sigh of relief. The alarm continued to ring, and as she listened to the familiar sound, she nearly believed she had returned to the modern world. Meanwhile, the 3 little ones in the same room continued to sleep soundly. Seemingly oblivious to the disruptive noise, Meow Meow rubbed her face and quickly realized that something must be amiss in her space. Stealthily, she stepped outside to find a secluded spot to access her space. And indeed, the tablet was flashing with blinding lights. As she approached, the lights faded, revealing rows of alarming red letters. Stray beasts invade. The tribe is ablaze. Heavy casualties among the beastmen. After reading the distressing message, Meow Meow was drenched in cold sweat. She hurriedly exited her space and made her way back inside, only to collide with Jin, who was seated in the middle of the yard. You awake? Meow Meow remembered not having seen him when she stepped outside and was uncertain how long he had been there, or if he had discovered her little secret. The household consisted of only 2 wooden cabins. Typically, Jin occupied one, while the little ones occupied the other. Each time she accessed her space, she had to seek a hidden spot, but where could one find safety within the confines of the cabin? As she pondered this, she glanced around the yard, noticing a substantial open area where another wooden cabin could be erected. However, if she were to build a new house, she certainly did not wish for another wooden structure. which was drafty and unfit for weather protection. Why Meow Meow's thoughts were in disarray as her eyes flitted about, her expression a whirlwind of emotions, nodding at times and shaking her head at others. Jin sensed her odd behavior. Yet being the typically taciturn individual he was, he refrained from asking questions, silently observing her, waiting for her to speak. After all, as long as it was for the sake of their home and the little ones, he would do his utmost to accommodate her wishes. Are you up so early for a reason? Meow Meow finally focused her gaze back on Jin, but upon asking the question, she immediately felt it was rather intrusive. It was likely he had simply needed to relieve himself, not that he intended to venture out hunting. I'm heading back inside. You attend to your matters. Jin remained silent, resembling a sulking gourd. And Meow Meow felt as though she had performed a one-sided comedic act before swiftly retreating into the cabin. Outside, the sky was still early, and even the most industrious beastmen in the tribe were still asleep. Nevertheless, Meow Meow busied herself preparing breakfast for the little ones. Not just breakfast, but also lunch and dinner. She had thick slices of roasted meat sizzling to a golden perfection and a pot of millet porridge simmering. Breakfast was nearly ready. To save time, she quickly skewered 20 pieces of meat, marinating them in sauce and placing them in a stone basin to soak, thinking they could roast them for lunch when hunger struck. Given the limited ingredients, she could only prepare roasted meat, so she decided to enhance the flavor of the marinade. For instance, today, she had acquired a bottle of tomato sauce from her space. Mother, you're up so early. Song was the first to sit up, followed closely by Bai, who opened his eyes to look at her. Bauer merely rubbed her eyes, rolled over, and continued her slumber. Meow Meow organized her items while speaking to them. Mother wishes to join the tribe's foraging team, so I must prepare early to, if you're awake, go wash up and get ready for breakfast. By the way, your leather skirts are still drying in the yard. I'll fetch them for you. The little ones had only their leather skirts to wear. Fortunately, the weather was pleasant, and she had washed them at the creek the night before, leaving them to dry in the cool yard, and they were now almost completely dry. Upon hearing this, the two little ones realized they were still bare. Last night, while undressing in the dark, no one could see anyone else. But now that it was bright, they were acutely aware of their state. Their cheeks flushed as they huddled under the animal skin mat, yet the mat was too small to cover them adequately. As they tugged at each other, they ended up revealing even more. Why Meow Meow couldn't he help but chuckle at the sight of the two little ones, both under 4 years old, before heading to the yard. At that moment, Bauer woke up as well. Her leather skirt had also been washed, but Meow Meow had draped her own skirt over her, tying the shoulder straps into a knot, effectively transforming it into a sleeping bag. All right, you two change your clothes first, then wash up. She handed the skirt she retrieved to Song and Bai, and the two little ones dashed outside with their skirts in hand. Bauer looked at Meow Meow in bewilderment. Mother, what is wrong with big brother and second brother? In the past, when Meow Meow hadn't shown them affection, all three little ones would huddle together on a haystack to sleep. And at their young age, they were oblivious to any sense of shyness. Mother has prepared delicious food. Hurry and get dressed to wash your face. With a smile, Meow Meow scooped up the little one and planted a good morning kiss on her, then helped her put her leather skirt back on. In this household, only she had a second set of leather skirt to change into. Jin and the little ones only had the one they wore, which had seen better days. After washing it yesterday, she had secretly taken it into her space to mend. As the three little ones gathered around a large stone bowl, they used stone spoons to scoop the millet soup while munching on roasted meat. Their adorable antics bringing joy to Meow Meow. She wrapped another piece of roasted meat in clean leaves and stepped outside, where she found Jin already busy in the yard. Upon seeing her, he said, I'm heading up to the mountain to chop wood. You stay here and watch the little ones but I want to go out too. Meow Meow found herself unable to explain her knowledge of the situation to Jin. So she proposed, how about I go today, and you go tomorrow? Does that work? Jin remained silent, his lips pressed together as he regarded her. Meow Meow finally articulated, the tribe will soon send beastmen to the seaside to exchange for salt. And opportunities for females to forage are limited. I wish to join them early to gather more fruits. You could take the little ones with you to It was true that females could bring their little ones along for foraging, as although the cubs could not work as much as the adult beastmen, they still contributed in their own way, which was not considered a significant issue within the tribe. However, given the current circumstances, Yi Meow Meow could not agree to that. She promptly shook her head, saying, "Next time, I will take them. For now, I just want to familiarize myself with the situation." As she spoke, she handed the piece of roasted meat to Yin Jian, saying, "You eat this first. If it's not enough, there's plenty more inside." Before leaving, Yi Meow Meow reminded Yin Jian to prepare lunch for the little ones, her worried expression suggesting that it was he who might neglect their care. They're still small, they must eat well-cooked meat, or they risk getting worms in their bellies. Yin Song loves to run to the creek for a drink, so please watch him closely and don't let him drink during the hottest part of the day. It could upset his stomach. And don't forget about Yin. By Yi Meow Meow rambled on, but finally, Yin Jian could listen no longer. "If you're so worried, perhaps you shouldn't go. Rest assured, you are their true guardian. How could I possibly be uneasy?" Yi Meow Meow chuckled awkwardly twice before departing. She had risen exceptionally early that day, and even though she had taken some time, it was still not too late to arrive at the chieftain's home. The orc members of the gathering team had already congregated, and after glancing over the crowd of approximately 70 to 80 individuals, Yi Meow Meow hurried to report to the chieftain. "Where are your 3 little ones? Why did you not bring them along?" In the chieftain's eyes, although Yin Song and the others were small, they exhibited much more understanding than the offspring of other orc families. Taking them along would not only be a boon, but would also assist Yi Meow Meow in completing more tasks. Yin Jian, too, required assistance at home, and the little ones could provide some extra hands. With this explanation from Yi Meow Meow, the chieftain ceased his inquiries and instead devised a splendid idea for her to procure supplies. As another rainy season approached winter, while she wished to prevent 2 men from becoming her mate, it was imperative to prepare both the little ones and the animal skins for winter. Why not have Yin Jian weave some larger, sturdier baskets? I shall let them take these to exchange for Sol on the way, which will also help you acquire additional animal skins. Yin Meow Meow earnestly noted. "Thank you, chieftain, for your consideration, that I shall discuss this with Yin Jian and see what kind of basket would be most practical. Yin Meow Meow, come over here." Just as Yin Meow Meow had settled her conversation with the chieftain, Bai Ling waved to her from the crowd. Beside her, Bao Mei wore an evident look of displeasure, and even as Yin Meow Meow approached, she continued to speak with Bai Ling. "Do not be deceived by her momentary facade. She has been in the tribe for nearly a decade, yet we still do not know her original form. She could very well be what everyone describes as a 4-legged color-changing creature. Tricking you into trusting her. 4-legged color-changing creature. A chameleon?" Yin Meow Meow thought to herself, that is quite an overestimation. She lacks the skills of a chameleon. However, to be fair, not only did the orcs in the tribe not know what Yin Meow Meow's original form was, but she herself was equally in the dark. Trust me just this once. Yin Meow Meow is truly different from before. Let us be in the same group with her today. It is her first time participating in the gathering team, and she will undoubtedly face many challenges that we can consider it as helping her." Under Bai Ling's persuasion, Bao Mei ultimately refrained from further grumbling, though she maintained a watchful gaze on Yin Meow Meow. Initially, Yin Meow Meow had been contemplating how to arrange being in the same group as Bai Ling, but this development aligned perfectly with her intentions, and she happily thanked Bai Ling. The location the gathering team was headed to was significantly farther than the back mountain Yin Meow Meow had taken the little ones to. It was a vast expanse of forest, rich with fruit-bearing trees, and beyond it lay a hillside abundant with vegetation, alongside a small stream at its base. The accompanying male orcs would guard the perimeter of the forest, forming a circle approximately 10 meters apart, primarily to ensure the safety of the females and protect them from wild beasts. However, the chieftain only permitted everyone to forage for wild fruits and dig for wild herbs in the forest, forbidding them from approaching the hillside, but there appeared to be many wild vegetables down there. It would be such a waste not to eat them. Chapter 27. Do you not feel that this resembles cannibalism? The rules of the tribe were mostly established by the chieftain and subsequently ratified by unanimous vote, with hardly any orc daring to breach these regulations. Those who did, whether intentionally or inadvertently, faced appropriate punishment, which kept the rest of the tribe in line. With the hillside devoid of large trees for cover, the females were particularly vulnerable to attacks from eagles soaring above, and the river below teemed with fish known to bite. Yin Meow Meow, Do not let your greed for food cost you your life. We can keep our distance from the riverbank, but if we are merely concerned about the eagles, we can disguise ourselves. Why Meow Meow pointed to a lush green patch in the distance and remarked, recently, I have recalled many childhood memories that I remember having eaten those wild herbs. Their flavor is exquisite, and when paired with roasted meat, it becomes even more delectable. Moreover, many herbs possess medicinal properties, helping us resist the harsh cold and enhancing our immunity. The food in the tribe was quite monotonous, consisting of little beyond salt, and Bai Ling momentarily struggled to imagine how it could be made tastier. Seeing Bai Ling's bewildered expression, Yi Meow Meow retrieved a small piece of roasted meat wrapped in leaves from her basket. Here, try this. It is meat roasted with the wild herbs I gathered from the back mountain the other day. Bai Ling, looking at the golden brown piece of meat, tentatively placed it in her mouth and chewed, her eyes lighting up as she turned to Yi Meow Meow. What kind of wild herb can make the meat taste this delicious? Yi Meow Meow mused that she had not used any extravagant ingredients, just a sprinkle of simple cumin powder and slices of garlic. Now, are you willing to accompany me to gather wild herbs over there? What are you two whispering about? At that moment, Bao Mei approached. Having just been pulled aside by her sister-in-law for conversation, she had noticed Yi Meow Meow giving Bai Ling something to eat, prompting her to hurry over. How can you eat her food? Are you not afraid she might have put something unclean in it? Bao Mei glared at Yi Meow Meow with unreserved hostility. Why Yi Meow Meow, uninterested in explaining herself, pulled out 2 more pieces of roasted meat from her basket, stuffing one in her mouth and offering the other. Here, this is it. Do you dare to eat it? Bao Mei took the piece, sniffed it near her nose, and found the aroma quite pleasant, a fragrance she had never encountered before. She eyed Yi Meow Meow suspiciously. Where did you get this meat? Your good friend has eaten it. If there were anything unclean in it, would you be willing to share it or fate? As Yi Meow Meow chewed vigorously on the meat, she raised an eyebrow at Bao Mei. Unable to withstand Yi Meow Meow's provocation, Bao Mei promptly stuffed the meat in her mouth. Of course, Bai Ling and I have always shared both good and bad times. If anything were truly wrong, I would be willing to suffer alongside her. Bai Ling observed the two of them bickering like unripe cubs and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Mei, Meow Meow is deliberately teasing you. Do you not find her roasted meat particularly delicious? Upon hearing Bai Ling's remark, Bao Mei redirected her focus to the roasted meat. Though her expression was not overly dramatic, a look of astonishment was evident. It is indeed delicious. What is going on? Typically, the roasted meat we prepare only has some salt sprinkled on it, but this one includes garlic slices and another seasoning called cumin that I noticed many garlic shoots on that hillside. So we might be able to dig up quite a for cumin. It is quite rare. I found only one plant on the back mountain, and I am unsure if it exists on that hillside. Seeing that both of them were quite taken with the roasted meat, Yi Meow Meow hastened to explain further, adding, I have another splendid idea. If we gather some branches and drape them over our shoulders, we might evade the eagle's gaze. Plants thrive on sunlight, and the grass and flowers in the forest are largely shaded by the towering trees above. The hillside, however, receives ample sunlight, making the wild herbs there more lush and plentiful. I have an even better plan. We could transplant the wild herbs we find into our yards that if they thrive well, we would not even need to venture out to enjoy fresh greens. Bai Ling found Yi Meow Meow's words reasonable. Their primary task in the forest was to gather wild fruits, which are mostly quite sour and could easily lead to stomach troubles if consumed excessively. They would likely dry the fruits for storage, but during the winter when food was scarce, they would barely suffice, and overeating dried fruits would only leave them hungrier. Although Bai Ling did not share Yi Meow Meow's fervent passion for fresh vegetables, she understood that for the orcs, having an additional food source was a blessing from the beast god, and she felt it worth trying. I will speak with Bao Chong. He is responsible for leading the team today. To gather wild vegetables from the hillside, it was not simply a matter of their willingness. They would need the consent of the male orcs, and it was best to proceed under their protection. Yi Meow Meow nodded vigorously. Rest assured, once we gather the wild vegetables, I will prepare a sumptuous feast for you, allowing you to truly appreciate the allure of fresh produce. After Bai Ling nodded in agreement and went off to find someone, Bao Mei remained behind, fixating her gaze on Yi Meow Meow. Though your suggestion is commendable, and that meat with added seasoning is indeed delicious, I must make it clear that you should not play any tricks. nor entertain thoughts of harming Bai Ling. Why, Meow Meow earnestly nodded. I have taken note of that. Now, may we proceed together to gather the leaves for our disguise? Bao Mei, why is she not angry? Instead appearing so obedient and well-behaved? This is quite uncharacteristic of Yi Meow Meow, making her feel somewhat embarrassed to continue being fierce. Bai Ling swiftly convinced Bao Chong, and when Bao Chong arrived with 4 or 5 beastmen, Yi Meow Meow had already fashioned a semicircular cloak made of leaves, which could be easily draped over her back, with a crown of leaves atop her head, and by crouching down a bit while walking, she could blend seamlessly with the grass, becoming nearly invisible from a distance. Be careful. Do not go near the riverbank, Bao Chong reiterated, instructing the males to follow Yi Meow Meow's lead in crafting their own leaf cloaks. Among them, one male was an eagle beast. He did not require camouflage, as he could transform into his beast form and soar into the sky effortlessly. Which do you think is larger, the Eagle Tribe beastmen or the actual eagles? Yi Meow Meow inquired, gazing at the soaring beastman. After a moment of serious contemplation, Bai Ling shook her head. I do not know. I have never left the tribe since birth and have never seen an eagle. So I cannot determine who is larger. I see. If an eagle were to fly by now, would the Eagle Tribe beastman consider it prey? Yi Meow Meow asked, her curiosity piqued. Bao Mei chuckled from the side. I find something amiss with you. Could it be that you knocked your head silly that day? Eagle beasts do not hunt eagles, just as your silver mirror would not prey on snakes. Don't you think that would feel like cannibalism? Chapter 28. It seems there are corpses over there. Speaking of silver mirror, Bao Mei leaned closer to Yi Meow Meow, fixing her gaze intently into her eyes. His leg has yet to heal. Are you truly not considering finding a new partner? In her perspective, only if Yi Meow Meow found a new companion would her fantasies about Hu Tian be completely dispelled. After all, Silver Mirror was now regarded as nearly useless in everyone's eyes, unable to hunt or provide for the females and their young. Nor could he fulfill the needs of the females. Not just Yi Meow Meow. Even other beastmen would struggle to find their place in the tribe. Are you referring to Tu Min? Did the chief not already arrange for him to have another female partner? I think they seem quite compatible. After Yi Meow Meow had repeatedly rejected him, the chief finally ceased to play matchmaker. There were other adult females in the tribe who were single. Tu Min was not irreplaceable. Reproduction is a matter of tribal strategy, and the chief quickly paired him off again, far more smoothly than when he tried to set her up, with so many males in the tribe. You should broaden your horizons. There will surely be someone suitable for you. Once the males return with salt, we should all move to the cave. Winter is not suitable for hunting, and being cooped up with Silver Mirror all day will surely drive you mad. Bao Mei added in a hushed tone, Winter is the peak mating season for females. You better not pretend you don't understand me. Yi Meow Meow felt her cheeks flush as she glanced at the similarly blushing Bai Ling, instinctively retorting to Bao Mei. And you? Aren't you feeling pin-up? Bao Mei confidently replied, Not at all. I plan to find myself a partner before winter arrives, ideally giving birth to a litter of cubs come spring. With such clear goals and plans, it is no wonder she felt no sense of restraint. Yi Meow Meow silently admired Bao Mei's courage. She spoke of such matters with a nonchalance of discussing a hunt. Bai Ling also covertly cast a look of admiration at Bao Mei, just as the group of male beastmen prepared themselves, donning their green cloaks as they headed toward the hillside. Yi Meow Meow recalled the contents of the book. She seized an opportune moment, inadvertently slipping and rolling down the slope. She tried her best to shield her head with her arms while rolling sideways, and fortunately, there were no large rocks on the slope. Just as she was about to tumble into the river, she managed to grasp a wild grass plant, successfully slowing her descent and bringing herself to a stop. Even so, half of her body was already submerged in the river. Meow Meow! Yi Meow Meow! Bai Ling and Bao Mei called out in unison as they rushed down, while a few male beastmen were too late to intervene, as Bai Ling also slipped and fell. As Yi Meow Meow sat up, she saw Bai Ling rolling toward her, and her heart nearly stopped. This was Bai Ling, and if she were injured, Hu Tian would surely flay her alive, without pausing to assess her own injuries. She hurriedly lunged toward Bai Ling. In an astonishing turn of events, Bai Ling transformed into a fluffy white rabbit mid-roll, landing directly in Yi Meow Meow's arms. With a splash, the river water erupted, and Yi Miao Miao barely managed to hold onto the plump Bai Ling. Just as she was contemplating how to surface, another heavy object came crashing down toward them, prompting her to frantically paddle to the side. Get out of the way, quickly! Bao Mei, seeing she could not hold on to Bai Ling, had no choice but to transform and leap in after them. Leopards are natural swimmers, but she was moving too fast to control her strength and direction, only able to shout loudly. Fortunately, Yi Miao Miao was quick on her feet, otherwise a collision would have resulted in injuries for all. Bai Ling, Yi Miao Miao emerged from the surface, holding the unconscious Bai Ling, while Bao Mei rushed to assist. Together, they dragged her ashore. Bai Ling had evidently inhaled water and fainted, causing Bao Mei to flit about anxiously. The male beastmen began to devise plans, some rushing to call for Hu Tian, others seeking a healer, yet no one dared to step forward while Yi Miao Miao gazed at Bai Ling's tightly shut eyes, gritted her teeth, and resolved to take action. She lay Bai Ling flat and commenced CPR. Her movements somewhat clumsy. Hey, Yi Miao Miao, what are you doing? Why are you kissing her? Bao Mei had transformed back into her human form and wanted to intervene, but seeing Yi Miao Miao's serious expression, she could only fidget anxiously on the sidelines. You better not harm Bai Ling, otherwise Hu Tian will not spare you. Yi Miao Miao was acutely aware of this, or else she would not risk being beaten to perform artificial respiration on Bai Ling. Cough, cough! Finally, Bai Ling responded, expelling the river water from her lungs. Upon opening her eyes, her first words were, "Where's Miao Miao?" I am here. Yi Miao Miao, both startled and exhausted, collapsed beside her, smiling faintly as she said, "Thank heavens. Thank the beast god. Bai Ling, you must take care of yourself from now on. You're a rabbit. Inhaling water could be fatal, you know." Bai Ling, still shaken, grasped the hands of Yi Miao Miao and Bao Mei. "I have never been in the water before. I truly thought I was going to die just now. I don't know what kind of potion Yi Miao Miao gave you, but despite being terrified, you still jumped in to save her. Just wait until Hu Tian finds out what you did," Bao Mei remarked, her tongue sharp as ever. She seemed to have forgotten that she, too, had rushed toward Yi Miao Miao with a worried expression. Was that not for the sake of saving her? Yi Miao Miao, seeing through the underlying kindness in Bao Mei's words, chose not to dwell on her lack of friendliness. After confirming that Bai Ling was not seriously hurt, she recalled the urgent matter at hand. The book mentioned that had they paid more attention to the movements by the river, they might have avoided disaster. Alas, due to tribal customs, no one had ventured down the slope to investigate. Now that they were already at the bottom, it was unreasonable to leave empty-handed. Bai Ling, look at all the fish in the river. I'm going to catch a few. You two must stay here and wait. Who do you think you're looking down upon? We leopard tribe members are natural swimmers. I will join you, Bao Mei declared, leaping into the water with a splash, sending waves surging around. Yi Miao Miao wiped the water from her face. Somewhat exasperated, "Sister, we are here to catch fish, not to scare them away." The river varied in depth, and as Yi Miao Miao stood in the shallows, she carefully moved her feet while observing her surroundings. Just then, Bai Ling, resting on the riverbank, suddenly called out to them, "Miao Miao, Bao Mei, come back quickly. It seems there's a corpse over there." The two turned to follow the direction of Bai Ling's finger and indeed spotted a beast-man floating on the river. Drifting toward them, "Quick, to the shore," Bao Mei exclaimed, seizing Yi Miao Miao's wrist and pulling her along. Meanwhile, the beast-man was hastily retrieved by Hu Tian and the others rushing over. Chapter 29. Will she become a shaman? Brother Tian, he is still alive. After the beast-men dragged the unconscious figure onto the shore, they examined him carefully. Upon confirming he was still breathing, they hurried to report to Hu Tian. Hu Tian, preoccupied with his concern for Bai Ling, repeatedly inquired if she felt unwell, momentarily neglecting everything else. If he is not dead, then he is not dead. Take him back to the tribe to report to the chief. He spoke as he scooped Bai Ling into his arms, then glanced at Yi Miao Miao. You experienced such an incident on your first outing with the gathering team. It would be best if you didn't come again to avoid causing trouble for others. On his way here, he had already heard from other orcs that if it weren't for Yi Miao Miao's suggestion, Bai Ling would never have agreed to go up the hillside if she hadn't fallen. Bai Ling would have never risked her life to save her. His Bai Ling is simply too kind-hearted, not considering how Yi Miao Miao once schemed to tear them apart, nearly costing her own life for her. You should minimize your interactions with her. If it weren't for her, Yin Jian wouldn't have become a cripple. Associating with her brings nothing but misfortune. After glaring at Yi Miao Miao, Hu Tian continued to advise Bai Ling. Bai Ling understood that Yin Jian's condition was a result of Yi Miao Miao's previous antics, but today was different, and she quietly defended Tian Ge. Don't speak of Miao Miao like that. It was thanks to her that I was saved today. If it weren't for her, you wouldn't even have fallen and choked on water. Everything has its cause and effect. You can't just highlight the pleasant aspects. Hu Tian's retort left Bai Ling speechless. Beside them, Bao Mei wanted to say something, but fell silent under Hu Tian's cold gaze. Hu Tian walked briskly, leaving Yi Miao Miao and Bao Mei trailing behind, while Yi Miao Miao's keen eyes suddenly caught sight of the lush wild garlic sprouts on the hillside, and she felt an urge to gather some. Bao Mei, let us collect some wild vegetables on the way back. It wouldn't be a wasted trip. Bao Mei replied, you really are bold. Just got scolded and still have the mood to gather wild vegetables? Yi Miao Miao chuckled awkwardly. Even after being scolded, one must eat. Look how well those wild vegetables are growing. It would be a shame not to take some back to stir-fry with meat. Bao Mei, for some unknown reason, found that despite previously despising Yi Miao Miao at every encounter, she couldn't bring herself to dislike her after spending a little more time together today. Let me tell you, this wild vegetable is called wild garlic. It tastes great when stir-fried with meat or eggs. Yi Miao Miao licked her lips as she spoke, realizing it had been a long time since she had eaten a proper meal. What are eggs? How do you know so much? Bao Mei, like a curious child, followed her with questions. Also, what did you learn that moved to save Bai Ling? Others have choked before, but the tribal healer has never saved anyone that way. Yi Miao Miao, you've been in the tribe for 10 years. How come you have so many secrets? Seizing the opportunity to respond, Yi Miao Miao said, indeed, I've been in the tribe for 10 years, but never had a proper conversation with you all. So naturally, there are things I couldn't share. Bao Mei pondered this. Given Yi Miao Miao's past behavior, she had likely driven away any orc who might have spoken to her, leaving no one to know what she could or could not do. Quickly, do you still have your basket? To divert Bao Mei from asking more questions, Yi Miao Miao quickly changed the subject, pulling up a large handful of wild garlic sprouts and presenting them to her. Are you sure this is edible? It smells too pungent. Bao Mei expressed her disdain, but Yi Miao Miao clutched it like a treasure. It's precisely that pungent flavor that makes it delicious. Let us gather more. And I'll teach you how to cook it. I guarantee you'll crave it. Fortune favored Yi Miao Miao today. Not only did she find wild garlic sprouts on the hillside, but she also discovered several green peppers and a patch of sweet potato sprouts. She found a short twig to dig out a few sweet potatoes, noticing they were still small, and said to Bao Mei, let's take these back to show the chief. In a while, the sweet potatoes here will surely grow larger. What are you thinking? After what happened today, Hu Tian will definitely not allow you to join the foraging team again. Regardless of whether she would be allowed next time, Yi Miao Miao carried a large bundle of wild garlic sprouts and green peppers back with the group. Along the way, many pointed and whispered about her, calling her a disaster who brings misfortune to others. Why don't you keep your distance from me as well? Yi Miao Miao glanced back at Bao Mei, who was similarly carrying a large bundle of wild garlic sprouts, and quietly warned, if you stay so close to me, the other orcs will look down on you. Bao Mei rolled her eyes and shrugged. I lost my parents and siblings long ago. Years ago, they also scolded me for being a calamity for beasts. Oh, then if you're alone, come have lunch with us at noon. Yi Miao Miao offered no comforting words. But Bao Mei readily agreed, eager to learn how to prepare the wild garlic sprouts. However, they hadn't walked far before an orc called them back, saying the chief needed to see Miao Miao about something important. I'll go with you. Bao Mei, ever the helpful friend, accompanied Yi Miao Miao to meet the chief, only to find Hu Tian, Bai Ling, and the orc they had rescued from the river were also present. Yi Miao Miao has arrived. Quickly, see if this person can be saved. The chief's words left Yi Miao Miao frozen in place. She was not a healer. How could she save anyone? She had only revived Bai Ling after she had choked. But this orc had been unconscious for too long after inhaling water. She must have a way to save him. Yes, it's her. We've never seen anyone save a life using such methods before. Yi Miao Miao possesses shamanic abilities. Could she become a healer? Nearby, orcs began to discuss animatedly, and Yi Miao Miao quickly understood. Chief, I don't possess shamanic abilities. The method I just used to save someone has been passed down in my family. It has something everyone in my previous tribe learned, and I can teach it to everyone here. It was absurd. Shamans were revered among the orcs, and she was hardly worthy of such a title. As she spoke, she approached the unconscious orc and adjusted his position, placing her left hand, palm down, on the area just below his chest. Everyone, pay attention to my actions. It mustn't be too forceful or too gentle. Yi Meow Meow explained carefully, deliberately slowing her movements so everyone could see clearly. She pressed on the orc's chest repeatedly. After 4 or 5 compressions, she prepared for rescue breaths. Having volunteered previously, she understood that saving lives transcended gender and societal taboos. Just as she leaned down to breathe into the orc's mouth, her arm was suddenly tugged, pulling her off balance and to the side. He male. If you kiss him, he will be bound to you as a partner. Chapter 30. Let me teach you to swim. Yi Meow Meow initially hadn't thought much of it, but upon hearing Bao Mei's words, she instinctively waved her hand. I only want to save him, not to acquire another partner. The chief, observing this, did not press further but pointed to another orc, asking, have you learned the method Yi Meow Meow just taught? Come try to see if you can save him. The orc hesitated. Pressing on the chest was manageable, but kissing was too embarrassing. After all, he didn't even have a partner. Chief, I can't kiss. How about we switch to someone else? The orc chuckled sheepishly. Hearing this, the chief's expression darkened. Yi Meow Meow quickly interjected. It's not a kiss. It's mouth-to-mouth breathing, blowing air into his mouth, like blowing into a gourd. The orc protested. I senti that still mouth-to-mouth. Yi Meow Meow was left speechless. She turned to the chief. The method to save him is precisely this. This orc didn't just appear in the river. He might bring us crucial information. Chief, if you wish to save him, you must make a decision quickly. Otherwise, if he dies, wouldn't our efforts be in vain and potentially cause us to miss vital news? The chief found her reasoning sound and promptly pointed to another orc. In gang you go. Ensure that he survives. Fortune smiled upon the orc. Under Yi Meow Meow's guidance, Ingang successfully revived him. As he coughed and opened his eyes, Ingang hurriedly ran aside to vomit. The chief and Hu Tian immediately approached the orc, inquiring, What is your name? Why were you outside our tribe? And how are you injured? Where is your tribe? A barrage of questions left the orc dazed. He scanned the surroundings before his gaze landed on Hu Tian. The wandering beasts are coming. Quick, run! With that, the orc fainted again, prompting the chief to call for the tribal healer, Hu Tian. Do you recognize him? The chief asked Hu Tian, who shook his head, stating he didn't recall ever meeting the orc. However, since the orc had spoken to him, it was likely they had crossed paths at some point. Last year, while trading salt, I encountered a group of orcs. He might be one of them. The chief thought little of it and quickly gathered the others to discuss how to respond to the threat of the wandering beasts. A matter of life and death for the tribe. Meow Meow, thank you. Otherwise, we wouldn't have discovered this orc. Bai Ling approached, grasping Yi Meow Meow's hand, her face equally troubled. It seems we will soon have to hide in the cave. I hope the chief and the others can successfully repel the wandering beasts. That Yi Meow Meow was aware of Bai Ling's kindness. Yet she did not anticipate that Bai Ling would be the first to approach her with such words. Leaving her heart in a tangle, Bai Ling, a member of the rabbit clan, inherently feared water. Thus they intentionally steered clear of watery locales. However, it is a fact that rabbits can indeed learn to swim. Yi Meow Meow mused that if she could teach Bai Ling how to swim, perhaps in the future, should a situation arise akin to today's, she might be able to save herself. Yi Meow Meow silently scolded herself, thinking that bad omens should not come to fruition, for she could not endure distressing occurrences on a daily basis. What is swimming? Is it merely splashing about in the river? Bai Ling and Bao Mei queried from either side. Yi Meow Meow smiled and nodded. One could understand it that way. Upon hearing that it involved going to the river, Bai Ling hastily waved her hands. I shan't go. My elder sister drowned while fishing in the river. And since then, my mother has forbidden me from approaching the riverbank. Even washing a stone bowl requires my father to fetch water for me. I am not allowed near flowing water at all. Bao Mei nodded vigorously in agreement. She gets dizzy at the sight of water. Do not lead her astray. Yi Meow Meow recognized that psychological barriers are the most challenging to overcome, and thus, she did not press further, instead inviting them to her home for a dish of wild garlic sprouts with meat. I shall not go. I still need to prepare roasted meat for Tiangu. You two should hurry and tidy up, for if we are indeed attacked by the rogue beastmen, we must take refuge in the cave. Bai Ling turned towards her own home, and after exchanging a glance with Bao Mei, Yi Miao Miao continued on her way. Thank you for today, Yi Miao Miao suddenly voiced. Upon realizing what she meant, Bao Mei became serious. If you wish to avoid further reproach from the beastmen in the tribe, you must be more vigilant. Bai Ling is right. Since you are determined to amend your ways and become a good female, I am willing to assist you. Yi Miao Miao felt that Bao Mei was truly a wonderful friend. And after solemnly nodding in agreement, they conversed about other matters. When the two returned home, they were met with an unsettling silence. Where are your little ones? Bao Mei inquired, to which Yi Miao Miao could only shake her head in confusion. When I left, Yin Jian and the others were all there. Yi Miao Miao hurriedly set down the wild garlic sprouts she was carrying and dashed inside. The stone pot and bowls were neatly arranged in the back room, and the prepared roasted meat was also orderly placed on the grill. Evidently, they had not stayed home for lunch. She then ventured into Yin Jian's room, but found it equally deserted. Could it be that he had taken the little ones hunting? With his leg injured, how could he hunt? Seeing the astonishment on Yi Miao Miao's face, Bao Mei couldn't help but chuckle. His leg has been injured for quite some time. There are beastmen who have seen him hunting on the mountain. Though he cannot move his leg, he remains agile. Yi Miao Miao. You seem to be rather inattentive towards your male. Yi Miao Miao was not inattentive. Rather, she was entirely uninformed, for as a newcomer, she was oblivious to the events that had transpired. But the little ones are still so young. Yi Miao Miao felt no concern for Yin Jian, as he was a snake beast, capable of escaping for his life in critical moments. Her worry lay with the little ones. Surely he would not be foolish enough to take 3 cubs into danger. Yi Miao Miao's mind was in turmoil. She wished to ascend the mountain to find the cubs, yet was uncertain which direction to take. Her head soon beaded with sweat. Do not fret. There are many beastmen hunting on the mountain, and the cubs are the hope of the tribe, and one would simply ignore them. Bao Mei consoled her a few times, allowing Yi Miao Miao to finally settle down to cook. The wild boar meat was firm. After cutting a large piece from the hindquarters, a pot of sautéed garlic sprouts with meat was quickly prepared. Inhaling the fragrant aroma, she once again fantasized about having a bowl of rice. Bao Mei, do you think the people in our tribe never eat rice? Yi Miao Miao inquired, and fearing Bao Mei might not understand, she deliberately drew a rice grain and a mature wheat plant shape in the dirt with a twig. These are similar plants. Once matured, they bear small grains. The white ones are called rice, and when boiled in a stone pot, they become rice. The other can be ground in a flour and made into dough. Chapter 31. If even the useless are this formidable, Bao Mei listened intently and suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, yes, there was once a sheep clan beastman who fled here from a distant land and could cultivate these, but after he died, no one learned how to do it again." The joy on Yi Miao Miao's face vanished in an instant, yet she was unwilling to give up and pressed on. Did he leave behind any seeds? Or did he teach any other beastmen how to grow them? Bao Mei shook her head. Cultivating such things is time-consuming. It takes months to yield a harvest, and during that time, one must constantly watch over it. Especially as it nears maturity, even with beastmen guarding it through the night, birds may still steal the grain. The tribe leader initially found the beastmen's rice delicious and sent many beastmen to learn from him, but half of them gave up midway, and the rest either worked themselves to death or starved. In the end, only a couple could enjoy it. Yi Miao Miao felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, realizing the immense cost of cultivating wheat and rice in the beast world. But rice is truly delicious. As soon as she uttered this, Bao Mei swiftly covered her mouth. Shoo, only those with malicious intent would crave rice. Isn't that forcing one's male to his demise? Yi Miao Miao pulled her hand away, explaining, I can grow it myself, in my former tribe. Many succeeded in cultivating it. I would never sacrifice anyone's life for a bowl of rice. Yi Miao Miao felt fortunate that the original owner was a beastman who had been picked up by the tribe leader along the way. Otherwise, she would have struggled to find a way to explain so much. Bao Mei, of course, understood that the beastmen in the tribe relied on cultivating these for their livelihood, just like the deceased sheep clan beastman. Having ideas is commendable, but conditions must be met that we do not know how many rogue beastmen will come this time. Let us discuss cultivation after we survive this ordeal. After pondering this rationale, Yi Meow Meow agreed, and the two continued roasting meat. Just as she could no longer resist the urge to ascend the mountain in search of the cubs, a sudden commotion erupted outside the courtyard. Elder brother, second brother, slow down. Do not break the eggs in the basket. Do not worry, Bower. I am counting on these eggs to hatch little birds. I won't break them. Hearing the voices of Een Bower and Een Bai, Yi Meow Meow hurriedly dashed to the courtyard entrance. There she saw Een Bai and Een Song, each carrying a basket almost as tall as themselves, slowly moving forward, closely followed by Een Jian. Een Jian also bore a basket on his back. And sitting in his embrace was Een Bower, who clutched a handful of colorful wildflowers. Mother! Upon spotting her, Een Bower was the first to call out, attempting to leap from Een Jian's arms, but was firmly held back by him. Be careful not to fall. Why Een Meow Meow, equally concerned, stepped forward, only to notice that Een Jian was dragging a long tree branch behind him, one that was as thick as a person's embrace and roughly 5 or 6 meters long. She could only wonder how far he had dragged it back. Quick, place the baskets down first. Een Meow Meow was momentarily at a loss as to whom to assist first, and it was Bao Mei who stepped forward to help the two cubs unload their baskets. While she focused on the thick branch tied around Een Jian's waist. How do I untie this? She meticulously circled it, yet found no means to do so, nearly running back inside for a stone blade to chop it off. Unexpectedly, Een Jian merely made a gentle slice, and the branches fell apart easily. He then handed her what he had in his hand. This is my snake scale. The snake scale was astonishingly sturdy, comparable to a sharp kitchen knife. Why Een Meow Meow's eyes lit up instantly. She desired to ask for it, but felt a bit shy, only daring to inquire. Is this the only scale you have? There are many snake scales, but they need to be removed to be used. Een Jian replied, honestly. As Een Meow Meow watched him reclaim the scale, she refrained from further inquiry, and instead urged them to hurry inside to eat the meat. Today, Aunt Bao Mei is joining us for dinner. While helping the cubs fetch water to wash their hands, Yi Meow Meow did not forget to remind them of a few things. Although the cubs were quite obedient and polite, she felt it necessary to reiterate. Mother, is the roasted meat you prepared sufficient? I heard that Leopard Clan beastmen have a large appetite. Indeed, Uncle Bao Chong can consume half a cow in one sitting. Aunt Bao Mei wouldn't be so gluttonous, would she? If that were the case, it would be dreadful. Our family would only have half a wild boar left, and if she devoured it all, what would we eat? The three cubs simultaneously gazed at Yi Meow Meow, causing her to feel a bit embarrassed as she smiled awkwardly. It should be enough. I prepared quite a I take like the tea that moment. Een Jian also moved closer, seemingly waiting to wash his hands in the stone basin. Observing this, Yi Meow Meow promptly scooped up some clean water and squatted in front of him. Extend your hand. The cool water cascaded over Een Jian's palm as he gently rubbed it together, subsequently taking the animal hide handed to him by Yi Meow Meow to dry his hands. I captured a prey today. Want to you take a look? Upon hearing that Een Jian had caught something, Yi Meow Meow's face instantly brightened with delight. Really? Where is it? Een Jian gestured towards a large basket resting in the corner of the courtyard, which he had just carried back that a layer of leaves covered the top of the basket. So Yi Meow Meow had not noticed anything inside earlier. Hearing his words, she hurriedly rushed over, peeling back the leaves to peer inside, and her eyes sparkled with uncontainable her astonishment. Within the basket lay a large, silvery white fox. She reached out to stroke its thick, luxurious fur, feeling its remarkable smoothness. Een Jian, you are incredible. How did you manage to capture such a magnificent fox? At that moment, Bao Mei, who had just stepped out to relieve herself, overheard Yi Meow Meow's excited voice and came over to take a look. They say your Een Jian is useless. If even a so-called useless one can achieve this, our tribe must be extraordinary. However, after saying this, Bao Mei sensed a slight discord in the atmosphere and quickly shifted the topic. Meow Meow, have you told Een Jian about the approaching wandering beastmen? The cave is terribly cold, and just this one hide won't suffice for your family. Wandering beastmen? Een Jian inquired with an expressionless face, and Yi Meow Meow, disregarding her embarrassment, quickly responded, we encountered an incident while foraging today and rescued a male beast man. he mentioned that wandering beastmen would come to attack the tribe. She lowered her voice deliberately, fearing that the cubs might overhear and be frightened. Seeing her anxious demeanor, Injin assumed she was scared and thoughtfully reassured her. If there is real danger, do not panic. The chieftain will have a plan out, of course, but I wonder when we will enter the cave. Injin, are you going hunting tomorrow? That foxskin you caught looks particularly splendid. Bao Mei spoke. The mood lightened considerably. It seemed she had forgotten her earlier words. Now showering praises upon Injin. It was not until they were gathered around the stone pot that Bao Mei shifted the conversation back to Yi Miao Miao. You have no idea. Your mother was remarkable today. She saved Bai Ling's life and helped the tribe detect danger ahead of time. If it weren't for her craving that pot of wild garlic sprouts, we would never have ventured onto that hillside. Chapter 32. Just for a moment's craving of the female, Bao Mei showed no restraint in her enthusiasm, recounting every detail about Yi Miao Miao from head to toe, both the good and the bad. Even detailing how she saved Bai Ling moreover. She ate with such speed and fervor, as if in a battle, utterly unperturbed. The three cubs, initially instructed by Yi Miao Miao to be polite guests, found themselves increasingly anxious upon witnessing Bao Mei's wolfish appetite. They cast aside their reservations and quickly began shoving food into their mouths. That's more like it. What was with that dainty eating before? You are serpent beasts. How can you be so refined? Bao Mei remarked, before turning to Yi Miao Miao, you are a native of our tribe. When you arrived, you had already transformed into human form, but we still don't know what kind of beast you are. Do tell us so that we may all be enlightened. The evolution of beastmen is a lengthy process, and not all beasts can transform into beastmen. Particularly, interactions between tribes are infrequent. Typically, beastmen from other tribes only seek refuge after significant upheavals or when smaller tribes merge into larger ones. The tribe of Htn, where Yi Miao Miao currently resided, originally comprised predominantly tiger, leopard, and wolf beastmen. Later, they absorbed some wandering beastmen and welcomed several small tribes displaced by natural disasters, thus evolving into the large tribe of over 200 beastmen it is today. Both Yin Jian and Yi Miao Miao joined the tribe as refugees. However, Yin Jian arrived in his serpentine form and utilized his advantages to help the tribe fend off wandering beasts, thus leaving a favorable impression. In contrast, Yi Miao Miao was collected by the chieftain from the salt route, already in human form, and had never reverted to her beastly state thereafter. Consequently, many beastmen could not accurately discern her true nature when she was not transformed. I forgot. How can you forget such a thing? Bao Mei's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Yi Miao Miao. Internally, Yi Miao Miao felt a surge of frustration. She genuinely did not know and could only fabricate an excuse. No, I forgot how to transform. It's hard to explain that if only I could show you all. You're right that you remember He Yin, who stayed with our tribe for a while 2 years ago. Bao Mei's eyes seemed to light up as she spoke. He was so robust. Who would have thought his true form was that of a giant bear? A bear. Yi Miao Miao's curiosity was piqued. What kind of bear? Black, brown, or no. Some parts were black, and others white. I had never seen such a bear before. It was quite adorable. Bao Mei gestured animatedly, and Yi Miao Miao quickly realized she was describing a panda. Why didn't he stay in the tribe? Bao Mei expressed a regret. He said he simply couldn't get used to the meat here, that he mentioned that most of his kin primarily fed on a certain type of bamboo. And without it, he could never feel full. The chieftain offered him numerous benefits to entice him to stay due to his formidable fighting prowess. That is indeed true. Pandas only eat bamboo. Other foods are mere snacks and cannot serve as a meal. Yi Miao Miao remarked, only to notice that Bao Mei had unexpectedly become still, sitting properly with her hands folded in front of her. Why have you stopped eating? Yi Miao Miao assumed she was too shy to take more skewers from the stone pot and placed 2 more on the leaves in front of her. I am full. Her words drew the attention of the 3 cubs, incredulous at how she could possibly be full after her earlier ravenous consumption, as if she could devour an entire cow. They exchanged glances, silently questioning Yi Miao Miao. Don't be shy. There's more meat at home. If you find this insufficient, we can roast more. Yi Miao Miao earnestly encouraged Bao Mei, but she merely returned the skewers to their place. I want to be polite with you. I've eaten so much today that I will surely repay you in kind another day, so you needn't worry about me going hungry. Yi Miao Miao had not considered repayment, yet Bao Mei insisted on it, even recounting the number of skewers she had consumed. This is the custom of the tribe. You mustn't let me break it. Hunting is no easy feat for beastmen, and thus prey is of utmost importance to them, and no household is affluent enough to invite others over for a hearty feast without consequence. Occasionally, a beastman may return empty-handed from a hunt and seek to borrow food from a friendly beastman. But the understanding is that borrowed goods must be repaid. Upon learning this, Yi Miao Miao nodded in agreement. All right, then I shall not be polite with you that we can forage for wild vegetables together in the mountains. I will teach you more about them and share various cooking methods. You still wish to plant rice? As soon as Bao Mei uttered this, a heavy silence enveloped the room. Although the three cubs had never seen rice, they had heard of the arduous labor involved in its cultivation. Yin Jian had been quietly listening to their conversation, and the more he heard, the more he felt that Yi Miao Miao was peculiar. Now, upon hearing her desire to plant rice, a tempest brewed within him. Indeed, she had not changed her wicked ways. After expending so much effort to care for the cubs, could it be that she intended for them to cultivate rice for her in the future? No beastman would willingly endure such hardship. They would rather risk injury or death while hunting than toil in the mud, only to end up with nothing or perhaps just a meager potful of rice. To indulge the fleeting desires of a female at the cost of a male's robust life is utterly heartless. The glimmer in Yin Jian's eyes grew colder as he found it laughable that he had exerted himself to capture a white fox today, having prepared to live a good life with her, only to discover her vile intentions. For now, let us set aside the matter of rice cultivation. I must plan carefully. I cannot allow it to end as you described, where one's life is sacrificed for a mere bowl of rice. Such a fate is unacceptable. Yi Miao Miao was oblivious to Yin Jian's expression, as her attention was predominantly focused on the little ones. While responding to Bao Mei's words, she tenderly gazed at the three cubs. Rice is delicious, and I too am quite tempted by that flavor. However, my greater desire is for my little ones to be well fed and warmly clothed each day. Until a better method presents itself, I shall not venture to try it lightly. Chapter 33. Would you be pleased if I were to truly become a shaman? The cold light in Yin Jian's eyes intensified. Yet Yi Miao Miao's words left him perplexed. Did she genuinely not intend for the cubs to cultivate rice for her? Had she truly changed, now solely focused on raising her little ones? Yin Jian felt somewhat dazed. He had always considered himself a creature of sound judgment and stable thoughts, but now he found himself swayed by Yi Miao Miao's words. You are correct. Cultivating rice is arduous. You cannot fathom the hardships faced by those orcs who toil in the fields for their families, enduring the transition from robust physiques to mere piles of bones. Yet in the end, they achieve nothing. Although Yi Miao Miao was aware that the orcs might be employing the wrong methods, farming had been a laborious endeavor since time immemorial, dependent equally on fate and human effort. The outcomes remained unpredictable until the final moment. Let us not dwell on this any longer. I wonder if that orc has awakened and whether the chieftain has acquired more information at this point. Bao Mei no longer lingered. She rose to tidy her belongings and urged Yi Miao Miao to do the same. Leave behind what you cannot carry if they merely intend to raid and destroy. This place will still be here once they depart. Do not lament over what is lost. Your survival and that of the cubs is the tribe's greatest hope, although Bao Mei's words sometimes sounded crude. The underlying logic was sound. After seeing her off at the door, Yi Miao Miao returned to her seat, finding that the three cubs had already eaten their fill, their little bellies round and plump. Mother, please eat. Yin Baoer kindly offered her a skewer of roasted meat. She had been too engrossed in conversation with Bao Mei to eat much herself. Thank you. Yi Miao Miao graciously accepted the skewer, occasionally using her twig chopsticks to pick up wild garlic shoots to nibble on. Yin Jian glanced at her several times, always hesitating to speak. If you wish to know more about what Bao Mei mentioned, feel free to ask. Yi Miao Miao, noticing his demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle softly. That orc is still with the chieftain, but if you have any concerns, you can directly inquire with him, though the orc world is predominantly matriarchal, with females managing most household affairs aside from hunting and trading salt. Yi Miao Miao had no desire to be the head of this family. You knew there would be rogue orcs lying in wait, didn't you? Yin Jian's suspicion was not unfounded. Yi Miao Miao had always been reluctant to join the foraging team, yet behaved unusually today, and Bao Mei had mentioned it was her insistence on gathering wild garlic shoots that led to several individuals falling by the riverbank. You intentionally lured Bai Ling and the others to discover that orc. How could you possibly know what was about to transpire? Yin Jian's words widened the eyes of the three cubs, who stared at Yi Miao Miao in disbelief. So, Mother truly possesses magical abilities that a mother who can cast spells can also foresee the future. She's still our mother. The three cubs chimed in, with Yin Song managing to maintain his composure. While Yin Bai grew increasingly agitated, pacing restlessly, and Yin Bauer was on the verge of tears. Mother, will you become a shaman? Bauer, doesn't T want Mother to become a shaman? Shamans are taken away by the tribe. Yi Miao Miao had never anticipated that Yin Jian's remark would lead to such speculation among the cubs. In a flurry of panic, she quickly gathered them into her embrace. What are you all imagining? How could Mother become a shaman? I do not possess magical abilities, nor can I foresee the future. It is all mere coincidence. Woo. We refuse to believe that. Father says Mother knows what will happen. And Mother can even summon whips and beehives from the sky. Mother, please don't leave us. In the tribe, shamans are revered almost as deities. Once an orc awakens shamanic abilities, they no longer belong to any single family, but rather become the hope of the entire tribe. Consequently, orcs would venerate shamans as gods, which also severed their connections with their families. Yin Bauer cried sorrowfully, as if fearing that Yi Miao Miao might vanish from their lives at any moment. Yin Bai clutched her hem tightly, his eyes brimming with tears as he spoke. Mother is ours. Shamans belong to everyone. Buyer, doesn't T want Mother to become everyone? Yin Song opened his mouth, but said nothing. Nevertheless, he clung tightly to Yi Miao Miao's neck. His intentions cleared, why Yi Miao Miao felt a mix of heartache and frustration. Biting her lip, she shot a fierce glare at Yin Jian. It's all your fault for saying such things and scaring the cubs. After half an hour, Yi Miao Miao finally managed to soothe the little ones. Watching them drift in a slumber with tear-streaked faces, her heart melted into a tender puddle. Yin Jian, let us converse at Yi Miao Miao, and Yin Jian walked into another room. Yin Jian, though seated, appeared as imposing as a mountain due to his height, that Yi Miao Miao noticed he had changed significantly since the first time he awoke, particularly in terms of his aura. Though he still bore an icy demeanor, there was now a palpable confidence, and the sharpness behind his deep-set eyes was unmistakable. Firstly, I do not foresee the future. Secondly, I cannot become a shaman. There are certain matters I am unable to clarify at this moment. But please trust that I will never harm the cubs. The primary requirement to become a shaman is mastery of shamanic arts, which involves reviving orcs deemed irretrievable by the tribal healer, ensuring their complete recovery. Yi Miao Miao believed that unless she were granted extraordinary powers along with unlimited privileges, she would be incapable of such feats. But of course, she had no intention of revealing the existence of her special abilities to Yin Jian. She merely fabricated an excuse for today's events. It was a dream. I had a troubling dream last night. Fearing it might come true, I thought to investigate and unexpectedly encountered an orc. After speaking, Yi Miao Miao fixed her gaze on Yin Jian, awaiting his response. The reasoning was somewhat absurd, yet she had no better explanation. Yin Jian regarded Yi Miao Miao thoughtfully. After a pause, he parted his lips to utter, dreams can also serve as a form of prophecy. Only shamans experience such dreams. That Yi Miao Miao's heart raced tumultuously. Very well, let me ask you this. Would you be pleased if I were to truly become a shaman? As far as she knew, orcs held shamans in the highest esteem. Although there might be extreme measures to restrict her freedom, it would greatly benefit her family, as they would no longer need to worry about resources. You will not become a shaman. Yin Jian's abrupt declaration left Yi Miao Miao momentarily stunned. What do you mean? Do you doubt my abilities, or do you believe that if you do not wish it, no one can force you? Chapter 34. He had finally awakened completely. Yi Miao Miao and Yin Jian locked gazes for only a brief moment before she found herself at a loss. His dark eyes resembled a deep well, and the longer she looked, the more it felt as if her soul were being drawn in. She thought, if there must be a shaman in this household, it could only be Yin Jian. Just look at that gaze. It was sharper and more intimidating than that of an interrogator. "What else did you dream about?" Yin Jian inquired suddenly. Why Yin Miao Miao carefully recalled the content mentioned in the book and replied honestly. The tribe was ambushed by rogue orcs, and most of the orcs perished. Yes, she spoke. A vivid line of text appeared in her mind. Yin Song was pierced by a wooden spike from the rogues. The sharp wood penetrated his chest, and until his last breath, he stared in one direction, a grim smile gracing his lips, his final consolation for his siblings before death. Yin Bai and Yin Bao were hid in the cave, helplessly watching as Yin Song was captured and brutally beaten by the rogue orcs. That he clenched his teeth, refusing to divulge the location of the cave, leading to his demise at the hands of the enraged rogues. Witnessing this, Yin Bai desperately covered Yin Bao's mouth to stifle her cries, inadvertently suffocating her. While reading the book, Yin Miao Miao had no recollection of this particular segment. For reasons unknown, it suddenly flashed before her eyes, causing her heart to wrench painfully, bending her down. "Yin Jian, we must prevent all of this from happening." She lunged forward, gripping his shoulders tightly, shaking him as she implored. "Yin Jian, the cubs cannot perish. I cannot bear to see them die. We must find a way to save them." Yin Jian was taken aback by her sudden action. By the time he regained his composure, she had already collapsed into his embrace, a Wai Miao Miao. Yin Jian's dark eyes slowly closed, and when they reopened, they gleamed with a fierce intensity, akin to a bloodthirsty beast emerging from the shadows of night. In that moment, he was profoundly awakened that a stranger's words had instilled a sense of urgency in the chieftain and the others. The chieftain promptly ordered Hudiang to dispatch additional patrols of warriors. However, without concrete intelligence, they could not risk relocating their entire clan, as such a move would be fraught with immeasurable loss. Should the warriors retreat into the caves, the unguarded village would quickly fall prey to the wolves of the mountains, who would destroy the homes that the orcs had toiled to build. After all, the orcs often ventured into the mountains to hunt, posing both a threat and a target for the wolf packs. The intelligence of these wolves was second only to that of the orcs, and while they typically did not engage the orcs directly, they were cunning opportunists. "Chieftain, he has awakened." Just as the chieftain hesitated, uncertain of what course to take, fortune smiled upon them as the orcs stirred back to life. His name was Lutoa, hailing from a tribe predominantly composed of herbivorous beasts, situated about 100 miles upstream from Hudiang Mountain. Had it not been for this, he would not have drifted down the river to their location. According to Lutoa, the lush deer wetlands had been ravaged by roving orcs, with most of the inhabitants slain and a handful of females captured and taken away. "What of the young?" Upon being asked about the younglings, Lutoa broke down in heartbreaking sobs. Those vile creatures, fearing retaliation from the young as they matured, had captured and fed them beast spirit grass, which was highly toxic. Over half of the young perished, and the remainder were reduced to mere shells of their former selves. "Enslaved as beasts that I know Hudiang from your tribe. He is the mightiest among you, that he once saved my life. But you have no idea how ruthless those orcs are. Even if 10 Hudiangs were to come, they may not stand a chance against them. You must flee, far away." The chieftain's heart sank at the thought of facing orcs stronger than Hudiang. He quickly summoned all the robust warriors of the tribe to seek their counsel. "The females and younglings should retreat to the caves. We shall confront them. But what if we are overpowered? The caves are not entirely safe, and they pose a greater danger than the females and younglings." "Chieftain, why not escape together? We can surely find a refuge. Yet where could we flee? Those roving orcs might pursue us, and must we be hunted and slaughtered indefinitely?" The discussions became increasingly heated, and the chieftain found himself overwhelmed. He turned to Hudiang, who was the first to oppose the idea of fleeing. "Babatian is right, that if we escape, they will follow. Moreover, this is our home, built with our sweat and blood. It would be too humiliating to abandon it. Chieftain, we must fight. Even if we cannot kill them all, we can diminish their morale. Should we fail, our young can seek refuge in another tribe." Many orcs rallied to Hudiang's words, yet he firmly addressed them. "We cannot afford to lose. Our young must grow under our care." He had found a companion. His beloved Linger was gentle and sweet. How could he bear to let her seek solace in the arms of another? Who else in this world would cherish Bai Ling as he did? Could you bear to see your females and younglings grow up under the scorn and abuse of another tribe? Not all tribes treat orcs as kindly as we do. Therefore, for the sake of our females and younglings, we must triumph over those roving orcs. Hudiang's words resonated deeply, as no orc wished to see their beloved females and younglings fall into the hands of others, especially to endure suffering. Chieftain, let us fight. As long as our tribe stands united, we shall surely prevail. The chieftain felt invigorated by their resolve, yet Lutua's next words doused their enthusiasm like cold water. Those vile orcs wield sharp, long staves. Initially, they will not assault the village directly, but will send in unfeeling beast slaves. Only when we are exhausted from battling them will they reveal themselves. Lutua vividly recounted the devastation wrought upon his tribe. I believed I was doomed, yet fortune favored me. I hid in the river and was carried downstream until you rescued me. Each recollection of his tribe's demise brought fresh tears to Lutua's eyes, his grief palpable and moving to the other orcs. Your tribe primarily feeds on grass, unlike the robust orcs of Hudiang Mountain. You must believe we could defeat those roving orcs. Lutua seemed to anticipate their responses. He pointed towards Hudiang. While we may not match your strength, I have participated in salt trading and have seen the orcs of other tribes. Trust me, those roving orcs are as formidable as Hudiang, if not stronger. Despite Lutua's warnings, the orcs remained determined to fight. Hudiang maintained his stance. Your tribe was caught unprepared for their sudden attack, which diminishes your chances of victory. Now that we are aware, we cannot sit idly by and await our demise. Chieftain, give the order. Hudiang's resolute gaze met the chieftain's. After much contemplation, the chieftain felt the weight of responsibility heavy upon him. His decisions would impact the lives of all the orcs in his charge. Chieftain, Injian has arrived. He wishes to see you. Injian, what business does that worthless cripple have here? What chaos could he possibly bring at such a critical moment? Was it not said that his female had improved? Yet, ever since he Meow Meow arrived at the tribe, she had been a source of unrest. Injian, even if he had pressing matters, should not be intruding at this time. The orcs chattered amongst themselves, their gossip rivaling that of any female. Perhaps Injian truly has important matters, one ventured. I saw Yi Meow Meow treat her cubs well. She does not seem as chaotic as you claim. The speaker was Tumen, who instinctively sought to defend Yi Meow Meow, but quickly incurred the ire of the others. You boy, do not tell me you have feelings for her since she rejected you. Do you not fear that your own female will be displeased by your words? Watch out. Your female might not let you sleep at home. Tumen, chastised, fell silent, but Hudiang could no longer contain his exasperation. In the face of impending doom, you concern yourselves with a female? Is Yi Meow Meow's situation more pressing than the threat to our village? Hudiang's authoritative voice silenced the crowd. He surveyed the room before stating, I will check on why the chieftain has not returned. Do not disturb one another. The chieftain had been with Injian for nearly half an hour, and Hudiang was eager to discover the nature of their discussion. Meanwhile, the chieftain had initially thought Injian's visit was related to Yi Meow Meow, intending to offer him some comfort, only to be taken aback when Injian spoke of the roving orcs. What astonished the chieftain further was witnessing Injian rise to his feet. Though his movements were slow and laborious, he was undeniably upright. They conversed for quite some time, and Injian shared everything he knew. Chieftain, all this information was relayed to me by that shadow on the mountain. I do not know why I have been favored by the beast god, but I am merely a humble beast and wish to avoid further trouble. I ask that the chieftain keep this confidential. The chieftain found Injian's words credible, primarily due to the divine nature of the beast gods will avoid arousing suspicion. Injian continued to move with his hand supporting him as he departed. Just as Hudiang arrived, observing Injian's retreating figure, he inquired, Chieftain, what was his purpose? Why did you converse for so long? The chieftain turned to Hudiang, his tone steady. Yi Meow Meow is involved with the discovery of the roving orcs. Upon learning this, Injian came to inquire if there was any way he could assist. In his former tribe, they crafted wooden arrows, and I have arranged for him to return and create some. Arrows? What are those? Hudiang asked, intrigued. The chieftain merely shook his head. I have not seen them either. Take some warriors to Injian's home. He will instruct you on their creation, since we have resolved to confront the roving orcs. We must prepare adequately to avoid unnecessary sacrifices. Upon hearing the chieftain's agreement to their proposal, Hu Tian was filled with exhilaration. Rest assured, I shall personally lead a group to seek out Yin Jian. The awakening of Yin Jian occurred in an instant. He had long felt that something essential had been forgotten in his mind. Ever since Yi Miao Miao began to change towards the cubs, he had been haunted by dreams each night. Yet, in those dreams, Yi Miao Miao was conspicuously absent, for on the very day his dreams commenced, she had already perished. Her lifeless body was discovered by the beastmen in the hinterlands. And at that time, Yin Jian harbored a deep-seated hatred for her. Thus, upon receiving such news, he felt little sorrow and, instead, thought it to be a fitting outcome. However, he could not comprehend why he was plagued by such dreams. In those visions, after Yi Miao Miao's demise, he and the cubs continued to endure great suffering. Most beastmen in the tribe were decidedly unfriendly towards them, particularly the Hu Zhuang family, who frequently rallied others to torment the cubs. To stave off hunger, Yin Jian, despite his crippled legs, resolutely ventured up the mountains daily to hunt, often coming perilously close to death. Yet he managed to survive, and by a fortunate twist of fate, he stumbled upon a peculiar plant growing on the precipice of a cliff, which gradually healed his legs. Just then, the tribe fell victim to an ambush by rogue beasts. The chieftain organized a protective escort for the females and cubs to flee, while Bai Ling, who had yet to bear her own cubs, kindly sought to include Yin Song and the others. Nonetheless, the cubs were unwilling to part from Yin Jian. The chieftain, being benevolent, arranged for Yin Jian to join the escort, even though he had initially been assigned to stay behind and combat the rogue beasts. The rogue beasts were indeed formidable. Hu Tian and his cohort were forced into retreat, suffering grievous losses, and ultimately had no choice but to withdraw. Their fierce struggle, however, yielded little advantage for the females and cubs, primarily due to the cunning of the rogue beasts, who simultaneously attacked the tribe while dispatching beasts to ambush the fleeing females. Most females were captured, and cubs were slain. Bai Ling, refusing to submit, met her end crashing into a tree, which drove Hu Tian into a frenzied despair. Yin Jian managed to escape with Yin Bai and Yin Bao heir, and years later, they grew up seeking vengeance for Yin Song's death. During their quest for retribution, they coincidentally crossed paths with Hu Tian, who had long ceased to be the noble male concerned for the tribe's welfare. His eyes were now filled with a murderous intent, indiscriminately slaughtering beastmen, solely in pursuit of the one responsible for Bai Ling's demise. Meanwhile, Yin Jian had transformed into a powerful overlord, having eradicated those who had once ambushed the tribe. Yet, contrary to his hopes for a peaceful existence, an unforeseen group of beastmen launched an attack on their tribe. The events that followed became hazy for Yin Jian. The vividness of his dreams made him feel as though he had lived 2 lifetimes as a beast. He buried these perplexities deep within, crafting an excuse in the style of Yi Miao Miao to present to the chieftain, and to lend credence to his tale, he brought forth the shadow. The shadow was revered in the beast realm as the manifestation of a beast deity, and any beast man who had laid eyes upon it was deemed a favored child of the deity. Chapter 36. Father said, "We are here to protect you." While Yi Miao Miao remained in a deep slumber, Yin Jian had already sought out the location from his memories to procure the spiritual herb and consumed it. Although his legs would not heal instantaneously, he had begun to regain some sensation. He pondered over the events of the past few days and calculated the timing, feeling an unsettling sense that many occurrences had been hastened since Yi Miao Miao's transformation. In his recollection, the rogue beast assault should have transpired after the tribe has returned from trading salt, and the Hu Zhuang family should not have been expelled from the tribe. Hu Zhuang's mother was far more mischievous, exhibiting a malevolence that surpassed even that of the former Yi Miao Miao. She refused to heed the chieftain's directives and sought to pilfer supplies from others, while all were occupied in the caves, only to be captured by the rogue beasts that, in her fear, she revealed the location of the cave where the females were hiding. Yet the rogue beast showed her no mercy, ultimately slaying her once she had outlived her usefulness. With Hu Zhuang's mother deceased, Hu Zhuang lost his anchor and consequently met a dire fate. Reflecting on this, Yin Jian shook his head slightly. Indeed, those with impure intentions never fared well, regardless of the time. Injin, Injin, Yi Miao Miao suddenly called out in a panic, causing him to stagger to his feet in a moment of urgency, marveling at the herb's miraculous effects. What is it? Yi Miao Miao, still groggy from her awakening, failed to notice In Jian's unusual state and simply pressed her forehead, speaking somberly. What time is it? Did I dream that the chieftain was organizing everyone's evacuation? The rogue beasts are coming. Aren't they? This time, she had genuinely experienced a nightmare, feeling as if she were ensnared within its grasp. Upon finally waking, her first thought was of In Jian. He was the father of the cubs. Only he could save them. In stories, both the antagonist and protagonist often possess certain auras. However, the distinction lies in the fact that the antagonist can kill anyone but the protagonist, while the protagonist refrains from eliminating the antagonist until they have gained strength. Otherwise, the protagonist would merely be killing an insignificant foe, leaving little impression. Thus, while In Jian's fate in the story was grim, he was nonetheless fortunate, always managing to survive dire straits. The chieftain resolved to unite the beasts and confront the rogue beasts in a desperate fight. Beginning the next day, all females and cubs were to take refuge in the caves, while the males remained to battle. In Jian conveyed the chieftain's plan to Yi Miao Miao, despite recognizing the considerable risks involved. Found no better alternatives, we leave at dawn. Then, once we enter the caves, we cannot emerge again. I'll go prepare supplies. You should assist in preparing bows and arrows. Let us each tend to our tasks. Given the chieftain's arrangements, it was prudent for her to comply and avoid causing any disruption. Bows and arrows, In Jian echoed, then inquired of Yi Miao Miao, how do you know that we are to prepare such items? In his memory, he had only encountered such weapons in another tribe later on, finding them quite useful, and he had indeed introduced them to his own tribe, yet he had never given this weapon a pleasing name. Yi Miao Miao felt a fleeting moment of embarrassment, but quickly regained her composure, stating, from your earlier description, I recall that's what we called them in the tribe of my childhood. However, whether it is indeed the same thing remains to be seen once you create it. If you have a recollection, then let us work together to craft them. Yi Miao Miao mused. Antagonists will always be antagonists. Even before fully turning, they begin to learn how to wield labor. She considered that if she could genuinely assist the tribe, it would be a boon, for their survival was intertwined with that of the tribe. Thus, when Hu Tian arrived with the male beast men, they were informed that they were to heed Yi Miao Miao's directives. The chieftain said, we are to help you make arrows, but he did not say we must follow her commands. Hu Tian expressed his dissatisfaction, yet In Jian merely replied tersely, since the chieftain has sent you, you must obey. Whether you listen to me or to Yi Miao Miao is inconsequential. How can it be inconsequential? She is your female, not ours. You may heed her without issue, but we are not all as useless as you. Someone shouted this, and while Hu Tian had been reluctant, upon hearing the word useless, he turned to glare, silence, in the face of a great enemy. You dare to create discord. Do you wish to perish? After chastising the beast man, Hu Tian turned back to In Jian. You first tell us what we should do now. In Jian pointed towards Yi Miao Miao. Ask her. He had already conveyed the necessary materials and requirement for the task to her and discussed how to create the bows and arrows, which, contrary to his initial expectations of complexity, had become significantly simpler through their dialogue. It was evident that they were indeed referring to the same type of weapon, that we will first ascend the mountain to gather wood. Specifically that type. Yi Miao Miao, uninterested in Hu Tian's sullen demeanor, plainly stated the requirements and, disregarding them, took the lead, shouldering a basket as she departed. Is she really going to gather wood? What can a female possibly do? She'll only cause trouble. The males were naturally unwilling to submit to a female's authority, especially one who had once been vilified by the entire tribe. In Jian remained silent, his gaze coldly directed at the beast man. His eyes were as tranquil as a still pond, yet that very gaze sent a chill down the spines of the other beasts, particularly the one who had just spoken, prompting him to shrink back into the crowd. How terrifying! I have never encountered such a gaze. Even the fiercest black panther I have hunted did not instill such fear. Hu Tian glared at the beast man as well. Less talk and more action. The rogue beasts could arrive at any moment, and we all need to move swiftly. Hatian is revered as the mightiest orc of the tribe, and naturally, everyone is inclined to heed his commands. Promptly turning to exit, yet Yi Meow Meow does not wish to assist in their timber gathering. Her primary motive for ascending the mountain lies in the vivid fragments of her recent dream, some elements clear, while others remain obscured. She harbors a persistent feeling that this dream conveys some form of portent, and whether it is auspicious or ominous, she must venture forth to unearth the truth for herself. Mother, a sudden, endearing call from behind interrupts her thoughts that Yi Meow Meow turns to find three little ones, each bearing a small basket, trailing behind her. What brings you here? Earlier, while conferring with Yin Jian, she had dispatched the trio to gather supplies for their journey into the cave. Though they were small, time was of the essence, and she had no choice but to enlist their help. Father instructed us to protect you. A chuckle escapes Yi Meow Meow's lips. Think that these three little ones, barely reaching her waist, would serve as her guardians. It is amusing that Yin Jian would even suggest such a notion. Nevertheless, since they have come, she might as well let them accompany her. After all, there are numerous male orcs in their company, and she fears no peril. According to the age-old customs of the tribe, regardless of blood relations, wherever a male is present, their primary duty is to safeguard the young and the females. Come here, my dear. Yi Meow Meow's heart always softens for Yin Bao Bao, the smallest and frailest among them. Despite her efforts to nourish the little one over the past few days, she remains as light as a kitten in her arms. Mother, could you walk a bit slower? I want to hear what they're saying. What? Who is speaking? Yi Meow Meow, curious, gazes in the direction pointed out by Yin Bao Bao, noticing several grayish-white birds perched on the branches. Chirping animatedly. Chapter 37. The appearance of wolves suddenly. Yi Meow Meow recalls Yin Bao Bao's unique ability, her heart swelling with joy. She quickly halts, settling down beneath a tree with her child. Mother, are you tired? Let us rest for a moment. You all sit down too. Yin Song and Yin Bai exchanged puzzled glances. They had scarcely walked any distance before feeling fatigued. However, since their mother had spoken, they obediently complied and sat beside her. As several male orcs passed by, they scoffed derisively. As expected, she is not here to lend a hand. Let her be. Whether she assists or not is of little consequence. You really expect her to chase off the stray orcs? I never said that. I simply can't stand her bossy demeanor. She should focus on raising her young and not meddle during such critical times. Keep your voice down. Be wary of Hatian. He may reprimand you again. And as for Yin Jian, don't underestimate him just because he is disabled. I've heard he caught a white fox today. That fellow can still move just as nimbly as we can with only his arms. You think a cripple is formidable. How long has it been since you hunted on the mountain? You'd probably soil yourself if a monkey jumped out at you. Ha ha ha. The banter of the orcs faded into the distance. And Yi Meow Meow noticed that Yin Song had clenched his small fists, while Yin Bai's face flushed with indignation. She quickly interjected to soothe them. Don't listen to their nonsense. Your father is not a useless man. They speak out of envy and spite that if you let their words anger you, that would be utterly irrational. Mother, what does envy and spite mean? Yin Bai inquired, with Yin Song regarding her with curiosity. Yi Meow Meow found herself explaining once more. Think about it. Your father has 3 obedient, lovely, and sensible children like you, who not only assist him in hunting, but also help with household chores. Most importantly, you don't cause trouble. How many children in the tribe are as sensible as you 3? Oh, I see. Yin Bai quickly connected the dots. Father also has such a beautiful partner in you. Who cares for the children, goes to gather delicious wild vegetables, and prepares mouth-watering roasted meat. Aside from Aunt Bai Ling, you're the most beautiful and gentle in the tribe. They would naturally envy that. Ahem, let us not dwell on the matter of your mother. Having you 3 is enough. Yin Meow Meow found herself blushing at the compliment from the little one, although Yin Bai spoke the truth. She could still feel shy. Mother, can we go now? Seeing the orcs moving further away, Yin Song felt a sense of urgency. Let me carry my sister. That way, you won't be so tired if they strayed too far from the orcs. They might encounter danger. Just a moment. Yin Meow Meow smiled reassuringly at Yin Song before gently asking Yin Bao Bao, Sweetheart, have you heard anything you can share with Mother? Yin Meow Meow mused that perhaps the animals conveyed some vital information. However, Ian Bao Bao's response left her both amused and exasperated. Mother, they said that the colorful phoenix sister from the neighboring mountain laid 8 eggs, but they all disappeared overnight. Her mate vanished as well. And everyone is blaming the colorful phoenix sister for being foolish and choosing an unfaithful partner, plotting to help her take revenge. Colorful phoenix? Yi Miao Miao inquired. It is a magnificent bird with a long tail and 5 beautiful colors on its head. Ian Bao Bao elaborated thoughtfully. They also mentioned that the colorful phoenix sister has shared feathers from her mate that were left in the nest with the other birds, and everyone is helping to search nearby mountains. The animal world is perpetually vibrant and intriguing. Why Meow Meow felt a pang of sympathy for the colorful phoenix and hoped it would soon reunite with its mate and reclaim its 8 eggs. Bao Bao, if you hear anything else, please tell Mother. With that, Yi Meow Meow lifted Ian Bao Bao and began to ascend the mountain. However, their pace was too slow to catch up with Hutian and the others. Fortunately, despite his disdain for her, Hutian was a man of understanding. He arranged for 2 orcs to wait nearby, one of whom happened to be 2 men. If you're tired, take a break. We can wait a little longer. 2 men called out from a distance, but Yi Meow Meow waved her hand with a smile that it's fine. I can manage. The physical prowess of orcs surpasses that of ordinary humans, and Yi Meow Meow had discovered this when she first inhabited this body. Although the original owner had been lazy, she still possessed the strength to climb and carry items. Hutian and the others had already located the type of trees Meow Meow had described and were in the midst of felling and gathering. Upon catching up and confirming their actions, Yi Meow Meow noted they quickly increased their pace. Yet at that moment, a sudden commotion erupted in the distance, and something darted swiftly across the grass. The birds that had perched in the treetops flew away in unison. It was as if a calamity had befallen the forest. Aside from the orcs engaged in cutting, the surroundings fell eerily silent, as though no other creatures remain alive. Mother, they've all left. Just as confusion swept over them. Ian Bao Bao leaned in to whisper in Yi Meow Meow's ear. Did you hear why? A great eagle flew by with a message. It was the command of the Wolf King, ordering all to evacuate the mountain. Upon hearing this, Yi Meow Meow felt an unsettling premonition. She quickly cradled Ian Bao Bao and prepared to return. She needed to relay this information to the chief. In her haste. However, she stumbled over an unseen object and fell forward. Yet even in that moment, she did not release Ian Bao Bao from her embrace. Mother! Mother! The panic cries of Ian Song and Ian Bai echoed behind her. As she regained her bearings, she found a pure black wolf crouched before her. Bao Bao, stay still. Why Meow Meow felt icy sweat break out as the wolf's malevolent gaze bore into her. She attempted to rise slowly while cradling Ian Bao Bao, but as soon as she moved, the wolf lunged at her. Help! Yi Meow Meow held on to Ian Bao Bao tightly as the wolf's teeth sank in her arm. Quickly! Don't let that wolf escape. The wolf's sudden appearance caught the orcs off guard, and Yi Meow Meow was bitten in an instant. By the time they reacted and pursued, she had already been dragged far away. Fearing for Ian Bao Bao's safety, when Yi Meow Meow saw Hutian and the others closing in, she forcefully tossed Ian Bao Bao away. However, unexpectedly, another black wolf leapt out, snatching up Ian Bao Bao and fleeing, leaving Yi Meow Meow behind. Bao Bao! Yi Meow Meow was stunned, frantically calling out her child's name as she disregarded her bleeding arm and desperately chased after the wolf. But the wolf's speed was astonishing, and it quickly vanished from sight. Hutian and the other orcs transformed into their beast forms and pursued, yet they were still a step too late. Mother, where's Bao Bao? Ian Song and Ian Bai, lagging behind, arrived only to see Meow Meow collapsed on the ground, surrounded by 2 orcs. Bao Bao was taken by the wolf. Why Meow Meow never anticipated that the target of the wild wolves was not herself. And the 2 wolves coordinated so seamlessly, she loathed herself for letting go. How could she have released Ian Bao with her considerable size? No matter how agile the wild wolves were, they could not drag her very far. Hutian and the others would undoubtedly catch up. Yet, Ian Bao was different. So petite, the wild wolf seized her as if she were a mere cub, expending hardly any effort at all. It was all my fault. Entirely my fault. Why Meow Meow wiped her tears and attempted to pursue, but was halted by one of the beastmen. Tiangu has already gone after them. You cannot go anywhere now. they had already failed to protect the female and her cub. Having lost one, they could not allow the remaining to come to harm, why Yi Miao Miao was forcibly escorted back home by the beastmen, and Yin Song and Yin Bai were similarly returned. Hu Tian and the others followed closely behind. His expression dark, especially when meeting Yin Jian's inquiring gaze, rendering him a loss for words. What had transpired? Yin Jian's cold eyes swept over the injured Yi Miao Miao, then turned to Yin Song and Yin Bai. Speak, what exactly happened? Chapter 38. What is your parentage? Half an hour had passed since Yin Bao was taken by the wild wolves. Yin Jian transformed back into his original form, with Yi Miao Miao. Fully armed, seated upon his elongated serpent body. The half-human, half-beast form of Yin Jian instilled a measure of trepidation in Yi Miao Miao. Yet with Yin Bao's life at stake, she had no time to succumb to fear. Moreover, they could not embark on a rescue mission empty-handed. Yi Miao Miao directly retrieved a flamethrower and a machine gun from her spatial pocket. She offered no extensive explanation to Yin Jian, who merely inquired about the purpose of the weapon. This is called a gun. It possesses great power and can simultaneously take down several wild wolves or other beastmen. She pointed to the flamethrower, adding, animals fear fire, so this is for igniting flames, which I hope may prove useful. Yin Jian's gaze darkened. Then he gestured to his serpentine body, instructing her, figure out how to carry these. Yin Jian's serpent form was an impressive 5 to 6 meters long. With his upright upper body measuring 2 meters, Yi Miao Miao secured the 2 guns to either side of him with vines, then covered them with leaves, ensuring that no other beastmen could discern their nature. The animals on the mountain had collectively retreated for reasons unknown, yet they suspected it was related to the stray beasts, prompting Hu Tian and the others to continue preparing their bows and arrows. While only 5 beastmen accompanied Yi Miao Miao and Yin Jian in search of Yin Bao, the serpent beast moved at an extraordinary speed, and Yin Jian was no exception. Yin Jian, your leg? Yi Miao Miao, clinging tightly to his robust serpent body, quietly inquired, when will your leg be healed? I have no idea. Yin Jian turned his head to glance at her, but did not respond, leaving Yi Miao Miao feeling somewhat disheartened. She suddenly realized how deeply Yin Jian concealed his true self. Living alongside such a villain required a heightened sense of caution, for one could never be certain of their fate. She wondered how Bao was faring now. Why did the wild wolves choose to take her instead of me? If they merely sought to satiate their hunger, they should have chosen me. After all, I have more meat than she does. They say a mother and child are of one heart. Yi Miao Miao felt a whirlwind of anxiety, yet did not experience overwhelming sorrow, convinced that Yin Bao was still alive. Moreover, she searched through her digital books but found no information pertaining to Yin Bao's predicament, nor any mention of her being taken by the wild wolves, indicating that the occurrence was sudden and seemingly beyond the predictive capabilities of her spatial awareness. Yin Jian, can you go any faster? Yin Bao was afraid of the dark, and with the sun having dipped behind the mountains, only a sliver of twilight remained, while the forest was already shrouded in darkness. Use a vine to tie yourself to me. Concerned that his acceleration might toss Yi Miao Miao off, Yin Jian suggested this, and she understood his intention. She retrieved a vine from the basket on her back, wrapping it around her waist and Yin Jian's body twice before tying a knot. Yi Miao Miao felt as though she were on a roller coaster, with trees and underbrush streaking past her at incredible speed. Occasionally, branches would whip against her, stinging like a strike from a whip. Though she prided herself on not being overly delicate, she could not suppress a gasp. What is it? Yin Jian suddenly came to a halt, his excellent night vision allowing him to spot the bloodstains on Yi Miao Miao's face almost immediately. She had sustained injuries when the wild wolves seized her. Yet he did not recall seeing such long, knife-like gashes on her face. Untie the vine. Yin Jian's voice was deep yet commanding, and although Yi Miao Miao wanted to inquire why, she refrained, prioritizing the rescue of Yin Bao. However, as soon as she loosened the vine, Yin Jian reached out and lifted her, cradling her against his chest. The sudden elevation caused Yi Miao Miao to instinctively grasp at anything, and at this height, she managed to clutch Yin Jian's neck, drawing them closer together. Their gazes locked, and Yi Miao Miao couldn't help but admire Yin Jian's striking features, which resembled the descriptions from books, chiseled and angular, especially his eyes, which seemed to possess a gravitational pull, threatening to draw her into an abyss. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." Realizing her actions had been overly intimate, Yi Miao Miao quickly released her grip. Yin Jian observed her hands, now neatly placed in front of her, a flicker of something unusual passing through his eyes before he turned his gaze forward. "We should reach our destination after crossing half a mountain." He was not blindly traversing the forest. The branches and underbrush bore the scents left by the wild wolves and Yin Bao, particularly the wolves, whose fur was scattered everywhere. Beastmen possessed the most sensitive sense of smell. And as Yin Jian tracked the scent, it grew increasingly pungent, confirming that they were nearing the wolves' den. "Then we should approach slowly, lest we disturb them." Yin Jian continued without delay, although his speed had diminished. It remained beyond the reach of the other beastmen who had accompanied them, leaving those who had initially joined them far behind, likely struggling to find their way even with flashlights. "Yin Jian," Yi Miao Miao suddenly called out to him. Yin Jian glanced down, noticing an unfamiliar small pouch in her hand. This powder can incapacitate the wild wolves. When the time comes, just throw it directly at the wolves' noses. As she attempted to hand the pouch to him, he declined. "You keep it." Yin Jian's refusal was not due to a lack of trust, but rather he believed he had a more direct and effective method for dealing with the wolves. Inside the cave, the air was damp and cold, occasionally pierced by the chilling howls of wolves. Yin Bao huddled in a corner, initially terrified, but upon overhearing the conversation between the two wolves guarding the entrance, her fear began to dissipate, though the dried tears on her face rendered her still quite pitiful. Suddenly, the only light at the cave's entrance was obscured, and when Yin Bao looked up, she saw a black wolf, towering like a small hill, blocking the way. The two sentinel wolves had already cowered on the ground, retreating at a glance from the black wolf leader. "You can understand our beast language, can't you?" The black wolf leader's voice rumbled from its throat, and Yin Bao, gazing into its glowing green eyes, felt her heartbeat quicken. "Little female beast man, lying has its consequences." The black wolf leader seemed to see through Yin Bao's thoughts, its low voice imbued with an unspoken authority. "Was it for this that you captured me?" Yin Bao's voice was soft and sweet, reminiscent of a newly born cub's whimper. The wolf leader, having recently welcomed a litter of cubs, regarded Yin Bao with less ferocity, approaching her within the cave and sniffing her surroundings. "What is your parentage?" Chapter 39. "Come." Uncle Wolf Yin Bao tilted her little head in thought. She knew her father was a serpent beast. "But what about her mother? What does that have to do with you?" she softly retorted, though she had gathered from the earlier guards that the wild wolves did not intend to eat her. The sight of the black wolf leader, whose head was twice her size, and its sharp fangs were still quite intimidating. "Little female, I do not possess much patience to indulge you," with a fierce glare from the wolf. Yin Bao instinctively shrank her neck. However, she was unwilling to be intimidated by this beast. After all, no matter how clever the black wolf may be, it remained a wild creature. As natural hunters, the beastmen could not allow themselves to be threatened by beasts. They might not be able to fight back against being bitten to death, but they certainly would not be frightened into submission. The inherent pride within Yin Bao surged, and she raised her chin defiantly, retorting in a childlike voice, "Then why don't you ask something useful? Whether my father and mother are tigers or lions doesn't matter. They certainly aren't black wolves. Are you trying to claim me as kin?" The wolf leader snorted, causing Yin Bao to stumble back several steps, landing on the ground from the force of his breath. Nevertheless, she did not cower. Rising to her feet, she brushed off her backside and glared at him with her big, watery eyes, indignant. "What skill is there in bullying a mere cub? If you have the ability, why not challenge my father instead? He is quite formidable, you know. Even if his legs are crippled, it doesn't matter. I have witnessed him slay a white fox with my own eyes. I never bully cubs, except for the distant spirit charm tribe. Other beastmen cannot understand the language of beasts. One of your parents must have come from the charm tribe. Who taught you to understand beast language?" The wolf leader's words left Yin Bao somewhat bewildered. What was the spirit charm tribe? She felt she had never heard of it before, and her parents had never mentioned their ability to understand the language of beasts. Even her elder brothers could not do so, so no one had taught her. After contemplating carefully, she shook her head at the wolf leader and replied, "No one taught me." The wolf leader, clearly skeptical of Yin Bao's claim, found it hard to believe that a mere 3 or 4-year-old showed no fear of his authority. His suspicions deepened. Beastmen are notoriously cunning when hunting, so the wolf leader decided to let Bauer experience some hardship first. He turned and ordered the 2 guards at the entrance not to give her water or food, intending to let her go hungry for 3 days to see if she would still be so defiant. However, just as the wolf leader reached the cave entrance, a black wolf rushed in, panting urgently. "Chief, beastmen have invaded." Upon hearing this, Bauer immediately thought of her father and mother. Their deep affection for her meant they would surely come to find her. In the forest where the black wolf resided, as Meow Meow opened a pouch of powder, she witnessed Jian deliver a powerful punch to a black wolf's forehead, with a sound of bones shattering. The black wolf collapsed to the ground, unable to emit even a whimper. Another black wolf, preparing to attack Jian from behind, was swiftly ensnared by his tail and soon met the same fate. Only then did Meow Meow understand why he had rejected the pouch of powder earlier. It held no significance for him. Indeed, all schemes and tricks were of little consequence in the face of brute strength. After swiftly dispatching 4 or 5 black wolves, Jian halted, his gaze coldly fixed ahead. Though a line of black wolves stood before him, their trembling limbs betrayed their fear. "If my cub is harmed in any way, you will all perish. Behold," such is the rhetoric of a villain that why Meow Meow silently removed the machine gun strapped to Jian, weighing it in her hands before meticulously reading the instructions. There is strength in numbers. They are too many. Using this will be far more effective. Jian similarly weighed in his hand, seemingly satisfied as he tightened his grip. Thus, when the wolf leader arrived, he beheld Jian, towering over 2 meters tall, with a serpentine tail and a petite female cradled in one arm, brandishing the machine gun in a manner that exuded a fierce readiness for battle. The wolf leader let out a low growl. It was only natural for this beast man to seek his cub, but to kill his own kin without even asking was rather excessive. He was angry. "Jian, will he harm Bauer because of your actions against those wolves?" Meow Meow looked at him anxiously, but Jian coldly replied, "He wouldn't dare. In a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, both beastmen and animals understand the need to avoid danger while gravitating toward power. Since Jian dared to invade, he must have confidence in rescuing Bauer. The wolf leader, if not a fool, would know what to do. Otherwise, given Jian's current stance, even if he did not eradicate all the wolves, he would undoubtedly inflict severe losses upon them." The wolf leader continued to growl, and although Meow Meow and Jian could not comprehend his words, they understood his fury. "Just return my cub, and I promise to leave immediately." After the wolf leader had roared for a considerable time, Jian finally spoke his first words, leaving the wolf leader momentarily stunned. His eyes, glowing with an eerie green light, were filled with a mix of embarrassment and anger at being toyed with. In an instant, he roared at the other wolves around him, and they promptly turned tail and fled, their tails between their legs in utter disgrace. Inside the cave, Bauer was bored, scratching at the rock walls when she suddenly noticed a glimmering light. Digging deeper, she managed to pry out a gleaming stone. "Wow, such a beautiful stone. Mother will surely love it." Holding the stone delicately in her palm, she admired it. But as she was about to continue her digging, she overheard the gatekeeper wolf conversing with another wolf. Indeed, it was her father and mother coming to rescue her. The wolf was carrying out the wolf leader's orders to bring her to them. Understanding their conversation, Bauer eagerly ran toward the cave entrance. "Let us go, Uncle Wolf." The black wolf tasked with retrieving her was momentarily taken aback before nodding. "Please don't call me uncle. I nearly got killed by your father. Just now he crushed my companion's skull with a single punch. What kind of fist does your father possess? We have never encountered such a fierce beastman." "That's not entirely accurate. The wandering beastmen are fierce as well. They can crush our skulls, but they use stone hammers, while my father uses his own fist. In comparison, my father is indeed more formidable. What good is one strong beastman? When the wandering beastmen come, won't they still have to flee? Do you think all the beastmen at Tiger Head Mountain are as tall and fierce as he is?" Brother to Mao is right. If it weren't for those wandering beastmen being too cruel, we wouldn't have had to abandon the mountain. The chief still believes this little female's parents are from the Charm tribe and might be of some use. Chapter 40. The wolf uncle is bad. After exchanging only a few words, the wolf that had come to deliver the message turned to Ian Bauer, urging her to hurry. Ian Bauer had already been brought here for 2 or 3 hours without any food, and now her stomach felt empty. Though she wanted to move quickly, her small stature and short legs made it difficult for her to take long strides, and being hungry only made her slower. Your speed is too slow. The chief has no patience to wait around. The 3 wolves halted and stood still, waiting for Ian Bauer to take several steps before they took one of their own. Such a pace was nearly suffocating for them, but if you think I'm slow, why not just carry me? After all, I was brought here by you all, under the gaze of 6 glowing green eyes. Ian Bauer, feeling a bit rebellious, plopped down on the ground and refused to move. The wolves also wished to carry her, but the moment they opened their mouths, they recalled how Ian Jin had smashed a companion's skull. Feeling somewhat dispirited, one of them said, "Little female, climb onto my back. I will carry you." Ian Bauer's eyes sparkled at this suggestion. Really? I've never ridden a wolf before. The wolf thought to himself, I have never carried a beastman cub either. But your father is so strong. The wolf looked at Ian Bauer, who was not even tall enough to reach his waist, and lay down. Little female, please hurry and get on. Thank you, Uncle Wolf. Ian Bauer expressed her gratitude as she clambered onto the wolf's back, her face beaming with joy. Before long, the wolf was carrying her along. The wolf leader never expected the beastman cub he had captured would arrive riding on a black wolf's back, and he felt a twinge of embarrassment. As soon as Ian Bauer drew near, she noticed the wolf leader's displeased expression. Though she was barely over 3 years old, she had been scolded by Yi Meow Meow since childhood and had become quite adept at reading emotions. Please don't scold, Uncle Wolf. It's just that I'm small and slow, and he was worried you'd be anxious waiting, so he let me ride. Ian Bauer explained in her childish voice. And the wolf leader snorted but said nothing. Bauer. Yi Meow Meow called out loudly, but Ian Jin held her tightly, preventing her from approaching Ian Bauer. Mother, father. Hearing Yi Meow Meow's call, Ian Bauer spotted them not far away and immediately cheered. It's really you coming to rescue me. I knew father was the strongest. The wolf leader thought, does this beastman cub not have any sense of being captured? Why don't you ask your father why he killed my kin? The wolf leader cast a cold glance at Ian Bauer, who blinked innocently in response and asked, why don't you ask yourself? Enraged, the wolf leader growled, you cannot comprehend my wolf tongue. Are you unaware of this? I am aware, Ian Bauer replied, her small face wrinkling in discomfort from his shout. Her mother had taught them that one should maintain a pleasant demeanor when requesting assistance, and his ferocity made her feel quite troubled. As Ian Bauer and the wolf leader exchanged words, Yi Meow Meow, though unable to understand the beast language, could grasp Ian Bauer's earnestness. The child did not appear to be intimidated, which reassured her significantly. Bauer, tell him that as long as you return safely, your father will not harm them again. The wolf leader shot a frosty glare at Yi Meow Meow, exasperated by the audacity of this beastly mother-daughter duo. It understood their language, but could not fathom why they could not comprehend its words. Uncle Wolf, please do not be angry. My mother says that anger can hasten aging. Uncle Wolf? The wolf leader pondered if perhaps its manner of speaking was amiss. Otherwise, why was this beastly female child unafraid of it? Ian Bauer slid down from the wolf's back, her little legs eager to approach Ian Jin and Yi Meow Meow. The wolf leader swiftly growled, blocking her path. Little cub, do you truly think of me as your uncle? You cannot simply come and go as you please. I did not intend to come. It was you who captured me. Bauer, inform him that if he does not release you, the consequences may be beyond his capacity to bear. As Ian Jin spoke, he raised his firearm, aiming at a distant spot, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. The wolf leader barely registered what was happening before the wails of its kin filled the air. Angrily, it turned to Ian Jin and roared, you dare to bully the wolf. Ian Jin coldly retorted, they are unharmed. Now, allow Bauer to come over. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to aim at something other than stones. Upon hearing this, the wolf leader glanced away, observing the howling wolves that had gathered nearby, each recounting how terrifying the previous moments had been. Chief, this beast man is formidable. That object in his hand possesses tremendous power. When it struck near us, the ground seemed on the verge of splitting, and stones flew everywhere if it had hit us, the consequences would have been dire. Indeed, Chief, look, this injury on my leg is from a stone. The wolf leader, now gripped by trepidation, realized that had Yin Jian aimed at it moments prior, it might have faced certain death. Brr. Come here. As Yin Jian raised his firearm once more, the dark barrel still smoking, the wolves instinctively recoiled. This time, the wolf leader did not obstruct Yin Bayer. Instead, it spoke in a low tone. If your parents are not of the Meizu tribe, you may not be their biological child. They might have found you elsewhere. Yin Bayer retorted, you could say anything about her, but you cannot claim she is not her parents' biological child. The little one, initially joyful as she ran towards Yi Miao Miao, halted upon hearing the wolf leader's words. Her expression darkened, and she turned, lunging at the wolf leader. Hiss! To everyone's astonishment, Yin Bayer transformed into a silver serpent, rapidly coiling around the wolf leader's neck, then biting down fiercely at its ear. The wolf leader, furious, attempted to toss her off, but found it impossible, ultimately releasing a roar of frustration that I do not bully cubs. Get off me! Admit your mistake! Yin Bayer shouted. How could I possibly not be the biological child of my father and mother? My elder brother and second brother and I all emerged from eggshells. I am undoubtedly the child of my father and mother. Her sweet voice trembled with emotion, and Yi Miao Miao felt her heart shatter at the sound. Yin Jian clenched his fists tightly. I respect you as the Wolf King. Yet you dare to bully my cub. How about we settle this with a duel? Although the wolves held deep respect for their leader, none dared to intervene. As a mere beastman, cub attacked it. They feared being mocked for ganging up on a child. The wolf leader, however, allowed Yin Bayer to vent her frustration, enduring her bites until she grew tired. Finally, it shook her off its back. Yin Bayer rushed into Yi Miao Miao's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Mother, Uncle Wolf is wicked. He said I am not born of you, and it makes me so sad. Chapter 41. Tell Mother what you heard. Yin Bayer cried bitterly in Yi Miao Miao's arms, remembering how often she had been scolded with hurtful words like little wild seed. Though her mother had changed for the better, the memories of her past heartache lingered. Like her elder brother and second brother, she had not received her mother's affection from birth, while their father adored them. It was not the same. A mother's embrace is soft and fragrant, her kisses sweet and warm, and the meat she cooked was always delectable. Each time she called out to them, they felt like the happiest cubs in the beast world. Though they had outwardly accepted their mother's kindness in recent times and went about their days cheerfully, an underlying fear persisted. What if one day their once wicked mother reverted to her old self, chasing them while scolding them as little wild seeds? The female beastmen in the tribe and young ones like Hu Zhuang often mocked them behind their backs and, at times, even insulted them to their faces, calling them little wild seeds. They felt powerless to retaliate, as those words had originally come from Yi Miao Miao's lips, if even their mother had hurled such insults. What right did they have to argue with other beastmen? Mother, you said I am not a little wild seed. I am the child of my father and mother. Just like my brothers, I emerged from eggshells. And you were there to see us come out. Oh, Mother, I do not want to be called a little wild seed anymore. As Yi Miao Miao listened to Yin Bayer, his heart-wrenching cries, her own heart ached, and tears welled in her eyes. Who dares to call Bayer a little wild seed? Mother will tear their mouth apart. Yin Jian shot her a sidelong glance, his lips moving as if to speak, but ultimately saying nothing. He then turned his gaze to the wolf leader, his eyes darkening with a chilling intensity. Roar! The wolf leader bellowed in frustration, insisting that it had not uttered such words. Though wolves are not considered beastmen, they are still high-ranking creatures in the animal kingdom that if one can ascend to the position of Wolf King, they must possess considerable capability. How dare they insult a cub so viciously? They could confront adults. But to speak such malicious words to a child not yet 4 years old. What a disgrace. While Yi Miao Miao comforted Yin Bayer, patting her back to soothe her, she unleashed her fury upon the wolf leader. I am her biological mother. This is her biological father, and why 3 cubs were painstakingly hatched by him. And Bayer speaks the truth. When they broke free from their shells, I was right there watching over them. By what right do you condemn her with such venomous words? The wolf leader had refrained from retaliating against Yin Bayer when she bit it, adhering to the virtue of adult wolves not holding grudges against young cubs. Now, As Yi Meow Meow berated it without restraint, it remained silent, embodying the grace of a male wolf not stooping to quarrel with a female beastman. Yet, the more she scolded, the darker its gaze became, its once glowing green eyes nearly engulfed by shadows. While Yi Meow Meow took the lead in scolding, Yin Jian remained vigilant, intently watching the movements of the wolf leader and the other wolves. Should they harbor any intent to attack, he would not hesitate to fire his weapon, determined to carve a path forward. Mother, Yin Bei'er finally ceased her cries, lifting her reddened face, her eyes shimmering with tears. Uncle Wolf did not call me a little wild seed. He said that if my mother and father do not understand wolf language, then we are not of the Meizu tribe. Howl! The wolf leader's roar followed closely, but only Yin Bei'er comprehended its meaning. It urged itself to quickly clarify matters with this tempestuous beast-man couple, one shouting louder than the birds in the forest, while the other glared ominously, instilling a sense of imminent peril in the air. Bei'er, you can understand its words. Slowly tell Mother what it said. Yi Meow Meow spoke. She retrieved a fruit she had hidden within her animal skin skirt, one she had picked on her journey. Here, if you are thirsty, eat this for now. Later, when your father brings us home, Mother will prepare some delicious meat for you. The wolf leader grumbled, Beastman females are such a nuisance. Even now, they think of eating fruit. Oh, that fruit. It is not safe. It is poisonous. The wolf leader suddenly shouted, causing Yin Bei'er to halt her intended action of bringing the fruit to her lips. She turned her gaze towards the wolf leader, her large eyes blinking in surprise, and then pouted her small mouth as if on the verge of tears. I mentioned that the fruit was poisonous, but I never suggested that your mother intended to harm you. Can you, little female, allow me to finish my explanation? The fruit itself is not toxic. It has merely been tainted by that group of wandering beastmen. Your mother is likely unaware of this point. One must concede that those who can ascend to the title of Beast King possess considerable intellect. The wolf leader, after enduring a moment of turmoil caused by Yin Bei'er, managed to decipher her little thoughts to a fair extent. The moment he mentioned the fruit's toxicity, the little one immediately associated it with familial bonds, revealing how much she cherishes her mother. Bei'er, what troubles you? Yin Bei'er's expressions shifted like a kaleidoscope, first displaying shock, then grievance and disappointment, followed by relief and joy, and now settling into a state of bewilderment. Yi Meow Meow, observing with genuine concern, gently caressed Yin Bei'er's small face, speaking softly as if afraid of startling her. Bei'er, tell your mother what you've heard. Do not be afraid. Your father and I, along with the tribe's chieftain and other beastmen, stand united against any danger. Mother, the wolf uncle said this fruit is poisonous. As soon as Yin Ding uttered those words, Yin Jian swiftly snatched the fruit away, his gaze towards Yi Meow Meow turning icy. He could sense the murderous intent even without glancing back. Mother, he also said. Yin Bei'er repeated the wolf leader's words, and with each passing moment, Yi Meow Meow's heart sank deeper. She looked up at Yin Jian. Do you know anything about the Meizu? Yin Jian shook his head. The Meizu were a mysterious presence in the beast world, known only to a few elder beastmen, having never ventured beyond the Hotem mountain tribe. He had no means of acquiring such knowledge. Let us first address the pressing matters, Yin Jian remarked, and Yi Meow Meow comprehended his intent. She grasped Yin Bei'er's shoulders and spoke earnestly. Bei'er, your father and I require your assistance with something very important. Are you willing to help? Yin Bei'er obediently nodded. Of course, I am willing. Mother, rest assured, I will assist with utmost seriousness. The matter of the wandering beast was crucial to the survival of the entire tribe, and Yi Meow Meow could not afford to be careless. Hence her expression bore a grave weight. Despite her youth, Yin Bei'er sensed this seriousness and could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety herself. You frightened the little one. Chapter 42. Then you deserve to flee with your tail between your legs. Yin Jian suddenly spoke, and Yi Meow Meow realized that her overly earnest demeanor had affected Yin Bei'er's emotions. Instantly, she forced a smile, taking a deep breath. I apologize. Your mother was overly anxious. Yin Bei'er had never seen such a side of Yi Meow Meow before. Tilting her small head, she pondered for a moment before mimicking Yi Meow Meow's actions. Wrapping her arms around her neck and nuzzling her head against Itida, do not worry, mother. You must believe in Bei'er. I have grown up and can help you. This tender scene between mother and daughter proved somewhat irksome to the wolf leader. It attempted to interrupt several times, but each time it met Yin Jian's brooding gaze, it was compelled to suppress its impatience. Enough, they have already resolved to leave this place for another. As for the beastmen who have resided in this mountain for decades, they are beyond our concern. Since you are not Meizu beastmen, we do not require your assistance. Little female, tell your parents to depart this place quickly. When the wandering beasts arrive, all will perish. None shall escape. As the wolf leader spoke, it turned to beckon its followers. Let us prepare to depart at dawn. Wolves are social creatures, and beastmen believe they hunt primarily at night. However, in this vast forest, few animals can rival a pack of wolves. Even solitary hunters like tigers or lions do not pose a significant threat. Thus, as long as they maintain a certain distance from the beastmen, they can roam freely, day or night. Beastmen have learned of the wolf's prowess through ancestral teachings. Generally, they would avoid antagonizing them unless absolutely necessary. Yet, exceptions exist. During natural disasters, when other animals dwindle, conflicts over food between wolves and beastmen are inevitable, leading to life-and-death battles. Such occurrences are rare, and many beastmen may never witness them in their lifetime. Nor will wolves. Consequently, wolves are reluctant to abandon this territory. Though they are a formidable pack, every mountain has its beast king. Their ventures to other mountains may not yield better conditions. They might face conflicts with local beastmen, being seen as invaders. Even if the beastmen do not attack, the local wolves would not readily accept them. Finding another suitable place to settle is indeed a challenge, and the wolf leader understands this well. Yet they must depart. Wait. After translating the wolf leader's words to Yi Miao Miao, Yin Bei'er immediately conceived an idea. She called out to the wolf leader, her voice resolute. Whether the Meizu can assist you remains uncertain. But we can. The wolf leader paused, turning to regard the petite Yi Miao Miao. Though she appeared delicate, she possessed remarkable courage. After all, what female would accompany beastmen into a wolf den? Yet, she not only came but displayed no signs of fear throughout the encounter. Indeed, from the moment that beastman's little female dared to leap forth and bite him, one could ascertain the formidable nature of her parents. Chief, what if she is merely deceiving us? I have encountered the beastmen from their tribe, and they do not seem particularly formidable. Chief, we must not be ensnared by this serpent beast before us. I have heard that she is the only serpent beast in their tribe. The other beastmen may not be any stronger. What assistance can they possibly offer us? The wolf leader harbored concerns about relinquishing this mountain, and the other wild wolves were equally reluctant to relocate, especially since many had recently birthed pups. The prospect of traversing perilous terrain with their families posed numerous risks, and the pups might perish en route due to insufficient food. Thus, after hearing Yi Miao Miao's words, they were filled with both hope and trepidation. Glancing towards the wolf leader, seeing the wolf leader pause, Yi Miao Miao turned to quietly deliberate with Yin Jian in her haste. She had spoken out of turn earlier, and now she sought his opinion on the matter. You speak, and I will listen. Yin Jian's brief words seemed to affirm Yi Miao Miao's sentiments, instilling within her a newfound confidence that we do not know the full extent of the wandering beast strength. Our tribe's efforts alone may not suffice. However, if we unite with these wolf beasts, our chances of success will greatly increase. After all, the wandering beasts are encroaching upon not only our homeland but also that of the wild wolves. Our goals align, and thus our hearts shall unite. United efforts can yield remarkable strength. As long as our hearts are in accord, no challenge is insurmountable. Yin Jian nodded in agreement, as long as they are willing. I shall return and convey this to the chieftain that I am certain he will not object. In just a few exchanged words, the couple solidified their shared objective, and a subtle smile graced Yi Miao Miao's lips. Yin Jian, will you converse with them? Yet Yin Jian shook his head. He was not fond of lengthy discussions, and he had observed that Yi Miao Miao had spoken with great authority when reprimanding the wolf leader. Unlike some females in their tribe who only voice their concerns when in the company of their males, most reasonable females are gentle and somewhat timid, but Yi Miao Miao, who could both raise her voice and articulate her thoughts, was indeed a rarity. At least, that was Yin Jian's observation. Unaware of Yin Jian's thoughts, Yi Miao Miao accepted the negotiation task. She took Yin Bei'er's hand and approached the wolf leader, stopping 2 meters away. Wolf King, we sincerely hope that you will lead your pack alongside our beastmen to combat the wandering beasts and protect our shared homeland. Why people were just slaughtered by your mate. How can I trust in your sincerity? The words of the wolf leader were translated verbatim by Ian Bauer, and Yi Meow Meow's face instantly darkened. This was not the moment to revisit old grievances. Ever since you safely returned Ian Bauer to my side, the enmity between us should be put to rest. The forthcoming confrontation with the strays will undoubtedly entail further sacrifices. If you cannot even accept this, then you're only worthy of scurrying away with your tail between your legs. Why Ian Meow Meow's words were devoid of any semblance of compassion, yet the wolf leader did not take offense. He tilted his head back and let out a resounding howl. Clever and brave female, this king is willing to collaborate with you. Chapter 43. With a mother watching over, Bauer fears nothing. The wolf leader's response was anticipated by Yi Meow Meow, yet she still let out a profound sigh of relief. I have one more condition, which I hope your kind can fulfill. Even before the battle commenced, conditions were being discussed, but it was for the best to voice any concerns up front to avoid betrayal later. Yi Meow Meow offered a slight smile and replied without hesitation, "Certainly, conditions are to be expected. Wolf King, you may state your terms first. As for ours, we shall consult our clan leader before responding." The wolf leader mused. It should not be praised for its cleverness. It is clearly cunning, akin to the foxes in the mountains. The strays are exceedingly cruel, and I am aware that your kind possesses a cave to hide in. I hope you can also bring our females and cubs to your sanctuary. When faced with grave danger, the first thought of the beastmen is to ensure the safety of their tribe. Females and cubs are the most vulnerable and represent the hope for the tribe's continuation, much like in the wolf pack. Are you not afraid that the beastmen might harm them? Yi Meow Meow inquired. Voicing her concerns, the wolf leader coldly replied, "If it were merely the cubs, then indeed, I would be concerned. However, our females are not as weak as your kind. I believe it is you who should be wary." His words prompted Yi Meow Meow to ponder seriously. Although they were both females, the she-wolves, while not pregnant, participated in hunting, and after giving birth, took on the heavy responsibility of protecting their young. Thus, they were naturally stronger than the beastmen's females. I need to return and discuss this with the clan leader. Wolf King, please send someone who can make decisions to accompany us back to the tribe to avoid wasting time with back-and-forth trips. Of course, you must also decide swiftly. Within 3 days, the strays will undoubtedly launch their attack. Yi Meow Meow nodded, and as she turned with Ian Bauer in tow, the little one waved goodbye to the wolf leader. Wolf Uncle, goodbye. If it were not for the impending attack of the strays, the wolf leader would not wish to see this little creature again, as his bitten ear still ached on the journey back. To prevent further scratches from branches, Ian Jian held both Yi Meow Meow and Ian Bauer in his arms, effortlessly managing one in each arm, his muscular frame exuding a sense of safety to Bauer. If you're tired, take a nap. Observing the little one nestled against Ian Jian's chest, struggling to keep her eyes open despite her evident exhaustion, Yi Meow Meow gently stroked her soft, plump face, understanding that she was afraid of the surrounding darkness. She soothingly reassured, "Rest easy, my dear. Mother's watching over you." With mother watching, Bauer fears nothing, Ian Bauer replied, reaching out to grasp Yi Meow Meow's finger tightly. In no time, the little one fell into a deep sleep. Her mouth slightly agape as delicate snores escaped her lips. Yi Meow Meow reflected on how frightened and fatigued she must have been earlier. Now, having relaxed, she slept soundly. Have such a tiny cub surrounded by so many great black wolves. We are fortunate that Bauer has such courage. Otherwise, she would be terrified to death. As Yi Meow Meow spoke, her eyes brimmed with tenderness. Ian Jian glanced down at her, but only caught sight of her tousled hair. He softly murmured, "My cub is not so weak. Mere wild wolves would not frighten her to death." Yi Meow Meow recalled how brave Ian Bauer had been when she transformed into a small snake to bite the wolf leader, and she couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, the cub is very brave. Ian Jian, have you taught them how to respond to sudden dangers before? No, Ian Jian replied honestly. However, snakes possess an innate memory of their ancestors. The skills and experiences accumulated by their forebears gradually awaken as they grow. Therefore, snakes naturally understand how to seek benefits and avoid harm better than many other beasts that, of course. Awakening also requires talent. Some snake beasts may have an entire manual of skills in their minds, yet still falter in practice. This is what people often refer to as having the knowledge, but lacking the ability to execute. Having not heard Meow Meow speak for a while, Jin looked down again, only to find that she had dozed off, her posture not particularly comfortable, but he worried that if her neck remained in such a position, it might break. Thus, he adjusted his arm, gently supporting her so that she could lean against his chest. The mother and daughter, one large and one small, nestled together in Jin's embrace, their warm breaths creating a cozy atmosphere that gradually thawed his heart, which had been cold for many years in the past. Although he seldom engaged deeply with other beastmen in the tribe, he would occasionally overhear discussions about females during hunts. Most often, they spoke of how, despite the exhaustion and injuries endured, males with partners felt fulfilled because the comfort provided by females blossomed within their hearts like a beautiful flower, intoxicating them. There were even beastmen who unabashedly made crude remarks about females, commenting on their soft bodies, their fragrant scent, and their gentle voices. That time, Jin felt no stirrings in his heart. Yet now, he felt an inexplicable anticipation regarding such matters. His union with Meow Meow had occurred after he had been poisoned by the snake fruit, and he did not have a vivid recollection of the details in the memories that surfaced after his awakening. He had harbored a deep disdain for females, thus refusing to accept any new ones. Consequently, even if he suspected he had died and been reborn, he still had little experience to draw upon in matters of the female kind. Why Meow Meow slept particularly soundly, and when she finally awoke, she found herself back in her home. That a fire had been built in the courtyard, and the light flickered through the wooden gaps into the room. Yes, soon as her eyes opened, she saw Song and Bai sitting before her. The two little ones rejoiced upon seeing her awake and quickly called out, "Daddy, Mommy is awake." Meow Meow rubbed her head and sat up, then heard the commotion outside, as if many people were bustling about noisily. "Where's Bower? Bower is right here." Song promptly pointed to Meow Meow's side. She smiled awkwardly, realizing she had been so drowsy that she hadn't even noticed the little one lying next to her. Meow Meow pulled the fur beneath her to cover Bower snugly, then got up to fetch some water, only to find that the attentive Bai had already brought a large stone bowl to her. "Mother, this is meat soup. Please drink it to fill your stomach." Why Meow Meow looked down and indeed saw meat soup. Having slept for so long, she was ravenously hungry. After downing half a bowl in one go, she suddenly remembered something to buy her. "Did you eat dinner last night?" As they had rushed to rescue Bower, it was already nearing dusk, and after all the commotion, it was almost dawn. Although she had entrusted the two little ones to the clan leader, she still felt the need to inquire. "Yes, we did. Aunt Leopard May made it for us, and she also prepared this meat soup. Aunt Bai Ling sent us some furs too. We didn't dare touch them while you were gone." "They are over there." Chapter 44. It was this thing that was not done well. Leopard May and Bai Ling are here too. Meow Meow set down the bowl after a few sips of soup. She quickly washed her face and tidied her disheveled hair before stepping outside. The courtyard was even more chaotic than she had imagined, with a multitude of beastmen gathered. There were even bonfires set up in the open space outside the courtyard. Observing everyone busily working with stone balls and branches, Meow Meow could surmise what they were up to. However, the stone blades were not sharp enough, causing the branches to take longer to sharpen. After giving it some thought, Meow Meow returned to the house. "Please close your eyes. Mother will count to 3, and you can open them afterward. All right?" She felt the need to venture into the space and hoped to uncover something of value. It was not that she lacked faith in her little ones. Rather, the concept of such a space was too fantastical for her to fully grasp. That moment, she could not conjure a more convincing rationale. So she decided to keep it hidden from Song and Bai for the time being. Presently, Song and Bai would readily acquiesce to Meow Meow's words without a second thought. They obediently closed their eyes, harboring not even a fleeting thought of peeking. Why Meow Meow smiled contentedly, and then proceeded to examine the space. The multitude of slender brown leather strips lay piled together, alongside several axes displayed upon a shelf. Without a moment's hesitation, Meow Meow extracted these items. All right, you may open your eyes now. As In Song and Een Bai beheld the substantial collection before them. Their eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Mother, what are these for? Yi Miao Miao picked up one of the axes, noticing its exceptionally sharp blade, which was considerably thinner than a typical axe. These are for crafting bows and arrows. Song go call your father in. Een Song dashed outside immediately, leaving Een Bai to assist Yi Miao Miao in organizing the brown leather strips. Mother, what do bows and arrows look like? Father has been busy outside for quite a while. Could he also be making bows and arrows? Yi Miao Miao nodded. Yes, your father is teaching everyone to make bows and arrows, but their tools are rather limited, which may waste a lot of time. Just then, Een Jin entered the room, and Yi Miao Miao instinctively glanced at his legs, which appeared much more agile than before. Oh, you need something? She thought it was not the right time to inquire about his legs. Pointing to the items on the ground, she said, Try this. I believe it will be more effective than animal skin. Originally, Een Jin intended to use animal skin for the bowstring, yet upon testing the brown strips on the ground, he found them to possess greater resilience, likely making them more durable and capable of achieving a longer range. If any beastmen inquire, simply say we found these on the road. Before Yi Miao Miao could finish her sentence, Een Jin had already taken the items and exited, leaving her feeling somewhat disheartened as she puffed out her cheeks. Though he was a villain with the power of life and death, this felt rather oppressive, unbeknownst to Yi Miao Miao. Ever since Een Jin began harboring certain thoughts, he could not help but gaze at her, and the longer he lingered in her presence, the more his emotions spiraled out of control. Een Jin, not wishing to lose composure, sensed that he might embarrass himself and thus sought to distance himself from Yi Miao Miao swiftly. Mother, are you all right? Een Song, perceptive as ever, noticed the change in Yi Miao Miao's expression and hurriedly added, Father did not mean to ignore you. He just said to take good care of you. He must be anxious about matters outside. Mother, the injury on your arm was bandaged by Father. Please do not be angry with him. All right? Even at such a young age, Een Song could comprehend the situation. Why Yi Miao Miao realized that her feelings had been too evident. She squatted down to meet his gaze and smiled gently. Mother understands. I'm not angry with Father. So do not overthink it. Speaking of the injury on her arm, Yi Miao Miao noticed that the animal skin used for the bandaging was rather unsightly. I thought this was done by you and Bayer for me. She teased. Yet, Een Song and Een Bai earnestly explained. Father was afraid we would hurt you, so he insisted on doing it himself. He said you were beautiful, and having a scar on your arm would not be good. So he sought the clan doctor for better medicine. Using a large piece of white fox skin, a warm spread through Yi Miao Miao's heart. The fact that Een Jin would do this for her was likely due to his affection for her little ones, indicating that he would not harbor ill intentions towards her for the time being. Things were gradually progressing in a positive direction, after ensuring that Een Song and Een Bai could rest for a while. Yi Miao Miao returned to the courtyard, searching for the figures of Bai Ling and Bao Mei among the crowd. Bai Ling, Bao Mei, how long have you been here? Upon spotting them, Yi Miao Miao hurriedly approached. Bai Ling was beside Hu Tian, observing his busy endeavors, while Bao Mei, eager to assist, had been politely declined, her face revealing a hint of reluctance. Miao Miao, you're awake. You must see if Tian Guo's method is correct. Just now, Een Jin said this, but none of us have seen what a bow, an arrow, looks like. Can such a crescent-shaped thing really defeat a wandering beast? Following Bai Ling's words, Yi Miao Miao looked over to see Hu Tian, frowning as he had just finished stringing the bow, examining the item in his hands. It works like this. Allow me to demonstrate. Why Yi Miao Miao declared, picking up a finely sharpened wooden arrow from the ground and extending her hand towards Hu Tian. Hu Tian's brow furrowed even deeper, yet he passed the bow to her at Bai Ling's urging that I lack strength and skill, so I may not shoot very far. Everyone should practice and figure out the specifics. Emulating a scene she had once seen on television, Yi Miao Miao adjusted her stance and pulled the bowstring back with all her might. With a loud thwack, the wooden arrow zipped through the air, landing swiftly just 2 meters away from them. Puffed, seeing the arrow fall at their feet, Bao Mei could not help but burst into laughter, while Bai Ling bit her lip, casting a glance at Yi Miao Miao. You were right. Your strength is indeed lacking. Your technique is quite poor as well. How did the arrow end up flying upwards? Miao Miao quickly returned the bow to Hu Tian. Let him take it to Een Jin for a trial. Ah, yes, yes. Let us find Jian. How can I manage this? Bao Mei spoke bluntly, leaving Yu Miao Miao feeling so embarrassed that she wished to shrink into the ground. However, just as Wu Tian was about to retrieve the bow from Yu Miao Miao, another hand intervened. Jian, unhurried, observed the bow in his hands before picking up an arrow from the ground to measure it against the bow. After a moment, he uttered, "This one tea suffice. It cannot harm a wandering beast." "What do you mean?" Hu Tian asked in a rush, but Jian turned to Yi Miao Miao. "Your method is correct, and your strength is adequate. It is this item that has not been crafted properly." Jian's words darkened Hu Tian's expression further. He had invested considerable effort to create this bow, only to be told it was inadequate. Unwilling to accept this, he seized the bow and arrow from Jian's hands to test them himself. The result was that his shot did not travel any farther than Yi Miao Miao's, and despite aiming straight ahead, the arrow veered off course. "What do we do now?" Bai Ling fretted, glancing around at the other beastmen in the courtyard, many of whom had also managed to craft bows. Jian had previously demonstrated for everyone, yet now, almost no one was able to shoot accurately. "Jian, do you know why this is happening?" Yi Miao Miao, her expression troubled, looked at Jian. She had considered directly requesting a batch of bows and arrows from the space, but the shelf yielded nothing. Instead, a line of text appeared on the panel. "Unjust gains. Not consistent with reality." Upon reading those 8 characters, she could not help but retort, "What do you mean not consistent with reality? Did I not arrive in this beast world without cause?" She thought to herself. Stingy indeed, and lacking capability, yet finding excuses that Yi Miao Miao was quite earnest in her contemplation of her inexplicable journey to this realm. Yes, soon as Yi Miao Miao voiced her inquiry, all eyes turned to Jian's face. Yet he merely shook his head gently. The bow and arrow, the mightiest weapons of the cold weapon era, were said to be simple to operate, yet crafting them correctly was truly challenging. Jian turned back to his station, where numerous finely carved wooden arrows and bound bows lay before him. He picked up one, gesturing with it while his mind raced to recall where the flaw lay. He remembered that bows and arrows were supposed to look a certain way. Yet he had never personally crafted such items that by that time. He had already become the king of a tribe, and these were made by other beastmen for his use. Suddenly, as Jian grasped an arrow, he discerned the problem. Too light, he murmured to himself. The arrows were wooden, and their tips were too light. It seemed the tails lacked something as well that as Jian pondered. Yi Miao Miao arrived at the same realization, pointing at the wooden arrows as she spoke to Bai Ling. "And no matter how sharp these wooden arrows are, they cannot penetrate a beastman's body, especially considering they wear leather skirts. If the skirts are thick, it will be all the more impossible to injure them." As she spoke, she forcefully jabbed the arrow tip against her own skin. "See, it's quite ineffective." Bai Ling wore a disappointed expression. "So we've been working in vain?" "Not at all." Yi Miao Miao patiently explained to Bai Ling that it is entirely normal for us to encounter issues while crafting bows and arrows for the first time. Fortunately, we still have time to resolve these problems. First, we must find a way to make the arrow tips sharper, at least to penetrate 2 layers of animal skin. Only then do we stand a chance of injuring a wandering beast. Secondly, we need to address the arrow tails. The arrowheads require the addition of feathers to achieve a balanced effect, utilizing bone spikes. Although Hu Tian is quite reluctant to stay in the same vicinity as Yi Miao Miao, the looming threat compels him to patiently listen to her words. Subsequently, he contemplates the bone spikes. These are tools that the orcs used in the absence of iron implements, fashioned from the bones of animals. Sharpened to a fine point or flattened to a keen edge, they serve as substitutes for knives and forks, practical for tasks such as digging up potatoes and hunting. The bones of animals are sturdier than twigs, easily penetrating 2 layers of beast hide. The sharpened bone spikes are affixed to the arrowheads, yet the question remains, how to procure the feathers? Birds are indeed common in the mountains, including the plump, short-winged species that flies at a low altitude. However, the orcs have always consumed their catch on the same day, leaving no feathers behind. I'll find a way to obtain the feathers. You all focus on the arrowheads. She instructs, in this bow, make the bindings tighter. The harder it is to draw, the better. Yi Miao Miao then returned indoors to access her space. Standing solemnly before the shelves as she declared, The orcs are diligently crafting bows and arrows. But clearly, these semi-finished products will not suffice to defeat the wandering beast. I shall not request advanced weaponry like machine guns again. Could you provide me with some explosives instead? The white light in the space flickered, seemingly in rejection of her request. Hey, don't take advantage of the fact that I haven read novels. Other protagonists open their spaces to delightful surprises, while I have to shout to acquire anything. Be honest, can you not provide? Another flash of white light, akin to a lightning strike, nearly blinded Yi Meow Meow. Admitting one's limitations is not so difficult. At worst, if our tribe orcs perish, this story can conclude swiftly. The existence of her circumstances must hold some rationale. Yi Meow Meow firmly believes she did not arrive in this beastly world without reason, nor will she vanish without cause, whether manipulated by unseen hands or a deity undergoing trials with added advantages. She must explore every avenue to survive. Explosives, blades, and venom. None can be overlooked. As she spoke, she closed her eyes, and upon slowly opening them after another flash of white light, the item she desired appeared on the shelves. At dawn the following day, Yi Meow Meow ascended the mountain with Yin Bao, observing that many animals had returned to their original positions under the leadership of the wolf. Mother, it seems Wolf Uncle is quite formidable. By enlisting his help, he has gathered all the animals to assist us. Might this increase our chances of success? Yin Bao remarked, her face alight with joy as she watched the small birds chirping on the branches. Though the cubs sensed impending danger, they had yet to witness the harrowing scenes of carnage and despair, thus failing to fully fathom the gravity of the situation. Yi Meow Meow, while not having experienced life and death directly, had seen enough films and television dramas to know that every war concluded with unspeakable devastation. Bao asked the little birds to bring us as many feathers as possible. The more, the better. Yin Bao understood her primary task was to assist her mother in translating the beast language, and she felt elated to contribute during this crucial time for the tribe, embodying the spirit of responsibility inherent to every young orc. Beautiful birds, could you bring us the feathers you shed? We urgently need them to craft bows and arrows. Please spread the word to your fellow birds. Feathers, long and short, black and white. My mate has been shedding quite a bit lately. I'll fetch some from him. Will my tail feather suffice? If I pluck just a couple, my flight won't be hindered. How about these long ones? I'll gather some. There's a nest of Sister Hua nearby, and their feathers are scattered everywhere. The little birds chattered excitedly, some already taking flight to find feathers, while others plucked a feather from their own tails and handed it to Yin Bao. In less than half an hour, a veritable mountain of feathers in various lengths and colors had accumulated before Yin Bao. Chapter 46. Otherwise, escape may not ensure survival. When Yi Meow Meow returned to the tribe, her arms laden with feathers, the orcs had completed the installation of bone spikes on the arrowheads. They had produced a total of 5,000 wooden arrows and 100 bows, the maximum quantity they could manage within a day and night. To facilitate transport, each orc using bows and arrows, under Hu Tian's direction, fashioned a leather pouch to carry the arrows, while the bows were slung over their shoulders. Yin Jian, I have an idea, Yi Meow Meow said, presenting a large tub of dark red liquid before him. This method may be somewhat underhanded, but is not unjust when dealing with the wandering beasts that threaten us. What? Yin Jian recoiled slightly, having detected a pungent odor, and stepped back before pulling Yi Meow Meow away further. What's wrong? Yi Meow Meow noticed his furrowed brow, but remained unaware of his thoughts. She glanced down at the large hand gripping her wrist, noting its well-defined joints, quite aesthetically pleasing. Now that she thought about it, she had not taken a good look at Yin Jian, who had been busy since his leg healed, following the line of his hand. She realized he indeed embodied the quintessential antagonist persona, tall, handsome, cold, and aloof. What is this? Poison. Yin Jian, feeling her scrutinizing gaze, coughed lightly. Yi Meow Meow. What is your proposal? Ah, yes, I have an idea. Yi Meow Meow chastised herself for losing focus in front of Yin Jian. What did it matter how handsome he was? Even before fully realizing his villainous potential, he could easily crush a wolf skull with a single punch. That if he truly awakened his antagonist abilities, the devastation would be immense. This is poison. I propose we apply it. to the arrowheads. Are you concerned the arrowheads might not be sharp enough to kill the wandering beasts? Yin Jian did not mention that he had already discussed with the chieftain about acquiring natural venom from the forest, which was currently being applied to the arrowheads. However, since Yi Miao Miao had a similar substance, they could apply even more. And this blade, as sharp as your serpent scales, can be affixed to long poles for use. As long as we can pierce the skin of the wandering beasts, we stand a chance of victory. Agreed. Yin Jian gathered the items from the ground and prepared to leave, but Yi Miao Miao called out to him once more. There's one more thing I don't want others to know about. Yin Jian, let us speak to the chieftain privately. The explosives were too potent. Yi Miao Miao was uncertain of the consequences they might bring upon the tribe and the orcs. Thus, she needed to discuss with the chieftain where to best place the explosives, who should detonate them, and under what circumstances. The variables in a battle were too numerous. They needed to prepare for both favorable and unfavorable outcomes. Being able to repel the wandering beasts would be the best outcome. If not, they must formulate a strategic plan for escape, for fleeing without a strategy might not guarantee survival. Dawai Miao Miao believed the explosives should serve as their last resort, not to be revealed unless absolutely necessary. The strength of the wandering beast attack was unknown. All they could do was give their utmost effort. Chieftain, could you review our deployment plan and see if there are any adjustments needed? At the chieftain's residence, Hu Tian and others were present. After Yi Miao Miao and Yin Jian arrived, the chieftain called Yin Jian over to discuss their plans. Why Yin Miao Miao leaned in to examine the sand table. Roughly 1 meter square, where branches marked the perimeter of the tribe, outlining their ambush positions. Chieftain, I have something to say. Yin Jian was already aware of the contents of the sand table. He simply did not wish to discuss it with everyone, which was why he had not accompanied Hu Tian to the chieftain's home. As Yin Jian indicated, he had something to say, but withheld the details. The chieftain glanced at the others and, perhaps sensing his intent, smiled at Hu Tian. Let us first arrange for the females and cubs to take shelter in the cave and move any transportable supplies. As Hu Tian acknowledged and prepared to leave, Yin Jian suddenly called out to him. This matter is quite important. I'd like your opinion on how best to proceed. Afterward, he turned to the chieftain, who nodded before responding. Hu Tian, you should stay. Yin Jian likely wishes to discuss matters concerning the wandering beasts. Hu Tian had no objections, but could not help but glance at Yi Miao Miao. Upon seeing she had no intention of leaving, he inquired of Yin Jian, does what you wish to say involve her as well? The females of the tribe were preoccupied at home, diligently preparing supplies for their venture into the cave. When he had just arrived at the chieftain's place, Bai Ling had mentioned her intention to seek out Yi Miao Miao to see if there was anything she could assist with. Yet, she had unexpectedly accompanied Yin Jian to this location. Since when had the significant affairs of the tribe necessitated the presence of a female for discussion? Yin Jian was aware of Hu Tian's disdain for Yi Miao Miao, and the look he cast upon her was far from amiable. However, Yin Jian felt no anger. Rather, he found solace in Hu Tian's cold demeanor. Miao Miao, you speak, he instructed. Yin Jian had no intention of responding to Hu Tian. Instead, he turned to Yi Miao Miao, signaling her to articulate their previously discussed ideas clearly to the chieftain. Yi Miao Miao felt somewhat exasperated. She was not particularly eager to participate in discussions among males, but her presence was necessary as Yin Jian could not elucidate the intricacies surrounding the counterfeit drugs. Chieftain, the situation is as follows. We have retrieved a batch of counterfeit drugs from the leader of the Black Wolves. This substance possesses formidable potency, and after conferring with Yin Jian, I believe. She conveyed their thoughts, which had been deliberated in advance. The chieftain fell in his silence for a moment, deeming it essential to establish a final layer of assurance. However, upon learning that the counterfeit drugs could potentially devastate the dwellings of the beastmen, he found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Chieftain, should we fail to prevent the straying beasts from entering the tribe, or if we are unable to contend with them, then keeping these houses would only result in their destruction. Yin Jian stated steadily, his voice resonating with authority. The chieftain gradually found peace in his words and turned to Hu Tian, inquiring, what is your perspective? Deceit. Hu Tian spat out the word with palpable resentment before continuing. Yin Jian is right. Should we be defeated, We cannot allow those straying beasts to triumph. That it is far preferable to deceive them than to have them invade and abduct the tribe's females. Yi Meow Meow was taken aback by how swiftly they reached a consensus. After a slight sigh of relief, she elaborated on the usage and precautions regarding the counterfeit drugs. How could the wild wolves possess such a thing? While they are certainly more cunning than ordinary beasts, they do not seem capable of crafting such items. Tian suddenly directed his gaze at her and asked, anticipating dissent when she offered this excuse. Yi Meow Meow knew she could not admit that the item was found in the forest. Thus, she responded with a composed demeanor. If you ask me, who should I ask? The wolf leader did not disclose its origin when he provided it. Faced with a formidable enemy, I had no inclination to inquire further. Otherwise, once we have driven away the straying beasts, shall I take you to have a proper discussion with him? Hu Tian remarked. This female, while devoted to her household and caring for her offspring, and even aiding the tribe in resisting external threats, still fails to endear herself to me. Her incessant chatter, devoid of substance, was utterly irritating. In order to protect Be'er, Yi Meow Meow and Jin agreed to present a united front, claiming that she alone could comprehend the beast language. Consequently, the entire tribe became aware that it was Yi Meow Meow who had led the Black Wolf back to negotiate terms with the chieftain. And she was also responsible for the translation in the midst of these discussions. Chapter 47. Would he not become the tribe's strongest? The Tiger Head Mountain tribe comprised over 300 adult beastmen and more than 100 cubs, making it a relatively large tribe. As the tribe's most formidable warrior, Hu Tian was naturally regarded as the one in charge, while the chieftain, whose combat prowess had evidently waned with age, relied heavily on Hu Tian. For 3 consecutive years, Hu Tian had undertaken the salt exchange missions, a duty previously handled by the chieftain himself. However, in light of the recent straying beast incident, Hu Tian sensed an implicit threat to his position, particularly as the chieftain had sought Jian's counsel on more than one occasion, contingent upon Jian and Yi Meow Meow voluntarily offering their insights. The beastmen revered and followed the strong. From adulthood, Hu Tian had grown accustomed to the adulation and flattery of the beastmen. Now, hearing them privately discuss Jian stirred a twinge of discontent within him. The matters on Jian's end require assistance. You few should go, the chieftain instructed, assigning him to find individuals to aid Jian in burying the explosives. Coincidentally, he overheard several individuals praising Jian for his skillful bow-making and extensive knowledge. Thus, he promptly designated them for the task, relishing the peace that followed. Yes, Tiangu, we shall seek out Jian immediately. The group of beastmen, oblivious to Hu Tian's shifting expression, enthusiastically gathered their tools and set off, chatting animatedly along the way. That I happen to have some questions for him, as well that I heard he healed his leg using a certain herb found on the cliff. Ever since my mate gave birth to her second litter, she has been suffering from back and leg pain. I wonder if I might have the fortune to procure some herbs for her. What kind of herb could possibly restore a crippled limb? Do not be fooled by Jian's words. I suspect it is merely the favor of the beast god that has bestowed strength upon him. He likely does not wish to disclose the truth to us. Upon reflection, I find your assertion plausible. The entire tribe is aware that he was once deemed a useless creature, unable to feed even a few cubs. How could he suddenly regain his strength? Moreover, have you seen him in his beast form? I have never witnessed a serpent beast of such towering stature. Spare me the talk of uselessness. Be cautious lest Jian overhear and take offense. I reckon a mere swipe of his serpentine tail could send you flying. Indeed, I wonder which long-tongued gossip spread such rumors. Can a useless being truly transform into such a formidable warrior? I suspect Jian has merely been pretending. He likely possesses some extraordinary secret he wishes to keep hidden from the tribe. In my view, we ought to cultivate a closer relationship with Jian. If he truly has the guidance of the beast god, we might glean some of his wisdom, which would undoubtedly benefit us. The males, when engrossed in gossip, were no less verbose than females, and their ceaseless chatter was grating on Hu Tian's nerves. A perceptive beast man approached and inquired, Tiangu, is there any truth to what they are saying? Do you recall our encounter with the Dragon Tribe beastmen during the salt exchange at the seaside? They claimed that Serpent Tribe beastmen, if they dedicate themselves to training, might have the opportunity to transform into dragons. Tian Ge, do you think if Yin Jian were to truly become a dragon, he would remain with our tribe? If he were to stay, would he not then become the strongest among us, compelling even you to heed his directives? In the realm of beasts, the dragon tribe was unrivaled, for their warriors could soar through the skies and plunge into the depths of the sea, reaching places beyond the grasp of others. An adult dragon tribe beastman could reach lengths of over 10 meters, rendering them nearly invincible in aerial or aquatic combat. Unless under extraordinary circumstances, beastmen from other tribes seldom dared to provoke the dragon tribe due to their immense power, which was not easily encapsulated in mere words. For instance, in the world of beasts, aside from natural disasters, there were also calamities wrought by malevolent beasts. Approximately every few decades, a plague of monstrous beasts would emerge, leading even the mightiest tribes to abandon their homes in flight. Only the dragon tribe beastmen remained unafraid in the face of such threats. Thus, the dragon tribe became the object of admiration for all beastmen. However, the dragon tribe enforced strict regulations, forbidding their warriors from forming unions with beastmen from other tribes. Consequently, no matter how powerful a tribe may be, they could not entice dragon tribe warriors to join them. Likewise, no beastmen from other tribes could infiltrate the dragon tribe, save for beast slaves. The notion that serpent beasts had a chance to attain dragon form remained a tantalizing mystery in the world of beasts, with no beastman ever having witnessed such a transformation. Yet, the tale persisted through generations, inspiring many. Hu Tian shot a glare at the beastman. Even if he could truly become a dragon beast, what of it? Without overcoming the immediate threat, death is inescapable for all. Tian Ge, I meant no offense that we are accustomed to following your lead. I have no intention of fawning over Yin Jian like those other beastmen. Hu Tian remained silent, his mind consumed by the chief's recent directives. The Hu Tudan tribe was situated against a towering cliff, 100 meters high, from which it derived its name, meaning Tiger Head Mountain. To the left of the tribe lay a gentle slope, which when scaled and crossed, led to the mountains where the orcs frequently hunted. These mountains were lush with trees and teeming with diverse wildlife. Forming a perfect food chain. On the right side of Tiger Head Mountain was a steep precipice. Should the nomadic beasts wish to invade the tribe, the most feasible approach would be a frontal assault, as they would only need to cross the river and ascend the slope. The left side posed a greater challenge, with the tribe's rear and the right side requiring either a perilous leap from a height or a strenuous climb from below, making success nearly impossible. Consequently, the chief assigned Hu Tian to lead a group stationed directly in front of the tribe, while Yin Jian would guard the left flank. All the females and young ones were to take refuge in the cave, located on the cliff behind the tribe. The Eagle Clan's orcs would fly up first, and then use vines to hoist the females and younglings one by one. Hu Tian was concerned for Bai Ling and wished to guard the left side so he could protect her at the first sign of danger. But the chief would not allow it. He did not press Hu Tian further, but explained the situation. Yi Miao Miao understood the beast language, and the dense forest on the left required the vigilance of the wolves, making it more practical for Yin Jian and Yi Miao Miao to collaborate there. Ultimately, Hu Tian chose to prioritize the greater good, contemplating the chief's arrangements repeatedly, anxious about any potential vulnerabilities. Yin Jian took the orcs to bury the deceptive herbs, while Yi Miao Miao returned home alone, intending to join Yin Jian in fending off the nomadic beasts. Naturally, Yin Bao was indispensable, but Yin Song and Yin Bai were still quite young and could only be sent to the cave for safety. Thus, she needed to first soothe the emotions of her two young ones and prepare the necessary provisions for the coming days. Suddenly, she heard someone calling her name. Turning around, she spotted Bai Ling and Bao Mei approaching, arms laden with various items. Curiously, she inquired, "Where are you headed with all of this?" Chapter 48. If only there were a sewing machine right now. We're coming to find you, Bai Ling replied. Why Yin Miao Miao was taken aback by Bai Ling's words. Glancing at the items in their hands, even more perplexed. "You need so much from me. These are all for you." Hu Tian said you would be going with Yin Jian to hunt the nomadic beasts. "We cannot assist in any significant way, so we thought to bring you these animal skins to wear. It is said that the nomadic beasts are quite brutal. The more protection you have, the less likely you are to be harmed." Bai Ling stepped forward, grasping her arm as they walked. The extra skins are for your little ones. The cave is damp, and if they were too little, they might catch a chill. However, Yi Meow Meow was indeed worried about this. Although she had a white fox captured by Yin Jian at home, the pressing time constraints had prevented her from processing the fur. She had spoken to the chief about possibly bringing the white fox here for immediate use, as the tribe had stored animal skins intended for trade with salt, and she hoped to borrow some. The chief had agreed to help her find a few better pieces, yet they had not yet arrived in her hands. While the chief was willing, the items belonged to everyone, and Yi Meow Meow surmised that he likely needed to consult with the other orcs in the tribe before making a decision, thus delaying the acquisition of the skins. But what if the nomadic beasts come? Our survival is uncertain. Please do not fuss over these few skins, Bao Mei remarked, her tone typically straightforward, after handing a thick hide to Yi Meow Meow. She added, I am quite strong, and I have no young ones to care for. Yet the chief refused to let me accompany you to fight the nomadic beasts. The rule of the tribe dictates that females and younglings must take refuge in the cave. No matter how strong you are, you cannot take unnecessary risks. Did the chief not say that if you truly wish to contribute, you could guard the cave entrance? Bai Ling offered a few comforting words to Bao Mei. And as Yi Meow Meow walked alongside them, her heart felt a warmth. She wondered if this bond meant they were friends now. Mother, mother! Just as Yi Meow Meow turned a corner, she heard familiar calls. Yin Bai and Yin Song came running towards her, fully armed. What is this? Yi Meow Meow exclaimed, noticing that each of them was strapped with a small bow, their beast skin pouches filled with wooden arrows, and wearing large hats made of leaves that nearly obscured their small faces. Father said this way, we won't be easily spotted by the beasts, Yin Song explained, wobbling as he approached, clearly burdened by the weight of the arrows. He pushed aside the obstructive leaves, his once sweet voice now resolute. My brother and I have decided to join you in hunting the nomadic beasts. Mother, we've been practicing for a long time. Bayer can even shoot birds in the trees now, Yin Song spoke. Bai had already knocked an arrow onto his bow. With clenched teeth, he drew back the string and, with a twang, shot the wooden arrow straight towards a bird perched on a branch. The bird fluttered in fright, flapping its wings and chirping in distress, which did not sound like praise at all. Mother, the bird gave me its feathers. I do not wish to harm them, Bai explained, clarifying that he had intentionally missed the bird to strike the branch beneath its feet instead. Mother understands. You are all sensible children, but the nomadic beasts are dangerous, and I cannot allow you to take such risks. Yi Meow Meow pulled her two young ones close, squatting before them as she gently explained, of course, this matter needs to be discussed with your father as well. The two young ones looked despondent at her words, their small heads drooping, even the leaves atop their heads wilting. Father will listen to Mother. If you disagree, he will too. Yin Song murmured that why Yi Meow Meow found his comment amusing. How could Yin Jian always take her side? It was merely that their opinions often aligned on many matters. You little ones must accept your fate. It seems I'm also full of strength with nowhere to expend it. How about this? If you truly wish to hunt the nomadic beasts, you can accompany me. The chief has assigned me to guard the cave entrance. How about you join me there? Bao Mei stepped forward, attempting to pat Yin Song's head, only for him to evade her. She was not angered, merely raised an eyebrow at the two young ones. Do not underestimate the task of guarding. Though the cave entrance is hidden and difficult to find, the nomadic beasts are cunning. We must all remain vigilant. Yes, what Aunt Bao Mei said is true. Bayer, will you guard the cave with Aunt? Yin Song and Yin Bai reluctantly agreed, fully aware that the chief would station stronger males outside the cave, such as Uncle Ing and others. Where is Bauer? Yi Meow Meow suddenly asked, realizing she had not seen Silver Bauer during their conversation. Bauer is at home. Mother, come over here. The fact that Silver Bauer could understand beast language was known only to Yi Meow Meow's family. She was currently gathering a group of small animals for a little meeting at home. The reason Yin Song and Yin Bai waited outside was not only to express their intentions, but also to keep an eye on Silver Bauer. Although Bai Ling and Bao Mei had brought them food and animal skins, the two young ones were astute. Without Yi Meow Meow's permission, no beast would learn of Silver Bauer's secret. Yin Song whispered into Yi Meow Meow's ear. And after exchanging glances, Bai Ling and Bao Mei both smiled. We have delivered the supplies. Soon the chief will organize everyone to enter the cave. Let us meet at the entrance. With that, they turned to leave. And Yi Meow Meow waved her hand, feeling a bit embarrassed. Thank you. Once we drive away the nomadic beasts, I will return the animal skins to you. All right, it's a promise, Bai Ling replied, turning to wave as well. Bao Mei, wishing to say it was unnecessary to be so formal, thought better and added, yes, and make sure to return even better ones if they can truly return the animal hides to her. It must be after the tribe has driven away the stray beasts, which signifies that their lives can return to normalcy. A positive development that certainly should not be overlooked after watching the two depart into the distance. Yi Meow Meow, along with her two little ones, returned to the courtyard, clutching the heavy animal hides. She contemplated the need to quickly get to work crafting these hides into garments. Naturally, it would be ideal to have a sewing machine at this moment. Chapter 49. Did we not leave some deception potions at home? With this thought in mind, Yi Meow Meow entered the room where Yin Jian resided, and to her surprise, she discovered a miniature sewing machine in the space, a rather practical find despite its small size. Not only that, but she also spotted 4 exquisite little daggers on the shelf. The daggers were delicate and petite. As Yi Meow Meow held one in her hand and tested its weight, she realized that they seemed more suited for the little ones rather than herself. But why were there 4? Suddenly, she recalled the unhatched egg. Thus, Yi Meow Meow fashioned 4 pairs of suspenders, 1 large and 3 small, as well as 4 long-sleeve garments in the same style and size distribution. The remaining animal hide was crafted into a pair of athletic pants for Yin Jian. As for the animal hide shoes they wore, she had already modified them from her own clothing, leaving only 4 backpacks to complete the preparations. Similarly, 1 would be for herself, while the other 3 would be for the little ones, with 2 of the smaller ones made a bit deeper. By the time she finished all these tasks, the sun was already setting. Yi Meow Meow. The chieftain sent me to deliver the animal hides to you. A male orc's voice called from outside the courtyard. Yi Meow Meow stepped out and smiled as she accepted the 3 animal hides he held. Thank you. Did the chieftain mention whether you should carry that white fox back? The hides have been exchanged for the white fox. And the orc understood this. Noticing Yi Meow Meow struggling to handle the hides, he assisted her in placing them inside the house before departing with the white fox. Before leaving, the orc reminded her, Yin Jian will return shortly. You all should prepare quickly for the cave. Most of the females and young ones had already been sent into the cave. 3 days had passed since they had heard about the approaching stray beasts. And according to the chieftain's arrangements, everyone was to take their positions for battle that night, in case of sudden attack. Understood, we are aware. Indeed, shortly after the orc left, Yin Jian returned to this point. Yi Meow Meow had just finished sewing the last backpack. She rubbed her sore neck and called for the little ones to change their clothes. Each backpack was stuffed with pre-smoked wild boar meat. Along with vitamin C gummies Yi Meow Meow had retrieved from the space, and a few compressed biscuits at AS for drinking water, they filled 2 large animal hide flasks to the brim, one carried by Yin Jian and the other by Yin Bai. Sunger, you are the elder brother, so I entrust this egg to you. You must protect it well. Yin Song and Yin Bai were unexpectedly touched when Yi Meow Meow retrieved the unhatched egg for them to take along. I'm a younger brother. Do not worry. Mother Sunger will definitely not lose it. Yin Bai chimed in, Mother, you must also take good care of yourself, and we will wait for you in the cave. Upon entering, Yin Jian immediately noticed the family of 4, all prepared for departure. Observing the matching suspenders worn by 1 adult and 3 children, his dark eyes deepened momentarily. He wanted to inquire if Yi Meow Meow had prepared new clothes for him as well. But the words remained unspoken. Yin Jian, do you have anything else to bring? Yi Meow Meow asked. Yin Jian, having heard her earlier admonitions to Yin Song upon entering the courtyard, knew that the egg had not been forgotten and thus had nothing to add. However, Yi Meow Meow looked at him with eager anticipation. Yin Jian, the little ones are going into the cave. Do you have any words of advice for them? The outcome of this battle remained uncertain. Despite their thorough preparations, they could not guarantee a safe return. Consequently, Yi Meow Meow felt a nagging unease. She had already conveyed all her thoughts to the little ones, but still felt anxious, fearing she might have overlooked something. Be cautious, you two, that if a small bird delivers a white feather into the cave, it means the tribe has fallen. Remember, do not return to look for mother and father. Run straight south and do not look back. Father will find a way to catch up with you. And what about me? Yin Bao asked, tilting her head curiously at Yin Jian's words, that he glanced at her, momentarily speechless, but eventually replied, "You will remain with us. Naturally, we would never leave you behind, but father only mentioned mother, and I thought perhaps you had forgotten about Bauer." Yi Meow Meow playfully pinched the little one's cheek. "How could that be? The little bird delivering the message will depend on you to assist." Yin Jian's instructions were firmly etched in the minds of the two little ones. Soon after, he transformed into his beast form, allowing the three little ones and Yi Meow Meow to clamber onto him as he headed towards the cave. All along the way, they encountered numerous burning campfires, with orcs stationed at intervals, holding torches. The journey from home to the cave took less than half an hour at Yin Jian's speed for ordinary orcs. "It would take over an hour. Can we send the little ones in a cave?" Yi Meow Meow called out from Yin Jian's tail, gazing up at his towering figure, which loomed 2 meters above her. In the next moment, a large hand reached out, pulling her closer. "Yin Jian, the little ones, I know. I won't let them fall." Why Yin Meow Meow was cradled in Yin Jian's arms like a child. Through his shoulder, she spotted the 3 little ones gazing up at her, prompting her to wave her hand. However, the 3 little ones simultaneously lowered their heads, their little heads huddled together, as if whispering about something. Yi Meow Meow puffed her cheeks in confusion. It seemed the little ones were being intentionally secretive. "Oh, not worry. The chieftain has arranged for Yin Gang and other orcs to guard the cave entrance. Nothing will happen." Then, Yin Jian reassured Yi Meow Meow, explaining that the cave was the tribe's last refuge, strategically hidden and known only to a select few trusted orcs. Furthermore, each female and young one sent into the cave was blindfolded by Yin Gang and his group, for the simple reason that if any orc were to be captured by the stray beasts, they would not divulge the tribe's hiding place. Just in case why Yin Meow Meow understood that orcs held superstitions regarding their beast gods and were reluctant to hear ill omens. Such talk was akin to cursing them that if they truly could not defeat the stray beasts and the latter invaded the tribe in search of females, they would not relent until they had thoroughly searched. And the cave would become perilous. Yin Jian asked, "What is your suggestion?" After careful thought, Yi Meow Meow replied, "Did we not leave some deception potions at home?" Chapter 50. Yi Meow Meow still hesitated to let go for quite a while. "Do not speak too loudly." Yin Jian suddenly interjected, why Yi Meow Meow blinked in confusion, only to hear him explain, "I have excellent hearing. You need not shout." It dawned on Yi Meow Meow why he had pulled her closer. It was due to her earlier shout. "Can you hear what the little ones are saying?" The 3 little ones had been murmuring together for quite a while. During this time, Yin Song had glanced up at her and Yin Jian twice, each time meeting her gaze before quickly looking down, as if hiding some little secret. Yin Bai, on the other hand, was a bit more mischievous. When Yi Meow Meow caught him stealing a glance, he would flash her a broad smile, revealing his big white teeth. Yin Bao was even more amusing. Every time she made eye contact with Yi Meow Meow, she would cover her face with her little hands, appearing quite shy. "Are the little ones talking about me?" Yi Meow Meow's eyes, already bright and dark, sparkled even more as she seriously scrutinized Yin Jian, resembling the twinkling stars in the night sky. Yin Jian's ears twitched slightly, and his expression darkened as he slowly uttered 3 words under Yi Meow Meow's expectant gaze. "I cannot hear." How can you not hear? Did you not just say you had good hearing?" Although the little ones' voices were soft, they occasionally reached her ears. However, the distance rendered their words fragmented and unclear. Yet, with Yin Jian's hearing, it should not have been as muddled as hers. "Listen more closely." Why Yin Meow Meow, in an effort to avoid causing any disturbance, instinctively covered her mouth with her hand, yet Yin Jian continued to shake his head. A sense of disappointment washed over Yi Meow Meow. She was not the type of mother who insisted on uncovering her children's secrets, but rather she was genuinely curious about their reactions. After all, she was a latecomer in their lives, having only recently begun to establish trust and affection with them. She did not wish for any misunderstandings to arise due to trivial matters. Rest assured, the little ones will not speak ill of you. Yin Jian reassured her. Noticing the once bright gleam in Yi Meow Meow's eyes dimming, he tightened his embrace around her and offered soothing words. "I understand. I simply wish to draw closer to them." The cave lay just ahead, and Yi Meow Meow chose not to dwell on trivialities any longer. She requested Yin Jian to accompany her back to where the children were. "Singer Bayer, within the cave, not only will you find the aunties and grandmothers of our tribe, but also the females and young of the wolf tribe. You must remember not to provoke them. Take good care of yourselves. Just as your father advised, should danger arise, flee swiftly. Wai Meow Meow embraced each child, planting a kiss on their cheeks. We understand, mother, replied Een Song and Een Bai, who exchanged shy glances before turning to Een Bao, and then huddled together to whisper, it seems mother has never kissed father. Bao. If mother kisses father, you must tell us. Rest assured, big brother and second brother, I will find an opportunity to tell father to embrace mother more often. The notion of greed is not always pejorative. Having never experienced a mother's love before, the children now felt as though they were living in a honey pot under Yi Meow Meow's daily affection. And they yearned for even more. To ensure that Yi Meow Meow continued to shower them with such kindness, it was essential to address the root of the issue. Yi Meow Meow must first cultivate a strong bond with Een Jian, thereby eliminating any thoughts of seeking a new partner. Without a new partner, there would be no new children to share their love. As for whether Yi Meow Meow would bear new children with Een Jian, the three little ones had already deliberated on this matter and reached a unanimous agreement that their mother and father should indeed have another brood. As long as the new siblings shared the same mother and father, they would be accepting of any additional affection their mother might bestow upon the newcomers. Wai Meow Meow was taken aback that the children were already contemplating how to unite her with Een Jian at such a tender age. Lost in her own worries, she only realized the passage of time when he approached and lifted Een Song and Een Bai from in front of her, reluctantly releasing their small hands. Mind your provisions, but do not be overly frugal. Above all, ensure that you take good care of yourselves. Ng swiftly grasped Een Song and Een Bai, soaring towards the cave. Following the chieftain's instructions, he did not blindfold them, but turned to Een Jian and stated, stay close. The wolves in the cave require your reassurance. Hearing this, Yi Meow Meow tightened her grip on Een Jian's serpent tail, but was soon drawn into his embrace, along with Een Bao. The cliff is treacherous. If you feel frightened, close your eyes. I will alert you upon our arrival. Wai Meow Meow had envisioned the cliff to be akin to the sheer rock walls favored by climbers, but it turned out to be even more exhilarating. In order to free his hands for climbing, Een Jian secured them with animal hides, wrapping Een Bao snugly in a pouch that hung around his neck, while Yi Meow Meow required a tighter binding and had to cling closely to Een Jian's neck. As darkness enveloped them, Yi Meow Meow could only see a void above. Recalling Een Jian's words, she closed her eyes, reaching out to gently touch Een Bao. Be still and do not move. Not worry. Mother, Een Bao, who had long feared the dark, had already closed her eyes, remaining perfectly still in her pouch, behaving like a well-behaved doll. As Een Jian began to ascend, Yi Meow Meow felt her heart leap, swaying with his every movement. Occasionally, when his motions felt overly vigorous, she contemplated opening her eyes to behold the scene, only to be startled into silence. 100 degrees is a right angle, while 95 degrees is a slope. Yet they were clearly inverted beneath a massive rock, and as Yi Meow Meow gazed down at the stars beneath her, she felt an overwhelming urge to faint. It was simply too terrifying. Hold on tight. Once we flip over, we will arrive at that moment. Even without Een Jian's reminder, she dared not release her grip. She clung desperately to his neck, her small face pressed tightly against his back, wishing to merge into him entirely. Een Jian felt the warmth of her presence behind him and couldn't help but smirk, while the eagle soaring above them wore a perplexed expression. Climbing the cliff was no easy feat. Yet Een Jian did not need to seek out the most challenging paths. Was he not intentionally complicating matters for himself? You may open your eyes now. Upon reaching the cave, Een Jian untied the animal hides, first extracting Een Bao, who seemed on the verge of slumber. Reluctantly, he returned her to the pouch and then gently patted Yi Meow Meow's wrist. You can loosen your grip, listening to Een Jian's steady and reassuring voice. Yi Meow Meow hesitated for a moment before gradually releasing her hold. She slowly opened her eyes, only to be met with the sight of a dozen curious eyes peering back at her from the cave entrance. Some familiar, like by Ling and Bao Mei, alongside many unfamiliar females and a few wolves huddled together, all gazing at them with intrigue. Meow Meow, you arrived quite late, one of them remarked. Chapter 51. Perhaps they will become friends, feeling the weight of so many gazes upon her. Yi Miao Miao's cheeks flushed crimson. She hurriedly slid down from Yin Jian, but miscalculated her footing and nearly stumbled to the ground. Yin Jian, quick on his feet, caught her and, noticing her unease, lifted her back into his arms. My legs are weak, Why Yin Miao Miao longed to stand independently. But the earlier ordeal had shaken her considerably, prompting her to grasp Yin Jian's clothing, almost instinctively pressing herself against him. You must have been frightened. We were terrified when we arrived, Yin Jian remarked. Their posture struck an undeniably intimate note, yet Bai Ling perceived nothing inappropriate in their closeness, believing that such was the nature of companions that in contrast. Bao Mei cleared her throat and interjected, What were you thinking? If you were so afraid, why did you come up? It's much easier to ascend than to descend. You might find yourself trembling all over. Yi Miao Miao swallowed hard, recalling a past experience of riding on a precarious vehicle. During the ascent, her heart raced so fiercely she could hardly bear to look at the scenery below, believing it to be the most frightening experience. Only to discover the descent was far more terrifying. Please do not frighten her further. Her complexion has turned pale, Bai Ling admonished, tugging at Bao Mei. The two of them stepped forward, guiding Yi Miao Miao to a nearby seat. You came up for a reason, correct? Take a moment to recover. We will gather everyone together, all right? Yi Miao Miao responded, covering her mouth in a bid to suppress her unease, feeling a wave of nausea and dizziness wash over her. Just then, a large hand reached out before her, presenting a bright red fruit. Eat this. Yi Miao Miao paused, then lifted her gaze to the hand's owner, inquiring, Where did this come from? I picked it, Yin Jian replied. Before adding, It's not toxic. Yi Miao Miao acknowledged him, parting her lips to take a bite. The sweet and tangy juice slid down her throat, instantly revitalizing her, dispelling the unpleasantness in her stomach and clearing her mind. As a mother, she often thought to reserve the best treats for her children, and she was no exception. Now that she felt more alert, she hesitated to indulge in the fruit herself. Instead, she gently extracted the drowsy Yin Baoer from the pouch and offered the fruit to her. Baoer, open your mouth. Yin Baoer obediently opened her mouth, savoring the fruit, quickly regaining her alertness. Feeling a touch embarrassed, she asked Yi Miao Miao, Mother, did I fall asleep? She had come with her mother to attend to important matters. And falling asleep seemed quite inappropriate. Not at all. Now that you are awake, shall we go find your brothers together? Yin Tsang and Yin Bai arrived at the cave ahead of Yi Miao Miao. And at this moment, they were observing the terrain at the entrance with another adult eagle beast. It was only upon hearing Yin Bao call out to them that they hurried over. Yin Jian watched as the fruit he had specifically picked for Yi Miao Miao was devoured by three little ones, and his expression darkened imperceptibly. This fruit was one he had carefully gathered that day to save for Yi Miao Miao. And it came from the same tree as the one Yi Miao Miao had picked for Yin Bao. According to the wolf leader, this fruit was also tainted with poisonous powder. However, Yin Jian could not bring himself to discard it. Instead, he rinsed the fruit in the clear spring behind the mountain, by the edge of the spring grew a certain type of grass. The juice extracted from its leaves could neutralize 100 poisons. He was unsure why he recognized that grass. Perhaps it was a memory passed down through generations. When he heard the wolf leader mention that the fruit was poisonous, he felt immensely relieved that he had not given it to Yi Miao Miao on the way. Or else she would have been poisoned by now. Miao Miao, are you feeling better? After gathering the female wolves and their cubs, Bai Ling came to call her, and Yi Miao Miao quickly picked up Yin Bao and walked over. Although everyone had been informed beforehand by the tribe leader that the female wolves and their cubs would be hiding together in the cave, the reality of so many beastmen and beasts crammed into one space was somewhat hard for everyone to accept. The cave was only ventilated on one side, and the smell of the wolves was quite strong, making the air inside rather unpleasant. Moreover, the wolf cubs were prone to yapping incessantly, creating quite a ruckus. Most concerning was the fierce appearance of the female wolves, especially at night. Their eyes glowed green, which was quite terrifying to behold. While beastmen seldom preyed on wolves, there remained an underlying wariness, fearing a collective assault from them. The females gathered together, chattering away, and Yi Miao Miao took note of their concerns before relaying them to the female wolves. They would need to remain in this cave for several days at least. And some conflicts needed to be resolved before they escalated, benefiting both parties. Ye Meow Meow looked at the representative among the wolves, the female wolf leader, and began to negotiate. First and foremost, the beastmen would wrap their waist in hay and place it at the farthest end of the cave. And the wolves were to do the same. Of course, if conditions allow, we will bury it. The wolf leader's female responded, looking fierce yet speaking with a gentle tone. Is Bao, or listen to her. Her eyes remained fixated on the little wolf cub hidden beneath the female's belly. Her focus was so intense that Ye Meow Meow could hardly ignore it. The cub's black-gray fur looked exceptionally sleek, and its eyes, unlike the usual green of other wolves, were as blue as the night sky. She felt an overwhelming urge to reach out and pet its head, to squeeze its fluffy little ears. Moreover, you need to keep an eye on the cubs and prevent them from making too much noise, as it will disturb the rest of the beastmen and hinder everyone as hiding. The wolf leader's female nodded in agreement, but also raised a point. Please inform the beastmen females that their cubs are quite curious and active, although our cubs may seem small now. Their teeth are already sharp enough to bite through bones that it is dangerous to approach them without caution. As soon as the wolf leader's female finished speaking, Bao's expression dimmed. Nestled in the crook of Ye Meow Meow's neck, she translated in a soft voice. Such intimacy would not arouse suspicion from others that Ye Meow Meow detected the disappointment in Bao's words and turned to ask her, "Do you like that cub very much?" Bao nodded. "Its eyes are so beautiful." Ye Meow Meow chuckled gently and ruffled her hair before addressing the wolf leader's female. "I will convey our conversation word for word. It has been a pleasant discussion, and I have a small request, which I hope you can accommodate. My cub is quite fond of your cub, and if you don't mind, could they interact a little? Perhaps they could become friends. In truth, Ye Meow Meow had noticed that the little wolf cub was also secretly observing Bao. After all, they were both cubs, driven by curiosity. Why not give them a chance to get to know one another? Chapter 52. A woefully disheveled figure appeared outside the tribe. The wolf leader refused the beastmen cubs' request to touch the wolf cubs, not wanting to create misunderstandings between the two parties. As she said, although the wolf cubs were small, they were still fierce. They did not appreciate contact with anyone other than their kind, especially since beastmen had long preyed on other animals, presenting an inherent threat to them. However, at this moment, all were confined within one cave. Ye Meow Meow's words did not carry a tone of insistence, and after contemplating, the wolf leader turned to her own cubs. "That beastman female seems quite interested in you. Would you like to play with her?" The wolf cub looked up at its mother and instinctively asked, "Would she want to eat me?" "Of course not." Before the wolf leader could respond, Bao interjected, "I might not be able to beat you, so why would I eat you?" The wolf cub tilted its head and pondered before asking again, "Will you bite me?" It had overheard other wolves mention a beastman female who bit its father, unsure if it was the one standing before it. The wolf cub asked, "Was it you who bit my father that day?" Looking into the wolf cub's azure eyes, Bao nodded earnestly. "Yes, I bit him." The wolf cub instinctively recoiled, and Bao quickly added, "Don't worry, I won't bite you, let alone eat you. I only bit the wolf uncle that day because he made me angry. You would make me mad, so why would I bite you?" The wolf cub contemplated, feeling both right and wrong, and cautiously stepped forward. Bao also slowly advanced. The two little ones edged closer to each other, and Ye Meow Meow could not help but smile at their adorable and naive antics. She turned to the wolf leader's female and said, "I will go speak with them. Please keep an eye on my cub." It wasn't that she trusted the other party so much, but rather that Jian was not far behind, watching over the scene. She believed in his ability to ensure Bao's safety. Bai Ling, as the strongest female beastman in the tribe, was busy organizing resting areas for everyone, ensuring they were neither too crowded nor too spread out. Such tedious tasks were the most exhausting. Fortunately, she had Leopard May to assist her. When encountering difficult female beasts, Leopard May would reveal her fierce side, scolding until they complied. Ye Meow Meow found her and relayed the details of her conversation with the wolf leader's female. Finally, she inquired, "This cave is quite deep, and the air grows thinner the further in you go. How do you plan to arrange the resting areas on both sides, dividing it down middle? With beastmen on one side and wolves on the other would be best. It wouldn't be fair to confine all the wolves inside." That would be bullying them, Bai Ling replied. That why Meow Meow nodded in agreement. You must make it clear to them that they shouldn't attempt to touch the wolf cubs. If they truly wish to, they should negotiate first that a day or two would be manageable. But over time, it was inevitable that the other cubs would develop feelings similar to Bao. The females could not vigilantly watch over their cubs every moment. Should one of them inadvertently provoke a bite, it would surely lead to trouble. Look over there. I spoke with the female wolf leader, and she agreed to let Bao Oi play with her cubs. Bai Ling followed the direction of Yi Meow Meow's finger and smiled slightly. Your cub is quite bold. I see the other cubs are keeping their distance from the wolf cubs, not thinking of playing with them. Rest assured, I will remind them that at that moment, Yi Meow Meow suddenly realized that one beast man was missing. Oh, where is the tribe leader's female? The tribe leader's cubs were nearing adulthood, and only the leader's mate needed to take refuge. Yet Yi Meow Meow hadn't spotted her among the crowd. Upon mentioning this, Bai Ling sighed with a hint of envy. Aunt Huzhu said she is no longer young and will not seek a new mate. She wishes to stand alongside the tribe leader to fend off the roaming beasts. Should anything happen, she wants to share the same fate as the tribe leader, so there was no need for her to come here. Are you harboring similar thoughts? Ling, I must remind you that your Hu Tian specifically instructed me to look out for you. He said he would do everything in his power to defeat the roaming beasts and would not allow you to be left homeless, so just stay here peacefully and don't think about clinging to him during this time. Leopard May, standing beside them, mercilessly exposed by Ling's sentiments. She then turned her gaze to Yi Meow Meow. And you, although Yin Jian seems formidable, you must also be wise and not overstrain yourself. That why Yin Meow Meow, one hand holding Bai Ling and the other being tugged by Leopard May, smiled gently. That I understand. You two must also take care of yourselves. Don't worry. We will keep an eye on your cub as well. After concluding their business in the cave, Yin Jian departed with Yi Meow Meow and Yin Bao, once again securing Yin Bao in a leather pouch hung across his chest, while Yi Meow Meow nestled against his back. Tighten the bindings, please, she urged, her heart racing at the thought of enduring another steep ascent of 95 degrees. She instinctively clutched Yin Jian's neck tighter, requesting a more secure binding for both herself and Yin Bao. Relax, everything will be fine, Yin Jian gently reassured her, patting the overlapping wrists resting against his chest, his voice soothing. I can relax. But you must take this seriously, Yi Meow Meow replied, leaving Yin Jian somewhat amused and exasperated. After all, he was carrying his mate and their child. How could he not take this matter to heart? Suddenly, it struck him he had unconsciously accepted Yi Meow Meow's identity as his partner, not merely in words, but as a heartfelt acknowledgement. Shortly after Yin Jian and Yi Meow Meow arrived at the cave, a disheveled figure appeared outside the tribe. She stumbled forward, wailing and crying, soon caught by the watchful eyes of the orc sentinels. Who goes there? Do not advance any further, or we will be compelled to take action. Under the dark night sky, she was the sole orc present, a female at that, so the guards were not overly alarmed. Merely brandishing their staffs to block her path, "Its me, Hu Zhuangyang," she cried to Hu Zhuangyang, who sure, the chief's third son, approached and recognized her, momentarily taken aback. What has happened to you? Not long ago, Hu Zhuangyang had nearly harmed Hu Tian's sister, Hu Zhu, by feeding her spirit herbs, which led the chief to expel her from the tribe in accordance with tribal law. Despite being banished, Hu Zhuangyang's family had left with ample provisions and with 3 strong mates. They could have sought a living elsewhere instead of returning in such a battered state. Chapter 53. You owe me the life of my child. Brought before the chief, Hu Zhuangyang appeared as though she had gone days without food, weeping and wailing about the unjust treatment she had suffered. The chief's mate, Hu Zhu, who was of similar age, kindly brought her roasted meat and goat's milk. Hu Zhuangyang, take your time eating. Thank you. Dear sister-in-law, you cannot fathom the torment I have endured these past days. Those treacherous beasts from the other tribe abandoned me. I am a female, unable to hunt or navigate, and it was a struggle just to escape back here. Hu Zhuangyang devoured her food ravenously, while the chief observed her for a moment before stepping outside. Yin Jian and Yi Meow Meow arranged the defenses of the back mountain. They happened upon the chief crouched in the yard, appearing somewhat haggard. Chief, what troubles you? Yi Meow Meow inquired. Where is Aunt Hu Zhu? Having listened to Bai Ling in the cave, she couldn't shake the anxiety in her heart. According to the narrative she had read, the years of unity and mutual assistance within the Hutudan tribe, along with its established order, were largely attributed to the chief's leadership. His bond with his mate was one of deep affection and harmony. Hu Zhu had only ever had the chief as her partner, not merely due to his status, but because their love was profound enough to exclude any third party should anything happen to the chief's mate. He might lose the will to live. Without a leader to mediate, conflicts among the many orcs could easily arise, and while the formidable Hu Tian was admired by many, he might not necessarily excel as a leader. At least, not yet, as he currently seemed more a fierce warrior than a chief. Why Meow Meow harbored her concerns. But before she could receive a response from the chief, a familiar voice erupted from within the dwelling. Sister-in-law, I swear I cannot leave the tribe again. Please grant me a chance to live. If I go out there, I will surely perish. I can work harder. Just please let me stay, Hu Zhuangyang cried, her sobs mingling with her desperate pleas as she quickly consumed a large basin of roasted meat. Weighing 3 to 4 pounds, and drank all the goat's milk, as well that as Hu Zhu and Hu Zhuangyang were both of the same tribe and original inhabitants of Hutudan. They could not help but feel sympathy for her plight. Hong Hong, what of her child? When asked, Hu Zhuangyang, whose real name was Hu Hong Hong, froze, her eyes welling with hatred as tears streamed down uncontrollably. He is dead. Dead? Hu Zhu gasped, covering her mouth in shock. How could he be dead? Your mates don't seem the type to abandon their own kin. How could they let Hu Zhuang die? He died of illness, or perhaps starvation, or maybe due to some injury. Hu Zhu pressed further, but Hu Hong Hong, unwilling to divulge more, simply sat on the ground, pounding her thighs in despair. It's all that wicked Yi Meow Meow's fault. If she hadn't reported us, how could our family have been cast out? My poor child, he was only 10 years old. What did he understand? The noise from inside was so loud that even if Yi Meow Meow wished not to hear, she was unable to escape the full brunt of it. She turned to glance at Yin Jian, whose face was already clouded with shadows. Chief, how could she have returned? Yin Jian inquired, as those expelled from the tribe were not meant to be allowed back in. The chief's expression was troubled. Ordinarily, he would never consider allowing Hu Zhuangyang to return, perhaps merely offering her some food before sending her away. However, with a great danger looming, he felt a pang of compassion. With her mate and child deceased, she was now utterly alone. Perhaps it would be best to let her pass this trial first. Yin Jian, however, was not entirely in agreement. He spoke bluntly. Is her return related to the wandering beasts? It was not that Yin Jian was overly suspicious or particularly alert. Rather, in his awakened memories, he recalled that before their tribe was ultimately defeated by a group of orcs who called themselves righteous beasts, there had been a previously expelled orc who returned seeking aid that time. A compassionate orc had helped the individual, only to discover that the orc had been sent to gather information. That orc had secretly conveyed their battle plans, leading to their catastrophic defeat and significant losses. For orcs with malicious intent, one should never harbor compassion, regardless of their gender. Yin Jian knew that since Hu Zhuangyang had been banished, she should not be allowed to die within the tribe, even if she were to perish elsewhere. Chief, I shall expel her. Especially since Hu Hong Hong had just been cursing Yi Meow Meow, she still failed to realize that her initial malicious intentions had led to her punishment and was now attempting to shift the blame onto Yi Meow Meow. She was no longer deserving of mercy. As Yin Jian spoke, he strode into the room, kicking the door open and without a word, seized Hu Hong Hong by the hair, dragging her out into the yard. Expelled orcs have no right to remain. I shall escort you out. Yin Jian's swift actions caught Hu Hong Hong off guard. By the time she realized what was happening, she was already being pulled away. Help! Sister-in-law! Chief! Save me! I do not want to be cast out again. I will die. I know I was wrong. I will never harm another orc again. Why mate is dead. Please, out of pity for my plight. Let me stay. Helpless against Yin Jian's forceful grip, Hu Hong Hong could only cry out loudly, hoping to elicit sympathy from the chief and his mate. Indeed, the chief was moved, and his partner, Hu Zhu, approached with tears in her eyes. Yin Jian, please release her. She is so pitiful. Let her keep her life. Yes, yes. Look at my wounds. I have suffered greatly to return that I may not survive much longer, and you need not lift a finger. I will die soon enough that I just want to die here in Hutu Dan. This is my home. Hu Hong wailed tragically, while Hu Zhu looked on sympathetically, and the chief stepped forward to restrain Jian, forcing him to relent. Ouch! This wretched strength is unbearable. I feel as if my scalp might be ripped off. Hu Hong collapsed to the ground, one hand clutching her head, the other pointing accusingly at Jian, her eyes wide with disbelief. You're that good-for-nothing. Aren't you? How can you stand? I knew Yi Miao Miao was up to no good. She must have cast a spell on you. That wicked beast. You think it's a good thing that you're standing now? You never know when she might decide to drain your blood and devour your flesh. As she continued her tirade, she spotted Yi Miao Miao standing at the side, and without a thought for her own pain, she surged toward Yi Miao Miao, shouting, "It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, our family wouldn't have suffered such torment. You owe me the life of my child." Chapter 54. Let him crawl on the ground like a dog, Hu Hong gazed at Yi Miao Miao with an insatiable desire to pounce and devour her flesh and drink her blood. While Yi Miao Miao returned her icy stare to prevent Yi Miao Miao from being further insulted, the clan leader interjected sternly. "Hu Hong, if you dare to utter another hurtful word, I shall have no choice but to expel you. If you wish to survive, you must remain obedient and refrain from causing any more commotion." Reluctantly, Hu Hong fell silent, and Hu Zhu promptly assisted her to a nearby spot to sit down, bringing her some water to drink. Why Yi Miao Miao found herself perplexed by one matter. Judging by Hu Hong's previous behavior, she had shown excessive indulgence towards Hu Zhuang, always allowing him to act recklessly and refraining from reprimanding him, even when their family was expelled from the tribe. She had insisted her partner carry Hu Zhuang. Yet now, she was the only one who had returned to the tribe. It had been at least half a month since they had left, and Yi Miao Miao found it hard to believe that her partner and child had perished on the same day. Why had she not returned to the tribe for help when danger first arose? If she truly cared for her child, she should have sought assistance sooner. What did her solitary return signify? Yi Miao Miao harbored a nagging suspicion that Hu Hong was concealing something, such as how her partner and child had met their demise, and why she alone had survived. However, these questions had already been posed by the clan leader and Hu Zhu, who, upon inquiry, had seen Hu Hong weep, lamenting their tragic fates without revealing whether they had been slain by beasts or other beastmen. Now exhausted, Hu Hong leaned against a nearby stack of grass to rest, while the clan leader, his partner, Yi Miao Miao, and Jian sat together in another room. Jian, given the imminent danger, let us not quibble with her for now. Once we have weathered this storm, I shall determine her fate. The clan leader was reluctant to see anyone disrupt the clan's harmony, yet he was not heartless. He could not bear to witness a life extinguished before his eyes. "Leader, what are your plans for her now?" Yi Miao Miao inquired. The clan leader turned to his partner, Zhu. "What were your thoughts just now? Please, speak freely." Zhu glanced at Yi Miao Miao with a hint of humility. "I intend to keep her with me for the time being. Once the threat of the wandering beast has passed, we shall reconsider. Miao Miao, I understand you do not wish to see her, and I recognize the efforts you and Jian have made for the tribe. I implore you to allow her to stay for now." Why Yi Miao Miao shook her head. "Auntie, it is not that I wish to avoid her. Rather, I believe her presence at this moment is suspicious. After spending so much time with her, did you not notice the peculiar nature of her injuries?" "Peculiar? In what way?" Hu Zhu replied. "Injuries are typically similar, are they not? Bruises and abrasions." Sighing, Yi Miao Miao moved closer to Hu Zhu and whispered, "Auntie, she bears numerous marks that resemble those inflicted by a male's grasp or bite. Should we not investigate further?" Yi Miao Miao had not intended to scrutinize Hu Hong so closely, but when Hu Jian had pulled her away, a large bite mark on her neck had become visible. If a beast had truly bitten her there, she would have been mortally wounded. It could not simply be a matter of a superficial bite. Thus, she examined Hu Hong's other areas, noting that her beastskin skirt was rather short, revealing the bruises on her arms and legs, and even her exposed chest bore similar marks. The same reasoning applied. If she had been struck by beasts or beastmen, a few blows to her chest would have surely cost her life. The presence of both new and old wounds hinted at something more complex than mere physical altercation. While Yi Miao Miao analyzed Hu Hong's injuries, the latter had just closed her eyes plunging into a hellish nightmare. Which tribe do you beastmen hail from? Our Hutu mountain tribe is vast. Tread carefully, lest you provoke us. Our clan leader will certainly lead a rescue party. Have you heard of the name Hu Tian? He is the strongest among us. And by the way, he is my cousin. If you dare to harm me, Hu Tian will not let you off easily. Ah, you have slain my partner, you murderous beasts. How could you take my partner's life without reason? In her dream, Hu Honghong recalled the moment she first encountered those beastmen, 7 or 8 of them. While they had only 5. Confident in her 3 partners, Hu Honghong had dismissed them, allowing Hu Zhuang to urinate on their feet. As the adversaries approached for compensation, she remained obstinately confrontational. Her partners, recognizing the muscular build of their opponents, had attempted to pull her away, but she persisted in arguing. Without a second thought, the beastmen had drawn their knives and slain Hu Zhuang's father, while the remaining 2 partners were subdued shortly thereafter. Hu Zhuang was left hanging upside down from a tree branch alongside his father. Terrified, Hu Zhuang lost control of his bowels, and Hu Honghong, in her panic, knelt and begged for mercy, foolishly attempting to leverage Hu Tian's name as a threat. How could you bear so many hides into this desolate wilderness? One beastman inquired. Initially, Hu Honghong had claimed they were visiting relatives, but ultimately, she could no longer conceal the truth and confessed everything. Since you were expelled from the tribe, what hope do you have for rescue? Hu Honghong was acutely aware of their slim chances of salvation. Her sole focus was to save Hu Zhuang. Perhaps sensing her desperation, the beastmen began to force her to attend to their needs, promising Hu Zhuang a morsel of meat if she complied, threatening to kill him if she disobeyed. Hu Honghong, though not particularly beautiful and somewhat overweight, was still deemed a prize in this desolate wilderness. The beastmen regarded her as a source of entertainment, reveling in their ability to torment her. Her partners suffered even worse fates, coerced into hunting for the beastmen's sustenance, and ultimately, when they proved useless, they were cast off a cliff to their deaths. Hu Zhuang attempted to escape multiple times, only to have a leg broken by the beastmen, who then tethered a rope around his neck, forcing him to crawl like a dog. Hu Honghong endured this torment, unwilling to die, yet unable to escape, desperately hoping for the day when their captors would show mercy and release them. Then one day, an influx of beastmen arrived in the mountains. Just as Hu Honghong despaired of perishing at their hands, they unexpectedly set her free. No, do not kill Zhuang Zhuang. Hu Honghong awoke in terror from her nightmare, her eyes flinging open to find Yi Miao Miao standing before her, heightening her alarm. What do you want? Chapter 55. It turns out to be a cockroach. Yi Miao Miao coldly smirked, fixating her gaze on Hu Honghong as she posed a question. Who wished to kill Hu Zhuang? It was those who killed him. Hu Honghong began to respond, but abruptly fell silent, stammering, "What business is it of yours? You, vile female, have no good intentions. If it were not for you," suddenly, a bucket of cold water splashed onto Hu Honghong's face, startling Yi Miao Miao as she turned to find Yin Jian was the culprit. There's commotion in the back mountains. Silver Baby had been nestled in Yin Jian's bee-skin pouch, transforming into a silver serpent for comfort, and had just awakened from a deep slumber. "Mother, hug!" Silver Baby exclaimed, slithering past Yin Jian's arm towards Yi Miao Miao, who instinctively recoiled. She harbored a slight fear of snakes. However, Yi Miao Miao quickly realized this was her child and, feeling embarrassed, extended her hand to receive her. Silver Baby, still drowsy, did not perceive her expression. While Yin Jian observed everything keenly, he recalled how Yi Miao Miao had hesitated to sit on his serpent tail during his first transformation. But at that time, they had been in a rush to rescue Silver Baby, and she had not lingered in her apprehension, albeit with a constant sensation of unease beneath her. "Mother, the little bird says that many beastmen are coming from the back mountains. As numerous as ants. Yi Miao Miao echoed Silver Baby's words, recognizing that the little bird's description likely held deeper significance than mere metaphor. Animals possess unique modes of expression. Perhaps the little bird's comparison to ants was not only illustrative. "Yin Jian, do we have any Eagle Tribe beastmen in our ranks? I wish to soar into the skies and observe from above. On their journey, Yi Miao Miao and Yin Jian engaged in discussion, ultimately reaching an agreement. Upon arriving at the back mountain, he summoned a beast man from the eagle tribe to convey a few instructions. Shortly thereafter, the beast man transformed into a magnificent eagle, measuring a full 2 meters in length. Meow Meow cautiously climbed onto its back, contemplating where to hold on when she heard the beast man say, "The feathers on the back of my neck are quite thick, so grip tightly." "All right, thank you," she replied. As she extended her slender fingers to grasp firmly, she inquired if it would cause him too much discomfort. Only when assured that he felt no discomfort did she allow herself to relax. The eagle swiftly ascended into the sky with Meow Meow on its back. Jian watched their diminishing figures, his dark eyes deepening with contemplation. How wonderful it would be if he could fly too. The eagle soared high, and as Meow Meow lay flat upon its back, she stealthily retrieved a night vision telescope from her spatial pocket. "Brother, can we go higher without being detected?" With the telescope in hand, Meow Meow could discern the situation below. Upon spotting the traces of beastmen ahead, she immediately communicated with the eagle. "Can we land on a branch nearby?" The eagle complied and descended onto a branch 100 meters away from the wandering beast. "Brother, those beastmen appear rather peculiar. Could you take a look at what race they belong to?" Meow Meow handed the telescope to the eagle, whose own vision was quite sharp. However, it was nighttime, and their distance made it difficult to clearly see the features of the beastmen. Just as he was about to inquire what the object was that obstructed his view, he was suddenly taken aback by the sight before him. It's an insect beast," the eagle exclaimed incredulously. "Insect beasts typically inhabit marshy areas. How could they possibly be here?" "Insect beasts." Meow Meow reclaimed the telescope and scrutinized the 2 wings protruding from the backs of the beastmen, pondering what type of insect they had transformed from. Suddenly, one beastman took flight, seemingly having spotted Meow Meow and the eagle, and began heading in their direction. "Should we eliminate him?" The eagle eyed the insect beast eagerly, and Meow Meow could almost hear it swallow in anticipation. A wave of nausea washing over her. Surely he did not intend to consume that repulsive insect. "No. Hold on. Let it approach so I can clearly identify what kind of insect beast it is." The eagle obediently remained still, though it had already assumed a hunting posture. As the insect beast drew nearer, Meow Meow observed intently. In her previous life, she had been a northern girl who dreaded 2 kinds of creatures, those without legs and those bristling with legs. The insect beast before her appeared both familiar and foreign, making it difficult to identify. What could it possibly be? In a flash of insight, Meow Meow suddenly shivered. "Cockroach! My heavens, it's a cockroach!" Just as she recognized the true nature of the insect beast, she witnessed something explode before her eyes, followed by the eagle arching its neck as if struggling to swallow something. "Brother, did you just eat it?" Meow Meow exclaimed, horrified as she noticed the brown liquid splattered on her arm. Wishing she could simply vanish on the spot, my apologies. "I couldn't resist." Tearful and distressed, she thought to herself, weren't eagles supposed to feast on small birds? Why did it harbor such an obsession with insects? The eagle carried Meow Meow back, and as soon as they landed, she leaped off its back and ran to a nearby tree, trunk to vomit. Jian, perplexed, cast a disapproving glance at the eagle before removing a beast skin pouch from his back and handing it to Meow Meow. She gratefully accepted it, rinsing her mouth and washing her arm. "We must not kill cockroaches. Their bodies harbor countless larvae, and they reproduce at an alarming rate." As she spoke, her discomfort intensified, prompting her to pull Jian behind a large tree. "Please keep watch and ensure no other beastmen approach." She needed to quickly find an insecticide in her spatial pocket. Fortunately, at this critical moment, her spatial pocket generously provided her with not only insecticide, but also a substantial bottle of disinfectant. After thoroughly spraying herself with disinfectant, Meow Meow contemplated whether she could use the insecticide from her spatial pocket to deal with the cockroach beasts. During their return, the eagle informed her that the adult cockroach beasts were roughly the same size as the young of beastmen, making them relatively easy to eliminate. However, the sheer number of them was overwhelming. Even if her spatial pocket could supply insecticide, it would be challenging to manage. Thus, Meow Meow requested a roll of wire mesh and a bucket of gasoline from her spatial pocket. Chapter 56. Survival of the fittest. Upon emerging from her spatial pocket, Yi Miao Miao found Yin Jian still facing away from her, which moved her deeply, although she was uncertain whether he had been watching her when she was out of sight. The fact that he provided her with a sense of security whenever she looked in his direction was comforting. Yin Jian, in truth, as soon as Yi Miao Miao emerged, he had heard the noise, but chose not to move since she had called out to him. Upon hearing her voice, he immediately turned to face her. "Are you all right?" Her previous demeanor had suggested she was entangled with something unpleasant, as if she were covered in thorns that prevented him from approaching. "Much better to be by the way. I have an idea I'd like to share with you." After hearing Yi Miao Miao's plan, Yin Jian fell into deep silence. The forest is home to all creatures. They would surely oppose the idea of burning it down. "Not completely," she countered. "You haven't seen those cockroach beasts. They're utterly revolting, and the only way to deal with them is to clean up their carcasses." Yin Jian responded, "Is there truly no other method besides burning?" As the thought of the one he had just consumed crossed her mind, she felt a wave of nausea wash over her. "There is. Let us eat them." Seeing her discomfort resurface, Yin Jian reached out to offer assistance, but was at a loss as to how. It was their child Yin Bao, who sensibly interjected, "Father, quickly comfort Mother. Last time I ate too much and my belly hurt. Mother did just this to soothe me." "Comfort? Where should I touch?" Yin Jian mused, observing that Yi Miao Miao's hands were crossed over her chest, prompting him to awkwardly extend his hand. "What are you doing?" Yi Miao Miao exclaimed, her eyes narrowing as she felt a large hand brushing against her chest. "Are you feeling better?" "Mother, Father wants to help you." If it hadn't been for Yin Bao's explanation, Yi Miao Miao might have thought that Yin Jian harbored ulterior motives. "Much better, but please refrain from helping me like that in the future. You almost frightened me." Yin Jian awkwardly withdrew his hand, but the soft sensation lingered in his palm, causing his heart to race. "You mentioned there was another method? That method is not feasible." Why Yin Miao Miao hastily interrupted Yin Jian. "Among our beastmen, only a few are eagle beasts. Even if they had an enormous appetite, they could never consume all the cockroach beasts." She added, "Yin Jian, can we refrain from discussing eating them? I feel nauseous." Yin Jian, having not witnessed the earlier scene, could not fully empathize with her discomfort. Nonetheless, he was keenly aware of the source of her unease. She clearly detested the notion of beastmen consuming insect beasts. Therefore, he resolved that no one should eat them, and they would proceed with their plan to burn the insect beasts. Once Yi Miao Miao had regained her composure, she summoned the wolf leader and representatives from other animals. Time was of the essence, and they needed to make a decision swiftly. "We can use this net to ensnare the cockroach beasts and then set them ablaze. Though this method is cruel. If we allow those cockroach beasts to invade the forest, it will become their breeding ground. You cannot imagine how many larvae each one carries within Yi Miao Miao enumerated the dangers posed by the cockroaches. The other animals bristled in alarm, while the birds eagerly chimed in. "We birds love to eat insects. We could devour them all." "You cannot consume them all. They're quite substantial. Are you certain you would be able to eat one if it approached you?" Yin Jian interjected before Yi Miao Miao could respond, gesturing to emphasize the size of the cockroach beasts. Suppressing her revulsion, Yi Miao Miao added, "Let us not forget what I just mentioned. They can fly, just like you." The once eager birds fell silent. They had encountered flying insects and beastmen before, but flying insect beasts were simply absurd. Why could insects evolve to fly while beastmen did not? "All right, let us vote to decide. The majority will prevail." After declaring this, Yi Miao Miao raised her hand first. Looking to the wolf leader, "We should aim to minimize the area we burn. This is the best way to preserve this forest." The wolf leader, filled with resignation, raised his paw. The other animals followed suit, some lifting their paws while others spread their wings, ultimately achieving a majority vote. With the consensus of all, the wolf beasts and the few remaining lions and tigers in the forest commenced the arrangement of iron nets. The supply of iron nets was limited. Thus, they could only stretch out a semicircle, leaving the other half to the beastmen. The bear beasts and other smaller creatures, such as musk deer and leopard cats, were tasked with clearing the underbrush around the iron nets, while the birds were responsible for gathering dry branches and flammable straw to throw into the nets. This would serve as gasoline, to be sprinkled around the wire fence shortly. Once everything was arranged, Yi Meow Meow returned to perch upon the back of the eagle beast, needing to survey the area once more to ensure that no vulnerabilities remained. In roughly 10 minutes, the cockroach beast would arrive at the edge of the iron nets. Had the other beastmen made their arrangements? Yi Meow Meow landed on the other side, where Yin Jian and a group of beastmen had already circled around to stand guard. Everything was in place, and they would not allow a single cockroach beast to escape. They had to ensure that not one would be spared. Yi Meow Meow spoke. She distributed bottles of insecticide to each beastman. A small dose. Use it sparingly. The sounds of rustling grew ever closer. From the sky, one could see a dense swarm of cockroach beasts crawling forward, tightly packed together. Some among them seemed to sense the impending danger, attempting to cry out for everyone to halt, but alas, those behind them were too closely packed, pushing them forward without pause. In desperation, one cockroach beast leapt into the air, only to hear a resounding thud as something heavy struck above its head, sending it crashing back into the throng of cockroaches. Now, quickly, at Yi Meow Meow's command, the eagle beast let out a cry, prompting the other eagle beasts to drop the oil barrels they had been carrying in their beaks. The barrels filled with gasoline plummeted from the sky, the acrid scent of gasoline splattering everywhere, immediately followed by a thrown torch that ignited with a loud bang, setting ablaze a roaring fire. The air filled with the shrill cries of the cockroach beasts, and Yi Meow Meow hurriedly shielded Yin Bayer's eyes with her hand, softly soothing her in her ear. Bayer, do not heed their words. They are the enemy. They are evil. That if they survive, it will be our tribe's beastmen and the other creatures of the forest who perish. Thus we must do this. Yin Bayer nodded obediently. Survival of the fittest. Father has taught us well. Chapter 57. After the deafening explosion, thick smoke billowed. Yin Bayer's understanding exceeded Yi Meow Meow's expectations, and she felt a deep sense of relief as she glanced at Yin Jian, who was wielding a long wooden stick, driving back the cockroach beasts attempting to flee the fire. The other beastmen were similarly equipped, wielding sticks of at least 2 meters in length, each topped with a small blade. Determined to prevent the cockroaches from escaping, surrounding the iron nets, various beasts gathered outside the flames, watching helplessly as the cockroach beasts were engulfed in the inferno, their hearts filled with conflicting emotions. Quickly, stop them! Some cockroach beasts attempted to take flight to pass through the iron nets. It was at this moment that the larger birds proved their worth, pecking and clawing in a desperate bid to push the cockroaches back into the fire. The fire blazed fiercely, fueled by the gasoline, and the cockroach beasts trapped within struggled desperately, their numbers overwhelming, with many under the protection of their comrades, managing to avoid the flames and seeking an escape. The beastmen on Yin Jian's side were fierce, and whether on the ground or in the sky, the cockroaches were met with relentless resistance, leaving them no avenue of escape. Thus, more cockroach beasts attempted to flee through the iron nets. They exerted every effort, banding together to attack any obstructing birds, determined to drag at least 1 or 2 down with them if they could not escape. In battle, whether human or beast, casualties are inevitable. The birds seemed to have anticipated the sacrifices, and each bird dragged into the fire let out a final cry, its sound haunting yet not mournful. Mother, the birds say we must hold on. Their young must survive, or this forest will have suffered in vain. Yin Bayer relayed the bird's words verbatim to Yi Meow Meow, who upon hearing this felt a swell of emotion, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. This was the war to defend their homeland, and those brave birds who sacrificed themselves were all noble. Indeed, every animal involved was noble. The bear beasts and others were occupied with hurling the flaming sticks back at the cockroach beasts outside the iron nets. One side desperately struggling to cause last-minute destruction, while the other was preoccupied with damage control, both sides paying a hefty price. If the ultimate victory did not belong to the animals, it would be the cruelest fate of all. As the flames began to subside, Yi Meow Meow's keen eyes spotted a mound forming in the very center of the fire, resembling a small hill. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the mound was alive. Brother Eagle, could you fly a little lower? The smoke was thick, and even with binoculars, she could not discern what lay atop that heap. The eagle, coughing from the smoke, nonetheless persisted in bringing her closer until the heat became unbearable, forcing them to halt. Mother, They have buried their leader in the earth. Even if the fire rages for 2 hours, they might still survive. Inbear listened intently to the sounds emanating from the ground, the chattering of the cockroach beasts reaching her ears. Simultaneously, Yi Meow Meow discerned the pile of cockroaches. The top layer was reduced to ash. Yet those beneath were evidently still writhing. No, we cannot allow them any chance of survival. The burning area was as large as 2 football fields, and the cockroach beasts had cleverly sheltered their leader in the very center. Yi Meow Meow requested the eagle to take her back to the ground, where Yin Jian still had a barrel of gasoline reserved for such a moment. If this gasoline could not be poured directly over the mound of cockroach beasts, they would not perish in the flames. The fire continued to blaze, showing no signs of abating anytime soon, yet would not naturally converge upon that mound of cockroaches if they waited until the flames extinguished to deal with them. It was highly likely they would have dug their way to freedom by then. The best course of action now was to pour that barrel of gasoline directly onto the mound of cockroaches. Otherwise, if even one escaped, their efforts would have been in vain. Considering the breeding capabilities of the cockroach beasts and their indiscriminate eating habits, it would not be long before they infested the entire forest, devouring every small creature and plant in sight. While a single cockroach beast could not take down a large animal, the sight of a dozen, 20, or even hundreds acting in unison was unfathomably terrifying. The vagabond beasts could hardly have anticipated the use of insect beasts as the vanguard. It was truly a disgrace, why Meow Meow gritted her teeth in frustration, contemplating whether she could shoot a flaming arrow soaked in gasoline into the fray. Yin Jian was currently the most skilled archer among the beastmen, yet despite several attempts, he had failed. Each time an arrow soared into the fire, a cockroach beast would leap up to intercept it with its body. They too understood the value of sacrifice for the greater good, a commendable spirit indeed. The eagle beast who had been flying alongside Yi Meow Meow, suddenly spoke, grinning sheepishly as she turned to look at him. I have no mate. My only concern is for my parents. As long as they survive, my sacrifice would be worth it. Let me go. Given the current circumstances, only the eagle beast could fly directly above the inferno, to the spot closest to the mound of cockroaches. If he could pour a barrel of gasoline down, it would obliterate them and fulfill their mission. However, the fire was merciless, and the heat above the flames was enough to scorch a person. They had only been flying at the edge of the fire, and already the feathers on the eagle's chest were singed. Fly directly above was no small feat, and it was likely that the eagle beast would be caught in the explosion before he even got there. Yi Meow Meow shook her head. That is utterly impossible. We must devise a plan for long-range attack. There were many methods for long-range assault, such as firearms or the most ancient method of stone throwing. Firearms were not an option, and she only had the machine gun she had previously retrieved. Not to mention the question of range. The smoke and flames would obscure her aim. Why Yi Meow Meow contemplated the stone-throwing method. But with only 1 barrel of gasoline, what would happen if she missed? Just as her anxiety peaked, the eagle beast suddenly seized the barrel of gasoline and took to the skies. If I do not return, please look after my parents. He let out a loud shout, and the nearby orc was unable to intervene in time. The closest to him, Yin Jian, could have restrained him, yet he clearly chose not to. The eagle beast soared higher and higher until the other creatures could no longer discern even its shadow. Why Meow Meow, wielding a telescope, was still able to catch a glimpse of it. The eagle beast, being clever, was also concerned that flying past would result in being scorched by the heat wave, so decided to dive down from the highest point to strike its target. Upon reaching the apex, it immediately turned around and plummeted like an arrow released from a bow, heading straight for the mound of cockroaches that had no thoughts of survival, even as the oil barrel landed on the mound. It clung tightly to it. With a resounding bang, a deafening explosion ensued, followed by a billowing cloud of smoke. Chapter 58. In an instant, my limbs went cold. Yin Jian. What is the name of Brother Eagle? Yi Meow Meow, having been carried aloft several times, still did not know the name of her companion, and her heart was inevitably filled with complexity at this moment. Eagle Thorn. He is the brother of Eagle Gang. Perhaps due to the bond between brothers, as Eagle Thorn rushed into the fire zone with the gasoline barrel, Eagle Gang took to the sky again, circling endlessly around the vicinity of the flames. emitting mournful cries that seemed capable of tearing the sky asunder. Quickly stop him. We must not let him come a harm. Why Meow Meow anxiously watched Eagle Gang, while Jin calmly remarked, orcs do not seek their own demise, unless they perish in battle. The side where Jin and his comrades were stationed was under attack by the insect beasts, and similarly, Tiger Tion's side was not spared from calamity. The orcs stood behind the stone wall they had constructed, each armed with bows and arrows, ready for an onslaught. Yet to their surprise, no stray beasts were in sight. Instead, a dark mass was slowly advancing towards them. Tiangu, I can't discern what is crawling on the ground. An orc shouted in panic, and Tiger Tian straightened up to take a look, his expression darkening. What else could be crawling on the ground but snakes? Upon hearing this, everyone fell into a frenzy. Snakes, being slender and swift, were exceedingly difficult to hit. Moreover, with such a multitude, even if every arrow struck true, it would not be sufficient. Tiangu, we've received word from Yinjian. They are under attack by insect beasts. How could the stray beasts utilize these crawling creatures against us? Tiger Tian was equally puzzled. According to the accounts of the orc they had rescued, the stray beasts should have been tall and robust. Why would they not take to the field themselves and instead send these snakes and insects to lead the charge? Were they afraid of defeat? Tiger Tian had led the exchange for salt for 3 years. Encountering numerous salt exchange teams, compared to other tribes, the Tiger Head Mountain tribe was not particularly strong, and it was unlikely that their opponents would overestimate their combat prowess to such an extent. You go check on Jian. If that doesn't work, we'll switch tactics. Jian is a snake beast, and Tiger Tian thought he would be more adept at dealing with snakes. The one dashing back and forth with news was Leopard Chong, moving with great speed, reaching Jian in a mere incense stick's time. Having conveyed Tiger Tian's intentions, Jian nodded and said, I will accompany you. He then approached Yi Meow Meow. Meow Meow, entrust these to Eagle Gang and the Wild Wolves. We are leaving that. Why Meow Meow was currently circling around the fire with Bayer, ensuring all the cockroach beasts had perished inside. Upon hearing Jian's words, she was perplexed. Where are we going? If there are any sentient snake beasts attacking the tribe, I might be able to assist. It's not just a possibility, it's a certainty. However, Jian, as is his custom, refrained from elaborate explanations, simply conveying the situation to Yi Meow Meow. All right, wait a moment. By this time, Leopard Chong was exceedingly anxious. The snakes were crawling at an alarming speed. They had only just discovered them at a distance of several dozen miles. And by the time he arrived with the message, the snakes were almost at the village entrance. Jian, we must hurry. Leopard Chong urgently called out to Jian, who remained still, waiting for Yi Meow Meow and Eagle Gang to finalize their arrangements. Instruct the bird beasts to guard the perimeter of the fire, and the orcs armed with insecticide must also remain vigilant. Remember, any cockroach beast sprayed with insecticide must be thrown back into the fire to be incinerated. We must not allow the birds to consume them. After saying this, she turned to the wolf leader. There should not be a second wave of stray beasts attacking here for the time being. Have the wild wolves take turns guarding, conserving their strength for the next battle. We must not exhaust ourselves all at once. Why Meow Meow pondered for a moment before turning to Eagle Gang. Surviving is the greatest respect we can show to our sacrifice companions. We will surely win this battle. When Jian prepared to carry both Yi Meow Meow and Bayer and set off, Leopard Chong was already digging a deep hole in the ground with anxiety. In the past, we encountered stray beasts during our salt exchanges, but those were merely skirmishes among orcs. We had never witnessed such a multitude of snakes. It is utterly terrifying. Jian cast a sidelong glance at Leopard Chong, then tightened his embrace around the mother and daughter, instructing them, close your eyes. In an instant, it was as if a gust of wind had swept through. The dust stirred up blinded Leopard Chong, and when he looked again, there was no trace of Jian. Closing one's eyes is not always an act of fear. It can also stave off dizziness. That why Meow Meow grasped one of Bayer's tiny hands, quietly resting against Jian's chest, only slowly opening her eyes when she sensed he had come to a halt. Having just endured a battle with insects, upon seeing the writhing black snakes before her, she felt an immunity develop within her, no longer nauseated or on the verge of vomiting. Yet she instinctively clutched tightly to Jian's clothing. You must not let me down. She certainly did not wish to be ensnared by any of those snakes. Even without her saying it, Yin Jian would not release his hold. He felt an inner conflict, wanting Yi Miao Miao to fight alongside him as she was now, yet wishing for her safety, like the other females who could seek refuge in caves. At the very least, she would not have to witness the grim horrors of the insect battle or be repulsed to the point of relentless vomiting. Yin Jian, being of the serpent lineage, do you possess any means to combat them? Tiger Tian inquired while directing the orcs to shoot at the snake beasts, hurling poisonous herbs and torches. Their attacks were not without effect, yet the sheer number of snakes created an overwhelming sense of futility. Yin Jian remained silent, slowly swaying his serpent tail as he advanced. In his beastly form, Yin Jian was immensely tall, and the orcs were awestruck by his robust physique. Even more astonishing was that he continued to grow, his serpent body nearly reaching 5 or 6 meters in height. If you are afraid, just close your eyes. Yin Jian directed this remark to Yi Miao Miao. As for Yin Bei'er, she had already transformed into a small silver serpent. Coiling around Yin Jian's wrist, eagerly flicking her tongue at the writhing mass of snakes below. Wow, so many snakes in the tribe. Only her father was a snake beast. She recalled how her siblings had been scorned by countless orcs upon hatching, being likened to mountain worms, ugly and disgusting. Yin Bei'er and her brothers genuinely enjoyed burrowing in the earth in their beastly forms and loved entwining with their kin, yet under the disdainful gazes of the tribe's orcs. They dared not transform. Stop! Everyone halt! As Yin Jian approached the snake horde, Tiger Tian immediately shouted to prevent the orc's arrows from striking him, although he was uncertain of Yin Jian's plan to deal with the snakes. He nonetheless demonstrated his support, an action that would later serve as the foundation for Yin Jian's continued regard for him. Yi Miao Miao suddenly felt a pang of regret over her earlier words. She should have asked Yin Jian to place her in a safe location rather than holding her amidst the snake den. The mere thought of thousands of snakes slithering beneath her feet sent shivers down her spine. Her blood felt as though it had frozen, and in an instant, her limbs turned cold. Chapter 59. Now it's time for father to kiss me, and mother behind him. The beasts were rife with speculation. Ever since Yin Jian had ventured into the serpentine mass, the snakes ceased their advance, instead swirling incessantly around him. Without further delay, Yin Jian emitted a series of hoarse cries from his throat. The sound, though not particularly loud, was exceedingly jarring. Naturally, Yi Miao Miao, with her hand pressed against her ear and held to her chest, could only faintly perceive the noise, while the other beastmen bore the brunt of the sound, which rattled their very souls. After a while, just as the beastmen were nearing their limits, Yin Jian abruptly halted. Hu Tian, mustering his strength, crawled atop a pile of stones and, upon witnessing the serpents retreating towards the outskirts of the tribe, exulted, "Splendid! Yin Jian has driven them away." Yin Jian felt an urge to correct him. It was not so much a matter of driving them away as it was sending them to attack the stray beasts. "The snakes have vanished?" At that moment, Yi Miao Miao timidly inquired, still reluctant to open her eyes. Yin Jian softly affirmed and gently lifted her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. "You may open your eyes now." Upon complying, Yi Miao Miao was met with Yin Jian's warm smile, causing her cheeks to flush. "Yin Jian, you are truly remarkable. You managed to chase away so many snakes. That is indeed impressive." Yi Miao Miao wholeheartedly praised him, and he accepted the compliment without a hint of modesty. "And what about me, mother?" Yin Bei'er transformed back into her cherubic self, shaking Yi Miao Miao's arm. "I heard everything when father was scolding the snakes. I must grow up quickly to learn father's snake-taming skills. I want to be as formidable as he is. But you are already quite impressive, Bei'er," Yi Miao Miao replied, affectionately ruffling her small face before planting a kiss on her cheek. This delicate and charming little darling was her child, and her fondness for her only deepened with each glance. "Moi, moi." Yin Bei'er, quick to respond, pecked Yi Miao Miao back and then hugged her father for a kiss, gazing at them with unbridled joy. "Now it's father's turn to kiss me, and mother." Yi Miao Miao chuckled. Must kisses be taken in turns? For a fleeting moment, Yin Jian felt a twinge of discomfort. But Yin Bei'er urged him on. "Father, can't you kiss? Bei'er just kissed you." Yin Jian was somewhat clumsy in such matters, yet he was willing to learn. Thus, when Yin Bei'er leaned in, He mimicked her, lightly brushing his lips against her cheek. Instantly, Yin Bao clapped her hands in delight. Wow! Father kissed Bao seeing her so elated. Yi Miao Miao couldn't help but smile, her eyes shimmering with warmth and romance. Yin Jian, momentarily lost in thought, leaned down to affectionately kiss Yi Miao Miao, without needing Yin Bao's encouragement. The warmth of his lips left Yi Miao Miao momentarily dazed by the time she regained her senses. Yin Jian had straightened up, his expression unreadable. She touched her cheek, confirming that indeed someone had just kissed her. The trio was overjoyed by their victory over the snake horde, and the beastmen hiding behind the stone wall shared in their elation. Hu Tian, leading the others, began to clear away the carcasses left by the snakes, reinforcing the stone wall and organizing shifts for guard duty, having no time to observe the tender exchanges between Yin Jian and Yi Miao Miao. Though Hu Tian was indifferent, many other beastmen were not. The tribe was rife with bonded males, who previously sought companions as gentle and beautiful as Bai Ling. In recent days, Yi Miao Miao had appeared more frequently alongside Yin Jian, prompting many to realize that she was indeed quite beautiful, perhaps even surpassing Bai Ling in charm, especially with her soft, soothing voice. One beastman, captivated, began to fantasize about being Yi Miao Miao's mate. The memory of Yi Miao Miao's past was fading from their minds. All they could see was her strategizing for the tribe and tirelessly following Yin Jian, embodying the spirit of a divine partner. Suddenly, a chilling gaze swept over them, and upon meeting Yin Jian's knife-like eyes, the beastman instinctively shrank back, hastily returning to his tasks. What's wrong? Noticing a shift in Yin Jian's demeanor, Yi Miao Miao assumed danger was imminent and immediately braced herself, only to hear Yin Jian say, "It's nothing to. I'll take you and Bao to the chief for a rest. In about an hour, dawn will break. After that, Hu Tian and I will scout the perimeter. The strays likely know about the insect and snake beasts by now and will surely devise new plans." Many areas in the tribe were rigged with explosives, so to prevent any beastman from accidentally triggering them, everyone had been instructed to rest around the chief's dwelling for the time being. When Yin Jian escorted Yi Miao Miao to the chief's abode, the chief was already awaiting them. Although he had not witnessed the events firsthand, word had spread through the tribe, and he was prepared to arrange for beastmen to assist Yi Miao Miao in resting. Females are delicate, and cubs need their sleep. Your Aunt Hu Zhu has already laid out some furs. Quickly go inside and rest well. After expressing her gratitude to the chief, Yi Miao Miao took Yin Bao inside. Indeed, Aunt Hu Zhu had spread a large fur, cushioned with thick hay beneath, and upon seeing them, she promptly came over to greet them. "Aunt, please sit. How can we have you waiting? Today's events were thanks to you. You must be exhausted, in the tribe. It was typically the males who undertook the laborious tasks, especially during life and death battles. Females were always the protected ones, seldom taking the front lines. If it weren't for Yi Miao Miao's fluency in beast language, she wouldn't have been thrust into such a role." Thus, Hu Zhu, while admiring her exceptional skills, was also concerned for her safety. "Bao, quickly greet your grandmother." Though Hu Zhu appeared to be in her 40s. According to the tribe's hierarchy, Yin Bao indeed had to address her as grandmother, which pleased Hu Zhu immensely. If only my 3 cubs had found mates. By now, they would have cubs as big as Bao. Chapter 60. The cave is discovered no parent is devoid of concern for their offspring, even if their children have reached adulthood. Hu Zhu's gaze lingered on Yi Miao Miao as she mentioned her 3 cubs, and upon noticing no change in her expression, she felt a twinge of disappointment. "Miao Miao, have you met my 3 cubs? How did they fare earlier?" Yi Miao Miao assumed Hu Zhu was worried about her own children and pondered seriously before responding. "Aunt, I only saw Hu Shi. He was quite brave as for Hu Lin and Hu Shui. They followed Hu Tian in a battle, so I am unaware of their actions. Hu Shi was Hu Zhu's eldest. Robust in stature yet soft-hearted. It was he who had discovered Hu Zhuang's mother and brought her home." "Miao Miao, did you notice how Hu Zhu intended to say more, but noticed that Yi Miao Miao had already fallen asleep with Yin Bao in her embrace? Indeed, after a long night of activity, they deserved a good rest. Hu Zhu chastised herself for being overly anxious, chuckling softly as she shook her head and draped a fur over Yi Miao Miao and Yin Bao before lying down to sleep. As for Hu Hong, although Hu Zhu had kept her close, she had no intention of sharing a room with her. She had confined her to the small kitchen in the yard since early in the morning. She contemplated arranging for a beast man to escort her to the cave at dawn. Every time Hu Hong encountered Yi Miao Miao, she would create a fuss, which was quite bothersome. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. Yi Miao Miao was startled awake by the jarring sound of bells. Upon opening her eyes, she found the room empty, leaving her alone. However, this provided her with an excellent opportunity to enter the space. The last time she had been roused by the bells was 3 days prior, when the space had warned her of an impending attack from stray beasts. This time, it was likely to convey another urgent message. Yi Miao Miao hastily opened the space to retrieve her tablet. The cave has been discovered. Females and cubs have been collectively abducted. Heavens, this is dire. Yi Miao Miao read through the information in a frenzy before bursting out the door. She hoped it was not too late. However, as she rushed outside, she was met with chaos. Everyone was anxiously running in one direction. Yi Miao Miao, filled with anxiety at the absence of Yin Bao, began to call out desperately as she stepped out into the yard. Suddenly, a noise emanated from a corner, and as she followed the sound, she discovered Yin Bao sluggishly approaching her. "Where have you been? You nearly gave your mother a heart attack." Yin Bao weakly replied, "Mother, I have a stomachache." And no wonder she was so slow. It seemed she had been suffering from a prolonged bout of diarrhea. Leaving her legs numb, Yi Miao Miao scooped her up and gently rubbed her forehead, only to find it slightly feverish, which instantly filled her with concern. "How could you have a fever?" "Mother, I'm so tired. I want to sleep for a bit." Before Yin Bao could finish her sentence, her eyes fluttered shut, and she fainted. Yi Miao Miao hurriedly carried her back to the chief's home, but in the blink of an eye, most of the orcs had already departed. She called out to one, inquiring, "What is going on? Where is everyone headed?" "The rogue beasts have attacked. We are going to provide support." The orcs who had stayed overnight at the chief's house were assigned here to take turns resting. Just as Yi Miao Miao intended to ask him more, the orc had already dashed away. "Andy, are you there?" Yi Miao Miao called toward another room several times before soon Hu Zhu emerged with a bee skin bag in hand. "Auntie, where are the chief and Yin Jian?" Hu Zhu, too pressed for time to offer much explanation, shoved the bee skin bag into Yi Miao Miao's arms. "And my husband and Yin Jian have gone to the front village. Hold on to this and wait here for a moment. Yin Gang will come to take you to the cave." "Why do I need to go to the cave? Wasn't it agreed that I would stay here with Yin Jian?" Yi Miao Miao was puzzled about when the rogue beast had attacked and why no one had called for her and Yin Bao. And wasn't Yin Jian supposed to assist at the back mountain? Could it be that another serpent beast had arrived? This series of questions was beyond Hu Zhu's ability to answer. She knew nothing that it was Yin Jian who insisted on arranging for you to go to the cave. "Alas, Yin Gang has arrived. You must follow him." As Hu Zhu spoke, Yin Gang had already landed in the courtyard. "Hurry, if you have questions, ask them on the way." Yi Miao Miao had no choice but to climb onto Yin Gang's back. Turning to Hu Zhu, "Auntie, you should come too." The eagle beast was quite large. Combined, Yi Miao Miao and Hu Zhu weighed less than 200 pounds, and he could carry them. However, Hu Zhu shook her head. "You two go on. Wherever my husband is, I will be there too. I want to leave him." Yin Gang had anticipated Hu Zhu's response and did not hesitate further, urging Yi Miao Miao to hold on tight before taking off into the sky. Once Yin Gang had flown far away, Hu Hong, who had been hiding in the shadows, slowly crawled out. She struggled to move, as her hands and feet had been bound the previous night. The one who bound her was Yin Jian. Had it not been for Hu Zhu's earlier plea to him, he might have killed her. But what did it matter? She had already accomplished half of what she intended, and revenge was merely a matter of time. Since they could heartlessly expel her from the tribe, disregarding her life or death, they should not blame her for returning to seek vengeance. Yi Miao Miao and the other females of the tribe. She wanted them to suffer the same torment she had endured, no, 10-fold, 100-fold, and their cubs, especially that Yin Bao, whom Hu Zhu had praised for her intelligence. Bah, clever indeed. Had she not fallen for her poison? Yi Miao Miao searched her space, but found no medicine, and in frustration, she closed it and addressed Yin Gang. "Brother Yin Gang, could you take me to find Yin Jian? My cub is ill, and I need him. The tribe's healer is in the cave. I'll take you to see him. Don't worry. If any herbs are needed, I can go find them on the mountain." But the rogue beasts attacked before dawn. The back mountain is guarded by wild wolves and their pack, so is currently safe. Yin Jian is busy assisting in the front. He is the one who instructed us to bring you to the cave for safety. You should heed his words, knowing that Yi Miao Miao still wished to persuade him. Yin Gang added, Yin Jian's arrangements surely have their reasons. He does not want anything to happen to you more than anyone else. You should understand this. Why Yin Miao Miao understood this logic, yet after considering the hints given by her space, she felt compelled to see Yin Jian. Brother Yin Gang, did you just come from the back mountain? Is everything all right at the cave? I haven't checked, but with Yin Sha guarding it, he hasn't come looking for me, so it should be fine. Yin Gang flew swiftly, and, as they turned a corner, approaching the cave entrance, they were suddenly struck by an unknown object, causing him to plummet rapidly, as if he had lost consciousness. Chapter 61. Can these two mischievous ones cooperate a little better? Brother Yin Gang! Brother Yin Gang! Yi Miao Miao shouted loudly, clutching Yin Bao tightly with one hand while gripping the back of Yin Gang's neck with the other. Yin Gang remained unresponsive, and soon, Yi Miao Miao lost consciousness during the descent. Upon awakening, her first instinct was to check on Yin Bao. Thankfully, she had tied herself and Yin Bao together with a bee skin strap while climbing onto Yin Gang's back, for otherwise, they would have surely been separated by now. Brother Yin Gang? Yi Miao Miao found herself snagged by a tree branch, preventing her from falling. She called out a couple of times and eventually spotted Yin Gang in another tree. They were situated some distance from the cliff face. In a secluded grove where the surroundings were sparse, inhabited only by a few wild rabbits and squirrels, which had now fled to the back mountain for aid. Thus, the grove was eerily quiet, and Yi Miao Miao felt that even her breathing was too loud. She unfastened the straps of her overalls and carefully climbed back to the main tree trunk before slowly descending to the ground. Yin Bao remained unconscious, her forehead hot to the touch. Why Yi Miao Miao, not willing to give up, opened her space again to search but still found nothing. Resigned, she placed Yin Bao on the ground and climbed another tree to rescue Yin Gang. Blood was seeping from the back of his head, presumably from the earlier impact that had knocked him out. Why Yin Miao Miao hastily tore a piece of bee skin to staunch the bleeding, yet she found herself unable to free Yin Gang from the entangled branches. Just then, she heard footsteps approaching and quickly scrambled down the tree, hiding with Yin Bao behind a thicker, more robust tree. Thank goodness, the tree climbing skills she had learned in her youth were still intact. Why did the chief send us to this desolate place to look for the beasts? If the chief orders you to search, just do it without so much chatter. Do you dare question his words? Are you tired of living? The voices belonged to adult male orcs, yet Yi Miao Miao could only hear their voices without seeing them. She sensed they were a distance away and cautiously parted the leaves to glance around. But still, no orcs passed by. Why don't we veer off in that direction? This place seems increasingly deserted, and it certainly doesn't resemble a location where any living beings could be hiding. The direction was specified by the chief. Where do you think you're going? Don't come back empty-handed and face the chief's wrath. The voices faded into the distance, and just as Yi Miao Miao contemplated jumping down to investigate, another voice interrupted. We clearly hit him just now. How could he suddenly vanish? It seems he must have fallen around here. What were you thinking? This is clearly not a cave where the beast hide. Couldn't you have waited a bit longer before attacking? Two orcs were arguing, and Yi Miao Miao quickly grasped their meaning. They were the ones who had injured Yin Gang and had been following him, aiming to locate the cave where the females of the tribe were hiding. Those two tall and imposing orcs approached Yin Gang's location. Yi Miao Miao realized that if they discovered him, they would surely kill him without hesitation. Desperate, she leaped down from the tree. Help! Help! Yi Miao Miao called out, resembling a frightened rabbit as she curled up beneath the tree, her eyes wide with terror. Is anyone there? Please help me! Our tribe is under attack by rogue beasts. I'm lost. She spoke while reaching out with open arms, but upon hearing the orc's laughter, she quickly turned, losing her footing and falling to the ground. Is she blind? The two orcs initially intended to mock her, stating that they were the rogue beasts themselves. This female must be foolish to present herself to them for amusement. However, Yi Miao Miao truly resembled a fool. Spinning in circles, occasionally stumbling, her frightened demeanor evoking both pity and amusement. Indeed, she does seem like a blind person. After exchanging glances, Two orcs stepped forward in unison. One of them reached out to support Yi Meow Meow, while the other began to inspect the area around the tree where she had lingered. Just as he prepared to climb the tree, Yi Meow Meow suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground, her hand inadvertently resting on the orc's ankle. "Dear brothers, is it just the two of you? Could you possibly escort me to the cave? The females in the tribe are all there, and I'm quite frightened on my own." Upon hearing her mention the cave, the orc ceased his intention to climb and simply smiled as he helped her up, discreetly pinching her waist in the process. "This female's skin is so tender, far smoother than that old fellow's," they whispered among themselves. And Yi Meow Meow couldn't help but curse inwardly, wondering why these two buffoons couldn't coordinate their efforts better. If your eyes cannot see, do you at least know where this place is? The two orcs flanked her, rubbing their hands together and grinning maliciously, suppressing her inner dread and disgust. Yi Meow Meow feigned a dazed demeanor and replied, "I came to the cave with everyone, but I got lost." "Oh, right, the cave is just below that stream. Are you newcomers to the tribe sent to assist? Did our chieftain invite orcs from other tribes? Is that you?" "Ah, yes, it is us that we just arrived at the tribe and are still unfamiliar with the location of the cave. Can you clarify where it is beneath the stream? I can't see. How should I explain?" Yi Meow Meow furrowed her brow in apparent frustration, but quickly continued, "There are 3 poplar trees growing side by side near the stream, and directly across from them is a small dirt mound where a sentry orc is hiding that if we go there, we can find out where the cave is." Her words filled the two orcs with delight, and they stepped aside to confer. One pointed at the other, saying, "You go check that little dirt slope. I'll keep an eye on her from here." "Why should I go?" "You don't mean stay here with her, do you?" "So what if I do? I am the elder brother, of course. I will go first. You can check to see if her words hold true, and then it will be your turn, since the elder brother is so inclined. Let us go together. After all, we've been together before. You little rascal, if I tell you to go, then go. Finding the cave is the priority." After a brief dispute, the two returned, one of the orcs casting a reluctant glance at Yi Meow Meow before angrily striding toward the stream as the other inched closer to her with ill intentions. Chapter 62. They are likely to be poisoned by the serpent beast at the forefront of the tribe. The rogue orcs approached with great speed. According to Yin Jian's estimations, those who have been incited by him would undoubtedly inflict damage upon the rogue orcs upon their return. They would be unable to launch an attack for at least 3 to 5 hours. However, he did not anticipate their swift arrival, which indicated that the rogue orcs possessed some means of countering and controlling the serpents. The rogue orcs indeed towered over most of the tribesmen, as previously described by the orc they had rescued, and each wielded a broad axe, resembling the type Yi Meow Meow had earlier used to carve wood, with blades that gleamed ominously. Fortunately, the tribe was well prepared. Although their archery skills were not yet refined, their arrows were tipped with poison, and as long as they could manage to graze the rogue orc's skin, it would serve its purpose. The method may be despicable, but the rogue orcs' unwarranted invasion of their tribe, abducting their females and young, was an act of the utmost villainy to HUT on. I will lead the frontal assault. You find an opportunity to encircle them from the side, that we must not allow any of them to escape. After conversing with Utian, Yin Jian leaped over the stone wall, charging boldly into battle. Is this the strongest orc the old fellow spoke of? Why has she been inside for a day without any useful information emerging? Rest assured, even if that old fellow fails to deliver news, it matters not. The information she previously shared is sufficient. Besides, as a female cast out from the tribe, she is unlikely to garner any sympathy, and we never relied on her for valuable intelligence. Did you not give her a pill? Who knows on whom she might have used it? She has suffered, so due to her expulsion, she would likely use it on the tribe's chieftain. Yin Jian was unaware of the discussions among the rogue orcs. His sole focus was to conclude the battle swiftly and return to the cave to retrieve Yi Meow Meow with his awakened combat prowess. The rogue orcs were no more than weaklings in his presence, merely able to prolong the fight due to their numbers. Wow, Tiangu, Yin Jian is so impressive. Just look at how he can take down 7 or 8 orcs with a single lash of his serpent tail. He wasn't just pretending before, was he? How is it he can stand now? He likely wasn't pretending. What reason would he have to do so? When he was crawling on the ground, his family was starving, and he was constantly beaten and scolded by Yi Meow Meow. Just look at how he cherishes those 3 little ones now. How could he bear to see them suffer like that? It's truly miraculous. If not for being so busy these past few days, I would have loved to ask him what miraculous elixir he consumed. How could an orc with a crippled leg recover so quickly? In my view, the most remarkable one is still Yi Meow Meow. She used to cling to Tiangu every day, and now she has changed so suddenly. Have you noticed? It was only after Yi Meow Meow altered her demeanor that Yin Jian was able to stand up. If we're to speak of miracles, both of them are miraculous, and why grandmother once said that females are blessings in the home. With good fortune, males can thrive in all endeavors. That why Yi Meow Meow now has only Yin Jian as her partner. From what you imply, do you have feelings for her? You must make an effort to seize an opportunity to speak with her. Not mention good fortune or bad fortune. Just her celestial beauty alone would entice many males to gladly support her in their homes. Yin Jian was busy subduing the rogue beasts, while the others behind him found some leisure to chat. Luckily, Hu Tian was not present at that moment. Otherwise, he would have surely scolded them for their idle chatter. His discontent stemmed not from Yi Meow Meow, but from his intolerance of other orcs constantly bringing up her past pursuits of him, contrasting it with the current Yin Jian as if he had somehow lost out. Bah! Hu Tian resolutely affirmed his choice. His beloved Bai Ling was far superior to Yi Meow Meow. Not only did he find the former Yi Meow Meow unappealing, even now, if she were to pursue him with her newfound sense, he would still choose Bai Ling. Bai Ling was Hu Tian's goddess, and his willingness to assist Yin Jian was merely a means to hasten their victory and reunite with her sooner. Once a male has a female he wishes to protect with all his might, he fights with the fervor of a battle-hardened warrior. Before long, the rogue orcs sensed something amiss. Many among them, despite only suffering minor injuries, collapsed after a short duration, their foaming mouths displaying clear signs of poisoning. Moreover, the orcs of this tribe appeared less robust than they, with only a few capable of matching their stature. Yet they audaciously sealed off their escape routes, seemingly intent on capturing them alive. Kill them all. Leave none alive. Yin Jian had no intention of taking the rogue orcs alive. His orders to his companions were to slay every last one. The law of survival in the beast world is one of the strong devouring the weak, in essence, a matter of life and death. Whether in hunting or invading tribes, it remains the same. Thus, the orcs thought only of fighting, and none harbored any compassion to spare the rogue beast Yi. What shall we do? Previously, they had deployed insect and serpent beasts to engage in the vanguard under the chieftain's orders. But clearly, these two were utterly useless, having not only failed but also bitten them back. Had it not been for their chieftain having some hidden trump card yet to be revealed, they would likely have succumbed to the serpent's poison by now. The chieftain wouldn't utilize us the same way he did with the insect beasts, would he? The speaker was a lizard man orc. Their chieftain had claimed that the orcs of Tiger Head Mountain were already exhausted from the assault by the insect and serpent beasts, and they must seize the momentum to continue their attack to secure victory, promising that half of the females captured would be rewarded to them. Thus, Knight Shi, a minor leader among the lizard men, had brought his kin along, only to find that out of more than 100 orcs, barely half remained to fight. Stop the chatter. Think of a way to break through. Yishi felt a twinge of apprehension within his heart. He had never intended to become a vagabond beast. Yet, after his tribe was pillaged, he found himself a homeless cub, learning from the current leader how to plunder the food of the orcs to satiate their hunger. Their ranks swelled, and acts of arson, murder, and pillage became commonplace. Although there were sacrifices, it was far less arduous than hunting. Particularly, the females they seized not only fulfilled their desires and bore offspring, but also required no responsibility for their upbringing, bringing them an unrestrained joy. Chapter 63. I do not wish to startle you. The battle before the tribe was swiftly drawing to a close, while Yi Meow Meow's ordeal was just beginning. She observed the approaching orc, maintaining her composure as she feigned blindness. Female, do you have a mate? The orc, merely gazing into Yi Meow Meow's watery and helpless eyes, could scarcely contain the impulse rising within him. He leered as he advanced, his hand slowly reaching towards her neck. Yes. Have you not seen my mate? You are so young, yet you already have a mate. What a pity. Yi Meow Meow suppressed her disgust. Waiting for the orc to draw near, she suddenly revealed the blade hidden in her palm and swiftly slashed it across his throat. Warm blood splattered onto her face as the orc incredulously raised his hand to touch his neck, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets upon discovering his hands drenched in blood. "You wretched creature! You dare to harm me!" Yi Meow Meow had already taken several steps back, her eyes wide as she watched the orc lunge towards her. Yet he stumbled only a few steps before collapsing. The gash on his neck was starkly visible, blood gushing forth from the wound until, in a matter of moments, he ceased to struggle. She had struck the carotid artery, willing to use herself as bait for the decisive blow. However, despite her success in slaying one orc, the remaining foe still posed a significant threat. After all, in both size and strength, the petite Meow Meow was insignificant before an orc. In a direct confrontation, her adversary could likely crush her with a single hand. Why Meow Meow? Suddenly, a familiar voice called her name. Looking up, she beheld Gang, now in human form, "That you've awakened?" Yi Meow Meow exclaimed with delight, hastening to the base of the tree to inquire, "How do you feel? Can you fly? I just heard an orc searching for females and cubs hiding in a cave. If you can fly, hurry and inform Jin and the chief." Gang waved his hand weakly. "I fear I cannot fly for the time being. But do not worry, hide quickly. The orc's companion has returned." Upon hearing footsteps, Yi Meow Meow hastily spoke to Gang, only to hear him reply, "You must lure that orc to the base of the tree. I will take care of him," having just awakened. He witnessed Yi Meow Meow's slaying of an orc, and after a moment of shock, he quickly realized that the orc's attire and stature were not from their tribe. Recognizing the orc's face confirmed his suspicions that he was indeed a vagabond beast. At that moment, a throbbing headache assailed him, yet he could not allow Yi Meow Meow to face danger alone. Protecting females was a sacred tenet of their tribe. "Can you manage?" After confirming their plan, Yi Meow Meow composed herself but then curled up on the ground, sobbing. The three closely grouped poplar trees by the stream, which she had crafted, no longer existed. The vagabond orc, having meticulously searched both sides of the stream without finding anything, returned in a fit of rage, only to be struck by a wave of acrid blood scent. He sensed something was amiss and called out, elder brother." As he ran closer, he spotted Yi Meow Meow, crouched beneath a tree, weeping. "Oh, not kill me. Do not kill me." Yi Meow Meow clutched herself tightly, wishing to vanish entirely into the tree. In a panic, she cried out, and the vagabond orc approached, seizing her and demanding, "Who wishes to kill you?" "Where is my elder brother?" "I do not know. I cannot see who wishes to kill me. They have begun to fight, and I am so afraid." Yi Meow Meow deliberately emphasized her inability to see, gripping the vagabond orc's collar tightly. "Please take me away from here. I am truly terrified." That moment, the vagabond orc noticed the orc's corpse lying not far away, just as he attempted to step forward. Gang seized the opportunity to leap down from the tree, delivering a powerful punch to his head. Yi Meow Meow swiftly retreated, her eyes wide as she watched the orc withstand Gang's blow without faltering, instead seizing Gang's arm and throwing him to the ground. Clearly, the orc possessed far greater strength, and Gang was rendered powerless against the assault. Witnessing this, Yi Meow Meow leaped onto the orc's back, fiercely tugging at his hair, while simultaneously gouging her fingers into his eyes as he attempted to seize her. "You wretched creature, you are pretending to be blind, aren't you?" Yi Meow Meow, despite receiving several punches, clung on resolutely. The blade she had held earlier had fallen during the struggle, leaving her with no choice but to continue clawing at his eyes. Fortunately, Gang had not been killed. Rising to his feet, he drew a bone spur from the orc's waist and expertly thrust it into the vagabond orc's chest. The orc collapsed with a thunderous crash, and Yi Meow Meow was thrown to the ground alongside him. Gazing at her blood-stained hands, she both cried and laughed, exclaiming, "Is he dead? Did we kill him?" Leaning against the tree trunk, Gang sat on the ground, staring blankly at the bone spur in his hand. No wonder the vagabond beasts dared to brazenly invade their tribe, regardless of their height or size. Just look at the weaponry they wielded. Though they were all bone spurs, this one was evidently heavier and made of material not solely bone. Glinting coldly in the sunlight, reminiscent of the blades Jin had previously distributed to them. Yi Meow Meow did not linger long in rest. Rising, she hurried to the stream, immersing herself in the water to wash before climbing back up the tree trunk. Ian Bauer remained in a deep slumber, her small face flushed like a little fireball. Why Ian Meow Meow, having found nothing in her space, took Ian Bauer into the stream to cool her down. Due to the harsh survival conditions of the beast world, orcs possessed remarkable physical resilience. Those who managed to reach adulthood had invariably endured life and death trials, sustaining numerous injuries along the way. As long as wounds were not fatal, they typically healed on their own. Even if they consulted the tribe's healer, it was merely for stitching up wounds. Ultimately, their survival depended on their own resistance and healing abilities. Ingang observed Yi Meow Meow's busy figure with growing urgency. Yet what he needed most was to replenish his strength. Only food could restore his energy and hasten the healing of his wounds. Therefore, he turned his gaze toward the orc lying in a pool of blood, his expression grave. Orcs generally refrained from consuming their own kind, but exceptions existed in special circumstances. Just as he tightened his grip on the bone spur, preparing to strike the vagabond beast, Yi Meow Meow approached. She seemed to grasp Ingang's intent, her eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. You intend to eat him? Yi Meow Meow. I require sustenance, Ingang replied without hesitation, then looked up at her. Please step back. I do not wish to frighten you. Chapter 64. The eagle bee signals danger to the other beasts. Yi Meow Meow pursed her lips, remaining silent, yet obediently moved away to her. This was a scene of cannibalism, one that would surely haunt her dreams. Suddenly, she recalled the beast skin bag given to her by Hu Zhu, which must be filled with food. Ingang, wait, just a moment. Yi Meow Meow called out as she turned and dashed off to search for the beast skin bag. She and Ingang were both hanging in the trees, and the bag could very well be nestled in one of those branches. Gratefully, Yi Meow Meow soon spotted the familiar beast skin bag on a tree fork. Climbing up like a monkey, she quickly retrieved the bag. Just as she had surmised, it contained food and water. Ingang here. Yi Meow Meow held the beast skin bag out before Ingang. Inside, the meat was neatly cut into chunks, appearing somewhat tough, resembling smoked meat. For the first time, Ingang entertained the thought of consuming a vagabond beast. In truth, he found it difficult to bring himself to eat the raw, bloody flesh. Thank you. He sincerely expressed his gratitude to Yi Meow Meow before taking out a piece of meat and beginning to chew. Seeing this, Yi Meow Meow moved to the other side, checking on Ian Bauer, who lay on the stone. The cub's temperature had lowered somewhat in the stream, yet she remained in slumber. Yi Meow Meow fashioned a funnel from leaves to fetch water from the stream, feeding Ian Bauer until she had consumed several mouthfuls, before returning to fill some water for Ingang. Ingang, you rest here for a moment. I will go inform the others in the cave. They are currently situated in close proximity to the cave. If she returned back to search for Injian, it would likely cause delays. Thus, she mused that proceeding directly to the cave would be swifter. Ingang was acutely aware of the urgency of the situation. He attempted to rise, but found himself utterly incapable, leaving him feeling both frustrated and enraged. Elder brother Ingang, do not be overly anxious. Please rest a while longer. When you're able to fly, go find Yin Jian and the clan leader to inform them of the situation here. That I just overheard the orcs discussing that they are also uncertain of the cave's location. If I hurry, I should still have time to deliver a message to everyone. Why Meow Meow succinctly conveyed to Ingang the presence of two groups of orcs she had heard earlier, and with that, she swiftly picked up Ian Bauer and dashed towards the cave. Concerned that she might exhaust herself along the way, she took a piece of smoked meat from her hide pouch, leaving the remaining pieces for Ingang. Ian Bauer remained in a deep slumber, and with Yi Meow Meow carrying her, her speed was somewhat hindered by fatigue that moment. She wished fervently that she could transform into some animal, preferably one known for its robust limbs and swift running capabilities. Meanwhile, at the cave, barely a day and a night had passed, and Ian Song and Ian Bauer were becoming restless. Their concern for Yi Meow Meow and Ian Bauer overshadowed their worries for Ian Jian. Consequently, the two younglings conferred and resolved to leave the cave in search of their mother. Seizing the opportunity of the still dark sky, while the others slept soundly, Ian Song and Ian Bai quietly transformed into two small black snakes. They planned to slither past the feet of the guarding orcs and gradually make their way to the cave's entrance. When Bao Mei had first arrived, she had joined the guards under the banner of the clan leader. But as night fell, she could no longer endure the fatigue and succumbed to sleep, her snores echoing loudly. Bai Ling, unable to bear her blowing cold air at the entrance, pulled her back into the cave. However, each time she dragged her, Bao Mei would awaken and return to the entrance with a stick in hand, resolutely refusing to leave. After several attempts, Bai Ling was exhausted from dragging her and could only cover her with a piece of hide to prevent her from catching a chill. Although Yin Song and Yin Bai were serpentine beasts, they had rarely transformed since taking human form at just over a year old and were somewhat clumsy now. Yin Song led the way, cautiously wriggling as he crawled, managing to reach the cave entrance with relative ease. However, Yin Bai was not so fortunate. Just as he had barely crawled past one orc's foot, he found his tail caught underfoot. Where did this snake come from? Uncle, it hurts. Yin Bai turned to the orc, his eyes brimming with tears. Upon hearing that familiar voice, the orc instinctively released his foot. Seizing the opportunity, Yin Bai slipped away. But as the orc attempted to stop him, he accidentally stumbled and fell onto the sleeping Bao Mei. She let out a piercing howl, awakening nearly half of the cave's younglings to in an instant. Cries echoed throughout, not just the orc's younglings but also those of the wild wolves, all protesting their disturbed slumber. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Bao Mei wished to burrow into a crevice. Instinctively, she edged toward the cave entrance. And upon spotting the two small black snakes preparing to escape, she became fully alert. Are those Yin Jian's offspring? Only Yin Jian in the tribe is a serpentine beast, and his 3 younglings spent nearly a year in their snake form after hatching. During that time, Yi Miao Miao had little affection for Yin Bai and the others, often scolding and hitting them, leaving them frequently hungry. The 3 younglings were similarly subjected to the disdain of the other orcs in the tribe, always scurrying away like cornered rats, which was indeed quite pitiful. Upon learning this, Bai Ling would secretly bring meat to feed them, though she was timid and would always call Bao Mei along. Thus, Bai Ling was quite familiar with the younglings' beast forms. Hey, you two, stop running. Where are you off to? Bao Mei recalled her promise to Yi Miao Miao to keep a close watch on the younglings. In just one day, they had managed to sneak away, making her feel utterly unreliable. In a moment of urgency, Bao Mei also transformed into her beast form and pursued them as a cheetah. She was adept at climbing. And while the cliff posed a challenge, it was manageable for her. Bao Mei, come back. The orc stationed at the cave entrance called out to her, while an eagle beast flew in to intercept. I will handle the chase after the younglings. You return now. Bao Mei wished to return, but she suddenly noticed several small beasts climbing up from below the cliff, their movements agile and swift. The eagle beast also sensed something amiss and had no choice but to abandon its pursuit of Yin Song and Yin Bai to capture the small beasts. After all, if they were strays, it could spell danger. Thus, Bao Mei continued her relentless chase after the 2 younglings. Perhaps sensing the tension, they quickly concealed themselves behind a crevice in the cliff. Bao Mei lunged toward them. She nearly collided with the 2 younglings, her claws slipping dangerously close to losing her grip and falling. Yin Song swiftly wrapped his tail around her forepaw, while Yin Bai bit down on Yin Song, unwilling to let go. The 2 little ones exerted all their strength to pull the half-suspended Bao Mei back up. Yes, she looked at the falling rubble. She gulped in fear, only to hear Yin Song say, Auntie, this place is small. You must hold on tight. Falling could be fatal. Bao Mei shot them a reproachful glare. You too. If it weren't for your escapade, I would still be enjoying a peaceful slumber in the cave. Stay close behind me and be cautious. She intended to lead the 2 younglings back to the cave, but before she could proceed far, the sharp cry of the eagle beast echoed from outside the cave. The sound was piercing and jarring, a warning signal relaying danger to the other beasts. Chapter 65. The leader only said to bring back females and younglings upon hearing the eagle beast's alarm. The females and younglings within the cave were instantly on high alert. The females instinctively huddled closer together, covering their younglings' mouths with their hands, afraid to make even the slightest sound, in contrast to the vigilance of the orcs. The wild wolves, driven by their innate instinct for survival, had already quietly nestled their younglings under their bellies without needing to cover their mouths. Outside the cave, several small beasts were slowly climbing up. Chattering amongst themselves, this wretched place is truly difficult to find. If I hadn't just heard the cries of the younglings, it would take me another spring to locate it. Indeed, the orcs of this tribe are quite cunning. Who would have thought to hide the younglings in the mountains? As the two conversed, they received a sharp rap on their heads and looked up to see their leader glaring down at them, instantly silencing them. The eagle beast has already flown off to report. You two should hurry. Don't wait for the orcs to arrive, or we won't be able to escape. Yes, you are right, brother. The two scurried faster, climbing upward. Meanwhile, concealed nearby, Bao Mei dared not even breathe. She watched as the two were followed by a string of others, resembling fruit hanging from branches, her fur standing on end. Goodness, what manner of beast is this? Such small creatures can drive away an eagle beast. Unbeknownst to them, the eagle beast had not been driven away, but rather repelled by the foul stench. IT had barely grasped one beast when it released a pungent odor, forcing the eagle to drop it and retreat, narrowly avoiding tumbling off the cliff. Upon finally landing on a protruding rock, the eagle beast seized the moment to scream for help, hoping to warn the other beasts in the cave of the impending danger. Meanwhile, the string of fruit-like beasts moved nimbly, swiftly reaching the cave entrance. The guarding males were caught off guard by an unexpected wave of foul odor. Follow us obediently, and our tribe's leader is wise and mighty. He will find you new males to establish a home with. You need not worry about your younglings going hungry. Our tribe is vast, with ample food to sustain you. The slightly taller fruit beast bellowed for a while. But the cave remained eerily silent. Seemingly dissatisfied, it pointed to one of the fruit beasts and commanded, "You, go show them what happens to those who do not comply." That fruit beast immediately stood before the females and turned its back to them. With a resounding a noxious cloud enveloped the air, causing the females to gag and cover their mouths. Our flatulence is toxic. If you do not wish to be poisoned, then follow us without resistance. Though the fruit beasts were small, their numbers were considerable, with nearly 70 to 80 present. They formed a long line, descending the cave entrance, each biting the tail of the one in front, creating a living ladder. The younglings were to descend first, with the females following closely behind, no cutting in line. The lead fruit beast issued commands. "You lot, do you wish to suffocate in this cave?" As the fruit beast prepared to release another foul emission, Bai Ling intervened decisively. "What benefit do you derive from stinking us to death? It is only natural for the young ones to be frightened. Can you truly manage to carry them down one by one?" The fruit beast retorted, "Oh, dear beast god, the smallest of the cubs is still larger than 3 of you combined. Can he be lifted?" "I care not," Bai Ling replied firmly. "If you do not descend, you shall be suffocated, or worse. Once you are unconscious, you may be unceremoniously discarded, and I will not be held responsible for any fatalities." The fruit beast maintained an unwavering stance and, as it spoke, released another noxious puff, which not only filled the air with a rancid stench, but also left Bai Ling feeling faint and weak. Naturally, she did not wish for everyone to perish within this cave, so she took the initiative to step forward. "Allow me to go first. I propose 1 female and 1 cub to ensure they can look after each other." The fruit beast pondered her suggestion and, finding it reasonable, acquiesced. Thus, Bai Ling led the way, gripping the fruit beast's small limbs as she retreated backward toward the cliff's edge, occasionally stepping heavily upon the fruit beast's head, expressing her annoyance at their troublesome antics. The group of young fruit beasts found themselves in a predicament, adhering to their leader's command to escort the females away, yet they had not anticipated such ruthless behavior from the beastmen. Nor could they fathom how the females had managed to ascend to such a lofty cave. Do not look down. Proceed slowly and hold on tightly. "You will be safe," Bai Ling advised, after a protracted climb. She finally reached the ground, inhaling the fresh air deeply, momentarily startling the entire assembly. However, in no time, a resounding puff echoed as yet another fruit beast released toxic gas. Instantly, the air around them seemed to change color, and Bai Ling collapsed, retching uncontrollably. "This is unbearable. What manner of beasts are these, to emit such a stench?" Leopard Beauty and the 2 cubs also caught a whiff of the acrid odor. She muttered softly. But upon noticing a fruit beast glancing in their direction, she promptly silenced herself. "Brother, it appears there is a beast over there," a keen-eyed fruit beast reported, though at this hour, with dawn breaking, visibility was far from optimal. Everything appeared hazy and indistinct. "How could there be beasts?" All of us females were brought here by the eagle beast. We would never dare to scale such sheer cliffs, let alone the cubs. You must be mistaken, a female protested. Just moments ago, the only flying eagle beast has vanished. You are truly lacking in integrity, having no skill beyond releasing foul gas. Our foul gas is our greatest asset. The fruit beast retorted. The leader has declared that one of us can equal 10 of you, barring the lizard and scorpion beasts. All others flee at the mere sight of us. The female chastised the fruit beast, and this exchange successfully redirected their focus, preventing any further attention on the nearby cliff. Leopard Beauty recognized the speaker as a female from the rabbit tribe, affirming that indeed, rabbits were gentle and kind-hearted. Before long, the beastmen's females and cubs were compelled to descend the cliff. The fruit beast surveyed the remaining wild wolves and frowned. The leader had only instructed to bring back the females and cubs. What are the wild wolves? The wolves were already crouched low, poised to engage the small beasts in a fierce battle. Yet before they could launch their assault, the opposing party turned and fled. No need to concern ourselves. They are wolves, not beastmen. Come, let us hasten. The sun has risen, and we must not be discovered by any stray beasts. Chapter 66. The sweetness of a mother's tears. The fruit beast departed with remarkable swiftness, scurrying down the cliff like a lizard, soon vanishing from sight. By the time several male beastmen were roused by the wild wolves, the females and cubs had already been taken away for nearly an hour. What a predicament! What are we to do? They could only hastily seek assistance from Yin Jian and the tribe leader, leaving the wild wolves unattended within the cave. What shall we do? Will they return? Are they stray beasts? The stench in this cave is unbearable. Might we perish from poisoning? The wild wolf females whispered anxiously, when suddenly the wolf leader's mate stepped forward and bellowed, in my view. They are not stray beasts. It is possible another tribe seeks to seize the beastmen females as for us. I believe we are temporarily safe. She spoke wisely, since the fruit beast had not harmed them and had departed. It was unlikely they would return as for the other beastmen. They hoped to vanquish the stray beasts and reclaim their females and cubs. The two cubs had initially intended to seek out Yi Meow Meow, but now they felt overwhelming guilt. Had they not attempted to sneak away from the cave, they would not have disturbed the guarding uncle. Had the guarding uncle not fallen upon Leopard Beauty, she would not have cried out, "Auntie, I am sorry." Yin Song and Yin Bai hung their heads in apology to Leopard Beauty, who was too preoccupied with self-recrimination, wishing to slap herself. She had promised to guard the entrance, yet had fallen asleep. And worse, she had yelled, "It is not your fault." I should not have called out so loudly. Had I not awakened the cubs, the fruit beast would not have followed the sound. All three felt immense guilt, yet the moment allowed little time for sorrow. You two must hurry back to inform the tribe leader for assistance. I will follow them closely. Leopard Beauty wished for the cubs to deliver the message while she trailed the fruit beasts. However, her foot had been injured when she tumbled down the cliff, and now any movement caused her considerable pain, rendering her unable to move quickly. "Auntie, perhaps you should remain here. Uncle Eagle should have gone to find the tribe leader. Once they arrive, you can direct them to us, and we will pursue the fruit beasts," Yin Song said earnestly, but Leopard Beauty firmly rejected the notion that that is far too perilous. They may be clever, but they're still cubs. I cannot allow them to follow the fruit beasts. She feigned composure and took a few steps, but before she could finish her sentence, she stumbled and fell. Yin Song and Yin Bai exchanged glances, and instead of assisting Leopard Beauty, they turned and fled. "Auntie, do not pursue. You must protect yourself. Auntie, do not forget to tell them that they can follow the stench to find us." The two cubs transformed into small black snakes, swiftly slithering along the ground, leaving Leopard Beauty unable to keep pace while Yin Meow Meow hurriedly approached, cradling Yin Bower in her arms. And as she neared the cave, an overwhelming stench assaulted her senses. The odor was so acrid that even the baby in her embrace coughed a few times. "Bower, Bower," as she coughed, Yin Bower surprisingly opened her eyes, softly calling out to Yin Meow Meow, "Mother, it stinks." "What did you say?" Yin Meow Meow lifted Yin Bower slightly, scrutinized her face. "Bower, open your eyes and look at Mother." "Say it again." Yin Bower had been in a deep slumber, unresponsive to her calls, even when submerged in cool creek water. Her eyes remained tightly shut. Now, not only had she opened her eyes, but she could also detect the foul odor, which suggested she was recovering. "Mother, where am I?" Yin Bao inquired as her consciousness returned. Seeing her awake, Yi Miao Miao could no longer hold back her tears. The fear of her cub being ill and feverish had weighed heavily on her. Earlier, Bao had fluctuated between high and low temperatures, and without any medicine in this desolate wilderness, she had not seen Yin Jian, nor had anyone to consult. Moreover, she had resorted to using her charms against the stray beasts and had even killed a beast man. It was unfathomable for her, who had only ever killed a chicken in modern times, to think she would one day take a life. Bao, you have frightened your mother to death. The tension that had been taut within Yi Miao Miao finally snapped as she wept uncontrollably, tears streaming down her cheeks and splattering on Yin Bao's face, some even slipping in her mouth. "Mother, it is so salty." "Dearest Bao, mother is neither salty nor stinky. I am simply so worried about you." Yi Miao Miao embraced Yin Bao tightly, and after a brief moment of weeping, she was astonished to find Bao's temperature returning to normal. She quickly placed her forehead against the little one's to check. And not only was her temperature stable, but her small face had also regained its rosy hue. "Bao, take a few steps. If anything feels amiss, tell mother." Yin Bao clung to her neck, unwilling to let go. After gazing in her tear-filled eyes, she suddenly leaned in and kissed her cheek, licking the tears away with her tiny tongue. "Bao, what is wrong?" "Mother is right. Mother is not salty. Mother's tears are sweet." "Sweet?" Yi Miao Miao transitioned from tears to laughter. Yet who could argue that tears were sweet? As she observed Yin Bao pouting her small lips, an unexpected calm enveloped her heart. Yi Miao Miao retrieved a piece of smoked meat from her pocket and offered it to Yin Bao, saying, "Are you hungry? Have this to tide you over." Yin Bao shook her head, her appetite having fled her at that moment. The lingering odors around them were rather off-putting. She pinched her nose with her tiny hand and nestled into Yi Miao Miao's embrace. "Mother, it smells so bad." "Indeed, it is quite foul," Yi Miao Miao conceded, her heart initially focused solely on Yin Bao, but now her senses were heightened, and the stench felt overwhelming. "Bao, let us endure a little longer. There were beast men searching for the cave just now, and mother fears for the safety of your brothers." As she spoke, she continued to carry Yin Bao toward the cave's direction, but they had barely made any progress before they stumbled upon a beast man lying on the ground. He appeared somewhat familiar, prompting her to set Yin Bao down and caution her to remain still before cautiously approaching. Upon recognizing the beast man's face, she confirmed he belonged to their tribe and bore a resemblance to Yin Gang. "Hey, wake up!" Yi Miao Miao splashed some water from her space onto the beastman's face, prompting him to leap up in alarm. "Run! There are rogue beasts coming." Yi Miao Miao's expression darkened immediately. "What do you mean? Rogue beasts? Where are they?" Chapter 67. The Thrill of Descending. "Please, let it not be as I fear. The two rogue beast men who were just searching for the cave, were they not slain by me and Yin Gang earlier? How many beast men have they dispatched to seek the cave? Have I truly failed to inform everyone in time to escape? It's Yi Miao Miao. What are you doing here? The females and cubs in the cave are in danger. You must leave at once." Ing Sha had just fallen from the air, and he was utterly dazed. All he remembered were the events leading up to his fainting, oblivious to the fact that the females and cubs had already been taken by the fruit beasts. With concern for the beastmen in the cave, Ing Sha attempted to transform and fly, but one of his wings was broken, rendering him unable to take to the skies. "What should I do? I can't return to the cave, and I have no idea how they are." Yi Miao Miao, utterly bewildered, asked, "Did you see the rogue beasts? Did they enter the cave?" Ing Sha smacked his forehead, regaining his composure before replying. "Your two cubs attempted to sneak away, and Leopard May chased after them at that moment. Many fruit beasts crawled into the cave. They released toxic gas, which is what rendered me unconscious. I have no knowledge of the current situation inside the cave." The cave entrance was high on the cliff, making it difficult for them to hear any shouts from below. Ing Sha's inability to fly combined with Yi Miao Miao's lack of ability to climb heightened her anxiety, especially upon hearing that her two cubs had slipped out of the cave. "Mother, let me go." Yin Bao, having eavesdropped on their conversation, volunteered eagerly. "I can transform into a snake and climb up to... I will be very careful." Yet Yi Miao Miao was on the verge of tears, worried for her little one. The cliff was so high. What if she fell? Then I will catch you from below. Climb slowly. I see your two brothers are quite quick, so they should be fine. However, before Yi Meow Meow could agree, Ing Sha was already discussing the route with Ing Bao. Ing Sha, Bao is still a cub. How can you let her? She is indeed a cub. But who else can go up to check? Ing Sha understood the need to protect the young, yet he had witnessed Ing Song and Ing by scaling the cliff and believed that Ing Bao, being a snake beast, could manage just as well. Furthermore, he could still move one of his wings, which was over a meter long. Should she fall, he could catch her with his good wing. Ing Sha explained his reasoning to Yi Meow Meow, but she remained unable to make a decision. She could not bear the thought of her cub facing danger alone. She could not withstand the possibility of an accident. Mother, look! Father is coming! Suddenly, Ing Bao pointed to the other side, causing Yi Meow Meow's heart to leap with joy as she turned to look. No. Bao, are you mistaken? Come down quickly. Before she could finish her sentence, she saw Ing Bao darting up the cliff with remarkable speed. Her beast form was that of a small silver snake, glistening like silver in the sunlight, resembling a blade of light weaving through the cliffside. Why Yi Meow Meow dared not shout loudly, fearing it might startle Ing Bao. Instead, she mirrored Ing Sha's movements, extending her arms and swaying them. With each ascent, Ing Bao climbed higher, and Yi Meow Meow felt as though she could scarcely breathe, biting her lip, her gaze fixed on the steep cliff above, not daring to let her focus waver. You must trust in your cub. They are braver than you realize. Ing Sha, feeling more at ease, glanced at Yi Meow Meow and said, the abilities of snake beasts surpass those of other beastmen. Ing Jian broke his leg before, yet now look at how formidable he is. Even the strongest in the tribe, Tiger Tian, would struggle against him. Please keep your eyes on her. Bao was just ill, and I worry she may not have enough strength. Yi Meow Meow spoke with a quivering voice. Ing Sha shrugged and fell silent, focusing intently on the cliff. Soon, Ing Bao successfully reached the cave entrance, transforming back into her human form and waving to Yi Meow Meow below. Mother, wait for me. Upon seeing her half-body poised to emerge, Yi Meow Meow urgently called, hurry back. Come back. Ing Bao stuck out her tongue playfully before retreating. She turned to gaze into the dimly lit cave, which appeared eerily quiet. Elder brother, second brother, Aunt Bailing, Ing Bao called out, but no familiar voices answered her. Just as she contemplated stepping inside, a shadow emerged that it was the female leader of the wild wolves. She appeared weary, her eyes, which should have glimmered green, now dulled. Auntie, what's wrong? Ing Bao approached, gently stroking the fur on her chest, concern etched on her face. Auntie is ill as well. Little female, are you here to find your kin? I regret to inform you, they have all been taken by those beastmen. The wolf leader recounted the recent events to Ing Bao. After they left, we thought we were safe, but soon realized our bodies were weakening. Many cubs fell into a deep slumber. I fear they might have been poisoned by that foul gas. Upon hearing that the cubs had fainted, Ing Bao quickly inquired, what about your cubs? She had grown fond of the wolf cub with blue eyes. The wolf leader seemed to sense Ing Bao's concern and led her to where her cubs lay. He has been sleeping deeply. He cannot play with you now. May I touch him? Ing Bao asked, receiving a nod from the wolf leader before she slowly knelt and reached out her small hand to stroke the wolf cub's face, the blue-eyed one. Wait for me. I will bring the tribe's healer to see you. With that, Ing Bao stood and moved toward the cave entrance, bidding farewell. Annie, down below the cave, there's only my mother and injured Uncle Ing Sha. We need to return to find father for assistance. You must wait for us to come back. The wolf leader smiled gently at her. Thank you for your kindness, little female. Could you deliver a message to their father for me? The longer Ing Bao lingered in the cave, the more tightly Yi Meow Meow's heart clenched. She was uncertain of the dangers that lurked within, and an overwhelming sense of guilt washed over her. How could she have been deceived by such a small cub? She should have held on to Ing Bao's hand tightly, preventing her from venturing above. Mother, I'm coming down. Suddenly, the sweet voice echoed from above, though Yi Meow Meow could not make out the words clearly. Just hearing Ing Bao's voice reassured her heart. It must be said that Ing Bao's stamina was remarkable. She descended even faster than she had climbed, almost instantaneously reappearing before Yi Meow Meow. How could you be so quick? Aren't you afraid of falling? Yi Meow Meow grasped her, inspecting her from side to side, her voice laced with gentle reproach. Her eyes soon brimming with tears. I had to be quick. I slid down. Bauer stuck out her tongue and made a face. Mother, descending is so exhilarating. Yi Meow Meow could only surmise that her speed was due to inertia. Fortunately, her sense of direction was impeccable, and no mishaps had occurred. You must never deceive Mother again, nor take such risks. Upon witnessing Yi Meow Meow's evident distress, Bauer refrained from provoking her further, hastily nodding in agreement. Subsequently, she relayed the words of the wolf leader, the purple female verbatim. Thus, it was conveyed that Aunt Bai Ling and the other beastmen had been taken away, while your elder brother, second brother, and Aunt Bao Mei were together, correct? It should be so. By the way, Mother, we must devise a plan to rescue the blue-eyed one and its mother. They are both ill, and it is truly pitiable. This is, of course, imperative. After calming herself and contemplating the situation, Yi Meow Meow conferred with Ing Sha. You return to deliver the message, and I shall pursue them. What do you think? Chapter 68. By following this foul scent, we shall be able to track them down. Ing Sha did not concur with Yi Meow Meow's decision, stating bluntly, you all should find a place to hide. I will return to seek the chieftain. In truth, he had been unconscious for such a long time without any fellow beastmen arriving. He could surmise that those few males who had guarded the cave with him were likely also incapacitated. Although Yi Meow Meow had not encountered any kin along her journey, she agreed with his deduction. Though I cannot fly at present, I am capable of running. If I hasten my pace, I should be able to bring help by the time the sun tilts westward. This was a conservative estimate. With the speed of Yin Jian and Hu Tian, it ought not to take that long. Nonetheless, Yi Meow Meow did not wish to engage in further argument on this matter. Her offspring were still unaware of the dire circumstances, and she felt compelled to seek them out personally. As the two deliberated, suddenly, the ground began to bulge ominously. Yi Meow Meow, take your offspring and flee. Ing Sha, sensing the imminent danger, immediately entered a state of alert, shoving Yi Meow Meow, who was still in a daze, aside. In an instant, a black, pointed spike erupted from the bulging mound, aiming directly at Ing Sha, who was struck before he could evade it. Run, he shouted as he fell, directing his cry towards Yi Meow Meow. She glanced back at the grim scene unfolding behind her, pressing Yin Bao's head tightly against her bosom and sprinting with all her might. However, the number of mounds continued to multiply, now numbering 7 or 8. Surrounded by the rising earth, Yi Meow Meow, in a flash of inspiration, tossed Yin Bao into her spatial realm. Not fear, dear, await your mother's return. With that, she took off again, reaching the edge of a precipice where retreat was no longer an option. The mounds erupted, revealing beastmen with bodies coated in black paint, blocking Yi Meow Meow's path. Are you Bai Ling? One of the beastmen inquired about why Yin Meow Meow continued to retreat, catching sight of the cliff behind her, which seemed to plunge into an abyss, a fall promising certain death. Take her back, the beastman commanded suddenly. And before she could react, several others approached, gripping her arms from either side. You will walk on your own. Do not touch me. Yi Meow Meow protested, shaking off her hands in frustration, yet she could not escape their grasp. The beastman who had first spoken regarded her with a smirk. Quite the temper you have. Weren't the rabbit folks supposed to be gentle? Sharp head. Another beastman interjected. She still has a young one with her, which is now absent. Upon this reminder, the beastman known as Sharp Head turned to Yi Meow Meow, coldly demanding, where is your offspring? Yi Meow Meow replied, her heart steady. I tossed it below. Sharp Head, clearly skeptical, seized her chin. Do not play tricks. Otherwise, you shall regret it. Anger ignited in Yi Meow Meow's eyes, and she spat at him. You wretched vagabond beasts are utterly ruthless. My offspring would fare better by chance than in your hands. The fury and sorrow in her gaze managed to sway Sharp Head, who chose not to press further but harbored resentment for her earlier insolence. Throughout their journey, they deliberately transformed into their beast forms. Encircling Yi Meow Meow, observing the massive black scorpions that surrounded her, she comprehended why they had initially sent the cockroach beasts to lead the charge. She harbored a deep-seated fear of insects, particularly scorpions armed with venomous stingers, especially these creatures that towered over her by at least twice her size. This was no simple beast world. It felt akin to the Jurassic era, Did the heavens truly intend to toy with her? Yi Miao Miao's heart, numb with dread, propelled her forward as she focused on the path ahead, desperately striving not to succumb to fear. For Sharphead had warned that if she faltered, they would not hesitate to carry her upon the scorpions' backs. The chieftain surveyed the ground strewn with beastman corpses, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. He summoned the elder beastmen of the tribe, clasped his hands in prayer towards the sky, and invoked the most ancient of languages, beseeching the beast god for forgiveness for these vagabond beasts. Let us bury them, lest they attract wild beasts. Finally, the chieftain turned to Hu Tian and Yin Jian, assigning them tasks, yet both appear distracted. Chieftain, we shall attend to this later. I must first check on Ling Er in the cave at Hutan. Heedless of his own injuries, even neglecting to cleanse the blood smeared across his face, dashed off the moment the chieftain nodded. Yin Jian, you should go as well. The chieftain directed his gaze towards Yin Jian, who, while not as anxious as Hu Tian, bore an expression that betrayed his inner urgency. Yin Jian nodded, aware that Yi Miao Miao might be displeased by his bloodied appearance. He first washed himself by the river before making his way to the back mountain. He was acutely aware of his own speed, especially when alone, for he could soar like an eagle in the sky. Yet, upon reaching the cave's entrance, he found Hu Tian in a fit of rage. Though they had not lagged far behind one another, Hu Tian's furious shouts tightened Yin Jian's chest. Without hesitation, he scaled the cliff only to swiftly emerge from the cave again. "Where are you going?" Hu Tian called out, anxiously pursuing Yin Jian. He had learned everything from the barely conscious Ing Sha. Yet Yin Jian paid him no heed, continuing in a singular direction. The cave was inhabited solely by wolves. Did he truly understand their language? "I am searching for Miao Miao and the cubs." Initially unwilling to engage with Hu Tian, Yin Jian relented, considering that they were both equally frantic for their partners. Do you know where they were taken? Wandering aimlessly will yield nothing. Yin Jian replied, "Do you not perceive an abhorrent stench?" At that moment, Hu Tian was too preoccupied to consider the foul odor. However, upon hearing Yin Jian's words, a realization dawned upon him. "You are correct. Ing Sha mentioned that it was the fruit beasts emitting this stench that abducted the females and young. By following this foul scent, we shall be able to track them down." Hu Tian attempted to pat Yin Jian on the shoulder, but his beast form was too tall, rendering him unable to reach. In truth, Yin Jian wished to mention that the foul odor was also mixed with the scent of the cub's urine. He initially thought the stench masked their scent, but it did not seem to be the case. Thus, he turned to Hu Tian. "What did Ing Sha tell you earlier? You have no idea what you're doing, yet you run about. If you have the courage, do not ask." Though he thought this, Hu Tian suppressed his fury and reiterated Ing Sha's words. Despite his lingering dislike for Yi Miao Miao, he did not conceal that part of the story. "Yin Jian, have you ever encountered a scorpion beast?" Chapter 69. They won't truly poison them. The scorpion beast is arguably the most merciless creature in the beast world. In Yin Jian's memory, those marauding beasts that attacked the tribe were certainly not scorpion beasts. Why had this changed? Upon learning that Yi Miao Miao was facing a scorpion beast, the atmosphere surrounding Yin Jian shifted dramatically. He hastened his pace, swiftly leaving Hu Tian behind. Bao Mei, hindered by her injured foot, could not keep pace with the abducted females and cubs, so she was compelled to retreat. However, fearing capture by the vagabond beasts, she could only conceal herself among the trees, advancing in short bursts. Ultimately, she encountered two vagabond beasts. Fortunately, these two beasts did not appear to be in pursuit of beastmen. They moved swiftly, seemingly eager to reach a destination. Once the pair had disappeared into the distance, Bao Mei resumed her journey homeward, spotting a tall, dark figure weaving through the forest. Recognizing it as Yin Jian, she called out urgently. Upon hearing her voice, Yin Jian approached her swiftly, his eyes glinting with a murderous intent. Though he did not pose any questions, Bao Mei, under his penetrating gaze, found herself uncontrollably divulging everything. "It's all my fault. My cries attracted the fruit beasts, and the females and cubs were taken. Yin Song and Yin Bai were pursuing them from behind. I was useless. I intended to chase them myself, but my foot. Miao Miao and Bauer, where are they?" Yin Jian noticed that she did not mention the scorpion beast or Yi Miao Miao. and his gaze instantly turned colder. "What? Isn't Meow Meow with you?" Bao Mei exclaimed in confusion. "We have never seen Meow Meow or Bao from beginning to end. Have you encountered the scorpion beast?" Bao Mei shook her head again, but soon nodded. "What does the scorpion beast look like?" "I just saw two orcs that don't belong to our tribe passing by. I'm not sure if they're the scorpion beast you mentioned." "They are entirely black and shiny, with spikes on their backs." Yin Jian succinctly described the characteristics of the scorpion beast. In his awakened memories, he recalled a fierce battle with the scorpion beast tribe. Although they barely claimed victory, the losses were devastating. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was that the scorpion beasts do not regard females as orcs. Their tribe has never had a female survive to bear offspring. The thought of Yi Meow Meow potentially facing the scorpion beast violation and being forced to bear their young made him feel an overwhelming urge to annihilate everything. "Yes, that is how you described them. But those two orcs were not accompanied by any others, nor did I see Meow Meow or Bao." The mere thought that Yi Meow Meow might also have been abducted by rogue orcs intensified Bao Mei's anxiety. Finally, Hu Tian caught up. Upon seeing Bao Mei, he held onto a glimmer of hope that his beloved Bai Ling would be with her dear friend, Hu Tian. "I'm sorry." Bao Mei felt deeply remorseful for the trouble she had caused. Although Hu Tian was already aware of the situation's unfolding and understood why Bao Mei was apologizing, his heart harbored a deeper hatred for those fruit beasts that was they who attempted to forcibly abduct females and younglings. Otherwise, why would they seek out such a secluded cave? Hu Tian suppressed his fury, refraining from directing it at Bao Mei, and even shared half of the food he had brought for Bai Ling with her. "You should return to the tribe. I will search for Linga." Bao Mei sniffled, realizing that following him would only be a burden, and reluctantly agreed. Meanwhile, while they were conversing, Yin Jian had already vanished, judging by the swirling dust and broken branches. He had pursued the direction the two scorpion beasts had taken. Unbeknownst to Yin Jian, his chase had led him 100 miles away from Yi Meow Meow. "Big brother, I'm so hungry," in a nearby grove. The fruit beasts ordered everyone to halt and rest, distributing food to each female and youngling. Although a small piece of roasted meat could hardly satiate their hunger, it was better than nothing. Bai Ling, having eaten little, divided her portion with a nearby youngling. From a distance, Yin Song watched this scene. Drooling, he removed the backpack he had been carrying, but apart from their fourth sibling, it was devoid of any food. Throughout their journey, the jerky prepared by their mother had long been consumed, and the water pouch had been discarded in the cave due to its weight. The only reason he continued to carry the fourth sibling was because their mother insisted they could not abandon him, prompting Yin Song to hold on to the backpack. "Just bear with it a little longer. Once they leave, we'll see if any food has fallen." They were still unskilled hunters, and even timid squirrels were left unharmed. Avoiding making too much noise. Sure enough, barely a stick of incense had burned before the fruit beasts began to herd everyone onward again. However, this time they opted for the water route, pushing out long bamboo rafts from an unknown location, forcing both females and younglings onto the rafts, regardless of their fear. Due to the large number of orcs, they divided into 3 rafts, each able to accommodate 20 to 30 orcs. The fruit beasts took turns paddling the rafts. And since the females and cubs had never ridden on such rafts, some experienced dizziness and nausea, while others cried out in fright, causing a cacophony. Frustrated, the leading fruit beast let out a loud fart, which knocked everyone out. "Big brother, 1T the leader be angry with you? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. That 1T really poisoned them. Once we reach our destination, we'll give them detox herbs." As the rafts began to drift away, Yin Song and Yin Bai anxiously paced along the shore, pondering what to do. What if they couldn't swim and sank? Forget about it, Bayer, just urinate. Yin Song tightened his grip on the backpack, then leaped into the water with a splash, attempting to swim. Fortunately, he did not sink. Seeing Yin Song floating like a piece of black waterweed, Yin Bai followed suit, but not before leaving a mark on the shore. Their father had taught them that marking their path would help family find them quickly. The river was somewhat cold, and Yin Song occasionally adjusted the backpack, which Yin Bai assisted him with. "Big brother, do you think the fourth one will be stuck inside forever?" "Nonsense, the fourth one just hatches slowly. Mother said as long as we have faith, he will surely emerge one day." The 2 younglings, both under 4, were at an age where they relied on their parents for sustenance and joy. Yet now they struggled to swim in the icy river, desperate to stay with their tribe. Chapter 70. The sharp-headed bet that she cannot escape this forest. The bamboo raft had been drifting on the river for a full half-hour when Hu Tian finally caught up. Sensing the lingering stench on the riverbank and surveying the surroundings, he concluded they had departed via the river. Without hesitation, Hu Tian stripped off his bee-skin skirt and jumped. Meow Meow could not fathom her unfortunate luck. She had been captured by a few pitch-black scorpion beasts, and despite her feet nearly being worn raw, they showed no signs of stopping. Night fell. The scorpion beast decided to take a break. To prevent Meow Meow from attempting any clever tricks, they tied her hands behind her back and hung her upside down from a tree. Sharphead. The leader specifically called for her. I bet it's to use her for breeding. Aren't you afraid the leader will be angry when he finds out you're bullying her? Beneath the tree, several orcs exchanged crude remarks, prompting Meow Meow to feign unconsciousness to avoid their attention. She planned to act once the men fell asleep, worrying about how Silver Bower was doing after being thrown into the space. Was she scared? Was she hungry? The space was so small. Would it even provide her with food? However, the orcs beneath her simply caught a prey and gathered around to eat, without even lighting a fire. And shockingly, they slept with their eyes opened up while Meow Meow hung there until the moon climbed to the treetops. Unable to ascertain whether the men were asleep, thus couldn't make her move. She waited and waited, nearly dozing off herself. The snoring from below suggested it was very likely early morning, the time when humans sleep most soundly. Orcs were, after all, a form of humanity, and she resolved to take action at this moment. Slowly, she began to rotate her wrist, try to access her space and retrieve a blade in her haste earlier. She had stored all her belongings in the space, including that tiny blade. Mother, don't make a sound. I'll help you. Suddenly, Silver Bower's voice rang in her ear, startling Meow Meow, who quickly looked down to see no movement from the orcs before whispering back. You must stay hidden and not show yourself. They could not let them know about Silver Bower's existence. She could endure any hardship, but her precious child must not fall into the hands of these ruffians. Silver Bower obediently stayed hidden in the space, using the blade to carefully cut the ropes binding Meow Meow's wrists. Avoid making too much noise, Meow Meow held onto a section of the rope tightly, slowly crawling onto a branch. After rotating her nearly numb arm, she finally slid down the tree trunk. She cautiously stepped away, and once she had distanced herself from the orcs, Meow Meow activated her sprinting mode, running for her life until she could run no more. Ahead, a cluster of low shrubs provided her with cover as she opened her space once more. Mother, Silver Bower had just spoken when Meow Meow quickly covered her mouth. Don't speak. Don't come out. It's still very dangerous outside. Listen to me. No matter what happens, you must stay inside and never reveal yourself. As she spoke, Meow Meow cast a glance at the shelf behind Bower, and her heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled. The space was quite decent, providing not only food and water for Bower, but also a soft tatama mat adorned with a pink rabbit doll. Was this space treating Bower like a little princess? Splendid. This performance of the space is indeed commendable. Meow Meow silently gave a thumbs up to the space before hurriedly closing it. She barely had time to retrieve any food from inside. And it was fortunate that she acted quickly, for she remained undetected by the scorpion beast that had followed her. Meow Meow remembered that when she was captured, the sun was slightly to the west. Tonight, the stars were sparse. She could not locate the Big Dipper and had to walk in the opposite direction of the moon's descent, hoping she would not stray off course along the way. She gathered all the wild vegetables she recognized, stuffing them into her pockets while nibbling on them, which barely filled her stomach. When her feet developed blisters, she used a branch to pop them and chewed some hemostatic grass to apply to the wounds. She dared not stop for a moment, yet she fainted when dawn broke. Hunger, exhaustion, and heightened nervous tension overwhelmed her, leading her to lose consciousness. Shortly after she collapsed, 2 mounds of earth emerged behind her. And soon after, 2 beastmen crawled out from the mounds. The female was indeed delicate. After such a short distance, she had already fainted. The sharp-headed one bet she would not escape this forest, and lo and behold, he was right. Now, in her current state, what should they do? Should they carry her back, or don't even think about it? The chief wouldn't care for a female, and he certainly wouldn't appreciate another beastman sampling what he had his sights set on. Best to suppress those thoughts and simply take her back, they decided. Yes, they spoke. One of the beastmen approached and hoisted Yi Meow Meow over his shoulder, turning back toward the direction she had come from. The moon gradually faded into the morning light, and Yi Meow Meow slowly opened her eyes to the ever-changing ground beneath her. She had long sensed the presence of beastmen trailing her and anticipated that escaping would not be so simple. However, they remained hidden, which inevitably fueled her suspicions, leading her to feign unconsciousness while waiting for them to reveal themselves. Indeed, they seemed intent on toying with her, yet she could not ascertain whether these beastmen had discovered her escape. If they had been monitoring her movements from the outset, would Yin Bao have already been exposed? However, Yi Meow Meow soon dismissed this thought. She had feigned unconsciousness throughout, and the two beastmen had babbled on without mentioning Yin Bao. So they likely had not uncovered that secret. The beastman's shoulder was hard, and Yi Meow Meow felt a pang of discomfort in her stomach from the pressure, but she preferred to remain feigned unconscious. From their conversation, she gathered that the sharp-headed one was quite petty and vengeful. If she were to awaken, he might employ any number of torturous tactics against her. Thus, it was better to remain in this pretended state, allowing them to lower their guard. After all, these two beastmen had claimed she was the female their chief sought, and until they encountered him, none would dare to treat her lightly. Though, you've brought her back so soon? It was the sharp-headed one's voice as he approached, unceremoniously tugging at Yi Meow Meow's hair to inspect her face. The foul odor of someone who had not brushed their teeth in ages assaulted her senses, and she struggled to suppress her revulsion. The sharp-headed one seemed only interested in living beings. Upon seeing her lie still like a dead fish, his interest waned rapidly. You too, keep a close eye on her. Do not let her escape again. They needed to hurry, for the chief's mating season was fast approaching. Chapter 71. She even thought she might suffocate in the earth at why Yi Meow Meow felt as though she had been stuffed into a beast hide bag. With the light quickly dimming around her and the beastmen's voices becoming muffled, she heard one beastman instructing to tighten the bag's opening to prevent dirt from seeping in, while another suggested adding more grass to avoid suffocating her. Soon enough, they actually did insert some grass into the bag. A terrible premonition gripped her. She suspected they intended to drag her through the earth. Not long after, Yi Meow Meow cursed herself for her foolishness. These scorpion beasts indeed dragged her underground, but fortunately, they were skilled at burrowing, so the pressure was not as suffocating as she had feared. However, being underground for an extended period made the air increasingly thin. Since she was in a bag, Yi Meow Meow no longer needed to feign unconsciousness. Yet even if she opened her eyes, all she could see was impenetrable darkness. Her hands remained bound behind her with leather straps. And perhaps in fear that she might truly escape, they had even tied her feet. Why, Yi Meow Meow had never considered herself claustrophobic, but now, enveloped in darkness, with only faint rustling sounds in her ears and no other noise, save for the silence of the beastmen, who had also fallen quiet, she began to panic. She attempted to call out a few times, but there was no response from the beastmen. She could feel the beast hide bag being dragged forward, occasionally sensing beastmen pushing from below. In a fit of frustration and anger, she kicked her legs, hoping to draw the beastmen's attention, or perhaps inadvertently strike one of them, prompting them to yank her out of the earth. However, when she kicked lightly, there was no response. When she kicked harder, it felt as though her foot had struck a steel plate, and the sharp pain led her to doubt whether her toes had been broken. The longer she remained underground, the heavier the weight of fear pressed upon her heart. She could no longer maintain her composure, and she began shouting loudly, twisting her body in a futile effort to escape. Yet no matter how she struggled, it was in vain. The beastmen seemed oblivious to her resistance, continuing to drag the hide bag forward, their breaths filled with the scent of damp earth, heavy and occasionally mingled with a foul stench that made it difficult for Yi Meow Meow to breathe. This time, she truly lost consciousness. The boundless darkness enveloped her, the panic of not being able to see her hand before her face nearly overwhelming her, and she gasped for breath like a fish out of water. Yet all her efforts proved futile. She even thought she might suffocate in the earth, gradually surrendering to the struggle, for she could no longer muster the strength to fight. Her consciousness slipped into a void of silence, and she was left in a state of emptiness, nearly forgetting her own name and the environment surrounding her. The sharp-headed one. Surely she hasn't died. Nonsense, she's still breathing. The beastmen finally emerged from the earth. In the moment they unfastened the hide bag to check on Yi Meow Meow, they found her complexion already pale, her breathing weak and barely perceptible. Aside from the sharp-headed one, the other beastmen were filled with urgency. After all their efforts to bring back a female for the chief, they could not afford to present a corpse. The chief would undoubtedly break their bones and flay their skins. Although the chief enjoyed eating beastmen, he had specifically requested this female for a significant purpose, and a dead one would not suffice. The sharp-headed one appeared calm, yet internally he felt a twinge of panic, that he understood that females tended to be delicate and that bringing one into an underground burrow necessitated surfacing at least 3 times for fresh air. But out of spite for Yi Meow Meow's earlier insult, he had deliberately deprived her of the opportunity to breathe. He hadn't anticipated that he would end up suffocating her. The sharp-headed one reached out to check beneath Yi Meow Meow's nose, glancing around at the other beastmen before suddenly asking, which two brought her here? The beastmen sensed that the sharp-headed one was seeking scapegoats and quickly began to explain, "It was us, but we had no idea she would react this way. Please, sharp-headed one, intercede for us. Take whatever you want from our share. How about we turn back and catch another female to present to the chief, as if this one never existed?" Yi Meow Meow, still clinging to life, was already the subject of their thoughts for erasing her existence. Fortunately, not all the beastmen were blinded by panic. At least one had the sense to remain calm. He silently fetched a bag of water and, before the sharp-headed one, poured it directly over Yi Meow Meow's face. The icy water surged into her mouth and nose, prompting her to cough. Seeing this, the beastman hoisted her onto his shoulder and began to jostle her. He treated her as one would a drowning person, and surprisingly, this method proved quite effective. Before long, Yi Meow Meow coughed and regained consciousness. The prolonged inversion had caused her brain to become engorged, reddening her face, which was no longer the pallid hue of before. Wonderful. The female has not perished. The most delighted were the 2 orcs dragging her, one in front and one behind. Next was the sharp-nosed one, who subtly tugged at the corner of his lips before rising to pat one of the orcs on the shoulder, advising, "Feed her something. I will report to the chief." The orc hurriedly complied, and as soon as the sharp-nosed one left, he leaned towards Yi Meow Meow and inquired, "Female, what do you wish to eat?" "I want a big-headed ghost," Yi Meow Meow replied, a surge of resentment bubbling within her, her gaze fiercely fixed upon them. When she remained silent, the orcs began to lay out everything edible from the tribe before her. Their intentions were good. They wanted her to be well fed before presenting her to the chief, thereby fulfilling their duty. They were desperate not to let the female they had just rescued starve to death, for that would truly be their end. With a loud crash, Yi Meow Meow kicked everything off the table onto the floor. Her hands and feet were still bound, and her clumsy attempt to kick the dishes was far from graceful. It was almost comical. Yet, who would care? Her mood had soured to the extreme. How could one who had nearly died find any appetite for such haphazard food? She needed to vent her dissatisfaction and ensure these orcs paid a price. Yi Meow Meow refused to eat, and the orcs dared not pry open her mouth to force feed her, fearing that their grip on her slender neck could result in her demise. "Female, please, what do you wish to eat? We will bring you anything within our means. Yes, just tell us, and we will find a way to satisfy you." The 2 orcs were so desperate that they nearly knelt before her, their demeanor a stark contrast to before. Chapter 72. Bring Mother a box of stinky tofu. The sensory experience was utterly terrifying. Yi Meow Meow could hear everything, even feeling when an orc reached beneath her nose to check her breathing. Yet she could not awaken. That it was like drowning. She longed to take a deep breath but struggled as if someone had covered her mouth and nose, amplifying her fear to an unbearable degree. While those orcs outside exchanged mocking remarks, she clearly heard them say the chief had captured her for breeding and that he would consume the flesh of females. How horrifying. The scorpion beast had such a preference. leaving her with no avenue for survival. Why Meow Meow wished she could summon a nuclear bomb from her space to obliterate them all. I said I won't eat. And I mean it if you have the ability to let me starve. Let's see how you will report to the chief. After all, being well-fed would only lead her to suffer before that vile chief. It was better to delay as long as possible. Listening to these orcs, they were unlikely to let her die easily. Good female, it was wrong of us earlier. Please tell us how we can persuade you to eat. Why Meow Meow had initially gambled on a whim, not expecting the orc to genuinely soften his tone. In that case, I want to be alone for a while. You all smell too foul for me to have any appetite. The orc's expression soured. Yet he obediently stepped outside, remaining just beyond the door to guard it. Why Meow Meow slowly rose, hopping towards the door, glancing around. She found this room far superior to their tribal dwellings. The mud walls bore traces of hay, and the door appeared somewhat decent, resembling a human habitation. To her astonishment, the room contained a bed and a table, a proper four-legged bed, with a table of suitable size and height, accompanied by stools. Though the craftsmanship was somewhat crude, its practicality was undeniable. Once she confirmed there were no other openings for the orcs outside to peep through, she cautiously opened her space. Don't make sound. Slowly helped Mother cut the ropes off her hands. Sure enough, Bauer remained silent, first gently patting Meow Meow's wrist before using a blade to cut through the ropes, swiftly freeing Meow Meow's hands. She still didn't let Bauer out of the space. The clever child understood, and while Meow Meow busied herself cutting the ropes from her ankles, Bauer retrieved milk and bread from the space to feed her mother. The bread was rolled into balls and fed into Meow Meow's mouth, while the milk was unwrapped and a straw inserted. With each bite of bread followed by a sip of milk, Meow Meow quickly felt full. Mother, you have suffered. Bauer gazed at the bruise on Meow Meow's forehead, the scratches on her face, and the deep marks on her wrists where the ropes had dug in, the broken skin now scabbed over. Mother, what can Bauer do to help you? As she spoke, Bauer turned to fetch a dark little gun from the shelf, asking Mother, do you need this? Meow Meow had only seen various firearms on television. She had heard of the formidable recoil of certain guns. The last machine gun had only been used by Jian, whose muscular arms didn't seem to struggle with ITAS for herself. She hesitated, weighing the gun's weight in her hands. What if she mishandled it and accidentally harmed someone, or worse, let it be taken from her and used against her? Mother, can't you use it? Bauer, perceptive as ever, quickly noticed Meow Meow's embarrassment and promptly brought over a small booklet. Mother, here are some pictures for you to look at. The cover of the booklet bore the words Universal Instruction Manual. And upon opening it, various usage instructions appeared for toasters, tablets, projectors, phones, microwaves, and guns. Why Meow Meow widened her eyes in astonishment, realizing that this space was no longer a meager one. It was practically a fortified VIP safe house. Hearing some commotion at the door, Meow Meow hastily skimmed through the gun's instructions, then shoved the manual in Bauer's hands. You stay inside and eat well. Mother will be fine. Reluctantly, Bauer pressed a kiss to her mother's cheek. Mother, if you need anything, just tell me, and I will get it for you. Why Meow Meow smiled knowingly, her earlier gloom dissipating in an instant, reigniting her fighting spirit. Those wretched wandering beasts, whether scorpions or anything else, dared to touch her. She would make them all pay dearly. Bauer, bring Mother a box of stinky tofu, the green kind. As soon as the items were in her grasp, the door was pushed open. How did you untie the ropes? The guarding orc stepped in and immediately spotted Meow Meow standing there, holding a piece of roasted meat. His expression darkened, and he moved to rebind her. If you tie me up, then I want to eat. Why Meow Meow's words effectively halted the orc in his tracks. Unbeknownst to him, she held the gun in one hand, its muzzle conveniently obscured by the piece of roasted meat. This gun contained 12 bullets, and she had no intention of wasting them. Who knew if her space would provide her with another? What are you afraid of? I can't fight you, nor can I escape. What good does it do to bind my hands? Meow Meow smirked disdainfully. Or are you so lacking in confidence as a male that you need to tie me up before you feel secure? All that muscle you've built up is for naught. Applause rang from the doorway, and Meow Meow turned to see a well-formed, relatively handsome male striding towards her. What caught the eye was that he was adorned in a long robe. albeit made of animal skin. Yet it appeared far more refined than those who merely wore skirts of hide. Such eloquence. When did the rabbit tribe-esque females become so bold? Your cleverness is quite to my liking. Observing the orcs beside him bowing their heads in fear, Yi Meow Meow furrowed her brow. Could this be their chief? How inappropriate. Why did he come seeking her instead of waiting for the orcs to deliver her? Yi Meow Meow silently deliberated whether to shoot him now or wait and see. What if he was a unique beast that was not afraid of bullets? She hesitated, primarily because she had just grasped the gun and had yet to test it. She was uncertain about her aim, and she hadn't familiarized herself with the terrain, making it impossible to know which direction to flee if she needed to. Female, what are you staring at so intently? Suddenly, the orc leaned closer, smiling gently. Do not fear. The chief is very gentle during his mating season. As long as you bear him offspring, he will spare your life. Chapter 73. Why do you still smell so bad? Before her stood an orc, impeccably dressed and possessing an appealing countenance, his speech gentle and accompanied by a smile. Yet the look in his eyes was disconcerting, as if they concealed hidden daggers. After listening to his words, Yi Meow Meow felt a chill run down her spine. She finally comprehended the meaning of a smile that hides a knife. That aren't you the leader? Yi Meow Meow said, maintaining her composure as she discreetly positioned her gun against her abdomen, her other hand shielding the roasted meat. Are you eagerly hoping that I am a leader? The orc laughed, and the more he chuckled, the more uncomfortable Yi Meow Meow felt, a subtle headache beginning to form. Furrowing her brow, she took a few steps back, distancing herself from the orc. If you are not the leader, then what brings you here? Upon hearing you wish to starve yourself, I naturally came to offer assistance. Bah, what kind of help is that? Yi Meow Meow silently cursed, though she dared not voice her thoughts. There's an adage that warns against underestimating the educated fool. This orc before her was akin to a cunningly intelligent brute, likely harboring a multitude of devious schemes within. It was prudent to remain cautious. And how do you intend to assist me? By persuading me. Yi Meow Meow continued to retreat until her back met a wall, leaving her with no further room to escape. The orc stood merely a finger's width away, inhaling deeply before declaring, Beautiful female, why do you carry a rather unpleasant scent? Yi Meow Meow was taken aback. She smelled, so what if she did? The orc finally distanced himself from her, even going so far as to disdainfully cover his nose with a bee skin cloth. I shall return shortly. For now, let's arrange for you to bathe. Before long, the orcs exited the room, only to swiftly return with a large wooden tub filled with warm water and adorned with flower petals, filling the room with a humid fragrance. Having been tied up during her journey, Yi Meow Meow was indeed quite dirty, and she yearned for a hot bath. However, she called out to the orcs outside, Could you come in for a moment? The orc promptly opened the door and smiled at her. Female, do you have any requests? That individual earlier, what was his role among you? The one you refer to as Yin Yu. He is the strategist for our leader and oversees many matters. Well, I wish to bathe now. And you mustn't peek, otherwise, I'll inform your leader that you attempted to sleep with me on the way here. Upon hearing her words, the orc instantly stepped back. How can you speak so recklessly? Female, your thoughts are rather malicious. We would never dare to sleep with you, that if we did, wouldn't you end up with a child? The leader despises any orc who would taint his bloodline. Are you attempting to bring about our demise? Yi Meow Meow mused to herself that even orcs feared being cuckolded. She merely intended to test the waters, yet she had genuinely frightened this orc. I find your strategist, Yin Yu, quite handsome. I wonder who is more attractive, he or your leader. The orc seemed to grow wary of Yi Meow Meow, hesitating before retorting, What is your interest in this? You were brought here specifically for our leader. Within this tribe, you can only bear children for him. Do not entertain thoughts of any other ORC. Yi Meow Meow smiled alluringly. You must be around 20. Do you think I'm beautiful? Just now, Yin Yu praised my beauty. Could it be he has taken a liking to me? The orc felt increasingly uncomfortable under her gaze. Females were indeed beautiful, and one would not have been brought here otherwise. You have a partner. Surely you have not yet slept with a female. Have you? And what about your strategist? Does he have a partner? If he truly fancies me, should I choose to be with your leader or him? He is remarkably handsome, far more so than many orcs in our tribe. As she spoke, she plucked a flower petal from the water, toying with it between her fingers. Oh dear, how can I think this way? It is merely our first meeting, and yet I find myself somewhat smitten with Yenyu. Having delivered this monologue, she felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Yet as she observed the orc's increasingly troubled expression, a sense of triumph surged within her. In the Orcish world, females were regarded as the most precious resources within the tribe. They served as companions for the orcs and played an indispensable role in procreation. While the orcs might not treat females as equals, they certainly harbored a sense of possessiveness and jealousy over them. All right, you may leave now. Should I find out that anyone dares to peek at me while I bathe, I will ensure they suffer greatly. The orc, visibly displeased, closed the door. He had no intention of spying. Should the leader mistakenly believe he had slept with this female, the punishment would be far more terrifying than death itself. Though she had successfully intimidated him and instilled some misunderstanding, Yi Meow Meow still felt a twinge of unease. She moved a table to block the door, piled a couple of stools on top, and, still feeling somewhat apprehensive, removed her leather skirt to wash, submerging herself hurriedly in the tub. "Mother, what do you need?" The instant she opened her space, Ian Bauer seemed to sense her arrival, eagerly waiting nearby, arms laden with an abundance of food. Yi Meow Meow glanced at the shelves and pointed at a pink package. "That one, please." Inside was an entire outfit. Not only did Yi Meow Meow change into the new clothes, but the space also generously provided her with a new pair of overalls and a short-sleeve shirt, identical in color and style to what she had been wearing. She quickly rinsed her discarded clothes in the tub and stuffed them back into the packaging. Bauer, find a corner to store them until we return to the tribe. And we can wash them properly then. She could not leave her old clothes in the hands of the orcs. Otherwise, they would become suspicious. Though her washing was somewhat hurried, she felt considerably refreshed. As she twisted the water from her hair, she called for the orc outside to come in and dispose of the water. Then she made another request. "I want to go for a walk. If I don't soak up some sunlight, I might start to mildew." The orc, hesitant to act on his own accord, sought permission from Yenyu before leading her outside. Yi Meow Meow strolled ahead. And after a few steps, she halted and turned to the orc. "Why are you keeping your distance? Aren't you afraid I will run away?" The orc awkwardly turned his face away. "Female, did you really bathe just now? Why do you still smell so bad?" Chapter 74. "You're the most beautiful female I have ever seen." Suppressing a laugh, Yi Meow Meow replied, "I'm not certain. I cannot smell anything. Why not come a bit closer and see if perhaps you are mistaken?" The orc vehemently waved his hands in refusal. "If you wish to bask in the sun, do so quickly. We cannot linger outside for long." Yi Meow Meow chose to ignore him and continued to wander about. The tribe appeared vast, filled with mounds of earth that were not quite as large as those made by the scorpion beasts. Yet each mound held a room within, topped with windows and doors resembling yurt-like structures. Moreover, the mounds were arranged in an orderly manner, rows upon rows, left and right, front and back, leaving Yi Meow Meow feeling slightly disoriented as she walked. Gazing at the seemingly endless expanse of mounds, she felt a sigh bubbling within her. What sort of idea had these orcs concocted? Those with poor directional sense would likely struggle to find their own homes in this place. "Female, what are you looking at?" A voice like jade echoed from behind her. And Yi Meow Meow turned, her face lighting up with joy as she hurriedly bounded over to Yenyu. "Strategist Yen, what a coincidence. We meet again." Her hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her face radiated a brilliant smile. Her slender figure undeniably captivating, yet the scent emanating from her. Instinctively, Yenyu stepped back. He lifted his hand to cover his nose. He realized it might come off as impolite, for Yi Meow Meow gazed at him with a look of utter dismay. "Strategist Yen, why do you seem not to want to see me?" Everyone can act. The art of a smile that conceals malice is easily learned. Yi Meow Meow blinked, seemingly on the verge of tears, prompting Yenyu to furrow his brow and respond soothingly. "Not at all. You're the most beautiful female I have ever seen. How could I not wish to see you? Then why do you stand so far away?" Feigning ignorance, Yi Meow Meow pressed on. "I just spoke with that orc, and he mentioned your impressive skills. You are the leader strategist, correct?" Yenyu smiled and nodded gently, and Yi Meow Meow could even notice that his back had straightened a bit. She continued with enthusiasm. "Master Yin, you are so handsome. I wonder if the leader's even more good-looking than you. That I was initially quite frightened, but if the leader is as attractive as you, then I would have no reason to fear. Yin responded with a soft "oh" and inquired, "Why is that?" Yi Miao Miao quickly approached and grasped his hand, her expression one of feigned innocence. That don't you understand? I have a penchant for handsome males, particularly those as striking as you. Master Yin thought if we were to become partners, our offspring would surely be beautiful. She shook his hand with considerable force, making it difficult for Yin Yu to withdraw. You can only bear offspring with the leader, he stated, seemingly holding back his breath. Yet, Yi Miao Miao leaned in closer. Did I know? Those few orcs have already informed me, but I have yet to see what the leader looks like. If he is unattractive, or perhaps not as handsome as you, then I cannot agree. Yin Yu chuckled, his laughter tinged with a hint of sarcasm. Female, it seems you do not quite grasp a certain matter. Yi Miao Miao blinked at him, and at that moment, Yin Yu's tone turned cold, withdrawing his hand from her grasp. Here, it is not your decision to make. Yi Miao Miao recognized his anger and, sensing the shift, retreated, her expression now one of disappointment. ISNT it said that females are the most favored in the tribe. At home, everyone catered to me. She spoke innocently, like a naive girl oblivious to the world. Yin Yu found it difficult to discern whether her act was exaggerated or she genuinely lacked understanding. That I am hungry. I wish to eat rice. Do you have any here? While Yin Yu was still analyzing Yi Miao Miao, she suddenly made a new request. If I do not eat rice, I will fall ill. Yin Yu had never encountered a female so audacious in his presence. Did she truly lack any awareness of her situation? Half an hour later, a steaming pot of white rice was placed before Yi Miao Miao. Upon seeing it, her eyes brimmed with tears. She had craved rice for nearly 2 months and never expected to find satisfaction in such a circumstance. Did you grow this yourself? She inquired of the orc in charge of her care. The orc chuckled in response. We wouldn't endure that hardship. This was seized from those sheep tribe orcs. Eat up, there is plenty more if you need it. Yi Miao Miao remarked. You speak of theft so brazenly, as if it were a matter of great honor. Adhering to her principle of not wasting food, she polished off the entire pot of rice, sharing half with Yin Bao in her space. After satisfying her hunger, she requested 2 animal skin mats, thinking it prudent to take a nap. Without rest, her mind would falter, and she could easily succumb to fatigue. The orc grew somewhat displeased with her incessant demands, but dared not voice his discontent. For the moment he frowned. Yi Miao Miao would threaten to report him to the leader. Where did you acquire this? Yi Miao Miao inquired, stroking the smooth, glossy fox fur mat. You constantly steal from other tribes. Are you not afraid of retaliation? The orc laughed heartily. To seek revenge, one must be able to best us. You likely do not comprehend just how formidable our tribe is. Yi Miao Miao wished to inquire further, but the orc hastily exited the room, for her scent lingered unpleasantly, and moreover, Yin Yu had instructed him not to engage her too much. Yi Miao Miao thought it for the best. As she could now rest peacefully to avoid sleeping too deeply, she retrieved an alarm clock from her space and placed it beneath the animal skins. With it set to ring every half hour, she checked for any disturbances at the door before resuming her slumber. Yi Miao Miao slept soundly from the afternoon until the following day. Meanwhile, within a completely sealed circular earthen mound, a rectangular stone bed lay occupied by a 2-meter-tall orc. The orc, entirely black in hue, seemed to be in a deep slumber, yet the moment the sun dipped below the horizon, he opened his eyes. Leader, you are awake. As soon as he stirred, a throng of orcs gathered at the bedside to attend to him. The scene resembled that of an emperor rising to hold court. Shi Jin merely stretched his limbs, while the orcs assisted him in dressing and grooming, adorning his neck with a gleaming chain. Where is Master Yin? After donning his attire, Shi Jin exited the earthen mound, which served as his sleeping quarters. He entered a larger mound, spacious enough to accommodate a basketball court, where a black, ornate chair sat atop a raised platform, flanked by 2 rows of tables and chairs, resembling a conference hall. Clad in a black and gold robe, with his chest exposed, he seated himself upon the chair, with a wave of his hand. An orc promptly brought forth a rectangular table to place before him, followed by another group carrying a platter laden with bloody meat. Leader, Master Yin waits outside. Shall we invite him in? One orc inquired. Bending low, barely daring to meet his gaze, that Shi Jin nodded. Yes, let him in. Before long, Yin Yu entered, casting a glance around at the torches, seemingly displeased, before kneeling before Shi Jin in deference. Leader, do you not fancy those luminous pearls? Just days prior, he had sent a large basket of them to Shi Jin, intending for them to illuminate the walls. Yet now he noted that the torches remained lit. The mound was stifling, and the flames from the torches made it all the more unbearable. Yet Shi Jin relished such an environment, leaving Yin Yu to stifle any complaints. Those things are too dazzling. They're uncomfortable for me to behold. Yin Yu, exasperated, thought to himself that aside from the sun, nothing else was as glaring as the torches. The luminous pearls merely provided a subtle glow. Surely, the leader's eyes were not impaired. Though he mused this, he maintained a smile upon his face. If you do not favor them, why not grant them to me? I could use them to decorate my quarters. To Shi Jin waved his hand dismissively. Suit yourself. I did not summon you to discuss the pearls. That I have heard that Shi Jin has returned. Was the mission successful? Quite successful, Yin Yu replied, maintaining a respectful distance from Shi Jin, who preferred raw meat. While Yin Yu had no taste for such fare, don't make matters worse. Shi Jin possessed a penchant for conversing while he ate. Lacking any sense of decorum, Shi Jin captured a female from the rabbit tribe to present to you. She is currently being cared for within the tribe, awaiting the day when you feel inclined to take her. Just one. Shi Jin expressed disbelief. He had dispatched numerous orcs on this mission, and yet they had returned with only a single female. Seeking to curry favor with him? Yin Yu could only respond honestly. Perhaps the earlier intelligence was flawed. This Tiger Head Mountain tribe is unlike others. Their orcs are quite formidable. Our prior efforts to raise insect beasts were thwarted when they set them ablaze. To replenish our stock, we must venture into the marshes to seek a new batch of beast eggs. And the snake beasts? Yin Yu replied, the snake beasts have turned against us, were it not for our possession of their serpent king. Those sharp-toothed mountain insects would have been a threat to us as well. The orcs refer to snakes as mountain insects, both feared and despised, yet they often sought to rear them as vanguards. Shi Jin's anger flared, and he kicked over the table before him, the platter clattering to the ground with a resounding crash that echoed through the spacious room. Yin Yu instinctively frowned as he watched a platter roll to his feet. Still stained with remnants of blood, his expression one of disdain. However, the dim lighting and flickering torches obscured Shi Jin's countenance, preventing Yin Yu from discerning his true emotions. Useless creatures. Is there not a search party still seeking the whereabouts of the females? Have they perished in the flames as well? Not at all. Upon mentioning the matter, Shisho and Yin Yu expressed some confusion. Two had mysteriously vanished, failing to return as scheduled. The remaining few, although they did return on time, had indeed been unsuccessful in locating the lair of the females. According to their accounts, the area that might conceal the females was exceedingly foul-smelling, and despite searching thoroughly, they had not discovered any caves. Rather, they had been rendered dizzy several times by the stench. As for the more than 100 Shisho who had not returned, Yin Yu was aware they had perished in battle. Hence he refrained from further discussion. After all, each expedition resulted in numerous casualties among the beasts. The leader was solely concerned with what they brought back, never pondering how many had perished in the process. Why should he intentionally bring up a topic that would irk him? What a disappointment it was to have so many inept creatures within the tribe. The warriors of my Scorpion clan are undoubtedly the most valiant. After Scorpion Jin finished speaking, Yin Yu quickly raised his thumb in agreement. Indeed, leader, your kin are the strongest. The warriors in the tribe hold you in the highest esteem. Scorpion Jin has also achieved great merit this time. How do you wish to reward him? Yin Yu did not advocate for his own reward. Even though the initiative to attack Tiger Head Mountain had been his idea, he consistently kept his achievements humble, placing Scorpion Jin in the forefront. How is your collection from the Western Mountain proceeding? If this leader is to dominate the beast world, more iron tools and beast slaves are required. Have Scorpion Jin keep an eye on this matter. A new batch of iron tools must be produced within a month, and he shall be rewarded accordingly. Yin Yu nodded readily and prepared to take his leave. After conversing for so long, he found it increasingly difficult to breathe. As a fox beast, he despised such dark and damp environments, which are quite hostile to his fur, but a moment's carelessness could lead to infestation or even eye infections. However, just as Yin Yu was about to depart, Scorpion Jean suddenly called out to him. The female of the rabbit clan appears quite fertile. The last litter birthed by this leader was stillborn. You mentioned that the female of the goat clan had poor fortune, suggesting a switch to the rabbit clan would be better. Do not attempt to deceive this leader. Yin Yu dared not refute. He repeatedly assured that the female was healthy and robust before taking his leave. Once he stepped out of that dim room, he began to breathe deeply. After a while, a sudden realization struck him, and he felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. Healthy and robust. How could he describe that emaciated creature, Yi Miao Miao, as anything but a mere stick? He had truly been suffocated to the point of losing his wits. How could he utter such words? Now, he realized that unless he managed to fatten Yi Miao Miao, he would not dare present her to the leader. Meanwhile, Yi Miao Miao, deep in slumber, inadvertently sneezed. She opened her bleary eyes to glance at the door before turning over to continue her sleep. However, no sooner had she closed her eyes than the alarm clock rang. Yi Miao Miao hurriedly reached out to silence it, calculating that she had already slept for 5 or 6 hours. She contemplated slipping out while it was still dark. Chapter 76. She would not live to see the snow melt. Yi Miao Miao retrieved a bottle of spray from her space and, hiding behind the door, gently tapped on the wooden panel. Before long, an orc entered. It has not yet dawned. What do you intend to do? I need to relieve myself. Is there a problem with that? Yi Miao Miao retorted defiantly, prompting the orc to remain speechless as he led her outside. You read quite delicate, aren't you? Why couldn't you just do it inside? You had to come out, the orc muttered as he walked ahead. He was not unwilling to assist her with her waist. But she insisted on finding a grassy spot instead. In this tribe, everything was abundant except for grass. The orc guided her through the earthen huts, and the night breeze was somewhat chilly. Yi Miao Miao wrapped her animal skin tighter around herself, her keen eyes catching sight of something unusual. She had ventured out during the day, but there had been almost no orcs active then. Now, however, a multitude of orcs were entering and exiting the earth huts, as if they had urgent business to attend to. Moreover, many of the huts emitted light. Typically, this would be the time when the orcs were in deep slumber. Did they truly prefer to sleep with the lights on? Why were there suddenly so many orcs? Where had they all been during the day? Yi Miao Miao hastened to catch up with the orc. Her curiosity piqued. Your tribe is quite peculiar. Hardly any orcs were visible during the day. Yet they suddenly appear in droves at night. Are they all night owls? Every few earth huts, a fire basin was lit. Yi Miao Miao had previously noted these basins were made of iron, and now, seeing them ablaze, her curiosity only intensified. In this beastly world, how had this tribe developed so rapidly? On the other side of Tiger Head Mountain, they lacked even the knowledge of iron, let alone possess it. Here, they had already crafted iron basins. The disparity between the tribes was as stark as the difference between the ages of iron and stone tools. No wonder they brazenly attacked and plundered other tribes. Iron was certainly harder than stone. Mind your own business. If you need to relieve yourself, go that way. The orc pointed to a nearby area, and Yi Miao Miao then realized they had walked quite a distance, seemingly nearing the end of the encirclement of earth huts. However, when she reached the patch of land covered in grass, she felt her ignorance was profound, centered around the grassy area. The surroundings were entirely composed of earth huts. She felt as though she had entered a labyrinth, overwhelmed by the sensation of never being able to find her way out. Not that she genuinely needed to relieve herself, but since she was there, she might as well put on a show. Thus, she searched for a spot where the grass was tall, ensuring no orcs were passing by before proceeding. Due to the pungent scent emanating from her, the orc kept a considerable distance away, alleviating her embarrassment. She mused that the orc likely refrained from closely monitoring her movements, recognizing she was utterly incapable of escaping this maze-like place. Hey, your tribe is quite expansive. It seems like many people reside in these houses. How does such a powerful tribe operate under a single leader? Do tell me, does Yin Yu enjoy the leader's trust? You mentioned earlier that he oversees everything. How much territory does he actually control? Yi Miao Miao intentionally brought up Yin Yu again. She needed to solidify her infatuation with the military strategist persona. Otherwise, after her extensive inquiries, the orc might become suspicious. Come on, just share a bit with me. It's just the two of us here. I won't disclose anything to the other orcs. my situation, being taken from my homeland by you all, is quite pitiful. After finally encountering a handsome male, of course. I wish to learn more about him. Have some pity on me, all right? Yi Miao Miao's voice was inherently melodious, and at that moment, she deliberately softened her tone. The orc, having had little interaction with females and being in the prime of youth, found himself somewhat swayed by her glistening eyes. That I can only tell you that besides the leader, the military strategist holds the highest authority in the tribe, regardless of the territory, as long as the leader issues a command. The strategist may punish any orc it will. So, do you fear the leader more, or the strategist? Without much contemplation, the orc replied, both. Really, that we hardly ever see the leader. Everything is conveyed through the strategist. His words represent the leader's will. To anger him is to provoke the leader. Lastly, the orc added, but do not crush on the strategist. He holds no sympathy for you females. While you might seek leniency for other matters, you cannot expect the same from him. His only concern is delivering you before the leader to avoid incurring the leader's wrath. Why? Does he not desire a partner? Are there no females in your tribe more beautiful than me? Not that Yi Miao Miao was overly conceited. If she could extract information about the existence of other females from this orc, it might prove advantageous to her. After all, in her current predicament, only fellow females could empathize and mutually assist one another. There are, and there aren't. Orcs are not inherently malevolent beings. It is often said that like attracts like, and they engage in activities dictated by the nature of their leaders. If one were to extract them individually and inquire about their genuine thoughts, it is unlikely that many would possess the audacity to commit acts of murder and arson. Perhaps they merely yearn for a life of stability. Under the leadership of Scorpion Gold, the concept of companionship has never existed within the tribe. The sole purpose of the females is to bear offspring and provide amusement for the males, who regard them not as equals, but merely as tools. The orc youth, under the gaze of Yi Miao Miao, suddenly felt a twinge of sympathy for her. Since aligning himself with the Scorpion tribe, he had encountered a number of females of varying stature and appearance, yet none surpassed her beauty. However, it must be acknowledged that Yi Miao Miao was indeed the most odorous among them. Yet this paradox of being both foul and exquisite sealed her fate from the very first day she entered the tribe. Yin Yu's words were merely a ruse. Yi Miao Miao would likely survive only until the winter's end, never to witness the thaw of snow melt. Here, amidst the females, you're deemed the most beautiful. However, know this. Yin Yu has no need for a mate, and neither do we. Should you have any requests during your stay, feel free to voice them. I shall endeavor to fulfill them, ensuring you are well fed and well cared for. The orc youth believed this was the utmost he could do for Yi Miao Miao. Unbeknownst to her, Yi Miao Miao was on the brink of peril. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of escape, yet given the stark disparity between her and the enemy, a solitary effort seemed futile. Instead, she pondered the wisdom of the 36 stratagems. If she could sow discord between Yin Yu and the chief, perhaps she could seize the opportunity to flee. Chapter 77. In the eyes of the orc youth, Yi Miao Miao retained a flicker of conscience as they conversed while retracing their steps. They encountered more orcs returning to their earthen dwellings. The darkness obscured Yi Miao Miao's view of their features and attire. Is it customary in your tribe to don black animal skins? They all appear to be clad in darkness, she remarked. The orc youth shot her a bemused glance, replying, it is not animal skin. It took Yi Miao Miao a moment to comprehend his meaning. If it was not animal skin, then what were these orcs? Suddenly, panic surged within her, and she bolted, recalling that she had been captured by a scorpion beast. Did this mean that all these orcs were scorpion beasts as well? Had she inadvertently wandered into the territory of the Scorpion King? The thought of being surrounded by scorpion beasts sent chills down her spine, compelling her to hasten back indoors. Surely, that day her mind had faltered, causing her to overlook crucial information. It was utterly terrifying. For someone who had harbored a fear of serpents and vermin since childhood, this was a formidable challenge. Though she distinctly remembered having come from this direction, she soon found herself lost amid her frantic sprint. The orc youth hurriedly pursued her, but the strength of a woman gripped by sheer terror can be formidable. To his astonishment, she evaded him in her desperate state, crashing into one of the earthen mounds with a startled cry before hastily emerging once more. Thus, she stumbled into several scorpion beast dwellings, ultimately collapsing from exhaustion in a most unrefined manner. Yi Meow Meow sat on the ground, weeping profusely, her cries drawing the attention of many orcs who quickly surrounded her. One orc, holding a torch, illuminated her face, exclaiming in delight, "What a beautiful female! Brothers, come look, this one is truly exquisite, reminiscent of those we seized from the sheep tribe last year. With such fair skin. Indeed, when did our tribe gain such a succulent female? Why was no one informed? Surely they do not intend to hoard her all for themselves? Wait, this is not a place for females. Could she have fled from somewhere else?" As the orc spoke, they reached out to grasp Yi Meow Meow, who shrieked in fear. "Young sir, where are you? Please save me. Young sir, if I perish, you shall not escape either. Think of a way to disperse them." The other orcs, unfamiliar with her origins and destination, may not have harmed her, yet the orc youth would not dare do so. Thus, Yi Meow Meow could only call out to him in desperation. The orcs, accustomed to the cries of females in distress, merely laughed, dismissing her pleas as they anticipated that soon she would lack the strength to cry out that a few bold orcs seized her, intent on dragging her back to their dwelling, while the anxious orc youth struggled to break through the throng. "You cannot touch her. She is the female brought back by the scorpion to be presented to the chief." "Are you all seeking death?" he shouted, but the cacophony drowned out his voice, leaving few orcs to heed his warning, particularly those in the thick of the crowd who remained oblivious. They continued to tug at Yi Meow Meow, intent on tearing her apart as if to consume her whole. Overcome with fear, she bit down on one orc's arm, and as he yelped in pain and released her, she swiftly reached into her pocket. With a resounding bang, an orc collapsed, blood gushing from his chest like a fountain, and an eerie silence descended upon the scene that while Yi Meow Meow stared at the smoking muzzle of the gun, her heart racing with even greater trepidation. At last, the orc youth seized the moment to slip through the crowd, spreading his arms wide to shield Yi Meow Meow. "She is the female brought back by the scorpion to be presented to the chief. You cannot harm her." Upon hearing this, the gathered orcs felt a twinge of fear. They had acted impulsively, failing to question why such a beautiful female had appeared in an inappropriate setting. Their minds had been clouded by desire, nearly costing them their lives. Seeing the orcs remain still, Yi Meow Meow cautiously lowered her weapon. However, firing the gun would undoubtedly incite suspicion, and she feared she would soon have to relinquish it in a moment of quick thinking. She thrust the gun into the orc youth's hands, whispering urgently, "Just say you found it on the way. Otherwise, I will ensure you accompany me to the grave out of course," before handing the gun to him. She had already removed the remaining bullets. The orc youth found himself grasping the weighty object, tempted to discard it, yet he tightened his grip upon hearing Yi Meow Meow's warning. "You shot him to save me. I will plead for you before Yen if I die. You will not live to see another day, but I can witness your demise." That why Yi Meow Meow spoke with conviction. Until she bore offspring, no one would dare harm her. Yet, as an inconspicuous, ordinary orc, her fate was of little concern to others. It was merely a matter of words. With this realization, the orc youth clenched the gun tightly, resolutely standing before Yi Meow Meow until the commotion attracted Yin Yu's attention. Yin Yu approached with a dark expression, having just emerged from a meeting with the chief, eager for a bath and rest, only to be summoned unexpectedly, much to his discontent. "What is happening? Were you not all supposed to be asleep? Why the gathering?" The orcs dared not respond, parting to create a path. Why Yi Meow Meow, seizing the moment, threw herself upon Yin Yu, crying out, "Brother Yu, save me." Her sudden embrace startled not only the orcs but also Yin Yu himself. Nonetheless, he quickly regained his composure, pulling Yi Meow Meow aside. What is the meaning of this? Though he had only partially bathed, he had changed into clean clothes, and now this foul-smelling female had sullied his attire. He would have to change again and likely bathe anew. Why Yi Meow Meow knew well that Yin Yu would not welcome her advance. Otherwise, she would not have dared to approach him so. Sobbing, she pointed at the orc youth, saying, "Ask him where he has taken me." The orc youth, bewildered by this odorous yet beautiful female who had led him astray, protested, "He did not guide me. She was the one running amok. Brother Yu, you must save me. I merely sought you out, but lost my way and stumbled upon this horde of orcs. They nearly devoured me." In the eyes of the orc youth, Yi Meow Meow was considered to possess a modicum of conscience, albeit not much. Chapter 78. Is there a way to rid yourself of this odor? Fortunately, her last remark circled back, prompting the orc youth to recount the events that had just transpired, essentially presenting the facts without embellishment. Yin Yu had nearly grasped the situation, and he waved his hand, signaling everyone to disperse. Have you not considered that such a beautiful female is beyond your worth? Are you all devoid of intellect? Enough. Return to your slumber, and remember her visage. Inform the other orcs that she is akin to a thunderbolt in the mines. Whoever dares to approach shall meet their demise. Thunderbolt. Mines? Yi Meow Meow appeared to have inadvertently stumbled upon some valuable information. After a moment of contemplation, she continued to lean closer to Yin Yu. Are we simply letting them go? They have all bullied me just now. Brother Yu, will you not avenge me? Yin Yu replied. Surely, this female has been rendered foolish by the antics of these ruffians. What enmity do I bear towards her that I should assist? Brother Yu, you once declared that I am the most beautiful female you have ever encountered. How could you so easily overlook those who have wronged me? Ah, I know you must have a plan in mind, allowing them to lower their guard, only to strike when the moment is ripe and eliminate them all, ensuring they remember your kindness until their last breath. Such is your cunning nature, is it not? Yin Yu's countenance darkened, realizing his ignorance. How could the female of the Rabbit clan possess such imaginative prowess? Surpassing that of their Fox clan? Silence, Yin Yu said coldly. Instantly, Yi Meow Meow obediently covered her mouth, casting a look of defiance at the orcs. The orcs felt a chill run down their spines, and their gazes towards Yin Yu shifted. Soon, they scattered, with none daring to speak for the one who had perished on the ground, save for Yin Yu, who fixed his gaze upon the orc's chest wound and narrowed his eyes. Inquiring, who killed him? Was it you? He turned to Yi Meow Meow, who immediately shook her head vigorously. If I had such capability, would I have been captured by that sharp-headed fool? To clarify her innocence, Yi Meow Meow pointed at the orc youth without hesitation. It was he who heroically saved me. He is now my benefactor. Brother Yu, you must reward him generously. Without him, I would have perished long ago, and how would you explain my death to the chief? Indeed, I understand. You, a beautiful female, are not easily forsaken. However, the chief is your superior, and his commands must be heeded. Even if your heart rebels against it 1,000 times, you must obey him like a subservient dog. As Yi Meow Meow continued her spirited discourse, she suddenly felt darkness envelop her, and she toppled to one side. Damn Yin Yu, how dare he strike me on the head? As Yi Meow Meow fainted, the orc youth was left in shock, hastily crouching down to check her breathing. Thankfully, she was still alive. Gasping, he turned to Yin Yu. Strategist Yin, why did you strike her? Yin Yu's complexion shifted from black to white to green, ultimately taking on a purplish hue as if he were suppressing a fiery rage. Silence! Everyone! Be silent before this strategist. When had he consented to be the strategist? He loathed serving that foolish chief, who only knew how to consume raw meat and brandish torches. Yet he felt powerless when Yi Meow Meow regained consciousness. She found herself back in her original dwelling, resting upon a thick fur mat. Upon opening her eyes, she immediately spotted Yin Yu standing by her bedside, his gaze fixated on her with a menacing intensity. Brother Yu, enough, she began. Yin Yu interjected coldly. I must confess, when I first laid eyes upon you, I was taken aback by your beauty. However, I must also acknowledge that you're the foulest female I have ever encountered. Even a fruit beast that passes gas pales in comparison to you. Are you truly of the Rabbit clan? Yi Meow Meow sat up, rubbing her forehead, and upon discovering a bump there, her spirits instantly plummeted. Were her wiles and schemes rendered futile? Why had Yin Yu struck her? Was he not meant to be so moved by her that he could not bear to present her before the chief? Oh, right. What had Yin Yu just said? That she stank. She let out a resigned sigh. The odor was a means of survival, and she would never willingly endure it. What is your name? Yin Yu suddenly realized he did not know the name of the female before him. Initially, he deemed it irrelevant, considering her a mere expendable. However, he now sensed something unusual about her. Why, Meow Meow, she replied candidly. Moreover, I have never claimed to be an orc of the Rabbit clan. Perhaps your subordinates were mistaken when they captured me. While rubbing her forehead, she smiled at Yin Yu. You are quite ruthless. They say males possess great strength. Are you not afraid of crushing my skull with a single punch? Or is it that you lack such strength? Her words were undeniably insulting to the orcs, yet Yin Yu, preoccupied with more pressing inquiries, chose not to engage in her taunts. If you are not of the Rabbit clan, then of which clan are you? Yin Yu felt a pang of regret. He had known that Scorpion Tip was a fool, yet he had failed to ascertain Yi Meow Meow's lineage beforehand. Now he had unwittingly added another layer of deception to his dealings with the chief. Not of the Rabbit clan, lacking in stature, a Yi Meow Meow such as this would be better off dead. After all, in her current state, she would not survive a night under the chief's scrutiny. What clan do you belong to? Yi Meow Meow. I shall speak plainly. The only reason you are still alive is due to my intercession with the chief on your behalf, if you wish to avoid immediate death. Speak the truth. That why Yi Meow Meow suddenly mewed like a cat. Did you catch that? I am of the Meow Star Race. Meow Star Race. What sort of clan is that? I have never heard of it. As Yin Yu pondered seriously, he suddenly realized he might have been duped. He glared at Yi Meow Meow, who wore a sly grin, and felt his anger flare once more. Yet Yi Meow Meow was unperturbed. Since Yin Yu had struck her but did not immediately deliver her to the chief, it indicated that the timing for such a move was not yet ripe. Yin Yu took a deep breath once more. But his habitual method of relieving frustration only served to further aggravate him in Yi Meow Meow's presence. For the stench was unbearable. He suddenly considered that even if Yi Meow Meow were well-fed and robust, and even if the chief believed her to be of the Rabbit clan, her odor would likely prevent his acceptance of her. In that case, she would perish, Scorpion Tip would die, and he too would be subjected to a torturous existence. Yin Yu gazed at Yi Meow Meow with a face full of despair. Speak the truth. Why do you smell so foul? Is there a way to eliminate this odor? Yi Meow Meow recalled the pieces of stinky tofu hidden behind her waist, gently shook her head, and casually fabricated, I have been this way since birth. My parents never disdained me. Why should you, a band of robbers, look down upon me? Yin Yu replied, Ah, yes, they are robbers, but even robbers fear foul odors. He believed Yi Meow Meow's cunning surpassed that of the nearly cunning old fox in his former tribe. She was a master of deception, spinning tales with no credibility whatsoever. Chapter 79. This stubbornness of unyielding nature. Yin Yu realized he could not continue to question her in this manner. So he summoned the orc youth to come in. Pointing to the weapon in his hand, he asked, Is this yours? Yi Meow Meow shook her head. No, what is this? Yin Yu pressed that why Yi Meow Meow again shook her head. I do not know. Did you use this weapon to kill that orc? Yi Meow Meow vigorously shook her head. This weapon is not mine. I have no idea what it is used for. I did not kill the orc with it. And moreover, I do not know how that orc died. It was the youth who saved me. The weapon is in his possession, so you should be questioning him. Yin Yu turned to the orc youth, who thought this stubbornness of unyielding nature, along with this inability to extract a single truth, is simply impeccable. Yin Yu shot the orc youth a cold glance, and he immediately stepped forward with an awkward smile. Good female, I have confessed. You should just admit why Yi Meow Meow widened her eyes, gazing at him innocently. Confess to what? The orc youth replied, I told Strategist Yin that this weapon is yours. You instructed me to claim it was something I found. However, you never mentioned where I found it. And I was at a loss for words, so I had to confess. Why Yi Meow Meow burst into laughter. You are quite amusing. If you cannot fabricate a story, how could I? Firstly, this object was discovered in your possession. Since it was found, you may claim it could have been picked up anywhere, unless, of course, you wish to conceal the location of its discovery from others. Secondly, I have reason to suspect that you have acquired something valuable and chose to keep it hidden rather than report it to your superior, only to resort to using it in a moment of desperation, with no avenue for hiding it and no plausible explanation for your possession of such an item. You fear punishment, leading you to implicate me instead. Am I correct in my assessment? The orc youth. It is a reasonable deduction. He finds himself unable to counter it. Yin Yu. He merely wishes to ascertain if there are more of such items. Showing no inclination to investigate the matter of your failure to report, why Yi Meow Meow, noticing their unwavering gaze upon her, reached into her pocket. If you do not believe me, then search me and see if I still possess this item. The bullet she had taken out had already been discreetly returned to her storage, though one remained on the orc, intended to prevent him from revealing her gun. if unused, might elude suspicion as to its purpose. Yet once it is employed to slay a beast, it becomes a remarkable object for the orcs. Should they discover such a weapon concealed upon themselves, they might pursue their goal relentlessly. Yin Yu chuckled. While you were asleep, I conducted a search. Cunning and shameless. Wai Meow Meow inwardly cursed him but maintained smile. Have you searched him as well? She gestured towards the orc youth. You search me, but not him. You certainly trust him, do you not? Yin Yu, upon hearing her words, indeed turned his gaze towards the orc. Remove your garments yourself. Do not make me do it. He had not searched the orc youth because he had assumed from the outset that the item belonged to Yi Meow Meow. It was not that he trusted the orc, but rather that he doubted his courage to conceal such a treasure. In an effort to prove his innocence, the orc youth quickly shed his animal skin skirt, prompting Yi Meow Meow to turn away and cover her eyes the moment he began to undress. Yin Yu scrutinized the orc youth, expressing mild disdain as he instructed him to turn around, then added, Put your clothes back on. It seemed that among this tribe of orcs, none were inclined to bathe except for him. The dirt and grime on their bodies were nearly forming into clumps. Having found nothing extraneous on the orc youth, Yin Yu shifted his focus back to Yi Meow Meow. I sincerely hope you will speak the truth out of course, if you believe you can deceive me. Then you are sorely mistaken. You are aware that in this tribe, apart from the chief, I hold the authority. Your previous attempt to befriend me were merely a means to secure your own safety. Were they not? Yi Meow Meow waited until she felt the orc had finished dressing before turning to Yin Yu. I am hungry. I desire rice. Yin Yu, was his previous expression not serious enough? How could she so casually make such an outrageous demand? However, considering that he still needed to ensure Yi Meow Meow was well-fed and robust, he relented. You, fetch some rice, he commanded the orc youth, who promptly placed the gun on the table and nodded obediently. I also require vegetables and meat. The vegetables should be greens, boiled without spice, and the meat must be thoroughly cooked, devoid of any trace of blood. With each of her requests, the orc youth nodded earnestly. Suddenly, with a clatter, something fell to the floor. Yin Yu's eyes widened in surprise. Do not move. I shall retrieve it. He hastily bent down, extending his slender fingers to pick up the bullet from the ground. This is the very item. How could you possess it? The orc youth stood in shock. How could he have it? It was impossible. And what exactly was this object, so small and pointed he did not recognize it at all? Suddenly, he glanced at Yi Meow Meow, who raised a finger to her lips, signaling him to be silent. The orc who has perished. From his chest, this military strategist extracted an identical object. As Yin Yu spoke, he produced the bullet from his pocket, placing the two bullets side by side, his delight growing with each glance. While Yi Meow Meow leaned in closer, examining the bullets with fascination. It truly is remarkable. How could such a small object cause death? As she reached out to touch the bullet, Yin Yu swiftly slapped her hand away. Do not move this moment. He seemed to harbor no doubts about her. His icy gaze turned towards the orc youth. It appears I have underestimated you. You truly dare to hoard treasures? The orc youth, frightened, immediately prostrated himself on the ground, pleading, Spare me, Yin strategist. I genuinely did not know. I feared your punishment, which is why I could not speak the truth at this point. It mattered little whether he insisted the item was not his. He could only grit his teeth and comply. As Yi Meow Meow had been correct. If he had found the item, he could claim it came from anywhere. Fabricating a story would suffice, and stubbornness would lead to a dead end. Yin strategist, I speak the truth. This item indeed belongs to me. It was discovered near the cliff of the Tiger Head Mountain tribe, where an orc used it to injure two of our companions, who fell over the edge. That orc was also wounded, and I picked this item up when it fell to the ground. Chapter 80. The chief need only be not a fool to understand. I simply thought this item was impressive. Intending to keep it hidden, I realize now my mistake. In the future, should I find anything valuable, I shall present it to the strategist at once, pleading for your mercy and not to take my life. Yi Meow Meow silently gave the orc youth a thumbs up. Well done. Not only could he concoct a location, but he also fabricated a person to confuse Yin Yu, thus avoiding the inquiry as to why he would use such an item. At this moment, the orc youth was cursing Yi Meow Meow repeatedly in his mind, retracting his earlier desire to treat her well. It was better to send her to the chief to face her fate rather than risk her causing trouble for others. Yi Miao Miao, however, was not oblivious to the orc's resentment towards her. Yet what could she do? There were the kidnappers, after all, and she sought to survive. Could she still play the saint in a life-and-death struggle? They were adversaries, and showing mercy was not an option. Listening to the orc youth's words, Yin Yu appeared to be weighing the truth to this moment. How could Yi Miao Miao not lend him a hand? Actually, she began slowly, hesitating when Yin Yu turned to her. Alas, it seems I cannot escape this place, so I might as well tell you the truth. Yin Yu rose and took a seat on the stool before her. Attentively listening, speak, perhaps I can help you escape. Orc youth, go check outside to ensure the others do not eavesdrop. Yi Miao Miao winked at the orc youth, who gritted his teeth in frustration, yet had no choice but to comply. With one Yi Miao Miao and one Yin Yu, both were figures he could not provoke. Now entangled with them, he had no option but to comply. After the orc youth stepped out and returned, Yi Miao Miao continued. In fact, I have seen this item before. The sun had risen outside the earthen dwelling, lights streaming in through the window. Yi Miao Miao gazed at Yin Yu's seemingly harmless face and spoke deliberately. It belongs to an orc from our tribe. He is not a native of our tribe, nor does he have a mate, but he once pursued me. As she said this, she smiled shyly, causing Yin Yu to shudder with revulsion. What kind of orc would pursue her? Had he lost his senses? The orc youth wore a similarly incredulous expression. While the female might be beautiful, her heart was far too treacherous. Yi Miao Miao. Yin Yu suddenly called her name with great formality, then said, Let us strike a deal. Could you not get to the point? The crux is that he pursued me. If he did not, why would he show me such a rare item? Yi Miao Miao glared at Yin Yu indignantly. You may praise my beauty while looking down upon me, but you cannot doubt the affections of other males toward me. Yin Yu quickly nodded. You are correct. Please continued, he was mistaken. He should never have come to meet this female on that day. It was sheer madness. Very well, I shall continue. Since I am weaving a tale, it must have reasonable character relationships. Yi Miao Miao rolled her eyes at Yin Yu and continued. You must have noticed that I am the most beautiful female in our tribe, and not just anyone is worthy of being my mate. Therefore, in his pursuit of my heart, he truly went to great lengths. This moment, she exhibited a hint of the previous owner's flamboyance. Yi Miao Miao. He had once shown me this item and promised that if I became his partner, he would present it to me. However, at that time, he did not wield this item against other orcs, so I was unaware of its true power. Yi Miao Miao's statements were undeniably reasonable. Yet Yin Yu still raised a query. Then why did you not admit it just now? Yi Miao Miao rolled her eyes dramatically at him. Admit what? This does not belong to me. It has to even come into my possession yet before that orc vanished. The chieftain had heard of wandering orcs, and it was precisely because your band of robbers was approaching that we were all relocated. Naturally, I became separated from that orc, and subsequently, during the relocation, I was captured and brought here. I have only glanced at this item. I neither touched it nor handled it. What do you expect me to admit? As she spoke, Yi Miao Miao shot a glare at the orc lad. You tell me. When your group captured me, did you search me? Did I possess this item? At this point, the orc lad could only align his words with hers. When Yin Yu glanced over, he nodded slightly. Strategist. She is indeed correct. We did search her, and she had no extraneous items. It was only at this juncture that the orc lad realized the true danger posed by Yi Miao Miao. They had indeed searched her, and she truly did not possess the item. Yet it was she who had just covertly stashed it in her hand. He couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment at Yi Miao Miao. And as he opened his mouth to speak, he saw her make a gesture of slicing her throat that a chill ran down his spine, and he dared not utter another word. Noticing that the orc lad's complexion had turned pale, Yin Yu quickly turned to Yi Miao Miao, observing that her expression remained unaffected, before continuing, Very well. I do not wish to delve into who speaks truth or lies, and my only question is whether you two wish to live or die. The choice is yours. It was hardly a choice at all. Who would opt for death? Yi Miao Miao regarded Yin Yu, echoing the unspoken thoughts of the orc lad. What does living entail, and what does dying entail? Yin Yu replied, Listen to me. If you cooperate, none of us need to die. Should you dare to conceal anything from me again or allow another incident like today to occur, you will certainly perish before me. Yi Miao Miao. as if having given the matter profound consideration, stated, "I wish to live, but I have one condition. You must not present me to your leader. Otherwise, I will certainly keep this item a secret, and you will inform the leader of your intentions to collude." She added, "Do not think of silencing me. I can write and draw, as long as the leader is not a fool. He will comprehend. Naturally, if you dare to render me a cripple and present me before the leader, believe me, you will not need to hear it from me. But demise will be assured." Each of Yi Miao Miao's words struck at Yin Yu's heart, solidifying his resolve. If he were ever to return to his original tribe, he would ensure that Yi Miao Miao and that cunning old fox met, to see who among them was truly more ruthless and cunning. Under Yi Miao Miao's watchful gaze, Yin Yu gritted his teeth and replied, "Of course, I am counting on you to locate that orc and ascertain the origins of this item." Chapter 81. He saw a large yellow-skinned tiger approaching him. Had he known that a mere gun could instill a sense of mercy in Yin Yu, Yi Miao Miao would not have needed to concoct schemes to drive a wedge between him and the leader. However, Yin Yu was clearly an unfaithful partner. He might very well eliminate Yi Miao Miao once he obtained what he desired, that a male who is not seduced by a female's beauty, but instead seeks ambition, is far more terrifying than a heartless scoundrel. Such a male's heart is the most ruthless. In an apparent attempt to demonstrate his sincerity, Yin Yu proactively proposed a plan he had conceived in his mind. "Tomorrow, I will provide you with a map. You will escape according to the marked locations as for the most opportune moment. He will inform you when the time comes." Yin Yu gestured towards the orc lad, who immediately nodded. "I will heed the strategist's arrangements." Yin Yu, satisfied, patted him on the shoulder and continued speaking to Yi Miao Miao. "You will run ahead while he pursues you. Once you reach the location I have predetermined, you will hide and wait for me to find you. Can you guarantee that I will be able to escape? What if I am caught by orcs along the way and delivered to the leader?" Yi Miao Miao required 100% assurance. She was unwilling to risk her life repeatedly. Although Yin Yu was formidable here, he was still a second in command. The orcs primarily feared the leader, and many sought to achieve merit to please him. Yi Miao Miao's concerns mirrored those of the orc lad, yet he did not dare question Yin Yu's words and could only comply with his directives. "Strategist, rest assured, I will follow your orders without question. Even if we are discovered by other orcs, I will not divulge your identity." While his words seemed loyal, upon deeper reflection, they held little substance. Yin Yu shot him a sidelong glance and coldly replied, "Rest assured, I will not give you that opportunity." The orc lad felt a chill run down his neck and lowered his head, falling silent. Yet, Yi Miao Miao continued, "Whether we flee tomorrow or the day after makes no difference. You should ensure the plan is foolproof. I simply wish to survive, but you likely bear more risk than I do should something go awry. I believe you will fear death more than we do." Though Yin Yu was reluctant to admit it, Yi Miao Miao's words indeed pierced his heart, leaving him vexed yet unable to act against her. To strike her would be unbecoming. After all, she was a female, and Yin Yu prided himself on not being so uncouth as for insults. He had experienced the sharpness of Yi Miao Miao's tongue and knew he could not best her in that regard. Thus, he could only stifle his frustration and leave. Before departing, he turned back to Yi Miao Miao, solemnly stating, "You truly need to find a way to eliminate this foul odor. Otherwise, no matter where we flee, your stench will lead them to us, still trapped in the tiger's den." Everything remained a dead end until an opportunity arose. Hastily revealing one's trump card was unwise. Why, Yi Miao Miao smiled innocently at Yin Yu. "I have no means. If you have a solution, I will cooperate. After all, you are the strategist. Devising plans should be your forte." Yin Yu thought to himself that he should not have uttered that remark. After Yin Yu left, the orc lad prepared to exit as well, but Yi Miao Miao called out to him. He turned back, and now only the two orcs remained in the room. The orc lad had just undergone a life-and-death trial and was eager to confront Yi Miao Miao with several questions. Yet before he could speak, she interrupted him that, "If you wish to survive, keep your mouth in check. The more you speak, the more mistakes you will make. Too much talking leads to a swift death. Do you understand?" The orc lad gritted his teeth and shot her a resentful glance before leaving. Once the room was entirely empty, Yi Miao Miao finally relaxed, collapsing onto the fur mat, exhaling deeply. It was so difficult. Why must a frail woman like her face such life and death challenges? She truly felt exhausted. She could have been foraging for wild vegetables in the forest or laboring diligently in the fields. Yet instead, she found herself entangled with wandering orc bandits, where a single misstep could lead to her obliteration. But why Meow Meow longed for Jian to be present. At least he could shield her or fight alongside her. That would certainly be better than facing everything alone, of course. It was impossible for Jian to be there, and even if he were, he might not risk his life to protect her. Bower, where are you? Yi Meow Meow could only open her spatial rift in search of a sliver of comfort. After calling out, her little one came bounding over, dressed in a fluffy pink dress, resembling a delightful little princess as she leaped into Yi Meow Meow's embrace. Mother, Bower was so worried about you. After giving Yi Meow Meow a hug, Bower quickly released her and presented her with a paper box that had been prepared earlier. Mother, there are so many delicious treats here. You must eat. Her child was truly considerate, always prioritizing her needs, fearing she might go hungry. Mother, are you hurt? Suddenly, Bower noticed the swollen lump on Yi Meow Meow's forehead and felt a pang of concern. She hurriedly leaned in to blow on it. Oh, it won't hurt anymore. In the past, she had observed other children as mothers blowing on their bumps when they fell. Why Meow Meow held Bower tightly in her arms. Resting her chin on the soft shoulder of her child, whispering, Bower, let mother hold you for a moment. I need to recharge, and you are my power bank. Song and Bai swam in the river for a full 2 days and nights. Along the way, they faced moments when they felt they could no longer hold on and would sink, yet they encouraged each other by recounting memories of times spent with their mother. They swam with all their might, oblivious to the passing of day and night, taking turns to rest when fatigue set in. However, despite their efforts, they were swept away by the river's current and found themselves beneath a waterfall. Elder brother, Bai had never ventured so far from home, and had it not been for Song protecting him throughout the journey, he feared he would have succumbed long ago. Now, with the river's swift waters, he sank beneath the surface several times, separating from Song, and a sense of fear began to creep into his heart. Just then, he spotted a large yellow tiger swimming towards him, fierce in appearance. In the turbulent waters, Bai could not discern whether the creature was a beast man or an uncivilized tiger. Moreover, he truly lacked the strength to continue, as the tiger clamped its jaws around him. He found himself too weak to struggle, silently calling out for his mother in his heart. Bai lost consciousness, and after Hu Tian carried him to the riverbank, Song was already waiting there anxiously. Uncle Hu Tian, how is my younger brother? As Bai gradually transformed back into human form, Song, upon seeing him, felt as if he might burst into tears. Suddenly, Hu Tian remembered the first aid techniques he had learned from Yi Meow Meow at the chief's home. Stay to the side. I will attempt to save him. Hu Tian recalled the steps from that day and began to apply pressure to Bai's chest. Chapter 82. Jian gazed coldly at them without uttering a word. Hu Tian, renowned as the strongest in the tribe, possessed an excellent memory and knew how to apply what he had learned. Bai was still a cub and could not withstand the same force as an adult beast man. So Hu Tian moderated his strength, pressing on Bai's chest while observing his reactions. When Bai finally opened his eyes, Hu Tian felt an unprecedented sense of accomplishment. Bayer, how do you feel? Song immediately rushed over to embrace Bai, his eyes brimming with anxious tears. Yet, their father had once said that they would grow into strong beastmen and should not shed tears lightly. Bai's memory lingered on the moment when the large yellow tiger had bitten him. He initially screamed in terror, but upon recognizing Hu Tian and Song before him, he could not help but burst into tears. Elder brother, I miss mother, I miss father, and I miss our elder brother is here. Bayer need not fear, for I am here to protect you. Bai cried heart-wrenchingly, and Hu Tian felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. Were he not an adult beast man, he would have liked nothing more than to howl out his own cries. At that moment, he longed for his beloved Bailing, wondering where that damned fruit beast had taken her. She had never left Hu Tian since her birth. How could she endure such hardship? Moreover, as a rabbit beast man, she was particularly afraid of water. Having to float on the surface for so long would surely cause her great distress. Lost in his thoughts, Hu Tian punched downwards, and a stone the size of a head shattered beneath his fist. Uncle Hu Tian, do you miss home as well? Song asked him. Uncle Hu Tian, how did you find us? Did you see my father before you came? Does he know where we are? Yinbai eagerly inquired. Uncle Hu Tian, what about my mother? Is she and Bao all right? At this question, Hu Tian found himself at a loss for words. Yin Jian was aware of the whereabouts of these two cubs, but he had chosen to rescue Yi Miao Miao, and Yin Bao instead. Hu Tian did not believe this choice was wrong. After all, for a tribe, females were of utmost importance, and with Yi Miao Miao taken alongside Yin Bao, it was two females at stake. Emotionally, Hu Tian felt that if he were in the same situation, he too would choose to save Bailing over the cubs. Yet he feared that revealing the truth to the two cubs would cause them distress. Even if they could overlook Yin Jian's choice, they would still worry about Yi Miao Miao and Yin Bao. Thus, after much contemplation, Hu Tian resolved to tell his first lie of his beastly life. I did not know. He averted his gaze from Yin Song and Yin Bai's dark, bright eyes. Unable to meet their gaze, I learned of your situation only after finding Aunt Bao Mei. I have not seen your parents. Is Aunt Bao Mei well? Upon hearing Bao Mei's name, both Yin Song and Yin Bai felt a wave of guilt wash over them. Uncle Hu Tian, I'm sorry. If we hadn't wanted to leave the cave, none of this would have happened. It's all our fault. Please scold us. Hu Tian could never vent his frustrations on the two cubs. Throughout these 2 days of relentless swimming, when he saw the two little ones in danger, his only thought was to save them. They were already striving to atone for their mistakes, and he felt grateful that they were now safe and sound. The fruit beast's target was the cave. Even without the commotion caused by the cubs, they would eventually have discovered it. Moreover, they would release foul odors. Even with more male beastmen present, it would be challenging to deter them. Hu Tian spoke wisely. Ing Sha and a few male beastmen tasked with guarding the cave had been carefully selected by him and the chief, and they were not easily defeated. Yin Song and Yin Bai had previously harbored a strong dislike for Hu Tian, as their mother frequently sought him out, giving him the best of what their home could offer. They feared that Hu Tian might suddenly agree to become their mother's mate, and they resented how he always seemed to occupy her thoughts. Yet through this ordeal, the cub's perception of Hu Tian had drastically changed for the better. Uncle Hu Tian, let us continue searching for Auntie and the others. Yin Song adjusted his backpack, pulling Yin Bai to stand as they prepared to move on. But Hu Tian interjected, you two should climb onto my back. It will be easier this way. Since you have been with the fruit beasts for so long, you are more familiar with their scent. You can guide me from my back, all right? Yin Song and Yin Bai were taken aback, but expressed their gratitude before climbing onto his back. Uncle Hu Tian, the fourth one hasn't hatched yet. We thank you on his behalf. The fourth one? Hu Tian recalled Yin Song always carrying a bulging backpack and suddenly understood that it contained their unhatched egg. How did you manage to bring it with you? Hu Tian casually inquired. And upon learning it was Yi Miao Miao's suggestion, he fell silent. For 2 days, the two beastmen, whether burrowing underground or navigating caves, could not shake off Yin Jian. Realizing the beastman trailing behind them was formidable, they decided to abandon their attempts at concealment. Hey, what is the meaning of your constant following? We haven't wronged you, have we? The two scorpion beasts brandished their stingers, hoping to intimidate Yin Jian. Yet he merely smiled coldly. His reason for following them for 2 days without confrontation was to ascertain Yi Miao Miao's whereabouts. Since they had now revealed their identities, he felt no need to hold back. My mate, a beautiful female, was taken by your scorpion kin while cradling a lovely little female. I only wish to know where she is now. Upon hearing Yin Jian's words, the two scorpion beasts were left bewildered. We did not capture your mate, nor do we know where she is. Yin Jian regarded them coldly, remaining silent. The two scorpion beasts felt a chill creep into their hearts under his gaze, prompting one of them to add, even if our companions did capture her, they are not aligned with us, and we still do not know where she is. Please cease your pursuit. Despite their numerical advantage, the two beasts inexplicably sensed they might not win against him. Then I must take my leave. And no sooner had Yin Jian spoken than his lengthy serpent tail lashed out at one of the scorpion beasts, ensnaring it before it could even react. I said I do not know, and that means I do not know. The scorpion beast thought he was being coerced, only to find that Yin Jian did not even allow it to finish speaking before he snapped its neck. The remaining scorpion beast stood frozen. Having believed their kind were the most ruthless of beastmen, Yet they had encountered one even more merciless than themselves, watching its companion brutally severed in two. It felt its legs weaken, unable to stand, and the once proud spines on its back drooped helplessly. "Now, I ask, and you shall answer," as the icy voice of Yin Jian resonated above the scorpion beast's head. It immediately nodded in obedience. Chapter 83. The strategist Yin instructed me to await your arrival here. Yin Jian's voice was devoid of warmth, and the scorpion beast, fearing that it might not comprehend its submission, hastily interjected, "I will say anything." Upon realizing that they were indeed not of the same faction as those who had captured Yi Miao Miao, Yin Jian's expression transformed dramatically. He felt utterly foolish for having refrained from action after 2 days of following. "Brother, I've told you all I know. Your partner may already be taken to their tribe. If you hurry, you might still save her to I can guide you. Please spare my life in times of war between tribes." The scorpion beast might not have shown such cowardice. After all, everyone would charge in a battle, and who knew who might survive? However, the current situation was different. The overwhelming aura of Yin Jian instilled in the scorpion beast a profound desire to submit. Its fear stemmed not from the prospect of death, but from the terrifying knowledge that escape was impossible. Yin Jian regarded the scorpion beast, which pleaded for mercy, and with a cold smirk, swiftly snapped its neck. There was no need to keep useless waste alive. This was the conclusion he had drawn from his awakened memories. With a clear target in mind, Yin Jian changed direction and accelerated forward. Although he had never been to the scorpion beast tribe in this lifetime, he retained some impressions from his memories. With just a slight prompt from the other party, he could ascertain the precise location. Yin Jian now hoped that Yi Miao Miao could find a way to buy some time. As long as he could reach her, he would risk his life to carve out a bloody path for her and Yin Bauer. With this thought, his speed increased, and wherever he passed, trees were shattered and stones crushed, resembling a heavy road roller plowing through. It must be said that Yin Yu, in his quest to acquire such a formidable weapon as a gun, had exerted considerable effort. When Yi Miao Miao gazed upon the map he had provided, she was utterly amazed. Indeed, villains often possess certain talents and skills. "Look at this map you've drawn. This earthen house is simply indistinguishable, and the three-dimensional effect is remarkable. Have you studied art?" she exclaimed. The coloring was so realistic that it was almost indistinguishable from reality. Yes, she admired Yin Yu's realistic style. She thought how wonderful it would be if he could draw a family portrait of herself and her little ones. She believed she lacked the ability to document their growth and would have to rely on her phone for photographs. Yin Yu was oblivious to Yi Miao Miao's thoughts. If he had known, he would have scolded her for her audacity. They were merely collaborators, and she was also dependent on him for survival. How could she dare to entertain such thoughts, assuming he would casually draw for a beast man? His artistic skills were renowned and not to be casually shared with outsiders. "Yin Yu, where did you procure the coloring materials?" Yi Miao Miao continued discussing the artwork. Yin Yu frowned. "Female, could you not be so careless? Do you even comprehend this map? Do you know where to turn and where to escape?" Yi Miao Miao had caused trouble in the tribe the previous night due to getting lost. Thus Yin Yu had ample reason to suspect her navigational skills. Indeed, confronted with his inquiry, Yi Miao Miao dejectedly shook her head. "Look here and here. They appear almost identical. This earthen house is round, and so is the other. Even this place is round that I can't distinguish any differences." Yin Yu looked at her with a disdainful gaze, as if regarding a fool that why Yi Miao Miao felt insulted, naturally inciting her anger. "I have seen various architectural styles. Round, square, tall, short, interconnected by roads, with numerous turns. Yet, every structure must be unique. They can't all be identical like houses in a residential area. Even those have numbers on them. Yours has nothing. How am I supposed to tell them apart?" Her words left Yin Yu momentarily stunned. "The numbered houses you speak of, are they from your tribe? How large could your tribe possibly be? With no more than 400 beastmen, it hardly compares to even one sector here." The disdain in Yin Yu's tone was unmistakable, and Yi Miao Miao rolled up her sleeves, ready to argue, when the beastman brother stepped in to mediate. "Strategist, how about I mark the exits for her at dawn?" he suggested. Doesn't need to be too conspicuous. Just clear enough for her to see that." Why? Yi Miao Miao looked at the beastman brother gratefully. "You don't even need to write numbers. Just draw a triangle beneath each earthen house, palm-sized, so it won't attract too much attention from the beastmen. Yin Yu thought, these two fools, they're fleeing, and there's no time for marking. However, without any markers, Yi Miao Miao might indeed get lost and be captured by the beastmen. Forget it. I will handle the markings myself. He relented. It wasn't that he was particularly patient about this task, but rather that in the tribe, few would suspect him while he walked about, and no beastman would dare closely monitor his movements. In contrast, if it were the beastman brother, he might still be noticed before completing a single triangle. Hearing that Yin Yu would personally undertake this task, Yi Miao Miao was quite pleased, with a forced smile. She said, since strategist Yin intends to take charge personally, please make the markings a bit more visually appealing. Let us not limit ourselves to such a dull triangle. If you could incorporate flowers, grass, the sky, and the sun in the designs, the beastmen might mistake it for your artistic expression and not suspect anything. Yin Yu remained silent, his face sour as he stood up to leave. Once he departed, Yi Miao Miao resumed examining the map, and, seizing the moment when no one was around, retrieved a ball of yarn from her space. The next day, at noon, when the sun was at its zenith and most intense, the beastman brother observed the tribe devoid of any beastmen and gently knocked twice on the door. Inside the room, Yi Miao Miao, now clad in black beast hide, clenched her fist before opening the door and stepping outside. With each step, the gray yarn stretched a little longer, one end tethered to the corner of the bed where she had slept. Although she struggled to discern direction, particularly in such a maze-like environment, it did not mean she was without means to navigate as she walked. She kept an eye out for the markers left by Yin Yu. Upon finally spotting the first tiny marker, she nearly rolled her eyes in disbelief. This version of Yin Yu had merely drawn a dot, a small red point barely larger than a period. Was this meant to help her recognize it? Truly, one need not fear a godlike opponent, but rather a pig-like teammate. After straining her eyes to locate 5 small red dots, Yi Miao Miao decided against searching further. The sun blazed overhead, and wearing black beast hide made her feel as if she were about to melt. Fortunately, just as she turned around the 5th corner, unsure of her next move, a beast man with a small red mark on his forehead appeared. The white Yi Miao Miao. Strategist Yin has instructed me to await your arrival here. Chapter 84. Clearly a fox. Following the beast man, Yi Miao Miao soon found herself at the base of a hillside, where she beheld a dark, foreboding cave entrance and immediately rejected the notion. They nearly suffocated me in the earth when they captured me. So I refused to crawl into any more holes. The beast man expressed his helplessness. Female, this is strategist Yan's arrangement. Unless you wish to remain here, that I will not enter any holes. Otherwise, no one shall leave. Yi Miao Miao worried about the possibility of pursuers, yet she was utterly terrified of the suffocating sensation. Even from afar, the sight of the cave entrance made her breath feel constricted. The beast man seemed inclined to take some action, perhaps to knock her unconscious and carry her away. But before he could approach, Yi Miao Miao had already produced a spray and directed it at him. Instantly, the beast man collapsed to the ground. Yin Yu, perhaps anticipating that the beast man might struggle with Yi Miao Miao, followed closely behind with another beastman brother. Yi Miao Miao. Without this strategist, you cannot leave this tribe. Yin Yu shouted in exasperation, as if she were about to flee at any moment. The beastman brother added, if the chief discovers your intention to escape, he will undoubtedly devour you. The chieftain has always been ruthless. He has not been averse to consuming females in the past. Yi Miao Miao, reluctant to explain herself to them, found herself in a position where silence was not an option. She pointed to the orc youth and addressed Yin Yu, saying, ask him if, when I was captured, I nearly suffocated underground. Now, you wish for me to enter the burrow again. Have you not experienced that imminent sense of death? You can cover your mouth and nose with your hand now, leaving no gap, and you will understand my aversion to crawling into a burrow. Upon realizing the reason behind her reluctance, Yin Yu let out a cold laugh and promptly entered the burrow. The entrance appeared modest. Even Silver Treasure would have to crawl to get inside, yet Yin Yu merely bent slightly and slipped in. His entry was smooth, and as he did so, a sudden light illuminated the entrance. You may find it hard to believe, but before I became a strategist, I was also captured by the chieftain. The burrow, a source of pleasure for scorpion beasts, is a place I deem hellish. Thus, I commanded the orcs to carve out this passage early on, so that I would not have to endure that lethal sensation of suffocation when I eventually sought to escape. Yin Yu peeked out of the burrow, gave a cold snort, and beckoned to Yi Meow Meow, saying, "If you do not leave now, you truly will not be able to," observing his normal skin tone and the absence of spines on his back, which indicated he was not a scorpion beast. She deemed his words credible. Curiously, she edged closer to the entrance. The light within made it less daunting, and to her surprise, she was met with a delightful sight. Inside the burrow lay a vast expanse. Although she could not stand upright, she did not have to crawl. "What are these?" "Night pearls." Yi Meow Meow marveled at the luminous stones embedded in the ceiling, each radiating either a green or yellow glow. They felt cool and smooth to the touch, and when she attempted to pry one loose, she succeeded. Yin Yu turned to glance at her astonished expression and smiled knowingly. "What is there to be surprised about? My quarters are filled with such stones, each larger than these. Unfortunately, you cannot see them now." In his haste to escape, he could not carry all his possessions. So he simply packed the essentials and entrusted them to a few trustworthy orcs. Yi Meow Meow was not overly greedy. She found the current treasure satisfactory, deliberately slowing her pace to walk at the back. She occasionally collected a night pearl and discreetly tossed it into her space. After all, Yin Yu, the crafty orc, had tied each of their waists with a strip of beast hide upon entering the burrow, ostensibly to prevent them from getting lost in the twists and turns, but really to deter any attempts at escape. With each turn they took, Yin Yu would tug at the rope, prompting the orc youth to pull as well. Annoyed by their persistence, Yi Meow Meow chose to relax, using the force of the pull to sway her legs forward, which made her progress quite effortless. The burrow was indeed long, with numerous twists and turns, yet the air within was not particularly thin. Gradually, Yi Meow Meow began to sense that there was something more to this place, and she could not help but inquire about what manner of beast Yin Yu truly was. "Yin, you appear genuinely striking, like a graceful tree in the wind. Pray tell, what is your true form? I surmise that no ordinary beast could match your visage. Could it be that you are the king of the mountains? A grand tiger?" Yin Yu, aware that Yi Meow Meow's flattery was insincere, nonetheless felt a surge of satisfaction that he slowed his pace, waiting for her to catch up before responding. "While the tiger may seem the king of the mountains, it has many shortcomings. Among the beasts you have encountered, is the tiger truly the finest?" Yi Meow Meow replied, "Not necessarily. I do not particularly favor tigers, but I find your demeanor reminiscent of one," that the orc youth interjected. "What manner of demeanor could possibly resemble that of a tiger? To my eyes, you are more akin to a fox." Chapter 85. Suddenly, they heard Silver Treasure's anxious call. Yin Yu, oblivious to the orc youth's musings, continued to maintain an air of mystery. "With my intellect as a strategist, I must surely hail from the highest echelons of the beast realm, a fact far beyond your comprehension." Yi Meow Meow suddenly recalled the mention of the Meiju tribe by the Wild Wolf chieftain, whose intent in seizing Silver Treasure was to seek assistance from them. It stood to reason that the Meiju must hold a position of superiority among the beast races. "Yin Yu, could it be that you are a member of the Meiju tribe?" As she voiced her thoughts, Yi Meow Meow felt a twinge of uncertainty. If Yin Yu were indeed from the Meiju, why would he remain as a strategist for the Scorpion tribe? Being a strategist would imply he had to heed the chieftain's commands, and she had discreetly inquired with the orc youth about Yin Yu's plight under the chieftain's oppressive rule, which was hardly comfortable. Rumor had it that the Meiju tribe had gone extinct. "Yin Yu, you cannot truly be a member of a Meiju, can you? If so, would not even the chieftain dare not cross you?" The orc youth turned to glance at Yi Meow Meow, and upon doing so, he noticed that the burrow she had passed through was exceedingly dark. He assumed this was Yin Yu's doing to prevent other beasts from discovering their whereabouts, and chose not to inquire further. However, if he could notice this, so too could Yin Yu. He cast a contemplative glance at Yi Meow Meow, sensing that she was up to something behind her back. The Meiju is a mysterious organization, and whether or not they are truly extinct remains uncertain. Please refrain from making wild conjectures. After we turn a few more corners, we shall soon emerge. There may be dangers awaiting us outside the burrow, and from there, each must rely on their own abilities. When Silver Jian arrived at the Scorpion Beast tribe, he found that Yi Miao Miao had just followed Yin Yu into the burrow, with a mere half hour separating their entries. By that time, the Scorpion Beast had already realized that Yi Miao Miao was missing. Of course, this was all part of Yin Yu's plan. His departure amounted to a betrayal of the chieftain. Thus he needed to secure a path for himself in case he could not locate what he sought, as he might end up captured again. And in the event of the chieftain's fury, he could at least defend his actions. The guards and patrols of the tribe were fully mobilized, meticulously searching every entrance and exit. The Scorpion Beast possessed keen senses, yet, being as clever as Yi Miao Miao, she had already sprayed a pungent oil on the woolen ball earlier. The strong scent of the oil instinctively repelled the Scorpion Beasts. They knew that following the scent would lead them to her trail, yet upon approaching, they felt immediate discomfort. Eventually, when the Scorpion Beasts attempted to mask the scent with damp earth and followed up, the trio had nearly exited the burrow. Moreover, Yin Yu had set numerous traps within. After they passed each junction, the burrow would collapse and bury their tracks within a quarter of an hour. As Silver Jian approached the tribe, he observed chaos within. Scorpion Beasts scurried about in darkness, seemingly aimless yet with an underlying intent to search. The sight of the skittering, multi-legged beasts unsettled him. Gunfire erupted, and before the Scorpion Beasts could react, several of their comrades fell to the ground, pierced by bullets. The survivors instinctively braced themselves. Silver Jian, losing patience, felt he had been too composed earlier, wasting precious time over the last 2 days. This time, he charged into the fray, brandishing his machine gun. After eliminating a portion of the Scorpion Beasts, he coldly declared his identity. "You have captured a beautiful female. I am her partner. Where is she?" The mention of her name ignited fury among the Scorpion Beasts. "Where is she? She has escaped, of course." However, Silver Jian did not believe their words and fired several more shots. "If you do not return my partner, you will all perish." Silver Jian's actions were decidedly aggressive, prompting the Scorpion Beasts to abandon their restraint and rush at him. Nevertheless, he was not afraid. His serpent scales were remarkably tough, and in the depths of his awakened memories. Aside from the formidable weapon he wielded, he had also become a powerful tiger beast. Few creatures could harm him. The Scorpion Beasts suffered heavy casualties, and even the chieftain, who should have been resting, was awakened by the commotion. He despised the glaring sun, yet had no choice but to confront the danger of being scorched while battling, lest his kin fall victim to Silver Jian's onslaught. "Where is the strategist?" the chieftain demanded upon awakening. Learning that Yin Yu had pursued the damned serpent's partner, he lost all composure. "Set the iron net. I want him to return without success." Silver Jian had not anticipated that the Scorpion tribe would possess iron nets at such a time, and he felt an ominous sense of foreboding. After confirming that Yi Miao Miao had indeed escaped, he refrained from lingering, hastily retreating, only to be injured by the pursuing chieftain. Yi Miao Miao had merely dozed off while clinging to a tree trunk when she heard Silver Treasure's anxious voice. Startled awake, she nearly fell from her perch. She had successfully followed Yin Yu out of the Scorpion Beast territory and was now heading toward Tiger Head Mountain, traveling mostly at night and resting in the trees during the day. As she slept, she adorned her surroundings with bells, but they remained silent, and yet sounds echoed from her space. "Treasure, what is the matter?" She glanced around, and upon noticing Yin Yu and the Beast Man conversing at a distance, quietly opened a spatial portal. "Mother, please save Father," Ing Bauer implored. Chapter 86. He lost the ability to discern direction. As soon as the spatial portal opened, Ing Bauer was already waiting for her. "Mother, Father has been poisoned by scorpion venom. He is in grave danger." Saying this, Ing Bauer handed her a picture book. Without the luxury of further questions, Yi Miao Miao saw that Yin Yu was already looking in her direction. She positioned herself to shield Ing Bauer from Yin Yu's view, instructing her to remain calm while she hurriedly closed the portal. Yin Jian wreaked havoc in the Scorpion Beast tribe, but could not locate Yi Miao Miao, departing with a mix of relief and disappointment. He soon realized he had lost his way. This was an inconceivable predicament. Yin Jian possessed keen senses and exceptional discernment abilities, employing his own methods to navigate both day and night. Getting lost was something that could not possibly happen to him, even with his eyes shut. Yet, reality struck hard as he tumbled down a cliff for the second time. finally grasping the gravity of his situation. Beneath the blazing sun, a massive black serpent dangled from the branches above, with a sheer precipice below and a steep cliff face ahead. This marked the third time Yin Jian found himself suspended in midair, and he felt as if the cypress tree growing at the cliff's edge had been planted for him. Without it, he would have likely met his demise during his first fall. After once again scrambling back up the cliff, he did not rush to leave as he had on previous occasions. Instead, he sat cross-legged at the cliff's edge, closing his eyes to savor the gentle caress of the breeze. Yin Jian seemed to catch a whiff of a familiar fragrance. It was the unique scent that emanated from Yi Miao Miao, delicate and alluring, reminiscent of an indescribable floral aroma. Yet, whenever he found himself in close proximity to her, he instinctively wished to retreat, for that fragrance had the power to ensnare his senses. Miao Miao, he murmured, calling her name softly. Slowly opening his eyes, he noticed the distant mountains shifting, as if a hand were gently sweeping across the landscape. The scene before him abruptly vanished, replaced by a beautiful visage. Yin Jian, why haven't you come to find me? Yi Miao Miao smiled at him, her smile enchanting and beguiling, even beckoning him with a gesture filled with yearning. Initially stirred by her allure, Yin Jian's gaze soon hardened with coldness. Almost instinctively, he raised his submachine gun and fired. The sound startled the birds perched above, causing creatures in the nearby forest to scatter in fright. The noise jolted Yin Jian back to reality. And upon focusing again, he found no trace of Yi Miao Miao's face. Before him loomed the vast precipice. He had long suspected he might experience hallucinations, but never anticipated losing control to such an extent. A day prior, while ensnared in an iron net by the scorpion beast, the leader's poisonous stinger had struck his serpentine tail. Sensing imminent danger, he had escaped with great haste. After evading the scorpion beasts, Yin Jian promptly tended to his wound. Knowing that some residual venom would be difficult to expel, he was aware of the consequences of scorpion venom on beasts and had always believed he could withstand it. However, once the venom took effect, he felt as though he had transformed into an entirely different creature. First, he lost the ability to discern direction. Second, he was perpetually seeing Yi Miao Miao waving at him. Fortunately, his core hatred for Yi Miao Miao remained etched in his being. Even though his feelings toward her had evolved, that hatred was a deeply ingrained memory. Whenever her expression matched the one in his memories, the urge to kill surged within him, and without any restraint, he acted upon it. Yin Jian understood that lingering here would lead to either falling off the cliff or starving to death. Thus he needed to take action, but what method could possibly free him from this illusion? The phantoms in his mind conjured various scenes as long as he held onto a thought, trapping him in place. Fortunately, the effects of the scorpion venom were sporadic. Seizing the moment of clarity, Yin Jian turned and made his way into the forest. Yet as he moved, his blood circulation quickened, awakening the suppressed venom. After enduring several episodes of torment from the venom, Yin Jian had gleaned some patterns. He knew that the moment his heart rate accelerated, he must sit still, refusing to take another step forward. For he was uncertain whether he remained rational. In desperation, Yin Jian closed his eyes once more, striving to regain his composure, waiting for the venom within him to subside before reopening his eyes. Fortunately, he found himself no longer perched at the cliff's edge, suggesting that his strategy had yielded some effect. However, at the current pace, returning to the tribe would take him a decade. Contemplating Yi Miao Miao's solitary escape from the scorpion beast tribe, he realized that as a female, she lacked hunting skills and had no kin to rely on. The danger she might encounter from wild beasts along the way made his heart ache. Suddenly, he recalled the pungent odor he had detected in the scorpion beast tribe, a scent that repelled the beasts. Just a whiff had invigorated him. Alone in the mountains, Yin Jian struggled to find anything else to stimulate his senses but thought of a similar approach. Thus, he aimed the muzzle of his submachine gun at his forearm and, with a loud bang, bit back a groan as he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 87. I'm just a waste. Unworthy of you. Yi Miao Miao flipped through the pages of the picture book in her hands, which illustrated vivid comic strips, even colored. The spatial portal was indeed omnipotent, having devised such a method considering her recent inability to come and go freely. The depiction of Yin Jian's imposing figure was deliberately exaggerated, showcasing his heroic exploits against the scorpion beast tribe. S.E. Meow Meow read the accompanying text. She couldn't help but chuckled. Am I truly this important to him? She mused softly, hastily hiding the book when Yin Yu approached. I hear you understand beast language. Yin Yu suddenly inquired loudly. Why? Meow Meow widened her eyes and shook her head. Who told you that? It couldn't have been him, could it? If they could mistake a human, how credible could that be? Yi Meow Meow pointed at the beast man following Yin Yu and continued. Let me make it clear, I don't know the way. I can't even distinguish between east, south, north, and west. Have you two actually agreed on how to proceed? Yin Yu's confusion remained unresolved, yet he recognized that their immediate priority was to continue their journey. So he turned to the beast man for guidance. The beast man wore a troubled expression. He recalled the route vividly, but couldn't fathom why they had strayed. Yin Yu had not left the scorpion beast tribe for a long time, and he was uncertain whether the world outside still experienced the changing of the seasons. Observing their silence, Yi Meow Meow claimed she needed to use the restroom and skillfully jumped down from the tree, preparing to depart. What is in there? Suddenly, Yin Yu tugged at her, pointing to her bulging pocket. That pocket was flat before. What treasures are you hiding? Yi Meow Meow calmly reached into her pocket and retrieved a roll of bamboo-colored toilet paper. Presenting it to him. For using the restroom, would you like some? Yin Yu wrinkled his nose, inhaling the fresh herbal aroma that seemed to tempt him. A roasted chicken for this much paper. Yi Meow Meow swiftly stowed the roll back in her pocket and raised an eyebrow at Yin Yu. I am a female. You have the duty to ensure I am well fed. But we are not your males. The beast man, having endured enough of Yi Meow Meow's unreasonable demands over the past few days, instinctively retorted that why Yi Meow Meow merely placed her hands on her hips, gazing at him. You should go. I will hunt. As soon as Yi Meow Meow opened her mouth, the beast man turned and headed deeper into the forest. It seemed he feared her more than he did being ordered around. Her words could rain upon him like a tempest, belittling him to the point of being inferior to an ant. He runs fast. How dare he speak? If we were to discuss qualifications, not only am I currently unable to hunt, but I am a waste unworthy of you. And look at yourself, black as coal inside and out. What kind of female would be blind enough to choose you? And you, she continued, though you are better looking, your heart is flawed. The strategist's kindness is wasted on beasts like you, always plotting to seize one tribe after another. Life is fleeting, and fortunes change. Do not cut off your own path. When a mountain turns, the water will flow. Enough? Yin Yu could hardly tolerate Yi Meow Meow's incessant chattering. Yes, he could not retort with violence. He could only plead, we are unworthy. You go on with your business. Why Yi Meow Meow turned her face and walked towards the lush thicket, while Yin Yu behind her continued to grumble softly. It was perplexing what kind of male would be so captivated by such a chatterbox. More bothersome than the cicadas perched upon trees, that why Yi Meow Meow chose to ignore him. She was currently under the protection of a male beast man, and no one would dare take advantage of her, not even through mere words. Yin Yu's decision to let Yi Meow Meow and the beast man walk away was not born from a lack of concern for their potential escape, but rather because he had already placed a curse upon them. Should they stray beyond a certain distance, the curse would activate, rendering them incapable of fleeing, no matter how skilled they might be. Why Yi Meow Meow remained blissfully unaware of her cursed state, concealed within the grass. She continued to peruse a small illustrated book, committing the geographical location of Yin Jian to memory before returning the book to Yin Bayer. Mother, here is something for you to eat. Every time she opened her space, Yin Bayer would present her with food, truly a thoughtful little companion. Yet it seemed her little companion was growing larger by the day. Bayer, what have you been eating lately? Yi Meow Meow looked at her round, chubby face and gently patted her protruding little belly, worried that she might soon be unable to carry Yin Bayer. I've been eating meat. There is so much delicious meat here. The moment food was mentioned, Yin Bayer's eyes sparkled with excitement, leaving Yi Meow Meow both amused and exasperated. Then eat more, but remember to sleep on time and don't play too late. The space felt like a haven for indulgence. With Yin Bayer having a grand time inside, that why Yi Meow Meow feared she might struggle to adapt when she eventually emerged. Don't worry. Mother, Bayer is very obedient. Uncle Alarm Clock reminds Bayer to wake up, brush her teeth, and eat, and he also tells Bayer to turn off the lights and go to sleep. Make sure to thank Uncle Alarm Clock. Yi Meow Meow pinched Een Bayer's rosy cheeks, satisfied as she withdrew her hand. She dusted off the grass clippings on her clothes, and upon rising, spotted a mountain peak in the distance that matched exactly with the illustration in her small book. Chapter 88. Een Jian could only plan for 2 hours of travel. Yi Meow Meow gazed excitedly at the mountain peak, pushing through the foliage to take a few steps forward. The wilderness of the beast realm retained its primal beauty, unless one ventured into a tribe inhabited by beast men. There were hardly any paths to tread. The mountain peak appeared close at hand, yet with each step, it seemed to recede further into the horizon. Why Een Meow Meow found herself confounded by the verdant surroundings, struggling to discern how to navigate the ravines concealed within the jungle to reach the mountain. What are you looking at? Yin had appeared behind her without her noticing, startling Yi Meow Meow into a cold sweat. Beastmen possessed exceptional hearing. Despite her borrowed physique from the original owner, how had Yin Yu approached her so stealthily amidst the dense underbrush? Instinctively, Yi Meow Meow stepped back, furrowing her brow. Did you come here just to use the restroom? Do you have some secret hobby? Yin Yu's expression soured. You, female, are exceedingly presumptuous. I have shown considerable tolerance for your rudeness, and yet you dare to mock me. Yi Meow Meow was unperturbed by his frosty demeanor. She laughed lightly and walked away. I'm not mocking you. I'm openly ridiculing you. If you can understand, that's splendid. Yin Yu thought to himself that such an arrogant female would inevitably face consequences. After the Beastman had misled them several times, Yin Yu was beginning to lose his patience. Meanwhile, Yi Meow Meow sat on the grass, munching on a roasted chicken leg, seemingly indifferent to their predicament. I shouldn't have gotten it wrong. I don't know what is happening lately. I just feel like there are so many shadows swirling before my eyes, making me uneasy. The Beastman had initially refrained from voicing his symptoms, fearing that Yin Yu would deem him useless and eliminate him. Yet if he could not provide any correct direction, Yin Yu would certainly not spare him. What? Shadows swirling. Yi Meow Meow interjected suddenly. Could it be that the mist in these mountains is toxic? I also saw shadows moving the past couple of days. I thought it was just my eyesight failing me. The Beastman was eager to share his troubles, but Yin Yu impatiently interrupted them. To be unable to recognize direction is one thing, but to concoct such excuses to deceive me is unacceptable. Though Yin Yu appeared furious, he felt a sense of calm wash over him, pondering whether the curse he had placed was perhaps too potent, causing their hallucinations. That why Een Meow Meow thought to herself. Foolish male, I merely added a bit of 5-stone powder to their drinking water. And now they can't even discern north from south. Her remark about seeing shadows was merely to align with the Beastman, hoping to prevent Yin Yu from losing his temper and killing the scorpion beast. She was not keen on spending time alone with Yin Yu. However, the Beastman truly couldn't decide which way to go. Why Een Meow Meow sensed that the moment was ripe. She hesitated before speaking. I vaguely remember a route. If you're willing to trust me, just once both Yin Yu and the Beastman fixed their gazes upon her, with the Beastman speaking first. What is there to trust or not trust? I am genuinely confused. That if you can point me in a direction, please do so. Worst case, we'll just retrace our steps. After all, they had already walked back many times in the past 2 days. Yin Yu asked, so, which way shall we go? His frustration was palpable. Had he known the Beastman would be so inept, he would have never brought him along. Yin Yu's tone was unyielding, clearly having no choice but to trust Yi Meow Meow. Observing his demeanor, she adopted a more authoritative stance. I can guide you, but I must warn you that my memory isn't great, and my ability to discern directions is poor. Why guidance may not be accurate. So if you choose to trust me, don't hold me responsible if we go astray out of course. I wish to return to my tribe as soon as possible, so I won't direct you frivolously. Yin Yu chose to trust her precisely because of this reasoning, suppressing his anger as he nodded. I won't blame you. Just speak your mind. And you, he turned to the Beastman, if you have nothing to do, wander around a bit. You might remember the way that as he spoke, he glanced at the Beastman, who appeared utterly despondent. Meanwhile, Een Jian, having sustained an injury to his arm, felt the searing pain jolting his senses into clarity. He first hunted for food, swallowing it raw to quickly replenish his strength. Subsequently, he began drafting a travel plan. Given the current frequency of his curse's onset, he knew he could not cover the same distance as before, and he might end up circling the area. He calculated roughly the maximum duration he could suppress the curse and maintain his sanity. He could only manage to hold out for 2 hours. After that, whether he cut open his wound or employed other measures, he would lose his consciousness. Thus, Yin Jian had no choice but to plan for a journey lasting 2 hours, after which he would need to bind himself to a sufficiently sturdy tree to prevent any reckless actions when the curse took hold. Chapter 89. Yi Miao Miao's mortal eyes could not discern clearly. The mountain path was arduous, and Yi Miao Miao's bee-skin shoes had worn through. She had no choice but to tear strips from the skin to bind beneath her feet. You, female, are rather delicate. Who taught you to do this? No female, among the many captured by the scorpion beast tribe, had ever been as protective of her feet as Yi Miao Miao, which piqued Yin Yu's curiosity about her lineage. It is said that the females of the Charm clan are the most self-loving. You wouldn't have forgotten your origins, would you? Since departing the scorpion beast tribe, Yin Yu had questioned Yi Miao Miao more than once. Growing weary of his probing, she finally retorted, Yes, I'm from the Charm clan. I've lost my memory, all right? I've forgotten everything related to our Charm beastmen. Oh, you have any more questions? Yin Yu observed her indignant expression, recognizing her words as mere vexation, and chose not to pursue the matter further. Just as they moved further away, a furry little head poked out from a cluster of grass, its large eyes blinking curiously at Yi Miao Miao as a retreating figure before it suddenly leaped away, vanishing without a trace. Help! Help! Cries for help echoed through the expansive mountain forest, prompting Yi Miao Miao to instinctively draw closer to Yin Yu. What on earth? We've been here for 2 days. Why are there cries for help now? Yin Yu followed the sound with a furrowed brow. Contemplating Yi Miao Miao's words, he then directed the beast man. Go and see what's happening. Orc brother, this damn situation is entirely his doing. What kind of karma has he conjured? To be entangled with such two unscrupulous orcs? Complaining inwardly, Orc brother stepped forward, the spines on his back gradually rising, and his hands slowly transforming into claw-like appendages that Yi Miao Miao regarded as half-human, half-beast form with a sense of helplessness. Her mind involuntarily drifting to the appearance of Yin Jian during his beast transformation. Although his snake-like skin was dark and rigid, she could reluctantly accept it after witnessing it multiple times. Yin Yu, she suddenly called out with a tone of utmost seriousness, if danger arises shortly, you need not rescue me. Allow me to fend for myself. Yin Yu was momentarily taken aback, then retorted with a cold smile. Unless this strategist perishes, you shall not escape that I, as your strategist, have the confidence to ensure your safety. You may trust in following me. Yi Miao Miao replied. Very well. You shall walk ahead of me. Not let me be captured by those wicked beasts. Otherwise, your words would be as empty as a fart. Upon finishing, she gestured invitingly, leaving Yin Yu feeling ensnared by her words once again. The cries for help persisted, with Orc brother leading the way, while Yin Yu and Yi Miao Miao trailed closely behind at a distance of about 10 meters. Soon, Orc brother halted, gazing into a deep chasm before him, his heart racing. The cries for help emanated from the depths of the cave, distinctly sounding like a female cub. The closer they got, the clearer the voice became. Who is down there? Orc brother leaned forward cautiously. The cave was deep and shrouded in darkness, rendering it nearly impossible for him to see anything. I am Ling Yu. Will you save me? The voice from the cave bottom responded. Coincidentally, as Yin Yu and Yi Miao Miao approached, its clear tone reminiscent of a mountain spring, evoking an inexplicable sense of familiarity in Yi Miao Miao. As though she had heard it somewhere before. You descend. Yin Yu commanded Orc brother once more, but this time he refused. Strategist. What if it is a trap? I could it was said that in the beast realm, there existed a type of spirit beast that feasted on orcs, capable of mimicking various beast sounds and speech patterns to lure them in. However, since such tales were merely legends, the orcs who had encountered such beasts were few and far between. Orc brother's heart raced with unease. Although the voice from the depths was sweet and inviting, he had a foreboding sense of dread. Yin Yu, who initially regarded his life as inconsequential, found himself in a dilemma. Realizing he still needed to rely on this scorpion beast to locate the creator of the weapon. Since there is danger, perhaps we should leave and not concern ourselves with her, suggested Yi Miao Miao, glancing around before decisively stating, after all, her voice doesn't sound like she is injured. She might emerge on her own shortly. Yin replied, her reasoning is not without merit, yet orcs are inherently curious. Sometimes, even when aware of danger, they still wish to uncover the truth. Have you not understood my intention? Allow me to clarify further. Yi Miao Miao observed that both Yin and Orc Brother remained motionless, and added, I certainly do not dare to descend into that abyss. If you two are also rather frightened, let us simply leave. Yin found her words disagreeable. What did she mean by also rather frightened? Thus, with a fierce glare directed at her, he declared, this strategist shall descend to investigate. You two remain here and do not stray. Yi Miao Miao huffed, while Orc Brother eagerly nodded in agreement, prompting Yin to leap into the chasm. In truth, the cave was not particularly deep. Yi Miao Miao, with her mortal eyes, could not discern its depths, but Yin could see clearly to the bottom. Moreover, he sensed that the little female within posed no danger. Rather, she seemed to harbor some mystical treasures. Chapter 90. The vines binding Yin Jian were torn asunder upon reaching the cave's bottom. Yin quickly discovered a small female cub curled up in a corner. She appeared terrified of orcs, her vigilant eyes fixated on him, baring her teeth in a warning as he approached. Were you not the one calling for help? I am here to rescue you. Yin spoke gently, but the little cub hesitated, prompting him to continue coaxing her. There is a beautiful sister above who is very worried about you. If you come with me, you'll be able to see her. The little cub finally nodded, clinging to Yin's back as he carried her out of the deep chasm. Yi Miao Miao had initially anticipated that Yin would transform into his beast form to rescue Lingyu. But she was taken aback by his impressive prowess, even in human form, akin to that of Tarzan. Upon exiting the cave, the little female remained perched on Yin's back, her eyes shut tightly as though afraid of the light. Observing her delicate features and fluffy short hair, reminiscent of a Barbie doll, Yi Miao Miao felt an overwhelming affection. Lingyu? She ventured to call, prompting the little cub to turn her head towards her. As Lingyu opened her eyes, Yi Miao Miao felt as if she were gazing into a sea of stars. Her eyes were stunningly beautiful, a captivating blend of blue and yellow. Yi Miao Miao was deeply entranced, unable to resist the urge to reach out and touch her face. Suddenly, Lingyu leaped from Yin's back, her nimble movement causing Yin's expression to darken, that he believed himself sufficiently experienced. Yet here he was, outwitted by a small creature. Lingyu stood before Yi Miao Miao, tilting her head as she gazed at her. Sister? Lingyu tentatively called, and Yi Miao Miao nodded in response, encouragingly stroking her face. You may call me sister. How old are you? Which tribe do you belong to? How did you end up here? Were you also captured by wicked beasts? Yi Miao Miao bombarded her with questions, but after careful consideration, Lingyu opted to answer the simplest one. I am 1 year old. 1 year. How could a 1-year-old cub be this large? Is her 1 year equivalent to a decade for other beasts? Unbeknownst to Yi Miao Miao, Lingyu's 1 year far surpassed the normal 10 years of a beast. It equated to a century in the beast realm. Yi Miao Miao found herself enamored with Lingyu. And the affection was mutual. They walked hand in hand at the forefront, conversing effortlessly, as if they were lifelong friends. Orc Brother walked alongside Yin, whispering, could she be under some charm? Just moments ago, we suspected something was amiss. Yet now she smiles like a blooming flower. Yin snorted dismissively, offering no response. This Lingyu is no ordinary cub and likely intended to compete with him for beasts. For 3 consecutive days, Yin Jian did not emerge from the mountain, though it was commendable that he had progressed from the cliff's edge to the mountainside, demonstrating some improvement. That on this day, the scorpion venom flared up again. Conjuring the image of 4 orcs in his mind, one of them bore a striking resemblance to his female counterpart, Yi Miao Miao. She looked at him with a seductive smile, exuding allure. Wretched woman, wretched woman. Without a second thought, Yin Jian lashed out with his serpent tail. Meanwhile, Yi Miao Miao, rushing towards him, was petrified by his sudden action, momentarily forgetting to flee in that critical moment. Both Yin and Lingyu lunged to pull Yi Miao Miao back. Yin glanced at Lingyu, and she returned his gaze. Suddenly, Lingyu pivoted and charged towards Yin Jian. With lightning speed, She latched onto Yin Jian's serpent tail and bit down fiercely, with a ground-shaking roar. The vines binding Yin Jian were torn apart, and he thrashed madly, his thick, dark tail sweeping through the trees, leaving destruction in its wake. The instigator, Ling Yu, had already leaped to another tree to evade the chaos. Watching Yi Miao Miao from a distance, sensing her concern for the serpent beast, and furrowing her brow. Yin Jian, calm yourself. Yin Jian, look at me. I am Yi Miao Miao. She shouted at him, but Yin Yu, witnessing her voice, inciting even more frenzied attacks from Yin Jian, immediately admonished, if you wish to live, close your mouth. Yin Jian's fighting prowess far surpassed that of the scorpion beast leader, and Yin Yu recognized he could not contend with him. Why Yi Miao Miao, however, was undeterred. Knowing that Yin Jian was in the throes of the scorpion venom, if she did not intervene, he would continue to spiral into madness. His serpent tail could obliterate numerous trees, and he too was not impervious to harm. With a swift motion, Yi Miao Miao broke free from Yin Yu's grasp, positioning herself before Yin Jian, continuing to call out to him. Yin Jian, Bao Bao misses you dearly. Do you not remember me or Bao Bao? And Yin Song and Yin Bai, they are all your cubs. With a roar, Yin Jian appeared to have completely lost control, continuously bellowing at Yi Miao Miao, uprooting trees around her, but never once harming her. Yi Miao Miao realized her voice was having an effect and persisted. Look at me, look at me. I am Yi Miao Miao. I am your female. Bao Bao is your cub. If you calm down, I will take you to see Bao Bao. How does that sound? Chapter 91. Still wasting a bullet on him, Yin Jian was unaware of how long he had been in slumber. When he awoke, Yi Miao Miao was already by his side. She had brought spring water from somewhere, its coolness and sweetness refreshing to his palate. Yin Jian cupped a leaf shaped like a funnel and took a sip. Am I not hallucinating again? He gazed at Yi Miao Miao and inquired, How come you are here? Where is Bao? Yi Miao Miao remained silent, her lively eyes subtly shifting to the side. Yin Yu and a young orc stood on either side of Yin Jian, and he had been retied to the tree. A cold smile crept into Yin Jian's heart. Did they truly believe they could confine him? Such a jest. Nevertheless, he was willing to play along, for he was reunited with Yi Miao Miao. And as long as she was safe, that was all that mattered. Ling Yu had been quietly accompanying Yi Miao Miao, and seeing Yin Jian's unwavering gaze upon her, she curiously asked, Do you really like my sister? Yin Jian mused, when did such a little female appear beside Yi Miao Miao? Ling Yu, cease your nonsense. Why Yi Miao Miao recalled how Ling Yu had subdued Yin Jian earlier, and though she harbored some suspicion, she sensed no danger or malice from Ling Yu. You claimed you had no males, did you not? Yi Miao Miao questioned. Which of your words is true, and which is false? At that moment, Yin Jian had also regained his senses. While Yin Yu intended to clarify the matter, it was possible that the formidable weapon earlier had originated from him. Be clear, who exactly is he? Yin Yu pointed at Yin Jian, producing the gun he had carried at all times. Is this item his? Yi Miao Miao looked at Yin Jian, who returned her gaze, their eyes meeting in the A-I-R. Why Yi Miao Miao thought to herself, surely, Yin Jian can comprehend my thoughts. I must stabilize Yin Yu, for what if he possesses a method to counteract the scorpion venom? She nodded slightly at Yin Jian, yet spoke to Yin Yu. It belongs to him. Yin Yu scoffed, knowing well that this female would not speak the truth. He then turned to the young orc, asking, What do you say? Whose is this? The young orc struggled to maintain the previous lie, reluctantly nodding along with Yi Miao Miao's words. Yes, it is his. Nonsense. Yin Yu fired a shot into the young orc's leg. Observing his agonized expression, you are deceiving this strategist. Just moments ago, when he experienced the onset of scorpion venom, I asked you the same question, and you distinctly claimed you had never seen him. The young orc cried out in pain. Strategist, spare me. It was this female. She lied to deceive you to die. I was left with no choice, since that is the case. Yin Yu's icy gaze swept over Yi Miao Miao before he suddenly lunged at the young orc. This time, he did not use a gun, but instead drew a dagger from seemingly nowhere, swiftly and decisively slitting the young orc's throat. The young orc fell lifelessly to the ground, while Yi Miao Miao covered Ling Yu's eyes. Shielding her from the horrific scene, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in Yin Jian's eyes. But Yi Miao Miao shook her head once more. After taking a deep breath, she addressed Yin Yu. You knew he was useless, yet wasted a bullet on him. You must understand that such resources are rare and cannot be obtained at will. Yin Yu appeared somewhat regretful upon Yi Miao Miao's reminder. After all, was it truly necessary to employ such a formidable weapon merely to slay a scorpion beast? His actions had indeed been hasty. Chapter 92. Why are your eyes black? In the brutal world of beasts, the strong preyed upon the weak, and the orc's nature was to seek benefits while avoiding harm. Yin Yu sensed that Yin Jian's strength was formidable, remaining on guard at all times. How long have you been partners? Do you have offspring? Yi Miao Miao vaguely surmised that Yin Yu's inquiry aimed to leverage their relationship to control both parties. Before Yin Jian could speak, she interjected, "Strategist Yin, you need not be so concerned. Although he is my first partner, I value ability above all. As long as you are stronger than him, I will not treat you unfairly." As Yi Miao Miao spoke, she flashed a sweet smile at Yin Yu, who appeared baffled initially, only to quickly succumb to anger. "What nonsense are you spouting, female? Are you implying that you wish for this strategist to become your partner as well? You certainly think highly of yourself." Just as Yin Yu's ire was ignited, Yin Jian's expression darkened. Had it not been for Yi Miao Miao discreetly gesturing him to remain calm, he might have torn Yin Yu apart in that moment. Yin Yu shouted furiously at Yi Miao Miao, prompting Ling Yu to furrow her brow and position herself protectively in front of her sister, her beautiful eyes glaring at Yin Yu as if small flames had ignited within. "It is your fortune that my sister chose you as her partner. Do not be ungrateful. Little female, do not forget who carried you from a cave." Yin Yu's tone towards Ling Yu was relatively mild. Yet she attempted to retort, only to be halted by Yi Miao Miao. "Do not be so quick to chastise me. I acknowledge that concealing my status as having a partner was wrong, and I understand your anger. But now you should consider whether you still wish to be my male. Do not rush to answer. I will give you time to think." After concluding her words, Yi Miao Miao took Ling Yu by the hand and began to walk away, offering Yin Yu no opportunity to respond. "We shall go search for wild fruits. We will return shortly." Yin Yu watched their retreating figures, his face darkening for an extended period. How absurd! When did he ever express a desire to become Yi Miao Miao's male? Moreover, how could she speak so brazenly? Though she was somewhat attractive, he had never regarded her as a female. Could it be that she had misunderstood during their initial meeting? Both Yin Yu and Yin Jian were deeply annoyed. Yin Jian could surmise that Yi Miao Miao's words were fabricated, yet his anger remained, especially as he observed Yin Yu's rather handsome visage, even more appealing than Hu Tian's. Noticing the chill in Yin Jian's gaze, Yin Yu instinctively shivered. He turned to face Yin Jian, and the two males' eyes locked, as if preparing for a silent battle. Yin Jian had never been one for words, often remaining aloof, particularly towards beasts in whom he held no interest. He rarely wasted a syllable. Yet at that moment, he felt a compelling urge to speak to Yin. "Why you harbor animosity toward me?" As Yin Jian pondered how to articulate his thoughts, Yin Yu had already spoken. Yin Jian, perplexed, noted that Yin Yu's hostility was evident in his eyes, and yet he felt compelled to ask further. Was this not redundant? He deemed Yin Yu somewhat dim-witted and chose not to respond. "Rest assured, as long as you inform me of the origin of this item, I promise not to contest you for Yi Miao Miao. I merely wish to know where it came from." Yin Yu presented the gun before Yin Jian. "Surely you have seen this before. But given the capabilities of your tribe, it is unlikely you could produce such a formidable weapon. I simply need to ascertain its source." Yin Yu believed that the hostility emanating from the male before him stemmed from his concern for Yi Miao Miao. Therefore, their divergent interests would likely prevent any conflict. Their needs could be mutually fulfilled. However, as soon as Yin Yu mentioned the topic, Yin Jian's anger surged even further. He retaliated by swinging his tail to strike Yin Yu in the waist. When Yi Miao Miao heard the anguished cry and turned, she witnessed something soaring through the air before crashing down, appearing from a distance to be a person. It was Yin Yu. Ling Yu, beside her, remarked, having wandered quite far in search of wild fruits. Nearly 200 meters away, and separated by layers of trees, she had surprisingly spotted the scene so clearly, which made Yi Miao Miao envious. "Xing'er, you are so impressive. I cannot see that far." Ling Yu blinked, her expression one of confusion. "Sister, why are your eyes black?" Yi Miao Miao mimicked her, blinking in response. "Indeed? Why are your eyes yellow and blue?" "Mine have always been black." Ling Yu shook her head. "Impossible. How could any female in the tribe possess black eyes? Chapter 93. Yin Jian, like a child who has done wrong, endured her reprimand. Ling Yu expressed her bewilderment. Although others viewed her as a 10-year-old, and she had indeed lived for over a century, her age, by the standards of the Meizu, was merely 1 year, and consequently, her intelligence was rather limited. She had clearly heard Yin Yu mention that her sister was a beast of the Meizu, and the Meizu had never possessed any individuals with black eyes. Oh, right. Yin Yu also mentioned that my sister had lost her memory and could not recall her own lineage. Ling Yu suddenly smiled. I understand now. Sister, you must have lost your memory, and in turn, forgotten to revert your eyes to their original color. Why, meow meow. What a peculiar theory. Do forgetful eyes also lose recollection of their original hue? Given that Ling Yu is still quite young, Meow Meow refrained from further debate and gently patted her head, smiling as she said, Do you not like black eyes? That is quite all right. Your sister adores your eyes. Ling Yu, not at all. I too cherish my sister's eyes. They resemble precious gems. As the two shared laughter and continued their stroll, Meow Meow suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest, akin to being pierced by a needle, causing her to immediately crouch down. Sister, what is the matter? Ling Yu exclaimed, her voice tinged with concern at why Meow Meow, unable to articulate her distress due to the agony, fell straight to the ground. Ling Yu, in a state of urgency, called out to her, and upon receiving no response, attempted to lift her, but her diminutive stature only allowed her to drag Meow Meow backward. Meanwhile, Yin Yu, having been flung into the air by Yin Jian's serpent-like tail, landed painfully, feeling as though his insides were shifting. Just as he contemplated seeking retribution from Yin Jian, he felt a stirring from the small gourd concealed at his waist. Ah, indeed, this is not a source of tranquility. It must be that Meow Meow has ventured beyond the permissible range. Otherwise, her poison would not have activated. Yin Yu rose, adjusted his attire, and, with an air of vanity, tidied his hair before making his way back toward Yin Jian. If they were a pair united by love, Yin Jian would certainly sense Meow Meow's poison manifesting. However, should they merely be partners for the sake of procreation, such a connection would not exist. Yet, to Yin Yu's disappointment, Yin Jian exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Did you hear any sound just now? It seemed like a cry of great anguish. Yin Yu cautiously inquired. Yin Jian cast him a disdainful glance. Sneering, your cry was indeed